Chapter 1 I treat you as my elder brother, do you want to be my father? Brother Jiang, Brother Su, didn't you say you don't have a girlfriend yet? It just so happens that my daughter doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Please wait for me outside your company after get off work and I will introduce my daughter to you. Looking at the message on WeChat on his mobile phone, Su Qing was a little overwhelmed for a moment. I send it specially. I treat you as my elder brother, and you want to be my father? This brother Jiang is an old man that Su Qing rescued outside the company 2 months ago when he first came to this parallel world that is very similar to the Earth. His original name was Jiang Jinghua and he was about 40 or 50 years old. Early that morning, as Su Qing just arrived outside the company, he saw a vase falling towards Jiang Jinghua from the upper floor of the company building. So he rushed forward and pushed it away, but was eventually hit on the back by the vase and was admitted to the hospital. Although it was not serious in the end, Su Qing still had to stay in the hospital for 3 or 4 days. It was during those 3 or 4 days that Su Qing and Jiang Jinghua became acquainted and gradually became close friends regardless of age difference. Su Qing called the other party brother Jiang and the other party also called Su Qing brother Su. But Su Qing never expected that Jiang Jinghua would actually introduce his daughter to him. After a while, Su Qing came back to his senses and typed back in disbelief. Brother Jiang, are you kidding? Brother Jiang, how could I possibly joke about my own daughter? That is to say, Brother Su, you risked your life to save me 2 months ago, and until now, I have always felt that you are a good guy, so I wanted to introduce my daughter to you too. But I call you Brother Jiang and you call me brother. Isn't this confusing? Brother Jiang, how can it be so chaotic? If you really don't want to call me dad, then we can just talk about our own things. Brother Jiang, can you please give me a word? I won't introduce my daughter to others. Let me tell you, my daughter is very outstanding. Whether she likes you or not is another matter. Okay, then after get off work today, I'll wait for you outside the company. Although he felt that this was a bit too fantastical, Su Qing agreed after a little hesitation. Now that Big Brother has brought it up, we can't just reject him. Of course, whether it will succeed or not is another matter. Brother Jiang, okay. Then you must remember to wait for me. Looking at the last message from Big Brother, Su Qing couldn't help but feel puzzled. The daughter of this elder brother wouldn't be shaped like a mountain and as pretty as a flower, right? Otherwise, why would Big Brother look so worried that she wouldn't be able to get married? Thinking that he would know the answer after they met after get off work, Su Qing temporarily put the question aside. He then looked at the remaining WeChat message, which was from his mother. Mom, son, your dad had an accident at the construction site and is in the hospital. If you have money, please see if you can send some money home. The news from his mother made Su Qing's heart skip a beat. Dad had an accident. It won't be serious, right? Feeling anxious and worried, Su Qing prepared to get up from his workstation, go outside the office, and call his mother. Brother Qing, President Zhang's meeting is about to start, hurry up and log into the meeting software to see the goddess, what are you daydreaming about? But at this moment, the voice of his best friend Zhou Kai suddenly rang out. Su Qing then remembered that there was an online meeting for all employees in the company today, which was held by an IC Beauty president. Their company is called Baojiang Group, and it is also ranked among the top 10 companies in the entire Jianghan city. The current president of Baojiang Group is an IC Beauty named Zhang Shiyun, who is the dream goddess of all male employees of Baojiang Group. From the company manager to the security guard, everyone likes her. Even many female employees of Baojiang Group are her little fans. In the entire Jianghan city, Zhang Shiyun's popularity is no less than that of some female stars. After all, she is not only beautiful, but also rich. Who wouldn't like her? And low-level employees like Su Qing and Zhou Kai, who have just joined the company, can only catch a glimpse of the beauty president through the screen when she holds an online meeting. As soon as Zhou Kai finished speaking, Su Qing noticed that the originally quiet office suddenly became restless. Many employees, especially male employees, had shining eyes and were rubbing their hands together, as if they were ready to do a big job. Brother Qing, why are you still in a daze? I'm serious. This online meeting of the entire company has a clock in record. If you are absent, you will be deducted points. Hurry up and get online. Hurry up, this is an online meeting for the entire company. If anyone dares to be late or absent, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Kai urged again, and at the same time, the team leader's voice sounded. Su Qing was anxious, he was worried about his father's condition at home. Fortunately, at this time he saw a message from his mother, saying that his father had only suffered minor injuries and asked him not to worry too much. Only then did he suppress his worries. Putting aside other thoughts for the time being and putting down his phone, Su Qing opened the online meeting software on his computer, logged in, and then punched in. A beautiful face just happened to appear on the computer screen. Skin as white as ice and snow, cold and emotionless eyes, a high nose bridge, rosy red lips, and long straight black hair. Beautiful, very beautiful. Even if the female stars from his previous life were included, and even though it was obvious that the woman on the screen only wore light makeup, Su Qing had never seen such a beautiful woman. Cold, very cold. Even through the screen, Su Qing seemed to feel the other person's cold temperament. Coupled with her queen-like aura, perhaps due to her long-term position in a high position, the woman on the screen gave Su Qing a feeling of being kept at a distance. This is the current cold-blooded female president of Baozhang Group, Jiang Xiyun. She is like a cold and peerless queen. How should I put it? Her appearance and temperament are like an angel yen wearing a professional suit and dyeing her hair black. Or Medusa in a professional suit. In short, she is peerless in both appearance and temperament. As she appeared on the screen, the gurgling sounds around her continuously entered Su Qing's ears. He glanced at Zhou Kai next to him. Zhou Kai was staring blankly at the computer screen, as if he wanted to eat the computer screen in front of him. Su Qing shook his head slightly and then looked away. A woman like Jiang Xiyun, except that they are now working for Baozhang Group and are her subordinates, may never have any other relationship with them in their entire lives. So, instead of staring at this woman who seems like a dream, it is better to think about something more realistic. On the computer screen, Jiang Xiyun had already started speaking, but Su Qing had no intention of listening at all. He was still worried about his father's condition at home. I don't know how long it took before the online meeting ended. After quickly turning off the computer, Su Qing grabbed his bag and ran out of the company. After President Bingshan's online meeting ended today, the company left work an hour early. He didn't even hear Zhou Kai's call from behind. Taking the not-so-crowded elevator from the 25th floor to the first floor, and then to the outside of the company, Su Qing quickly took out his cell phone, found his mother's number, and dialed it. The call was connected, and my mother's voice came from the phone. "Son, why are you calling? Are you off work? The company closed early today." After a simple reply, Su Qing continued to ask, "Mom, how is my dad doing? Is he really okay?" It's not that Su Qing doesn't trust his mother, but parents usually don't speak too seriously about the situation at home in order not to worry their children. "It's nothing serious, just a little bit of damage to my waist. The doctor said I might need a small operation." He was about to undergo surgery, but he said it was okay. However, Su Qing didn't know what to say, so he said, "Mom, I'll take a leave and go home." As soon as the voice fell, my mother's scolding came from the phone. "Why did you ask for leave to come back? To come back and watch over your father by his bed? If you come to watch over him, what should I do? Your father's condition is really not serious, son, just go to work. If you really want to, just send some money back." Su Qing didn't know what to say for a moment. His parents were always like this, always thinking about him. Finally, I could only ask helplessly, "Mom, how much will my dad's surgery cost?" The doctor said it would probably be around 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. Hearing that the surgery would only cost 40,000 or 50,000 yuan, Su Qing immediately relaxed a little. His father's condition should not be that serious. Then he said, "Mom, then I won't be back. But don't worry, I will find a way to transfer Dad's surgery fee to our family as soon as possible." I chatted with my mother for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Su Qing began to think, where could he get 50,000 yuan in a short period of time? My family just graduated from college this year, and I have a younger sister who is in high school, so we don't have any savings at all. Therefore, he must take on the task of collecting this money. As for the relatives his mother mentioned, he didn't count on them. Although 40 or 50,000 yuan is not a lot of money, the so-called relatives can't help much. Maybe his uncle's family could help a little, but Su Qing knew that his uncle's family's situation was not good either. "Brother Su." The sudden sound interrupted Su Qing's thoughts. I looked in the direction of the sound with some annoyance. In the distance, a little old man was waving at him with a smile. The old man had a black fisherman's hat on his head, a pair of small black sunglasses from the Republic of China on his face, and a black mask. He wore a pink hip-hop sweatshirt on his upper body and brown overalls on his lower body. Who else could it be but Jiang Xingwe? Although Jiang Xingwe is 20 or 30 years older than Su Qing,
he has always dressed more fashionably than Su Qing, and Su Qing is no longer surprised.
Brother Jiang.
Su Qing temporarily suppressed his worries, forced a smile on his face, and simply greeted him.
Then he asked,
"Where's your daughter?"
"My daughter is also from your company. She hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a while." Zhang Jingguo walked up to Su Qing, looked him up and down, and then nodded. "Not bad, the boy is handsome."
Then Su Qing and Zhang Jingguo fell into a long wait. After seeing off Zhou Kai and the girls who came to him to ask for his WeChat information one after another, and seeing that most of the company's people had left, Zhang Jingguo's daughter still hadn't shown up.
Su Qing couldn't help but look at him anxiously. "Brother Jiang, are you sure your daughter is in our company? Did you remember it wrongly? Young man, don't be impatient. As they say, you can't eat hot tofu if you are impatient."
Zhang Jingguo put his hands behind his back and said calmly,
"Wait a little longer, my daughter should be coming out soon."
Seeing that Su Qing was in trouble, Zhang Jingguo asked,
"Brother Su, is there anything wrong with you? There was a little accident. My father is in the hospital and needs money for surgery." Su Qing was very familiar with the other party and did not hide anything. The person he was planning to borrow money from was Zhang Jingguo. This old man didn't look like someone who was short of money. Just as he was about to ask if Zhang Jingguo could lend him money, he heard Zhang Jingguo say with a smile, "Oh, that's a coincidence.
If you can capture my daughter, your problems will be solved." Su Qing swallowed the words that were about to come out of his throat.
Damn, how can this be threatening? Su Qing could only wait patiently. After a while, Zhang Jingguo beside him suddenly said, "Here she comes, my daughter is here." Su Qing looked in the direction he pointed, but was almost frightened for a moment and turned around and ran away. Two people walked out of the company's gate. One should be an assistant, and the other is the current female president of Baojiang Group. Jiang Shiyun. Chapter 2 Jiang Shiyun, let us go get the certificate directly. Could this old man's daughter be Jiang Shiyun?
When this guess popped up in his mind, Su Qing felt that it was almost correct. First of all, both of them have the surname Jiang. Secondly, Zhang Jingguo was rescued by him outside the company, and later on, Zhang Jingguo would meet him near the company from time to time. Su Qing was shocked, incredulous, and even at a loss for what to do. He never expected that his brother Jiang would introduce him to a daughter, but the one he introduced was an icy female president, the big boss of his company. He wanted to leave, but he knew he couldn't. If he passed away at this time, not only would he have to pay for his dad's surgery, he might even lose his job. Therefore, he could only suppress his emotions and looked at Zhang Jingguo beside him with a wry smile. "Brother Jiang, is this daughter of yours someone I can recognize?" Zhang Jingguo, who was standing beside him, noticed his change in state and could not help but feel more satisfied with him. He replied, "You are a man, she is a woman, you are in need of a girlfriend, she is in need of a boyfriend, why can't you get to know each other?" Su Qing felt bitter inside and didn't know how to respond, so he could only remain silent. If he had known that Zhang Jingguo's daughter was Jiang Shiyun, he would never have agreed to Zhang Jingguo's proposal. Soon, Jiang Shiyun, who had separated from his assistant, arrived opposite Su Qing and Zhang Jingguo. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and there was no expression on her beautiful, cold face. A black professional suit perfectly shows off her tall and well-proportioned figure. Especially the white shirt bulging on her chest, which makes people imagine a lot. However, Su Qing didn't dare to look at it for too long. He just glanced at it casually and then looked away. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but as Jiang Shiyun approached, Su Qing felt as if he suddenly became cold and couldn't help but shiver. Maybe this is the aura of a workplace queen. Su Qing muttered to himself, forcing a smile on his face. With the idea of giving up everything, he stood there calmly. Things have come to this point, what else can he do? Just take it easy. You've already experienced death once, why are you still afraid of a woman? I'm a little bit handsome, a low-level employee in the workplace, but no one else has to deal with my nervousness, so it's not useless. What Su Qing didn't know was that Jiang Shiyun quickly labeled him with several labels. Then, she looked at Zhang Jingguo who was next to Su Qing. Her cold expression softened slightly and she opened her red lips slightly. Dad. Zhang Jingguo could do nothing about his daughter's cold and aloof queen temperament, otherwise he would not have thought of introducing a boyfriend to Jiang Shiyun. If Jiang Shiyun were allowed to find a boyfriend on her own, I'm afraid that just because of her aura, few men would dare to approach her. Jiang Jingguo also doesn't want his daughter to compromise herself by entering into a so-called business marriage for the sake of profit.
Their family has money.
It's not so much that they can't spend it all, but it's enough to last for several lifetimes. What he hopes is that Jiang Shiyun can be happy. Although Su Qing is just an employee of Bao Jiang Group, after 2 months of contact, he really thinks Su Qing is good. First of all, Su Qing has a steady temperament that is different from his peers, which makes him admire him very much and is precious in his opinion. Secondly, Su Qing was well-mannered in all aspects of his conversation and was very gentle to others. After 2 months of getting along with Su Qing, he felt very comfortable. Finally, Su Qing is also handsome. That's why he came up with the idea of introducing Su Qing and Jiang Shiyun to each other. He felt that if Su Qing and Jiang Shiyun could succeed, it would definitely be better than a business marriage for Jiang Shiyun. As soon as Jiang Shiyun finished speaking, he reached out and put his arm around Su Qing's shoulders, smiling and saying, "Shiyun, this is Su Qing whom I told you about. He is the one who saved my life 2 months ago. I think he is a nice guy, so I'd like to introduce him to you." After briefly introducing Su Qing to Jiang Shiyun, Jiang Jingguo looked at Su Qing and said, "My daughter, I don't need to introduce her to you, right?"
"No need,"
Su Qing said bitterly.
"Hello, Mr. Jiang."
"Hello." Jiang Shiyun responded with 2 words indifferently, and once again gave Su Qing a label not too dull. According to what she had already thought of, she continued, "Since you saved my dad and my dad likes you, why don't we go get the marriage certificate while we still have time? I don't have that much time for romance. At the same time, I don't have much time to spend with my dad. After getting the marriage certificate, you can spend more time with him. Of course, after you get the marriage certificate, you don't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. I will also give you a sum of money every month, and you can spend it however you want. You can leave now if you don't want to. But if I were you, I wouldn't refuse." Looking at the almond-shaped eyes staring at him coldly, Su Qing opened his mouth slightly, completely stunned, and had no idea how to respond.
"Didn't we agree to introduce ourselves to each other? Why do I need to get the certificate?"
Although getting married to this rich, beautiful, and icy female president is probably what many people dream of. But Su Qing still couldn't accept it for a while. He felt uncomfortable with 2 people who had just met getting a marriage certificate.
The most important thing is that he doesn't want to live under someone else's roof.
He could only turn his gaze to Jiang Jingguo beside him, hoping that Jiang Jingguo could say something to defuse the situation.
Jiang Jingguo's smile was as bright as a chrysanthemum. "It's good to get the certificate."
He was still worried that Su Chang and Jiang Shiyun would not end up together.
If they got the marriage certificate right away, wouldn't they be together right away? As for feelings, they can be cultivated. Now that they have obtained the marriage certificate, he doesn't believe that there will be no sparks between them. Based on his understanding of the 2 people, he thought that if they got married directly, he might be able to have a grandson soon. Then, noticing Su Qing's gaze, he quickly said, "Mr. Su, Xiao Su, isn't your family in urgent need of money? If you and Shiyun get married, won't you have the money?"
Jiang Shiyun was quite surprised by Su Qing's hesitation, and even frowned slightly. She didn't understand why Su Qing hesitated and even seemed unwilling to agree to such good conditions as hers. If Su Qing had not saved her father, and her father had often mentioned Su Qing to her recently, and obviously liked Su Qing very much, she would have told Su Qing to get out just because of Su Qing's hesitation.
Get out of Bao Jiang Group directly.
However, she would give Su Qing some money as compensation for saving her father. But her father obviously liked Su Qing very much, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Hearing her father's words, she grasped the key information. Su Qing was short of money. She then said coldly,
"After you get the marriage certificate, I will give you a sum of money so that you can solve the problems at home."
Su Qing was even more speechless. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden mechanical voice rang in his mind.
Ding! System activation conditions detected. The strongest soft rice system is being activated. System activation successful. System space opened.
As the saying goes, young people do not know the sweetness of soft rice, and they mistakenly waste their youth on planting rice seedlings.
Host, don't hesitate, please start your journey of being a gigolo happily.
The mechanical sound in his mind made Su Qing stunned. The golden finger that was standard for time travelers that I had been waiting for 2 months actually appeared at this time.
It was the strongest gigolo system. This comes at the perfect time. In other words, I have to live off Jiang Shiyun for the rest of my life? Well, it's not impossible to live off the system.
In this way, at least you can completely dispel your worries about being dependent on others. If it really doesn't work, you can just leave once you have a certain amount of capital. Su Qing is also clear about the capabilities of the system. To put it simply, during the period when he was living off his wife, he would receive a cash payment of 10,000 yuan and some free meal value every day. Needless to say, he can use the cash as a gift to open blind boxes. He hasn't taken a close look at the things related to the blind box yet, and will look at it later.
And this is just the initial thing.
When the free rice value accumulates to a certain amount, the system can be upgraded. After the system upgrade, he can get more things.
What is there to hesitate about?
He is just living off a gigolo, and the girl he is living off is Jiang Shiyun, the goddess in countless people's dreams. Su Qing estimated that if people knew about this, countless people would be heartbroken and shout, "My youth is over." And he will instantly become the public enemy of countless men, women, young and old.
He couldn't help but feel happy and cheerful. He smiled and said, "Wait until I get back to the rental house and get the household registration book." Chapter 3. The female president personally came out to slap her in the face. Being a gigolo is pretty good.
During college, for convenience, after explaining the situation to the relevant departments, Su Qing printed out a separate copy of his family's household registration book and carried it with him. So, he doesn't need to ask his parents for the household registration book. He also doesn't want his parents to know about his current situation for the time being. After all, if you live off a woman, you will be criticized and looked down upon in your hometown. Sitting in the back seat of a white Rolls-Royce Phantom, feeling the softness and texture under his buttocks and looking up at the starry sky, he couldn't help but feel emotional. In my previous life, I struggled for many years but still couldn't get on my dream car worth tens of millions. I never expected that in this life, I would get on it at the age of 22. This gigolo thing has just begun, it's really not worth it. However, it was the cold, expressionless face next to him that made Su Qing feel a little uncomfortable. He could only sit there stiffly like a good child. Jiang Jinghua forced him to sit in the back row with Jiang Shiyun. The car was very quiet.
Jiang Shiyun had a cold face and didn't say anything.
Naturally, Su Qing would not take the initiative to talk to her. Jiang Jinghua, the front passenger, was anxious, but it was no use. Soon, the driver arrived at the residential area where Su Qing lived. As Su Qing said,
"Happy Garden."
This is a neighborhood that looks very old at first glance, and even the wall tiles of some houses have begun to fall off. However, because it is located within the second ring road of Jianghan City, even if Su Qing only rented a single room with a private bathroom, he still needed to pay 1,000 yuan in rent every month, and the deposit was 1/3 of the rent. In order to make it more convenient for work, Su Qing had no choice but to bear it even though the rent was expensive. Fortunately, after today, he won't have to pay rent anymore. He might even live in a luxurious villa. "Go ahead, I'll give you 5 minutes." The cold, ethereal voice of the queen fell into his ears, and Su Qing nodded. "Hold on." After opening the car door and getting out, he walked straight into the community. Because it was an old neighborhood, the community was not big and it only took him a minute to get back to his rental house. The rental house is very small, only about 10 square meters. The bathroom is on the left side of the door, and then there is a single bed on the right after a turn, with some messy quilts piled randomly on the bed.
Next to the single bed, there is a table against the wall.
There was a pole above the window opposite the bed, on which were hung some of Su Qing's clothes. Standing at the door of the house, the feeling of narrowness and crampedness hit him, making Su Qing feel a little depressed. He walked quickly to the window, took out the household registration book from the suitcase, and finally glanced at the rental house, which was only more than 10 square meters. Then he strode out of the rental house.
He won't live here anymore.
Whoever wants to live here can come. After leaving Building 4 where the rental house was located, Su Qing soon saw a white Rolls-Royce Phantom outside the community.
He couldn't help but quicken his pace.
But before he walked out of the community, his brows furrowed. Because a man is about 40 years old, about 160 centimeters tall, and weighs about 160 kilograms. A woman with heavy makeup and a black handbag in her hand suddenly walked into the community and appeared in his sight.
This woman is Su Qing's landlord.
She owns several houses in this old Xingfu garden. She always asks Su Qing to visit her at night on the pretext of free rent. To put it simply, she is cheap and she lustiest for Su Qing's body.
Su Qing really doesn't want to meet this woman, it's annoying.
But unfortunately, his wish was not fulfilled, and at this moment the woman was already walking towards him. Su Qing seemed to see an oversized low-quality meatball rolling towards him.
Su Qing, your rent for next quarter is due, remember to pay it.
The person hadn't even gotten close yet, but a shrill voice was already heard. A hint of pride appeared on her overly pale face. She squinted her almost invisible eyes and raised her chin and said, "Of course, what I told you before still counts. If you don't want to pay the rent, come to me at night and I will definitely spoil you."
Su Qing was somewhat helpless and could only say, "I'm moving out tomorrow and won't live here anymore."
As he walked past her, a pungent smell of rouge and powder hit him, making Su Qing frown again. So, he walked a few steps, turned back and said with a smile,
"Auntie, no matter how much makeup you put on, you can't hide the fact that you're old, understand? Don't learn from those little girls anymore."
The woman's smug expression froze and she couldn't help but stomped her feet hard. Suddenly, the fat on her body began to shake, just like a balloon filled with water. But when she saw Su Qing actually walking towards the white phantom in the distance, all her anger disappeared, and she cursed loudly in a shrill voice.
"I thought he was something great, but he turned out to be a gigolo. Maybe he's older and fatter than me."
Su Qing had already returned to the front of the car. He ignored the shrill voice and opened the door and got in.
"Let's go." "Who is that?"
The car hadn't started yet, and the cold voice fell into Su Qing's ears, which made him startled.
He said truthfully, "Landlord." Then nothing happened.
The car started and began to turn around. And when the car turned around and was on the other side of the driveway, no longer facing the happy garden, accompanied by a slight gurgling sound, Su Qing discovered that the car window facing the happy garden was lowered. Most of what was visible was naturally a beautiful, cold profile, while a small part happened to be the obese figure in the community. At this moment, Su Qing clearly saw astonishment and disbelief on that fat face. The car was on the road, and Su Qing was still a little overwhelmed when the fat face full of astonishment and disbelief disappeared from his sight.
Is this the cold female president personally coming out to slap herself in the face?
Too bad there is no explanation.
But it's a bit refreshing after all. This soft rice actually seems to be really good.
If Su Qing hadn't been worried about being pushed off the car, he would have pointed at the icy female CEO next to him and said to the fat figure,
"My wife is a female CEO.
She has illusions and lives in a big villa.
She is so beautiful."
And when the car was on the road, the window that was originally wide open was raised again by a slender jade hand that was so white that it glowed.
The car became quiet again.
There was still silence along the way, and soon the car stopped again.
Su Qing realized that this was the Civil Affairs Bureau.
As I pushed open the door of the Phantom with my household registration book and got out of the car, I heard a burst of exclamations from all around.
"Oh my God, a goddess came down from the flying goddess. Whose daughter is this?"
"I don't know whose daughter she is, but if I win her favor, my life will be a success and I won't have to worry about anything."
"Sister, look at me, I'm the same as Abaka." Sure enough, luxury cars and beautiful women are always something that people admire. Su Qing secretly complained and stood there.
When Jiang Shiyun came to his side, he said,
"Boss Jiang, you have to think it over. I don't have any big ambitions. If I get married with you, I won't have to worry about food and clothing. Maybe I will be even worse."
The eyebrows behind the sunglasses were slightly raised, and there was a slight surprise in her eyes, but it was immediately suppressed, leaving only two faint words.
"Let's go. If anything goes wrong in the future, you can't blame me."
Looking at the beautiful figure swaying and striding towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, afraid of wasting time, Su Qing muttered to himself and hurriedly followed. And behind him there was a lot of cursing.
"Fuck. Is that guy going to get a marriage certificate with the goddess? Who is that boy? He can ride on a phantom and get a license. This is more painful than killing me." Chapter 4, Successfully obtained the certificate, the female president generously gave money.
"Closer, closer.
Let the two of you come closer. Oh my God, do you two really want to get married?" The photographer's complaints made Su Qing feel a little disappointed.
Because the decision to get the certificate came too suddenly and everything was done too hastily, when they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, they found out that they didn't even have the photos required for the certificate. Therefore, we could only shoot inside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fortunately, both of them were wearing formal business clothes and had no time to change, so they just had to take off their coats to reveal the white shirts underneath. However, there were some problems with the two people's sitting posture. Just ask yourself, how is it possible for two people who meet for the first time to get close to each other?
This did not arouse the dissatisfaction of the photographer. "Mr. Jiang, let's get a little closer, otherwise I'm afraid the photo won't be taken well."
Su Qing smiled bitterly and looked at the beautiful figure beside him. The beautiful eyebrows above the phoenix eyes wrinkled slightly, and then she said lightly, "Okay." Then, the two people moved towards each other at the same time. However, because they moved at the same time, the two people moved too much at once. Su Qing could clearly feel. His right hand was already tightly pressed against Jiang Xiyun's left hand, and a very warm and comfortable body temperature was spreading towards him. At the same time, at this moment, Su Qing could clearly feel that the body next to him froze suddenly as if it had been electrocuted. He was about to move away when the photographer's voice rang out. "Very good, that's it. Come on, smile." Su Qing had no choice but to stop what he was doing and force a smile on his face. "Where's the woman? Come on, smile, eggplant." "Okay, that's it, very good." Click, click, click. "All right." After a burst of shutter sounds, the photographer's voice was heard, and the two of them moved aside almost at the same time. Su Qing was fine, but he still felt a warmth in his right arm. Jiang Xiyun's earlobes had already turned slightly red. This was the first time in her life that she had been so close to a man other than her father. She could even hear her own heartbeat getting faster and faster. But on the surface, she still had a blank expression and a cold look. After getting the cut photo and looking at his handsome self in the photo, Su Qing shifted his gaze to Jiang Xiyun next to him and was stunned. In the photo, Jiang Xiyun, who originally had a cold face, had his thin lips slightly raised, revealing a smile. It was this smile that amazed Su Qing. When Jiang Xiyun smiled, she lost her ice queen temperament, and her already stunning beauty suddenly looked like a fairy in a painting, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. "You look so beautiful when you smile, why do you usually have such a cold face?" Coming back to his senses from the amazement, Su Qing glanced at the person next to him with a sullen face, and complained inwardly. However, he only dared to complain in his heart. If he said this aloud, he was worried that the president would kill him. Now that we have the photos, the next step is to go through the normal process of getting the certificate. After going through a series of procedures, the staff soon handed them 2 small red notebooks. Reaching out to take the 2 small red notebooks, he gave Jiang Xiyun's one to her, then looked at the one in his own hand. Su Qing felt like he was dreaming. "Got the certificate? I got married to an incredibly beautiful and icy female CEO whom I had only known for less than an hour?" However, the noise around him made him realize that he was not dreaming, he really got the marriage certificate. He really got married with the icy female president of his company, and he really became the husband of the dream goddess of countless people. Opening the little red book, the information of the cold female president appeared before his eyes. Jiang Xiyun, female, Han nationality, 27 years old. "I am 22 this year, which means that this iceberg female president is 5 years older than me." However, Su Qing didn't care. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man is likely to bring him gold bricks. So, she was going to bring him 2 gold bricks. "Let's go." Su Qing came back to his senses after hearing the cold and domineering voice of a royal sister. He quickly followed Jiang Xiyun, who was already striding towards the outside of the Civil Affairs Bureau. As the two of them left, the originally quiet staff suddenly exploded. "I am not seeing things, that is Jiang Xiyun, she actually came to get the marriage certificate." "That's Jiang Xiyun. I just don't know who the man she got the marriage certificate with is. She's so lucky." "Yeah, that man is so lucky to be able to get married with Jiang Xiyun. From now on, that man and I will be sworn enemies. He deserves to die for stealing my wife." Su Qing had no idea what happened next. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, he saw Jiang Jingguo looking at the two of them with a smile. Before the two of them came closer, Jiang Jingguo said hurriedly, "Quick, show me the marriage certificate." Su Qing handed it over as he was told. The same is true for Jiang Xiyun. Jiang Jingguo took the 2 red booklets, sat back in the car, opened the 2 red booklets, and became more and more satisfied the more he looked at them. After reading for a while, he turned around and handed the 2 small red books to Su Qing and Jiang Xiyun in the back row, and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. They are a perfect match, and it's worth my introduction." Su Qing's movement of reaching out to take the marriage certificate paused, and he glanced at Jiang Xiyun next to him, feeling a little embarrassed. "Is this a good match? One is the president of a top 10 company in Jianghan City, and the other is a low-level employee of the company. What a match!" Jiang Xiyun still looked as cold as ever. She also reached out to take the marriage certificate and said coldly, "Tell me your card number."
621 5743.
This marriage itself was more like a transaction, so Su Qing gave his bank card number without hesitation. What's more, he still has to live off his wife. How could he not want Jiang Shiyun's money?
How can I pay for my father's surgery without Jiang Shiyun's money? Wasn't one of the reasons why he got married with Jiang Shiyun so quickly just to pay for the surgery? Ding dong.
Your Gongshang bank card with the last number 5743 received a transfer of 200,000 yuan, and the current balance is 208,550 yuan. When Su Qing saw the message suddenly pop up on his phone, his pupils widened.
200,000.
Jiang Shiyun actually transferred 200,000 yuan to himself directly.
It's totally inhumane. Is it enough? If not, tell me a number.
Hearing Jiang Shiyun's cold voice, he came back to his senses and replied,
"That's enough."
After thinking for a while, he added,
"Actually, it doesn't cost that much. 60 or 70,000 should be enough.
My dad's surgery will cost 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, plus some other expenses, so I estimate 70,000 yuan should be enough."
Surprise appeared in Danfeng's eyes again.
She glanced at him without saying anything, but just poked at her phone again.
Ding dong.
Your Gongshang bank card with the last number 5743 received a transfer of 200,000 yuan, and the current balance is 408,550 yuan. Looking at the message that popped up on his phone again, Su Qing this time looked at the beautiful figure beside him with astonishment.
Didn't she understand what I said just now?
Facing his astonishment, Jiang Shiyun slowly put down his phone and said coldly, "The 200,000 yuan just now is for you to solve your family problems, and the remaining 200,000 yuan will be given to you every month, and you can spend it however you want.
House, you can go live with my dad in his villa. That way you can be with him. Cars, look around and see what car you like and I'll buy it for you." Su Qing was completely shocked. Is this a rich person? Saying 200,000 is like talking to him $2.
And cars and villas, in Jiang Shiyun's mouth, seemed to be worthless. After the shock, I don't know why, but I felt joy and an indescribable sense of relief.
Is this the gigolo that comes from an icy female president? Just keep yourself as a supporter.
It smells a bit fragrant. His housing and transportation have been solved, and they are super luxurious. With 200,000 yuan in pocket money every month, Su Qing feels that he doesn't even need to go to work.
Chapter 5, Living with a Female CEO? Meeting by chance during dinner.
Although the free food from the cold female president is very tempting, Su Qing does not want to be a greedy person. The 400,000 yuan came too easily, and he always felt uneasy when holding it.
It would be nice to experience the fragrance of soft rice, right?
So, after a brief pause and recovering from his shock and secret joy, he said, "I don't want the last 200,000, the first 200,000 is enough. Although our marriage is already full of the smell of money, I don't want it to be too strong." Now it was Jiang Shiyun's turn to be shocked. The willow-shaped eyebrows above her almond-shaped eyes were squeezed together. She stared at Su Qing blankly, with deep astonishment in her eyes.
How could anyone complain about having too much money?
She couldn't figure it out. However, this did not prevent her from labeling Su Qing as not greedy. Then, she put away the shock on her face, returned to her cold queen appearance, and said, "Here you go, just take it." There was a strong sense of unquestionability in her tone, showing her queen-like style.
"And cars, what kind of car do you like?" Su Qing sniffed.
He didn't like this unquestionable tone very much. However, since Jiang Shiyun said so, he could only keep the remaining 200,000 yuan.
He pondered and said, "Che, I'll tell you when I think about it. I don't know what car to buy yet." "Okay.
If you've made up your mind, come to me anytime.
As long as it's not too outrageous, I can buy it for you."
Since he has already obtained the marriage certificate with you, he should naturally live with you.
"I don't want him to accompany me."
As the two finished their conversation, Jiang Jingguo's voice came from the front passenger seat.
"I am an old man and I am living well by myself, why did you ask him to join in the fun? Besides, the two villas are not far away. If the old man wants to chat with him, play chess or something, wouldn't I go find him myself, or have him come to me?" "Dad." Jiang Shiyun frowned and said, "Don't you like him very much? What's wrong with letting him live with you? Besides, your villa number 1 is much bigger than my villa number 2.
By the end of the conversation, there was a pleading tone in his voice. Although she had already obtained her marriage certificate with Su Qing, she found it hard to accept living in the same villa with Su Qing. I don't care what you do. He is your husband, not mine. Anyway, don't even think about letting him live in my villa. Jiang Jingguo's firm and unquestionable voice came. You've already got the certificate, but you still want to live separately. What a bullshit. If Su Qing came to live with me, how could the two of them develop feelings for each other and how could I have a grandchild? Jiang Jingguo is still dreaming of having a grandson, so why would he let Su Qing live in the same villa with him? Su Qing was trembling beside him, not daring to speak, but just keeping an eye on the female president next to him. When Jiang Jingguo finished speaking, he saw the female president's willow-shaped eyebrows visibly drooped. In addition, he didn't know if he was seeing things, but he also noticed that the female president's earlobes seemed to be a little redder than before. The eyes are slightly slanted downward. Well, it seems that my neck is a little redder than before. Is this because he is shy? Or is he angry because of shame? Because they had only known each other for a short time, Su Qing was a little unsure. Continue to be an invisible person and observe secretly. After frowning for a while, Zhang Xiyun said coldly again. Well, he can live with me in villa number 2 first. But in his heart, he was secretly thinking that he would find time later to see if he could buy another villa for Su Qing to live in. However, Jiang Jingguo seemed to know what she was thinking and immediately said, don't even think about buying another villa. I'll take your personal bank card when we get back. Su Qing clearly saw that at this moment, shame and anger appeared in the eyes of the icy female president. However, perhaps because he was there, she did not behave in a way that was unbecoming of a little girl. In the end, she seemed to have accepted her fate, and the female president said coldly, then you will live with me in villa number 2 from now on. Here is the password. As he spoke, a piece of paper was handed to him. Su Qing didn't say anything, but just silently reached out and took the note. His intuition told him that it was best not to speak at this time, otherwise he would be the one to die. As for where the villa is, I can only ask later. Do you want to go back and pack your things? Yeah. Su Qing nodded. Then I'll have the driver take you back to the previous neighborhood. You pack your things and I'll have the driver pick you up. Su Qing thought about it for a moment and nodded, okay. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jingguo's voice sounded again. What's the hurry? Today is a big day for the two of you, shouldn't you find a place to have a meal and celebrate first? Or do you not even want to treat me, an old man, to a drink at the wedding? Su Qing could only turn his gaze to the female president beside him. The female president obviously didn't want to have dinner with him, otherwise she wouldn't have let him leave. Maybe she was angry that her embarrassing moment was seen, or maybe there was something else. There was no emotion on Jiang Xiyun's cold face, but Su Qing guessed that she already wanted to hit Jiang Jingguo in front of her. After a long while, she finally squeezed out a word coldly. Good. Then, Su Qing saw her pick up her phone and start poking at it again. When she looked up again, she said, go to Diaojiao Tower. Su Qing searched for the name in his mind, but there was no relevant information in his mind. Well, poor people don't deserve to know this. Soon, the car stopped and Su Qing got out behind Jiang Xiyun. But the scene he saw when he got off the car made Su Qing doubt whether Jiang Xiyun or the driver had made a mistake in the car. In front of us was a whitewashed brick wall with the words Diaojiao written on it. So this is Diaojiao Tower? The surrounding buildings are also dilapidated and even look like ruins. This indeed made the Diaojiao Tower, which was glowing with dim lights, look much better. But Su Qing still had some doubts. Why would Jiang Xiyun come to such a place to eat? Was she mistaken? It's so difficult to have a meal at Diaojiao. I even have to call ahead to make a reservation. Yeah, I don't know what the boss is thinking. Business is so good, but he only serves 7 tables of guests a day. The most infuriating thing is that today, I don't know that crazy guy actually booked Diaojiao directly. Otherwise, we should be able to eat it today. Just then, several complaining voices came from behind the brick wall in front. Su Qing was somewhat surprised to see several people walking out with angry faces. He said the voice sounded familiar, and it turned out to be the man known as the Little Prince of Jianghan City, the president of the student union in college, and a few other rich second generations who were quite famous on campus at the time. Several people who were full of resentment also noticed Su Qing, and there was surprise in their eyes. Of course they knew Su Qing, after all, Su Qing was considered a school idol at the time. But they all knew that Su Cheng was not from Jianghan at all, and his family background was not very good. They never expected that Su Cheng would appear here. After being shocked, the former student union president, Wang Haoren, said, "Su Cheng, I didn't expect you to be here. But, this place has been booked today, and we can't get in. I'm afraid you've come here in vain." It seemed like a reminder, but in fact, their words were full of contempt for Su Cheng and their superiority. The implication is that, since none of us can get in, it's even less possible for you, Su Cheng. Several other rich second generations also followed suit. "Yeah, Su Cheng, I didn't expect you to be here, but I'm afraid you can't get in today. Su Cheng, the fact that you can appear here shows that you are already very remarkable. Su De, the campus hunk, is indeed better than the others. He even managed to find Diaji Ayala. It's a pity that he failed today." Chapter 6, The Assist from Jiang Jinghua, That Touch of Tenderness. It was beyond Su Cheng's expectation to meet some of the rich second-generation celebrities from his campus here by chance. However, the words of several rich second generations, including Wang Haoren, made him frown. He is not a fool, how could he not hear the implicit disparagement of himself in the words of several people? Although when I was in school, because I was a prominent figure like them, I stole some of their limelight, which made them unhappy with me. But what these people said at this moment still made him feel a little angry. Especially in front of Jiang Jinghua and Jiang Shiyun, he was treated as worthless by these people, which made him even more angry. "Let's go in." Just as he was thinking about how to fight back, the cold voice of Jiang Shiyun, who was wearing a mask and sunglasses, rang out beside him. Jiang Jinghua walked into Diaojiao Tower without saying a word, as if he had never taken Wang Haoren and the others seriously from beginning to end. "Excuse me, everyone. I'll go in first." With a wry smile to the few people, Su Cheng followed Jiang Shiyun, leaving the few people who were even more stunned staring at each other in astonishment. The originally somewhat negative mood has dissipated, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised slightly. "I'm sorry, although I may be average for now, my wife is amazing. The cold female president is rich and pretty, and can easily book restaurants that you can't eat at. What's so great about that?" At the same time, Su Cheng noticed that he was still lacking in emotional management. "Otherwise, I shouldn't have been angry just now. Fuck. They actually went in. Could it be that they are the ones who booked Diaojiao Tower today? They weren't kicked out, so it must be them. Who the hell is that woman? How can a poor guy like Su Cheng know her? I'm so pissed. We haven't had any food for such a long time, but poor Su Cheng actually went in and got one." Seeing Su Cheng and the others entering Diaojiao Tower and not coming out, the astonishment and disbelief of the rich second generation gradually turned into anger. They couldn't accept that someone they thought was poor actually entered a restaurant that they couldn't even enter. Especially, Su Cheng's last words and smile made them feel like they had a thorn in their throats, which made them feel more uncomfortable than killing them. However, at this moment they could only rage helplessly, there was nothing they could do. Although Su Cheng didn't see it, he could roughly imagine the helpless and furious looks of the rich second generations outside. This made him secretly happy again. This mouthful of soft rice from the cold female president is becoming more and more delicious. Putting away his emotions, Su Cheng began to look around. At this moment, they have already entered Diaojiao Tower. There is not much difference between the inside and outside of this restaurant. The decoration is very ordinary and the overall size is not big. It really gives Su Cheng a feeling of being home. Soon, Su Cheng followed Jiang Shiyun to a small room, or rather a private room. There was only a homely table and 3 wooden chairs in the room. Jiang Jinghua had already sat alone on one side, and the other 2 chairs facing the door were very close to each other, and no one knew whether they had been moved by him. "Hurry, Su Cheng, sit over here." Seeing the 2 of them come in, Jiang Jinghua immediately greeted them with a smile. Su Cheng didn't think much about it and sat directly in the seat pointed by Jiang Jinghua. Jiang Shiyun could only sit next to him. After sitting down, Jiang Shiyun naturally took off the mask and sunglasses on her face, revealing her peerless beauty again. In an instant, the whole little house seemed to become bright. How can I describe her peerless beauty? It seems out of place in this very ordinary decorated room. It's like a bright flower blooming in the ruins in mud. At the same time, as she sat down, she took off her black suit, leaving only the white shirt underneath. Her slender, curvy figure was also revealed, forming a perfect S shape. Especially the proud curve of her chest. Su Cheng was always a little worried that the buttons on her chest would not be able to bear the weight and burst open. The face of an angel, the body of a devil. At this moment, Su Qing had a deeper understanding of this sentence. Because the two chairs were too close, Su Qing could even vaguely feel the hot air she exhaled.
The warm breath blew on the skin, making it itchy.
This made Su Qing feel a little strange. Su Qing could feel the hot breath exhaled by Jiang Xiyun, and Jiang Xiyun next to him could naturally also feel the hot breath exhaled by Su Qing.
She could even feel Su Qing's hot body temperature sending warmth to her.
All of this made Jiang Xiyun dare not move. She could only continue to maintain her appearance as a cold queen and sit quietly. Zhang Jinghua on the opposite side seemed to have seen nothing, but he was already beaming with joy in his heart. After sitting there for a while with a confused mind, Su Qing was surprised that neither Jiang Xiyun nor Zhang Jinghua had the slightest intention of ordering any food.
Don't rich people need to order dishes when they eat? As if knowing Su Qing's doubts, Zhang Jinghua took the initiative to introduce. Don't be fooled by the fact that this private restaurant is small and in a remote location. It only serves 7 tables of guests a day, and sometimes you may not be able to make a reservation even if you call. The menu is not fixed either, it is constantly changed by the owner according to the seasons. So many times, just ask the boss to prepare the best dish he can prepare today. Most of the time, the dishes you order may not be as delicious as the ones prepared by the boss himself.
Su Qing understood it all at once. This meant that the boss had already prepared their dishes today, so they didn't need to order any more. He didn't expect that such an unprepossessing little shop could be so classy. Only 7 tables are served every day, reservations must be made in advance, and the menu changes according to the season. Every rule seems so cool. At the same time, as Jiang Jinghua spoke, the weird atmosphere in the room finally dissipated a little. Let Su Qing secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Next, Su Qing chatted casually with Jiang Jinghua.
Please make way, the food is coming.
The sudden sound made Su Qing turn his head subconsciously. It was this turn of his head that made his eyes widen. Because, in his sight, a white body was leaning towards him. The two chairs were already very close to each other, and in an instant, Su Qing felt a soft touch coming from his shoulder. It is accompanied by a warm, faint fragrance, and seemingly a thumping heartbeat. Confused for a moment, Su Qing wanted to move aside, but if he moved away, it seemed that the female president would fall. So, he could only turn his head without looking away, pretending that nothing had happened, picked up the tea in front of him and took a big sip in silence. At the same time, Su Qing already understood what was happening.
He wondered why Jiang Jinghua was so enthusiastic and asked him to sit in this seat.
He and Jiang Xiyun were sitting with their backs to the door of the private room, and a little to the left of the entrance. When the dishes were brought in, the moment the boss walked in, he would subconsciously put the dishes on the table from Jiang Xiyun's left. And because Jiang Xiyun was blocking the table a little, the boss would definitely remind him. Faced with the reminder and the food suddenly appearing next to their face, no matter who they are, they will subconsciously move to their right.
That is to say, just like Jiang Xiyun did just now, let him move to his side and lean towards his side. The two of them were fooled by Jiang Jinghua.
This little old man is full of tricks. Before this, Su Qing hadn't noticed it at all. But if you think about it from another angle, Jiang Jinghua seems to be helping him.
The softness that I just touched, well, it makes me feel a little distracted. Chapter 7: The vengeful female CEO moves into a big villa. Strong arms, hot body temperature, unique masculine smell.
Everything was stimulating Jiang Xiyun, making her heart beat faster unconsciously. It is true that she holds a high position and is the female president of Baojiang Group, but she is also a woman. Before this, she had never had such close contact with a man other than her father.
How could she not feel anything?
At this moment, she felt a little nervous, even more nervous than when she was speaking in front of tens of thousands of employees in the company. Seeing Su Qing sitting there without looking around, as if nothing had happened, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When the boss brought the dishes to the table and left, she quickly sat up straight and pretended nothing had happened, just like Su Qing. Her face was still cold, but her earlobes were slightly red.
She even felt her neck getting hot.
Su Qingning immediately understood that the two of them had been tricked by Jiang Jinghua. How could she not understand? But Su Qing was there, so she couldn't get angry and could only stare coldly at Jiang Jinghua, who was sipping tea across from her. At the same time, in order to avoid the situation just now from happening again, she simply moved the chair next to Jiang Jinghua, facing Su Qing. Jiang Jinghua was already laughing in his heart, until he noticed Jiang Xiyun sitting next to him. Out of the corner of his eye, he pretended to know nothing and asked,
"Why are you sitting next to me? Shouldn't you be sitting with your husband?"
Before he could finish his words, Jiang Jinggua's voice stopped abruptly. because a sharp pain suddenly came from his waist. Looking at Jiang Xiyan, who was still sitting there coldly as if nothing had happened, Jiang Jingguo was immediately furious and muttered to himself.
I have done so much for your own good, why don't you know how to appreciate my kindness?
Su Cheng naturally noticed that Jiang Jingguo was acting strangely, but he didn't dare to speak. I could only continue to drink tea with my head down. But he discovered the other side of the icy female president. It turns out that the cold female president also has a feminine side and uses the usual tricks of women. Soon, all the dishes were served. Jiang Jingguo first picked up the teacup in front of him and said, "Today is your big day. Let's have a drink first. I wish you two a long and happy marriage and a baby soon." Su Qing was fine, but Jiang Xiyun's earlobes turned red again. She and Su Qing got married simply because Su Qing had saved Jiang Jingguo, and Jiang Jingguo liked Su Qing very much. But she didn't have time to accompany Jiang Jingguo, so she wanted Su Qing to spend more time with Jiang Jingguo. As for children, she had never thought about it at all. In her opinion, it was impossible. Even at this moment, she didn't really want to drink this cup of tea. However, under Jiang Jingguo's expectant gaze, she finally picked up the teacup silently. Putting down their teacups, several people started eating. Su Qing had been busy since he got off work and was already hungry, so he started eating right away. I have to say, although they are just some home-cooked dishes, they are really delicious, with good color, aroma, and taste. Su Qing quickly finished 2 large bowls of rice. It was not until he noticed that Jiang Xiyan seemed to be picking up chili peppers that he looked across. This sight almost made him spit out the food in his mouth. The bowl in front of Jiang Jingguo was filled with peppers, and Jiang Xiyun kept picking them up for him. Seeing that Jiang Jingguo had not eaten, Jiang Xiyan asked seriously, "Dad, come and eat. I picked up so many dishes for you. Why don't you eat them?" Jiang Jingguo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Qing hurriedly continued to eat, but he couldn't hold back the smile on his face, and quickly stuffed another big mouthful of rice into his mouth. It seems that this female president is not only cold, but also very vengeful. He made a note of this. After the meal, Su Qing noticed that the chili peppers in the bowl in front of Jiang Jingguo had overflowed and could not be piled up anymore. Jiang Xiyun picked up all the peppers from the dishes on the table and gave them to him. Jiang Jingguo already had a look of despair on his face. Su Qing couldn't help but observe 3 seconds of silence for him. Then, when Jiang Xiyun was paying the bill, Su Qing also paid special attention to it. This meal was just like an ordinary home-cooked meal, but the 3 of them spent nearly 6,000 yuan, which means nearly 2,000 yuan per person. This made Su Qing secretly smack his lips. It turns out this is the life of rich people. A random meal costs an ordinary person a month's salary. So rich. At the same time, Su Qing once again experienced the joy of being a gigolo. If he hadn't suddenly gotten his marriage certificate with Jiang Xiyun, he would probably have been like many others and never come here to have a meal in his entire life. Leaving Diaojiu Tower and sitting back on the White Phantom, the cold and royal sister's voice sounded. "Do you want to go back to your place, or go back with me?" Su Qing thought for a moment and said, "I'll go back to my rental house first and go there tomorrow." However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jiang Jingguo's voice. "It's so late, why are you still going back to your rental house? Just come back with us. It's such a big villa, it's not like there's no room for you. You can go back with us, so the driver won't have to send you back again. You can take this opportunity to go back with us. You may also learn the way. Otherwise, what will you do if you can't find where we live later?" Su Qing didn't know how to respond for a moment. "Uncle Jiang, you really are always thinking about me. Is Jiang Xiyun your daughter?" After secretly complaining, he could only turn his gaze to Jiang Xiyun beside him. "This depends on what the president says. After all, he is a gigolo. How dare he speak unless his wife gives the order? Ah, it's hard to be a gigolo. There are no human rights." I couldn't help but laugh at myself. There was no expression on Jiang Xiyun's cold face, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she said coldly, "Then you should go back with us tonight." At the same time, in her heart, she had already cursed Jiang Jingguo. She even began to doubt whether she was Jiang Jingguo's biological daughter. Jiang Jingguo, why is he always helping Su Qing, and even seems to be hoping that she will lose her virginity to Su Qing? She even felt a little regretful now, and went straight to get the marriage certificate with Su Qing. She and Su Qing got their marriage certificate because Jiang Jinghua liked Su Qing and wanted Su Qing to accompany Jiang Jinghua more on her behalf. But after a while, she discovered that Jiang Jinghua didn't seem to think so. Jiang Jinghua seemed to really hope that she and Su Qing could become husband and wife, and he tried to bring them together in every way.
Oh. I don't know whether it is right or wrong. She sighed secretly. Yeah. Su Qing nodded.
Originally he wanted to go back, but since Jiang Jinghua invited him and Jiang Shiyun had no objection, he went back with them first. It just so happened that he was also quite curious about where Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jinghua's luxurious villa was and what it looked like. The car quickly got on the highway and gradually drove away from the city center. Su Qing knew that the car should be heading towards the outer ring of Jianhan City. But think about it, generally the expensive residential buildings and villa areas are located in the outer ring. Almost an hour later, the car slowly stopped. After opening the car door and getting out, a villa that looked luxuriously decorated appeared in front of Su Qing. The villa is backed by green mountains and faces green water, and it looks grand at first glance. After looking around, Su Qing roughly knew where they were now. Although Su Qing was mentally prepared for the wealth of Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jinghua, he still didn't expect them to be so extravagant. The place where they are at the moment is called Taihasikianyuan, one of the most luxurious villa areas in Jianhan City. It is located in a scenic spot called Mulan Lake on the outer ring of Jianhan City. It is said that the Taihasikianyuan project covers a total area of 35 acres, but only 4 villas are built, with an average area of 7.5 acres per villa, and each villa is backed by mountains and faces water. From the beginning of the design, the villas here are tailor-made for billionaires. The bedroom, dining room, and living room of the villa all face the lake. You can enjoy the lake view just by lying on the bed or taking a bath in the villa. Each villa has an independent swimming pool and an independent greywater recycling system to ensure water quality without polluting the surrounding environment. At the same time, the villa is also equipped with a private path to ensure that residents can directly access the exclusive yacht marina. And places and facilities such as private wine cellars, open-air swimming pools, golf courses, private yacht docks, etc. are all available. With such high-end configuration, the villas in Taihasikianyuan are naturally ridiculously expensive. It is said that the lowest price starts at 40 million. Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jinghua had said before that they, father and daughter, lived in Villa No. 2 and Villa No. 1 respectively. In other words, the 2 villas owned by the father and daughter must be more expensive. Thinking that he would live here in the future, in a villa worth 40 or 50 million, even Su Qing couldn't help but get a little excited. He has nothing to say about this freeloader. After Jiang Shiyun got out of the car, Jiang Jinghua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stuck his head out and said with a smile, "Xiao Su, from tonight onwards you can stay in Villa No. 2 with Shiyun. Every morning, I will ask the driver to pick you 2 up to go to the company." Chapter 8: The Strong Rule of the Female President, Transfer Money Home. After the white Rolls-Royce Phantom disappeared from sight, Su Qing realized that something called embarrassment suddenly emerged from the air. Although he and Jiang Shiyun had already obtained their marriage certificate, they had only known each other for a few hours in total. Before, Jiang Jinghua was around, so she didn't think it was a big deal. But now that they were alone together, Su Qing really felt a little awkward. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. "I can't just say, 'Have you got a meal yet?' That wouldn't be more embarrassing." Jiang Shiyun naturally also noticed this awkward atmosphere. However, she still maintained her cold queen demeanor, and after a moment of hesitation, she said coldly, "Let's go." Now that things have come to this, she can only take things one step at a time. She also didn't expect that after getting the marriage certificate with Su Qing, she would have to live with Su Qing under the forced arrangement of her father. Of course, even if they lived in the same villa, it would be impossible for her and Su Qingru to be like a normal couple. Su Qing didn't know what she was thinking, so upon hearing that, he quickly followed her. Passing through the iron gate of the villa is the front yard of the villa. What comes into view is a marble-paved path that leads directly to the gate of the villa. The path is surrounded by various precious flowers and plants, which are pleasing to the eyes. It is said that the landscaping of this villa area alone cost tens of millions. When Su Qing heard people talking about it before, he complained, wondering if it was some magical flower or herb worth tens of millions. But now, smelling the light floral scent coming from all around, which made him feel relaxed and happy, he understood a little. Having money and your own comfort are the most important. As he walked, Su Qing also noticed that there was a small pavilion on the lawn on the left side of the path, with a white rocking chair hanging in it. He was a little surprised.
Imagine Jiang Shiyun sitting in that white rocking chair, rocking leisurely. It doesn't seem to match her cold queen temperament? However, thinking about Jiang Shiyun's behavior during the meal, he realized that maybe this female president really had a side that he didn't know about.
Arriving at the gate of the villa, Jiang Shiyun entered the password according to the note, and the gate of the villa automatically opened slowly to both sides.
At the same time, the lights in the villa lit up automatically. Su Qing took a quick look and was once again shocked by the luxury of the villa. Crystal chandeliers, white jade floors.
Su Qing even saw expensive antiques, porcelain, calligraphy and paintings placed on the walls just as decoration. He estimated that any one of those antiques, porcelain, calligraphy and paintings might be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions.
This is the slippers my dad usually wears when he comes here. Just wear these for now, and you can buy the other things yourself tomorrow. Okay.
Su Qing looked down at the slippers at his feet and nodded in agreement.
The cold voice of the queen then sounded.
Although we have already obtained the marriage certificate and you have temporarily moved in with me, there are some things I must make clear to you.
First of all, we can't be husband and wife. I hope you can take care of yourself.
If you can't control yourself, don't blame me for turning my back on you.
Even if you saved my dad, I won't be polite to you if you do something out of line.
Feeling a chill in his crotch, Su Qing quickly replied in a serious tone, I am a serious person.
Jiang Shiyun ignored him and continued. Secondly, since you live in my house, you have to follow my rules. My bedroom is on the 3rd floor.
From now on, you are not allowed to go up to the 3rd floor without my permission.
You can find a room on the 2nd or 1st floor to stay in.
Finally, and most importantly, you cannot walk out of your room in revealing clothes. The phoenix eyes stared coldly at Su Qing, and the willow-shaped eyebrows slightly sank.
He paused to think for a moment, and could not think of anything more for the time being, so he said, That's all for now. I'll tell you about the rest when I think of it later. What if you walk out of your room wearing revealing clothes? Su Qing pouted and complained secretly, then nodded and agreed.
He had long anticipated that they were not actually husband and wife.
It would be strange if two people who got married right after meeting each other could actually be husband and wife, right?
He himself came here with the mentality of bringing the system to live off others, and he had never thought about other things.
He just let things take their course.
The other requirements are not excessive, so there will naturally be no problem. After Jiang Shiyun finished speaking, he originally wanted to rest for a while on the sofa in the living room as usual. But when she noticed Su Qing beside her, she gave up the idea and walked straight to the elevator next to her with her bag. There was suddenly one more person in the family, and this person was her nominal husband, and she herself couldn't get used to it. Seeing the elevator number change from 1 to 3, Su Qing smacked his lips and looked away. It was only the 3rd floor, but there was actually an elevator.
The key point was that the female president actually used it. The life of rich people is indeed luxurious. Continue to look at the villa. The villa is very big.
Su Qing is not sure about its exact square meters yet, but he estimates that it is no less than 1,000 square meters. What surprised Su Qing was that Jiang Shiyun didn't have a few nannies for such a big villa.
As Jiang Shiyun said, there are indeed many rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors. After walking around and looking around on the 1st floor, Su Qing went up to the 2nd floor. He decided to find a room to stay in there.
Finally, Su Qing found a room in the middle, close to the stairs. There is no other reason, just 2 words, convenience. The room was very large, at least 20 to 30 square meters. Su Qing's first impression was that it was more than twice as big as his previous rental house. The room is fully equipped with quilts and everything else, and the bathroom is also equipped with disposable toiletries. After taking a casual look around and finding nothing wrong, Su Qing closed the door and threw himself onto the bed. After rolling comfortably on the big bed, which was much softer than the one in his rental house, Su Qing took out his cell phone and looked up the card number at home. After a little thought, he transferred 100,000 yuan into the card. If I transfer all 200,000 yuan, I won't be able to explain it to my mother. He felt that transferring 100,000 yuan back would be enough. After transferring the money, he found his mother's number and called her. It's just past 9 o'clock, I guess my mother shouldn't have gone to bed yet.
Sure enough, the call was connected after a while.
First there was a cry of surprise.
Son, my bank card actually received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. It wasn't you who transferred it, right? I was the one who transferred it. Su Qing then gave the reason he had already thought of. Mom, when I was in college, didn't I have a classmate who was a rich second-generation person and I had a good relationship with him? As soon as I told him about my situation, he lent me 100,000 yuan. This 100,000 yuan should be enough, right? That's enough, that's enough. With this 100,000, I don't have to borrow from relatives. She said excitedly twice, and then she hesitated again. But, son, can you pay back so much money? Your father is injured and will definitely need some time to recuperate. I'm afraid your family won't be able to help you for the time being. Mom, don't worry. They said that the money can be paid back slowly. Su Qing continued to explain. Your son is also working in a big company now. I will be able to pay it back soon if I work harder. Son, you must work hard and pay them back as soon as possible. Mom, don't worry, I will work hard. Su Qing said this, but he felt a little guilty. You've already got married to a female CEO, drive a multi-million luxury car, and live in a multi-million villa. What's the point of still working hard? It's almost like working hard to live off others. I chatted with my mother for a while and then the call was hung up. After lying in bed bored for a while, Su Qing prepared to take a shower. He had just stood up when he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking. Chapter 9, Give the female president a blowjob. The female president is flustered. Their eyes met, feeling somewhat awkward. Su Qingkai lowered his head and noticed the glass shards at her feet, then asked, Are you okay? It's okay. Zhang Xiyun had a cold face and felt a little embarrassed. I was hungry and wanted to find something to eat, but there was nothing in the refrigerator except 2 eggs and a tomato. She could only carefully try to make a cup of coffee. But the more careful he was and the more he tried not to make any noise, the more mistakes he made and he ended up breaking the cup. At this moment, she didn't want to make any coffee anymore, but prepared to go back to the bedroom and wait for breakfast tomorrow. Don't move. Just as she was about to leave, a loud shout suddenly pierced her ears, startling her. You dare to yell at me? The already cold face became even colder, and the pair of phoenix eyes stared coldly at Su Qing. Su Qing looked at her helplessly and said, You're barefoot and there's broken glass all around you. If you want to get stabbed and spend a few days in bed, then move, okay? Her cold expression eased a little, and she looked around. It was indeed full of broken glass. She looked at Su Qing coldly again. So what do you say we should do? Stay still until I come and clean up the broken glass, then you can move. As he spoke, Su Qing went to look for a broom and a shovel. When he was strolling around just now, he remembered that there was a utility room on the first floor. Sure enough, I found a broom and a shovel inside. Taking the broom and shovel, he began to carefully sweep the broken glass on the ground. At first I could concentrate on cleaning, but as I swept, my eyes were attracted by those white, slender, yet rosy feet. This was the first time Su Qing had seen such beautiful feet since he was a child. It is symmetrical and jade-like, like a carefully carved work of art. However, he was only distracted for a moment, then he quickly retracted his gaze, pretended that he saw nothing, and continued cleaning. If the female president knew that he had looked at her feet, he would probably be finished. Zhang Xiyun stood there coldly, looking at the figure who was sweeping the ground carefully with a broom, feeling a little strange in his heart. She had been accustomed to living alone, but now someone suddenly broke into her life and somewhat disrupted her life rhythm. Okay, it should be fine. Only when she heard Su Qing's voice did she feel relieved and took a step back to her bedroom. Halfway through the walk, I heard a voice behind me. Are you hungry? In fact, this is not difficult to guess. Just thinking about the fact that she had been picking up peppers for Jiang Jinghua during the meal, and considering that she had clearly gone upstairs and now came downstairs, Su Qing roughly guessed it. Zhang Xiyun was stunned for a moment, and then he felt the hunger coming from his stomach, then he turned back to look at Su Qing and said coldly. I've looked, there's nothing to eat in the fridge. Su Qing quickly walked to the refrigerator and opened it. Aren't there eggs and tomatoes? Wait for me to see if there's any noodles. Seeing the eggs and tomatoes in the refrigerator, he looked up and said something to her, then continued to search. Soon, she found the noodles on the lowest shelf of the refrigerator. Su Qing looked up at her again. I'll give you food? Tomato and egg noodles. Listening to the rumbling sound from her stomach, Zhang Xiyun tried her best to maintain her aloof queen demeanor and asked coldly. Can you do it? Come down and sit on the sofa and wait for me for a while. Su Qing did not answer her question, but directly grabbed 2 eggs, tomatoes, and noodles and walked into the kitchen.
Jiang Shiyun hesitated slightly, then went back to the first floor and sat on the sofa. But from time to time, she would turn her head and look towards the kitchen.
I don't know, is she looking at the person or the face?
In the kitchen, Su Qing first washed the tomatoes, cut them into small cubes and put them in a bowl for later use. Then beat 2 eggs into a bowl and stir into egg liquid. He then started to heat the oil in a pan and fried the eggs first. Then he put in a little more oil and stir-fried the tomatoes. After the tomatoes were fried until fragrant, he put the eggs in and stir-fried them for a few times, then he added an appropriate amount of water to the pot. Bring water to a boil and add the noodles last. When the noodles are cooked, a bowl of steaming tomato and egg noodles is ready. Finally, he added a little salt and other seasonings, then carried the noodles to the dining area.
Okay, you try it.
After putting the tomato and egg noodles on the dining table, Su Qing turned to look at the female president sitting on the sofa. Jiang Shiyun had already smelled the fragrance, but Su Qing didn't say anything, so she remained reserved. Hearing Su Qing's words, she jumped up from the sofa and walked quickly to the dining table. But when she noticed Su Qing, she slowed down her pace again. When she was in Diagiala, she was so focused on revenge against Jiang Jinghua that she didn't eat anything.
Now she is really hungry.
Walking to the dining table and looking at the tempting tomato and egg noodles, the feeling of hunger immediately stimulated her to drool. Without hesitation, she sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating.
After taking a big bite, she noticed Su Qing and began to eat slowly and elegantly again. Fragrant. Maybe I'm too hungry.
At this moment, this bowl of tomato and egg noodles tasted more delicious to her than anything she had eaten before. Su Qing saw that she didn't say anything, but just ate slowly and gracefully, and a smile appeared on his face.
As expected of an iceberg female CEO, she is so elegant even when eating.
Thinking of the tomato and egg noodles his mother used to make for him, he said with some regret.
What a pity.
There are no green vegetables and onions, otherwise it would be more delicious. In Su Qing's opinion, eating noodles without onions is soulless. Jiang Xian didn't respond, but just continued eating noodles. Soon, she finished the bowl of noodles. If Su Qing hadn't been watching, she would have wanted to finish the noodle soup.
It seems that she is really hungry. She actually finished eating everything.
After seeing her finish eating, Su Qing muttered to herself and then said,
Okay, Mr. Jiang, go do what you need to do, I'll wash the dishes.
After all, he was very happy to be able to do something with so much money.
Thank you.
Jiang Shiyun hesitated for a moment, then said thank you, got up and walked towards the bedroom. When the hunger subsided, the strange feeling from before became stronger and she wanted to go back to the bedroom. Seeing her pace getting faster and faster, Su Qing shook his head helplessly. He has already said it, he is a serious person.
He picked up the dishes and walked to the kitchen.
Noticing her bare feet, he reminded her.
The ground is cold at night.
If you come down again, remember to wear slippers to avoid catching a cold. He was walking towards the 3rd floor when he stopped and looked back towards the 1st floor, but he could no longer see Su Qing. The strange feeling in her heart grew stronger, and she looked away, then quickened her pace and walked towards her bedroom. After returning to the bedroom and sitting on the bed, the strange feeling in her heart gradually subsided.
How can I describe the feeling I just had?
It was something she had never experienced before, and she couldn't explain it. She didn't know what it felt like. At the same time, she couldn't help but secretly curse herself for not living up to her expectations. Before, she was still confident that it was impossible for her and Su Qingru to be like a normal couple. But why did she feel that everything that just happened was so like a loving couple? Late at night, the wife was hungry, so the husband cooked her a bowl of noodles. She quickly suppressed the thoughts in her mind, then stood up and walked towards the study room. She still had some work to do. As soon as she walked into the study, sat in front of the computer and started to handle some work, the scenes just now unconsciously emerged in her mind again. Especially the 2 scenes of Su Qing cleaning up the broken glass carefully and yelling at her were particularly clear in her mind. After being in a daze for a while, she shook her head suddenly.
What's wrong with me? Is it because he dared to yell at me? That's probably it. He is so brave, no one except my dad dares to yell at me.
I must make him suffer later. Thinking to herself, she went back to her work. However, Su Qing has a few more labels in her mind. He is serious and careful in his work, considerate to others, and his bottom is delicious.
Chapter 10: The Female CEO in Pajamas.
Su Qing didn't know that he was hated just because he yelled. I didn't know that I already had many labels in the eyes of the cold female president. After washing the dishes, he returned to his room. He continued with his previous work, took a shower, and then lay down on the bed. However, he did not fall asleep immediately. He couldn't sleep because he thought the system would settle after 12 o'clock. The reason why he agreed to get married with Jung Shi-yoon was mostly because of the system and the rewards from the system. Ding! Successfully ate soft food for a day. Congratulations to the host for winning 10,000 in cash. Soft food is worth a little. After a long wait, the system's voice finally sounded in his mind. Even though it was late at night, Su-ching suddenly became excited. He quickly grabbed his phone and looked at it, and sure enough, a payment message popped up on it. Your Gongshang bank card with the last number 5743 received a transfer of 10,000.00, and the current balance is 318,550 yuan. Real. I actually received a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. The last trace of doubt in Su-ching's heart disappeared. In other words, from now on, apart from the 200,000 yuan that Jung Shi-yoon gave him, even if he did nothing, he could still earn 300,000 yuan a month. And this is just the beginning. If the system is upgraded, maybe I can get more money. Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. Thinking of the soft rice value that can open a blind box, he quickly asked silently. System, is my current soft rice value enough to open a blind box? The system blind boxes are divided into 9 levels: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Sin, and Ren. Among them, the A-level blind box is the most precious, and the Ren level blind box is the lowest. The lowest level blind box, level Ren, also requires 3 points of soft rice value to open, so the hostess 1 point of soft rice value is currently not enough to open a blind box. Host, please continue to work hard to get more free rice points. Hearing the system's voice, Su-ching's excitement suddenly dissipated a little. Okay, then let us wait 2 more days and see what can come out of this blind box. Then, go straight to bed. Nothing happened that night. Su-ching woke up early the next morning just as the sky was getting light. He has never had the habit of getting up late, and usually wakes up at 6 or 7 in the morning. I got up, washed, and ran about 10 laps in the small yard outside the villa. Some sweat appeared on my forehead. Thinking that today's breakfast was still not settled, he took his cell phone and left the villa. As the top villa area in Junhan City, Taihasikianyuan naturally cannot be without a supermarket. Although there are only 4 villas, the property is equipped with a supermarket, which has everything that a supermarket should have. As for the ingredients, they are all top-notch and freshest. Thinking of the empty refrigerator in the villa, Su-ching went shopping in the supermarket and picked out a full shopping cart before going to check out. However, when he was checking out, he was surprised to hear the sound of payment code, payment 5554. Thinking of his own balance, he felt a little more balanced. After paying the bill, the female cashier in professional attire asked gently, Sir, may I ask which villa you live in? We can send it to you. Is there this service? Su-ching was stunned, then shook his head and said, No need, just pack it for me and I'll take it back myself. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. After a while, a lot of things were packed, and the female staff handed them to Su-ching respectfully. Take care, sir. I wish you a happy life in our Taihasikianyuan. If you have any questions, you can contact us at any time. Okay, bye. Su-ching reached out to take the things and then left the supermarket. It was his first day living the life of a rich man and he was still a little uncomfortable and needed to adapt. He returned to the villa, entered the password he had written down, the door opened, and he walked in carrying his things. But after taking only 2 steps, he was stunned. At the same time, on the stairs on the 2nd floor, a figure in a pink silk deep V pajamas, rubbing his hair with one hand and yawning, was also stunned. Because of the perspective from bottom to top, the 2 snow-white, straight long legs under the pink silk deep V pajamas naturally fell clearly into Su-ching's eyes. There are also 2 huge white spots clearly visible in the deep V part of the silk deep V pajamas. With his mind racing, Su-ching immediately pretended that he hadn't seen anything and greeted him normally. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Jung Shi-yoon, who was standing on the stairs in a daze, had red earlobes. She stayed up too late at work yesterday, and when she woke up, she actually forgot there was a man in the house. She came out in her pajamas as usual. At this moment, she came back to her senses after hearing Su-ching's normal greeting, and quickly replied with a cold face. Morning. Then, she turned around, pretended to be neither hurried nor slow, and walked back to the 3rd floor. But she herself didn't notice that the further she walked, the faster her steps became. Finally, she fled back to the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Then she leaned against it, gasping for breath. The silk pajamas on her chest also rose and fell violently with her breathing. Her earlobes and neck had already become as red as apples. I should have been able to stay naked just now, right? Suddenly thinking of this, her face suddenly turned cold. However, thinking of Su Qing's normal tone and clear eyes when he greeted her, she felt that perhaps Su Qing didn't see anything at all. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. At the gate of the villa, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the bedroom door on the third floor suddenly closed. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would be in big trouble. Half an hour later, seeing the female president in her professional suit from yesterday coming downstairs again, Su Qing continued to pretend nothing had happened and greeted her.
Boss Jiang, I prepared breakfast, fried eggs, milk, and bread. Would you like to eat some?
I wanted to eat, but when I thought about what happened just now and how I lived my daily life, I was actually seen by this man.
Jiang Xiyan said coldly. I won't eat anymore, so you should eat quickly.
I've already called a driver, otherwise you'll have to take a taxi to the company yourself. As she was speaking, she noticed the car outside the villa and added.
Take a taxi yourself, the car is already here. So fast.
Su Qing also noticed the white Rolls-Royce Phantom outside. So he quickly packed a few fried eggs and bread into a takeaway box and held it against his chest. He grabbed 2 more cartons of milk, slung the bag he had prepared over his shoulder, and ran to her side with a piece of bread in his mouth.
Let's go.
This place is so far from the company, but he doesn't take the free car and insists on taking a taxi.
Is he stupid?
Seeing him like this, Jiang Xiyun's eyebrows slightly sank, but she didn't say anything. Instead, he strode outside. Su Qing tightened the takeout box in front of his chest, shook the bag on his shoulder, put the 2 boxes of milk in front of his chest, freed one hand to eat the bread, and then followed her leisurely.
Chapter 11, The arrogant female CEO opens the blind box.
After getting in the car, before the car started, Su Qing asked the driver in front.
Master, have you had breakfast?
If you haven't eaten it, I prepared an extra portion here, just right for you. The driver originally wanted to say that he had nothing to eat, but he noticed the cold face of his boss Jiang in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He understood why Su Cheng wanted this extra breakfast, so he quickly changed his words.
I've already eaten, uncle, why don't you give it to Mr. Jiang? Also, you can just call me Lao Huang. But she said she doesn't want to eat.
Su Qing said with a helpless expression.
Hey, I've prepared all this. Since you don't want to eat it, it looks like this breakfast is going to be wasted. Old Huang remained silent, thinking that this was the young couple's business.
Jiang Xiyun simply closed his eyes and rested, thinking that out of sight, out of mind.
Su Qing sighed as he ate, and after a while he looked at the female CEO next to him and said, Boss Jiang, why don't you just eat it? If you don't eat it, this breakfast will definitely be wasted.
It's shameful to waste food.
Yes, Mr. Jiang, it would be a waste if you don't eat this breakfast, so why don't you just eat it?
Old Huang in the front also joined in while starting the car. Jiang Xiyun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and glanced coldly at Su Qing.
In that case, give it to me.
Su Qing found it funny, but still handed over the takeaway box. He also carefully took out a pair of disposable chopsticks from his backpack, handed them to her, and helped her open the milk. Jiang Xiyun picked up the fried egg and took a bite, and his originally cold eyes suddenly brightened. I don't know how Su Qing fried this fried egg, but it tastes surprisingly good.
It's delicious.
However, she naturally couldn't show it, and continued to eat coldly. Even after she finished eating, she looked at Su Qing coldly again. In the future, please use less plastic takeout boxes and disposable chopsticks.
They are unhealthy. As expected of you, the cold female CEO, you have such a strong sense of arrogance.
Su Qing found it funny and secretly complained before replying.
No.
The car soon arrived near the Baojiang Group's building, and it seemed that after turning another corner it would be in front of the Baojiang Group. After thinking for a while, Su Qing said to Old Huang in front of him.
Old Huang, please park here. I want to get off and walk to the company. Why?
Old Huang was a little puzzled.
Jiang Xiyan looked at him coldly. Are you afraid of being seen when you get out of my car? How can I not be afraid?
Su Cheng smiled helplessly and spread his hands.
Boss Jiang, don't you know how popular you are in the company?
If someone saw me getting off your car and knew we had gotten married, believe it or not, those guys in the company would kill me.
I don't want to become the public enemy of all the male colleagues in the company.
Jiang Shiyun's icy expression eased a little. It turned out that she had misunderstood, she said coldly.
Just stop the car right here and let him get off.
Old Huang stopped the car as he was told, and Su Qing got out without hesitation.
He really would rather take a few more steps than become the public enemy of all male employees of Baojiang Group.
After watching the white Rolls-Royce Phantom go away, Su Qing walked leisurely towards the company with his bag. When I arrived at the company and sat down at my workstation, Zhou Kai next to me leaned over and said, "Brother Qing, I can't come up with much here.
I can only come up with 6,000 yuan in total. You can use it for emergency use first. I will borrow from others later to see if I can get more."
Su Qing felt warm in his heart. Although Zhou Kai was a native of Jianghan, he had always had a good relationship with her since college. Now when I am in trouble, he is willing to help me without reservation and is even willing to borrow money for me.
There are really few friends like this. And it is enough to have such a friend in life. Suppressing the emotion in his heart, Su Qingkai smiled and said,
"Kaizi, I've already collected enough money from your brother Qing, I don't need you anymore."
"Really?"
Zhou Kai smiled, then said suspiciously,
"Brother Qing, tell me the truth, have you become a gigolo?"
After a moment of silence, Su Qing cursed with a guilty conscience.
"Get lost, how could I possibly be that kind of person? Then where did you get so much money in one night? Yesterday you said you wanted 50 or 60,000.
Su Qing became increasingly speechless, and at the same time felt guilty.
He pondered for a while before saying, "Of course I borrowed it from someone. Didn't I save an old man some time ago? He lent it to me."
After telling a half-truth, Su Qing sent Zhou Kai away on the pretext of work. Although he has a good relationship with Zhou Kai, he doesn't want Zhou Kai to know about his marriage certificate with Jiang Shiyun for the time being. Who knows if Zhou Kai can bear it after he finds out?
After all, the iceberg female president is Zhou Kai's absolute goddess.
The reason why Zhou Kai came to work with him in Baojiang Group was because of the iceberg female president. Next, Su Qing started his day's work.
Baojiang Group is currently mainly involved in 3 industries: real estate, finance, and the internet.
Among them, real estate is the absolute main body, followed by finance, and the internet is last.
Su Qing is an ordinary employee in the internet technology department of Baojiang Group.
So, his day's work is not busy, but very boring. Basically, I have to sit in front of the computer from morning to night. For the next 2 days, Su Qing's life remained basically the same. Except for the first day after work, I went to the rental house to cancel the lease and move my things to Taihasikianyuan. At other times, he would go back and forth between the company and Taihiyuan. When he was working, he would also deal with some boring problems. These 2 days, no one knew what Jiang Shiyun was busy with and he didn't return to the villa at all, causing him to spend a lot of money on a taxi. This even gave him the idea of buying a car himself. Originally, he wanted to keep riding Jiang Shiyun's Phantom, but these 2 days, he realized that he didn't have a car, which was inconvenient many times. After get-off work on the 3rd day, Jiang Shiyun still did not return to the villa. After returning to the villa, cooking and eating, and then returning to his room, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a little excited. Because not counting today, 2 days have passed, and my soft rice value has reached 3 points, which is enough to open a Ren-level blind box. Although it was just the lowest level blind box, he was also full of expectations. He was very curious about what could come out of a grade Ren blind box. You know, in addition to the blind boxes, he has also received 20,000 yuan in cash in the past 2 days. So, the system is really awesome. Although it was a class Ren blind box, he estimated that the things that came out of it would definitely be of great value.
"System, I want to open the blind box,"
Su Qing said silently, rubbing his hands excitedly. The host currently has 3 points of soft rice value, and can only open 1 level Ren blind box.
Is the host sure to spend 3 points of soft rice value to open a level Ren blind box? Sure. Chapter 12 Blind Box Surprise, Kowloon Security Company. After deducting 3 points of free rice value, the Ren level blind box is opening.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the shares of Kowloon Security Company. Relevant information has been placed in the system space, all programs are legal and compliant, please feel free to use them. When the system's voice fell, Su Qing was a little confused.
What the hell, a security company? Why does he need a security company? However, since the flower has already bloomed, Su Qing can only accept his fate.
According to what the system said, he indeed saw 2 pieces of information in the system space.
One is an introduction to Kowloon Security Company, and the other is an introduction to the main personnel of Kowloon Security Company.
First, take out the information about Kowloon Security Company. The first time he opened a blind box, he actually found a security company.
Naturally, Su Cheng wanted to know what this security company was like.
As Su Cheng read the relevant introduction of Kowloon Security Company, his expression became more and more solemn.
The Kowloon Security Company is indeed not an ordinary small security company.
According to the information, although the Kowloon Security Company has only been established for 2 years, its annual revenue has been over 10 million since its establishment, and its market value has reached 200 million.
What is even more terrifying is the business of Kowloon Security Company.
Kowloon Security Company's current business involves almost the entire wealthy circle of Jianghan City, and only involves the wealthy circle. To put it simply, Kowloon Security Company takes a high-end approach and only provides services to the richest people in Jianghan City. And Su Cheng has now become the 100% shareholder of Kowloon Security Company. In other words, he may have mastered all the privacy and even some shameful handles of the wealthy people in Jianghan City.
This is too awesome.
Su Cheng's previous contempt was gone, and his eyes were full of seriousness. At this moment, he felt that if the Kowloon Security Company was used well, it would be a sharp sword in his hand. To exaggerate a bit, as long as he is not afraid of retaliation, he can even control all the wealthy people in Jianghan City. Of course, Kowloon Security Company provides security services for the wealthy. In order not to damage its reputation, he naturally could not let Kowloon Security Company deal with the wealthy.
However, if someone bullies him, that's a different matter. For example, he could easily ruin the reputation of Wang Haoren and other rich second generations.
Realizing the strength of Kowloon Security Company, Su Cheng quickly took out the list of key personnel of Kowloon Security Company and looked at it. Zheng Hongying, female, 28 years old, head of Kowloon Security Company.
At the age of 18, he became a graduate student at Harvard Law School. At the age of 20, he began to study for a JD degree at Harvard Law School. At the age of 22, he officially obtained a JD degree from Harvard Law School. From the age of 23 to 25, he wandered around various mercenary groups abroad. At the age of 26, he returned to China and became the head of Kowloon Security Company.
Wan Lindong, male, 30 years old, main security personnel of Kowloon Security Company.
He has been in the United States since he was a child. He joined the Blackwater Company at the age of 18. He worked for Blackwater from the age of 19 to 27. He has made great contributions to Blackwater many times. He returned to China at the age of 28 and became an employee of Kowloon Security Company.
Xiang Jiayin, male, 28 years old, main security personnel of Kowloon Security Company. The Ace Special Forces soldier, after retiring at the age of 24 due to a leg injury, was hired by the richest man in Longwa to be responsible for the safety of the richest man in Longwa. At the age of 26, he entered Kowloon Security Company and became an employee of Kowloon Security Company.
Hiss. After looking through the list of key personnel of Kowloon Security Company one by one, Su Cheng couldn't help but take a breath. Although there are only more than 20 main personnel in the Kowloon Security Company, it can be said that each of them has unique skills and extraordinary abilities. Top lawyer, ace mercenary, ace special forces soldier. Su Cheng finally understood why the wealthy people in Jianghan City were willing to let Kowloon Security Company provide them with services. If he were a rich man, he would be willing to hire people from Kowloon Security Company for his own safety. As long as you hire someone from Kowloon Security Company, your own safety will definitely be greatly improved. He also understood that Kowloon Security Company had an annual revenue of tens of millions and a market value of 200 million. Buzz. 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 Just as Su Cheng was shocked, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Su Cheng took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He was a little confused at first, but after a little thought, he understood something and quickly answered the phone. Sure enough, a pleasant female voice came from the phone.
Hello, Mr. Su, I am the person in charge of Kowloon Security, Zheng Hongying.
Is it not disturbing to contact you so late at night? Su Cheng calmed down and replied calmly, No.
Hearing Su Cheng's voice, Zheng Hongying on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised.
After a while, she continued. I'm glad I didn't disturb you, Mr. Su. I took the initiative to contact you to tell you that if you have any questions in the future, you can contact me through this number. Also, I would like to ask, Mr. Su, do you have any instructions? Not yet, the company just needs to run as usual.
Su Qing didn't know much about the company, so he could only answer perfunctorily.
I'll contact you if I have anything. Okay, if you have anything, you can contact me at any time.
After hanging up the phone, Su Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not counting the time when he was in college, the first time he was called Mr. Su, he was still a little uncomfortable and he still needed to adapt.
Then, Su Qing couldn't suppress his excitement.
A Ren-level blind box actually opened up the Kowloon Security Company. What an awesome thing.
If it's a higher level blind box, wouldn't he take off directly?
It seems that I have to cling to the thigh of the cold female president and work hard to eat her gigolo.
Su Qing thought secretly.
He decided that he would get angry with anyone who didn't let him live off him.
Where can you find such a good thing as living off the cold female CEO and getting all kinds of rewards?
In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it, even if he was given the softest pillow. But now, everything is at his fingertips. Gradually calming down his excitement and feeling a little thirsty, Su Qing got up and left the room, preparing to get a bottle of happy water from the refrigerator in the living room. However, when he opened the door and saw the beautiful figure in front of the refrigerator on the first floor, he was stunned.
This icy female president is back? After calming himself down, Su Qing went downstairs and came to the refrigerator.
Noticing the bread and milk in her hands, I was a little surprised.
Could it be that this female president hasn't had dinner yet? Su Qing confirmed. Boss Jiang, you haven't had dinner yet, have you?
Jiang Shiyun used her delicate hands to close the refrigerator door, glanced at him coldly, and ignored him. Holding the bread and milk, she prepared to go back to the third floor. In the past, she could just lie down on the sofa in the living room and eat. But now there is one more person in the family, a man, which really makes her uncomfortable and annoyed. Seeing that she ignored him, Su Qing did not get angry, but just pondered for a moment and said,
"It's almost 11 o'clock, and you're still eating bread and milk. How about I give you something to eat?"
Last time it was the tomato and egg noodles, but this time there's more stuff. It's definitely better than last time. Jiang Shiyun walked to the second floor and paused. Thinking back to the taste of the tomato and egg noodles she had last time, she couldn't help but drool. She swallowed her saliva lightly, hesitated for a moment, then turned back and looked coldly at Su Qing.
Can. Su Qing found it funny. This female CEO clearly needed help from someone, yet she was still so cold. However, he didn't care. If the female president suddenly stopped feeling cold one day, he probably wouldn't be able to adapt. He smiled and said, "Wait for me 10 minutes. After he finished speaking, he grabbed eggs, tomatoes, vegetables, onions, ham, etc. and walked into the kitchen. About 10 minutes later, seeing the tired look on the face of the female CEO who had not been relieved even after eating noodles, Su Qing could not help but ask, "Have you been very busy these past 2 days? Why do you look so tired?" Jiang Shiyun swallowed the noodles in his mouth, then looked up at him coldly. "I'm not busy. Can I stay away for 2 days?" Su Qing was speechless. He wanted to ask more, but then he gave up the idea. With Jiang Shiyun's personality, he probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. "I might as well go to the company tomorrow to find out if there is anything big happening in the company in the next 2 days?"
After Jiang Shiyun finished his noodles, he thanked him just like last time and went back to his bedroom. Su Qing also cleaned up the dishes and returned to his bedroom. However, when he picked up the phone and saw the message on it, he was stunned. Your Gongshang bank card with the last number 5743 received a transfer of 10,000.00, and the current balance is 342,455 yuan. Needless to say, this transfer must have come from the cold female president. 2 bowls of noodles cost 10,000 yuan. From now on, I might as well just sell noodles. Su Qing felt a little amused and shook his head. However, his noodles can probably only be sold for so much money here with Jiang Shiyun. After all, soft rice is still more delicious. Chapter 13: The Female President's Shield, Song Jiyu's Anger. The next morning, Su Qing prepared breakfast as usual, but he prepared 2 portions instead of 1. Soon, Jiang Shiyun came down from the 3rd floor. What made Su Qing feel a little regretful was that this time, she did not come down in her pajamas like she did last time. Instead, she wore her professional suit. The difference is that today her professional suit changed from black to white, and the shirt underneath also changed from white to burgundy. However, no matter whether she is wearing a white shirt or a burgundy shirt, her chest is still bulging, showing off her strong capital. In her lower body, the professional knee-length hip-hugging skirt outlines her perfect curves, making her 2 straight, snow-white long legs even more attractive and seductive. She was wearing a pair of Chanel high heels, which made her look even taller.
At first glance, she is a heroic and professional queen.
There is a saying that goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. But Su Qing felt that this sentence was useless to Jiang Shiyun because she looked good in anything she wore. When she reached the first floor, Su Qing greeted her.
Boss Jiang, breakfast.
This time, Jiang Shiyun did not refuse, but walked straight to the dining area and sat down.
The two started to eat breakfast, and after breakfast,
they got on the Phantom together and went to the company.
They really looked like a couple. Su Qing got off the car at the same place as last time and walked to the company.
When he arrived at the company and sat down at his workstation, he leaned over to Zhou Kai's workstation and asked him,
Kaizi, is there anything important happening in the company these 2 days?
Zhou Kai turned his head and looked at him.
Brother Qing, what's the difference between you and me? I'm more handsome than you.
Zhou Kai's face darkened immediately, and after a while, he said, Brother Qing, what I mean is, you see, you and I are both small employees of the company.
You don't know what big things are happening in the company. Do you think I would know?
That's true. Su Cheng muttered to himself, sat up straight, and began to think silently. He is just a low-level employee in the company, and the people around him are the same as him. He wanted to find out from the people around him what big things had happened in the company, but it was probably unlikely.
It seems that we have to start from other places and get information.
The only channel he currently has that can help him get information about the Baojiang Group is the Kowloon Security Company. However, Su Cheng was not sure whether he could get information about Baojiang Group from Kowloon Security Company. After all, Baojiang Group is one of the top 10 companies in Jianghan City, and Kowloon Security Company is just a small company in front of it. However, no matter what, Su Qing decided to contact Zhang Hongying when he had time to see if he could get some useful information. He was not worried about Jiang Shiyun, but was worried that he would not be able to be a gigolo. But he still has to rely on Jiang Shiyun to make a fortune. At the same time, Jiang Shiyun also arrived outside his office. But when she saw the figure standing by the office door, her slender eyebrows drooped, and her almond-shaped eyes became increasingly cold. At this moment, outside the door of her office, stood a young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. The young man's name is Song Jiyu, and he is the son of another director of the company, Song Tianhai. During this period, Song Jiyu came to bother her every day, which made her very annoyed. But the other party's identity and status are similar to hers, and she has no way to deal with him. Song Jiyu held a bouquet of flowers in his left hand and a breakfast in his right hand. When he saw Jiang Shiyun, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. However, the greed in his eyes was suppressed after a flash.
He smiled and walked towards Jiang Shiyun, handing the flowers to Jiang Shiyun first.
Shiyun, these are the flowers I bought for you. I hope you can be as beautiful as these flowers every day. Then, he handed the breakfast in his right hand to Jiang Shiyun.
And this is the loving breakfast I bought for you. I've already asked them about this. You basically don't eat breakfast in the morning, which is bad for your health. From now on, I'll pay for your breakfast.
Then you heard the wrong thing. Jiang Shiyun did not accept Song Jiyu's flowers or his breakfast, but said coldly,
I've already had breakfast.
As for flowers, I never accept these things that little girls like. So, take your flowers and breakfast, and go, I have to work. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked around Song Jiyu and prepared to enter the office. But Song Jiyu stepped in front of her and said with a smile, Shiyun, stop joking, skipping breakfast is really bad for your health.
Flowers, if you don't like them, I can change them for something else. I can buy you anything you like. The coldness on Jiang Shiyun's face was visible to the naked eye.
She stared at Song Jiyu coldly.
Song Jiyu, wasn't I clear enough? I've already had breakfast.
I ate the eggs that my husband fried, the bread that he prepared, and drank the milk that he heated himself.
I've already got the marriage certificate and have a husband, so please don't harass me anymore, understand?
If you come to harass me again, don't blame me for being rude to you even if your father is also a director. She was really fed up with Song Jiyu's nagging, so she could only bring up the fact that they had already obtained the marriage certificate, hoping that Song Jiyu would give up. The reason why he went directly to get the marriage certificate with Su Qing at that time was not only because his father liked Su Qing and he wanted to give an explanation to his father, but also because he wanted to stop being harassed by those annoying rich second generations and young masters around him. The daily harassment from the rich second generations and young men around her really annoyed her. She thought, since she had already obtained the marriage certificate, these people would not harass her anymore, and she could concentrate on her career and realize her business dreams, right? Her dream is simple, to become the first richest woman in Dragon Country. The smile on Song Ji-yu's face froze for a moment, and after a while he smiled bitterly and said, "Shi-yun, stop joking, how could you have a husband? Everyone in our company knows that you are not married yet. If you are really married, then you should tell me who your husband is so that I can give up." Of course, Jiang Shi-yun couldn't be stupid enough to really expose Su Qing. In her eyes, Su Qing is just an ordinary person. If Song Ji-yu knew that Su Qing had obtained the marriage certificate with her, Su Qing would most likely be in danger. "I don't care whether you believe it or not, I've already got the marriage certificate and I already have a husband, so don't bother me anymore." After leaving a cold remark, Jiang Shi-yun once again walked around Song Ji-yu, pushed open the office door, entered the office, and slammed the door shut with great force. Looking at the closed office door, Song Ji-yu's face turned pale and blue. Noticing a few employees passing by in the distance stealing glances at him, he became even angrier. He just couldn't understand why Jiang Shi-yun remained indifferent despite his various attempts to court her every day. She even looked at him coldly and seemed to be disgusted with him. The eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses became gloomy, and he squinted and stared at the office for a while before he said secretly, "Jiang Shi-yun, since you don't want to drink my toast, don't blame me for being rude to you. After the board meeting, when you are no longer the high and mighty CEO, I want to see how you will beg me." He turned and walked to a nearby trash can, threw the flowers and breakfast in his hands into the trash can, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Naturally, he did not forget what Jiang Shi-yun had just said. When the call was connected, he said coldly, "Uncle Lee, check for me Jiang Shi-yun's recent movements and see if she has really gotten married. If she has really registered her marriage with someone, then find out who she registered with." After hanging up the phone, Song Ji-yu turned around and looked at Jiang Shi-yun's office, sneering. "Jiang Shi-yun, do you think I can't find out if you don't tell me? I hope what you said is not true. Otherwise, no matter who the other party is, I will let him go to the bottom of the Yangtze River to feed the fish. You can only be mine." Chapter 14 News, Song Ji-yu's Revenge. In the office, Jiang Shi-yun also had some expectations about Song Ji-yu's actions. What a hassle. After swearing a little irritably, she picked up her cell phone and made a call. When the call was connected, she said coldly, "Uncle Huan, these few days, after get off work, you go pick up Su Qing first and then pick me up. If I'm too busy, then you can send him back first and then come pick me up. In the morning, you should also pick him up for work, and don't let him take a taxi. Someone may do something bad to him in the next few days. You have to pay attention and make sure he is safe." After hanging up the phone, she waited until the assistant pushed the door open before she suppressed her annoyance and asked, "How about it, have the other directors expressed their opinions?" Baojiang Group holds a board meeting once a year, and this year's meeting will be held in a few days. The reason why she has been so busy these past 2 days is because she is dealing with board matters. The board of directors naturally means that the power of Baojiang Group will be reshuffled. For example, she is still the president of Baojiang Group now, but after the board meeting, she may not be anymore. Therefore, before the board meeting, she must obtain the support of several directors of Baojiang Group. There are 5 directors in Baojiang Group, and her father, Jiang Jinghua, will definitely support her. However, the other 4 directors have not made it clear that they will support her so far this year. "Boss Jiang, I have contacted several other directors several times, but they still haven't made it clear that they will support you," the assistant replied. "Then keep in touch with me and increase the stakes," Jiang Shi-yun said. "The reason they don't express their views is simply because the benefits are not enough. If the benefits are enough, I believe they will express their views." On the other hand, Su Qing didn't know about these things. After working for a while, he finally found time to leave the office, found an empty corner, and called Zheng Hongying. When the call was connected, Zheng Hongying's slightly surprised voice came. "Mr. Su, you contacted me, is there something going on?" "Yeah." Su Cheng nodded and said, "I want to know whether Baojiang Group has been." After a pause, he changed his words. "I want to know the latest news about Baojiang Group, including all the big and small things. Can you provide any information? This may be a bit difficult," Zheng Hongying said hesitantly. "But I can ask someone to investigate." "Okay." Su Qing was delighted. "Then I'll wait for your news." I have to say that Zheng Hongying is really efficient. Su Qing had just told her this in the morning, and just after getting off work at noon, Su Qing received a call from her. Finding a reason to stay away from Zhou Kai, Su Qing answered the call from Zheng Hongying.
That is to say, the biggest event for Baojiang Group during this period should be the board meeting that will be held in a few days.
After hearing the series of news from Zheng Honying, Su Qing quickly came to a conclusion. He guessed that the reason why Jiang Shiyun was so busy these days was probably because he was busy with the affairs of the Baojiang Group's board of directors. It seems that my worries are in vain. The board of directors of Baojiang Group is not that big of a company employee like me. Just as he was thinking about it, Su Qing suddenly reacted.
It doesn't seem right.
It has nothing to do with me, but it has a lot to do with Jiang Shiyun.
He then asked Zheng Honying.
The Baojiang Group board of directors, nothing should happen to the Baojiang Group, right?
Mr. Su,
Zheng Honying said on the other end of the phone.
The Baojiang Group's board of directors is the time for Baojiang Group to reshuffle power once a year.
Except for a few directors of Baojiang Group, changes may occur in the company's president, managers, and management of various departments.
I'm so mad.
Su Qing was immediately shocked. In other words, President Jiang Shiyun's position in this board meeting may change.
If Jiang Shiyun was no longer the president of Baojiang Group, he didn't know whether the system would still judge him as a gigolo. And if the system determines that he is not a gigolo, then his cash rewards and various blind box rewards will be gone.
No, it seems I have to keep an eye on Baojiang Group's board of directors this time. Once someone threatens President Jiang Shiyun's position, no matter who the other party is, I will find a way to help Jiang Shiyun.
After thinking a lot, Su Qing said to Zheng Honying. Next, pay full attention to the news from the Baojiang Group's board of directors.
I want to know the details of Baojiang Group's board of directors this time, especially the position of Baojiang Group's president.
If there is any change, you must inform me as soon as possible, understand?
Zheng Honying on the other end of the phone was also obviously confused by Su Qing's sudden seriousness.
After a while, she replied. Okay, Mr. Su.
After hanging up the phone, Su Qing returned to Zhou Kai and walked towards the company cafeteria with him. What Su Qing didn't know was that at this time, in an office in the Baojiang Group building, Song Jiyu also received news about him. When Song Jiyu heard Uncle Li say on the phone that the person Jiang Shiyun got married to was just a low-level employee of Baojiang Group, he even wondered if he had heard it wrong. The eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were filled with shock and disbelief.
Song Jiyu looked back for a while before reaffirming. Uncle Li, are you sure you are not mistaken? The person who got married to Jiang Shiyun is really just a low-level employee of our company? After a while, looking at the message about Su Qing on his phone, Song Jiyu was so angry that he was shaking all over. He never thought that despite his mad pursuit and daily concern for her, Jiang Shiyun would ignore him. Now, Jiang Shiyun has actually gotten married to a low-level employee of a company. Is this what they call a bootlicker who ends up with nothing?
Very good, Jiang Shiyun. Song Jiyu's hand squeaking as he held the phone made a creaking sound. I originally thought that even if you had poor taste, you would still find a rich boy. But I didn't expect that your taste was so peculiar that you actually fell in love with a poor boy and got married to him. In that case, it would save me a lot of trouble. Suppressing his anger, he called Uncle Li again.
Uncle Li, after get off work today, find someone to kill him for me. You must keep your hands and feet clean, understand?
After hanging up the phone, Song Jiyu's mouth corners slightly raised unconsciously, and a sneer appeared on his face.
Humph.
A poor boy, I can crush him to death with just a few words.
It's even easier than killing an ant. I want to see, Jiang Shiyun, how you will react.
Alright, if he just died like this, it would seem like a bargain for this kid. Now there is still a long time before getting off work, so it's a good time to have some fun. Song Jiyu suddenly had an idea, and the sneer on his face became even brighter. Thinking of this, he stood up and left the office, heading towards the company cafeteria. At this time, the company's employees must be in the cafeteria, including Su Qing.
Soon, Song Jiyu arrived at the cafeteria.
After searching in a cafeteria, he finally saw Su Qing having lunch with Zhou Kai. However, he did not walk towards Su Qing, but instead turned his gaze and finally locked onto a middle-aged man in the cafeteria. He remembered that middle-aged man, who was the head of the company's internet technology department.
That is Su Qing's immediate boss. Chapter 15 Song Jiyu's Cleverness, Targeting. Wang Bing is the head of the internet technology department of Baojiang Group.
But these days, he was very distressed. Because the annual Baojiang Group Board of Directors meeting is coming again, but he has not found an opportunity to move up. The future was bleak, and even the food on the table in front of him was tasteless to him, like chewing wax. Just as he was worrying, Wang Bing suddenly saw a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walking towards him. He was pleasantly surprised. He knew that the young man with gold-rimmed glasses was Song Jiu, the son of one of the directors of Baojiang Group. When he finally saw Song Jiu really walking up to him, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He quickly stood up, bowed and greeted. "Master Yu, please sit down quickly. Have you had lunch? If not, I'll go get you one." "No, I can't get used to the food in the company cafeteria." Song Jiu shook his head coldly and continued. "I came to you because I know you have been working as the technical department supervisor for many years. I want to ask you what you think of the position of technical department manager?" Wang Bing was immediately very excited and said quickly, "Mr. Yu, I think as a manager of the technical department, you must not only have excellent personal skills, but also..." As he was speaking excitedly, Wang Bing noticed that Song Jiu's eyes were actually looking in a certain direction of the cafeteria from time to time. Following Song Jiu's gaze, Wang Bing saw Zhou Kai and Su Qing eating, and asked with some confusion, "Master Yu, do you know those two employees? Those two employees seem to be new employees who just joined our technical department this year." Song Jiu retracted his gaze and said, "I don't know him, I just saw that he looked like a pretty boy and I didn't like him. By the way, where were you just now? Keep going." "Master Yu, I just said that the manager of the technical department must not only have excellent personal skills, but also have rich management experience." Next, Wang Bing said a lot of things to Song Jiu. Only when Song Jiu stood up and left did he suppress his excitement and look at Su Qing and Zhou Kai in the distance. Since Song Jiu came to him and asked him to express his opinion on the manager of the technical department, it means that he has the potential to become the manager of the technical department. And since Song Jiu said that he disliked those two people, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. He decided to make Su Qing and Zhou Kai suffer in the afternoon, or even fire them directly if possible. Song Jiu noticed Wang Bing's gaze out of the corner of his eye, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He is the son of the director of Baojiang Group. How could he lower himself to make things difficult for a low-level employee of the company? Wouldn't that be a slap in his own face? He doesn't even have to make any promises or do anything. Just a glance and people will naturally rush to work for him. For example, Wang Bing. He didn't make any promises to Wang Bing, but just asked Wang Bing to express his opinion on the manager of the technical department. And because he glanced at Su Qing a few times and mentioned it casually, he believed that Wang Bing would naturally try his best to help him kill Su Qing. As for Zhou Kai, who was with Su Qing, being implicated, he didn't take it to heart. He was just a low-level employee in the company. If anyone wanted to blame someone, he could only blame him for sitting with Su Qing to have lunch at noon. Su Qing didn't know that just now, a conspiracy against him happened right next to him. He just felt for a moment that someone was looking at him. But when he looked up and around, he saw nothing. He didn't take it to heart. Because he is handsome, there are many girls who sneak a peek at him. After having lunch with Zhou Kai, he returned to the office with Zhou Kai. After a short lunch break, I started my afternoon work. What surprised Su Qing was that when he and Zhou Kai just started working in the afternoon, the leader of the team he and Zhou Kai belonged to actually found him and Zhou Kai and personally assigned work to them. "Su Qing, Zhou Kai, this is your work for this afternoon. You must complete it before leaving. Get off work this afternoon." As newcomers to the company, the team leader would not even look at them on weekdays. Now he actually found them personally and arranged jobs for them. Both Su Qing and Zhou Kai were a little flattered. Although he has already clung to the female president's thigh and is living off her, Su Qing would also feel a great sense of accomplishment if he could receive some attention in his work. He quickly reached out and took the work arrangement document handed to him by the team leader. The same is true for Zhou Kai. However, when he opened the work document and saw the work content, Su Qing frowned unconsciously. Zhou Kai raised his head with an unpleasant expression and looked at the team leader. "Team leader, is this a mistake? The workload is so huge. How can the two of us finish it in one afternoon?" Su Qing also looked at the team leader. Just as Zhou Kai said, the workload assigned to the two of them by the team leader was ridiculously heavy. Based on the usual workload, the work assigned to them by the team leader at this moment is almost the workload of their entire team in one day. There are 10 people in their group. In other words, if they follow the team leader's arrangement, the two of them will have to complete the work of 10 people in one afternoon. This is simply impossible. Su Qing also felt that the team leader must have made a mistake. However, to his surprise, the team leader said seriously,
Is this a lot of work? Isn't this a normal workload? If you two can't even complete this little bit of work, then what does the company need you two for? Normal workload? Joe Kai exploded immediately. Team leader, open your eyes and take a look. This is almost a day's work for our team. You're asking Cheng and I to finish it in one afternoon. Do you think it's possible? I don't care about the rest, but this is the normal workload. If you two don't finish it before the end of the afternoon, then you two will get out. The team leader said seriously, the company hired you, not to let you eat for free. You. Joe Kai was angry and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su Ching. Su Ching did not engage in a pointless argument with the team leader, because he realized that this matter was unusual. He estimated that someone was probably targeting him. Although he didn't know the details, he guessed that the problem should be with the fact that he and Jiang Shiyun got their marriage certificate. Otherwise, how could he and Joe Kai, two newcomers who had just joined the company and had not offended anyone, be targeted? The other members of the team noticed this scene, and when they saw that the team leader did not assign them any work, they roughly understood what was going on. Su Ching and Joe Kai must have offended someone. Therefore, no one spoke for Su Ching and Joe Kai. On the contrary, several boys in the group who usually disliked Su Ching sneered in their hearts. Humph! What's the point of looking like a pretty boy? Brother Ching, why didn't you let me speak just now? After the team leader left arrogantly, Joe Kai looked at Su Cheng with an angry face. It's obviously that old man who is targeting us. You already know that he is targeting us, so what's the point of continuing to argue with him? Su Ching asked back, and then comforted Joe Kai. Kaizi, calm down first, let's get to work first, I'll find a way to deal with this matter. Brother Ching, you and I are both small employees of the company. If the company really wants to fire us, what can you do? After his anger, Joe Kai inevitably felt a little depressed. For the first time, he experienced the darkness of the workplace. I am a small employee in the company, I can't do anything, but my wife is the female president, my wife has a solution. Su Cheng muttered in his heart, but he naturally would not say this out loud, and continued. Anyway, don't worry about this matter. I'm sorry for you, and I will definitely not let you get fired. Joe Kai didn't quite understand what Su Ching said, so he just smiled bitterly. Brother Ching, if you were the son of a company director, maybe I would believe you. Chapter 16, Fired, Looking for a Female CEO. How could a team of 10 people complete a day's work in just 2 afternoons? Risking your life? After get off work in the afternoon, Su Ching and Joe Kai were naturally fired by their department head, Wang Bing, because of their lack of work ability. Hey! You always rely on your pretty face to flirt with the girls around you, and don't work hard. Now you are fired. That's right, maybe he thinks that he doesn't have to work hard because of his pretty face. Who knows, maybe people think they can hook up with a rich woman with their looks. Looking at Su Ching and Joe Kai who were packing up their things at their workstations, several male employees in the same group gathered around them and pointed and talked. Being handsome is also a sin. Su Ching didn't agree with this statement before, but now, he somewhat agrees with it. At this moment, those people who were pointing at him had either sausage-like lips, small eyes, big bellies, or greasy faces with Mediterranean skin. Normally, I am jealous of him because he can win the favor of all the young ladies in the office. Now that he and Joe Kai were fired, how could they miss the opportunity to mock him? After all, I'm just jealous of him, just a few sour oranges. As for the work ability they mentioned, Su Ching found it even more funny. Among those people, one of them, Su Ching always saw him reading novels at work. The novel he was reading seemed to be called something like Crazy. The gigolo husband of the female president turned out to be a big boss. Does he think he is as handsome as me and can be a gigolo? Just read some novels and fantasize about it. 1. Su Ching could see him going to the toilet 10 times a day, it was like his bladder was broken. 1. Su Ching always saw him watching TV series at work, and they were those super bloody Korean dramas, and he didn't know what was good about them. At this moment, they actually had the nerve to laugh at his inability to work. Su Ching could only laugh. Su Ching, Joe Kai. Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded, interrupting Su Ching's thoughts. He looked sideways and saw a young and beautiful girl in JK clothes approaching them. The girl's name is Wang Ko, and she is the recognized beauty in their technical department. On weekdays, those sour guys act like lickers and try all kinds of ways to show their affection to Wang Ku. Even Wang Bing was very attentive to Wang Ku. But Wang Ku just ignored them. Instead, he kept flirting with Su Ching.
At this moment, Wang Ko obviously heard that he was fired, so he came to find him.
Su Qing couldn't help but feel happy and looked at the sour oranges not far away.
He wanted to see what expressions those sour oranges had. Sure enough, after seeing Wang Ko coming next to him and Zhou Kai, the gloating expressions of those sour oranges froze, and their expressions suddenly became as ugly as if they had eaten a dead fly.
Su Qing just found it funny. However, for Wang Ko's admiration, Su Qing can only say sorry now.
He did have some thoughts about Wang Ko before, but now, he has no thoughts at all.
Are you kidding me? How can a young girl be as attractive as an icy female president?
But he still hopes to get rich by living off others.
Wang Ko had a sweet smile on his face.
He looked at the two of them, or more precisely, at Su Qing, and consoled them.
Su Qing, don't be too sad. Even if you two leave Baojiang Group, it will be fine.
I have an uncle who is a department manager in Sun Hung Company. I can talk to my uncle and ask him to let you two go to Sun Hung. Although Sun Hung is not as good as Baojiang Group, it is also a big company. The expressions of a few sour oranges not far away were even uglier.
They tried all kinds of ways to lick Wang Ko, but Wang Ko wouldn't let them.
But Wang Ko was now licking Su Qing, which made them feel even more uncomfortable than killing them. Su Qing ignored the sour oranges and shook his head to refuse.
Wang Ko, I appreciate your kindness, but we may not leave Baojiang Group. Maybe we will come back tomorrow? Also, I have something I must tell you. I've already obtained a marriage certificate with someone, so I'm sorry.
The sweet smile on Wang Ko's face froze for a moment, but after a pause, she continued.
Su Qing, you just got the marriage certificate, not the wedding. As long as you haven't gotten married, it means I still have a chance. Su Qing's mouth twitched and he was speechless.
He thought, you are such a beautiful girl, why do you have to hang yourself on a tree like mine?
He didn't know why Wang Ko had a special liking for him. However, he could not influence Wang Ko's thoughts.
When a few sour oranges in the distance saw this, their expressions became even uglier, and there was crazy jealousy in their eyes. Su Qing said that he had already obtained the marriage certificate, but Wang Ko was still chasing after Su Qing.
How come this looks like they were licking Wang Ko?
However, when they heard Su Qing's words, they laughed again and immediately sneered at him with disdain. You may not leave the company yet, you talk as if you are the son of the company director.
If you can come back tomorrow, I will eat shit. Yeah, you've already been fired, why are you still pretending to be so high and mighty?
If you can come back tomorrow, I'll eat my desk in front of everyone in the office.
If you can come back, I will resign from the company.
Su Qing took a look at the sour oranges and felt even happier. He didn't say anything, but these sour guys just rushed up to him one by one and couldn't wait to die. Then he will have to wait until tomorrow to watch the performance of these sour oranges. After packing up his things and saying goodbye to Wang Ko, Su Qing left the office with Zhou Kai.
Brother Cheng, why don't you agree to Wang Ko's request?
Although Xinhong is not as good as Baojiang Group, it is not bad either. The two walked together. Zhou Kai was not interested, but more puzzled.
Did you really get the certificate?
Kaizi, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you.
I did get the marriage certificate 2 days ago. Su Qing confessed, but did not say that he and Zhang Xiyun got the marriage certificate. Then he said, as for going to Xinhong? Kaizi, believe me, if I say we can come back tomorrow, we will definitely come back.
If it was just me, I would be fired if I was fired. Anyway, I don't have to work, and I have the living expenses given by the female president, so I don't have to worry about food and clothing. But Zhou Kai is different. Zhou Kai has to work to have money and food to eat, so he can't let Zhou Kai be fired. In this matter, it can be said that Zhou Kai is the most innocent. So, he decided to talk to Zhang Xiyun about this matter later.
Come on, Brother Qing, I don't even know who you are, and you're still bragging to me.
Zhou Kai didn't believe what Su Qing said.
He decided to consider finding a new job after he returned.
Zhou Kai didn't believe himself, and Su Qing didn't care. After leaving Baojiang building with Zhou Kai and separating from Zhou Kai, he took out his mobile phone and found Zhang Xiyun's number. Although he exchanged phone numbers with Zhang Xiyun on the day they got the marriage certificate, he has never called Zhang Xiyun. At this moment, after a little hesitation, he clicked on Zhang Xiyun's number and dialed it.
They were off work, so he guessed Zhang Xiyun shouldn't be busy anymore, right? In Baojiang building, in an office where a meeting was in progress, a cell phone suddenly vibrated.
Buzz. Buzz. Buzz.
The vibrating sound was extremely abrupt in the silent office.
Jiang Shiyun, who was originally talking about the matters of concern at the board meeting, suddenly had a pair of almond-shaped eyes that turned cold and stern.
Sweeping the entire office, she said coldly. Didn't I tell you this a long time ago? Cell phones must be muted during the meeting. You guys are just turning a deaf ear to my words, right?
The whole office was silent, and many people shrank their necks in fear. At this time, someone said nervously,
Boss, okay, it seems like your phone is vibrating. Chapter 17, The Shock of the Managers of Baozhang Group, waiting for the female president to get off work. The already quiet office suddenly became even quieter.
Many people looked at the person who had just spoken and called him a warrior in their hearts.
He actually dared to contradict Jiang Shiyun. This is really brave.
Jiang Shiyun, who originally had a cold face, also froze in expression. She looked at her cell phone next to her and it seemed that it was indeed her cell phone that was vibrating. Her expression relaxed a little, and she pretended nothing had happened.
She walked to the side, grabbed the phone, and was about to hang up.
But when she saw the caller, she somehow clicked the answer button and replied,
Hello?
After listening to the content on the other end of the phone, her expression became even colder than before. She replied coldly,
Okay, I know about this. Anything else? I think I'll be done soon. That's fine, I'll just hang up.
Seeing Jiang Shiyun hang up the phone, everyone in the office reacted and were shocked.
Who is calling?
You should know that Jiang Shiyun strictly forbids them to answer the phone during meetings.
Jiang Shiyun himself has never answered the phone during a meeting.
In the past, Jiang Shiyun had never answered a call during a meeting, even one from Jiang Jinghua.
And today, Jiang Shiyun, they all recognized him as the iceberg president.
For the first time ever, she violated the rules she set for herself during a meeting, answered a phone call, and even chatted with the other party for several sentences.
If this gets out, I'm afraid the entire Baozhang Group will be in an uproar. It can even be on the news in Jianghan City. They have already thought of the news headlines. Jiang Shiyun, the cold female president of Baozhang Group, is suspected of being in love.
For the first time ever, she received a phone call during a meeting. They are sure that this news will definitely get views.
However, when they saw Jiang Shiyun return to his seat with a cold face and a gloomy brow, they quickly suppressed all the thoughts in their hearts. Although they were shocked, they didn't dare to show it.
Before Baozhang Building, Su Qing had no idea that a phone call from him would shock all the managers of Baozhang Group. Only after hanging up the phone did he look at old Huang beside him in shock and asked,
Old Huang, are you sure you want me to take the phantom and take me back first?
Yes, son-in-law, this is Mr. John's arrangement.
Old Huang nodded. Let's go. Su Cheng nodded and followed Lao Huang towards the white Rolls-Royce Phantom in the distance.
It was because of what old Huang said just now that he asked Jiang Shiyun a question. At first he didn't quite understand why Jiang Shiyun asked Lao Huang to pick him up, but now he had figured it out.
He was targeted in the company.
Then maybe the other party will target him after he gets off work, and the target may be something that endangers his life. Jiang Shiyun must have anticipated this, so he asked Lao Huang to pick him up. Su Qing felt somewhat happy in his heart.
It turned out that this icy female CEO was not completely uncaring about others.
Sitting in the white phantom, thinking of what Jiang Shiyun just said, Su Qing said to old Huang in front of him, Old Huang, Ms. Jiang said she should be done with her work soon, so there's no need to send me back first.
Let's wait for Mr. Jiang to get off work and go back together. Okay, uncle.
Su Qing thought it was not nice for Mr. Huang to call him son-in-law, so he hesitated for a moment and said,
Old Huang, don't call me uncle anymore. Just call me by my name. That won't do. My uncle is my uncle.
Su Qing was speechless. It was very difficult to reason with an older man like Lao Huang, so he simply let him do as he pleased. He was bored in flipping through his phone, waiting for Jiang Shiyun to finish his work.
Half an hour had passed since they waited. Seeing that Jiang Shiyun hadn't arrived yet, Su Qing noticed the milk tea shop not far away. After thinking for a while, he said to Lao Huang, Old Huang, do you want some milk tea? I'll go get some. Uncle, I can't get used to that milk tea. Then I'll buy you a glass of lemonade. As he spoke, Su Qing opened the car door and walked towards the milk tea shop not far away. When he arrived at the milk tea shop and looked at the order list, he said, 2 cups of matcha milk tea, large, with coconut, and a glass of lemonade.
Many people say that milk tea needs pearls to have soul, but Su Qing just doesn't tea like pearls.
He didn't understand why anyone would like that thing which was sticky and tasted bad. After ordering milk tea, he noticed that there were cakes in the store.
Thinking of the cold female CEO who specially asked Lao Huang to pick him up, he said,
"Give me some more cake."
"Handsome guy, you can choose what your girlfriend likes."
It was a bit awkward at the moment, but Su Qing did not deny it.
To be honest, his relationship with the female president was more than just a boyfriend and girlfriend.
Not knowing what Jiang Xiyun likes, he could only say, "A little bit of each."
When he was carrying the milk tea and cake back, Lao Huang in the car also urged, "Son-in-law, Mr. Jiang said she's coming down, hurry up."
Su Qing couldn't help but speed up. Back in the car, I handed the lemonade to Lao Huang and said, "Let's go and pick up Mr. Jiang."
Old Huang immediately started the car and drove to the front of Baojiang Group.
When the car arrived in front of Baojiang Group, Jiang Xiyun just walked out of Baojiang building. After separating from her assistant, she walked to the car alone.
When she opened the car door and saw Su Qing in the car, she was not surprised. Without saying anything, she got into the car and sat next to Su Qing. Seeing her sit down and put down her bag, Su Qing handed her the milk tea with a straw already inserted.
"Boss Jiang, I've already bought it. You can't say you don't drink milk tea, right?"
Jiang Xiyun originally wanted to refuse, but when she saw the sunny smile of the boy next to her, she reached out and took the milk tea. However, thinking about what she said to Song Jiu in the morning, she couldn't help feeling guilty, and even felt that she was a bit hypocritical. In the end, she could only comfort herself that Su Qing was the one who had already obtained the marriage certificate with her, unlike Song Jiu. Then, before she could take a sip of milk tea, a bag of cakes was stuffed into her arms.
She looked over with cold eyes, somewhat annoyed. Su Qing smiled and said,
"When I bought milk tea, I bought it right away, thinking that you would eat some in advance if you were hungry after working all day to fill your stomach."
Jiang Xian looked at the bag of cakes and didn't know what to say for a moment.
Feeling that she was indeed a little hungry, she looked around, picked out an egg tart, and started eating it in small bites. While eating the egg tart and unconsciously taking a sip of the sweet milk tea, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Since she started working, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten these things. She had only eaten this kind of milk tea and cake when she was in school. Now that she was eating these things again, she actually felt good. At the same time, her heart was filled with strange emotions.
Because, isn't the scene of boyfriend or husband picking up his girlfriend or wife from get off work?
After finishing an egg tart and putting down the milk tea in her hand, she said coldly to Lao Huang in front of her,
"Go to the Westin."
However, as soon as she finished speaking, Su Qing's voice rang out.
"It's just a dinner, why go to the Westin? What a waste of money." The Westin Hotel, Su Qing knew, was a 5-star hotel. The only time Jiang Xiyun went there was just to have dinner. He didn't think it was necessary.
Seeing the female president looking at him coldly, he continued,
"I bought a lot of food for home, but I haven't finished eating it yet. Let's go home and cook."
Thinking of the noodles he cooked, Jiang Xiyun's heart moved, and he asked coldly,
"Can you cook? Children from poor families grow up early. Mr. Jiang, should we go home or go to the hotel?"
Mr. Huang in front was not sure what the young couple behind him meant and didn't know who to listen to.
"Go home,"
Jiang Xiyun replied coldly. But she herself did not realize that she said the word go home very smoothly, and there was no abnormality at all because Su Qing was beside her.
What they didn't know was that behind them, in a black Audi,
a man who looked like Lao Huang watched the white Rolls-Royce Phantom go away, then quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. When the call was connected, he said,
"The situation has changed, the plan is temporarily cancelled. Chapter 18 Make dinner for the female president, good night." "Damn it, Jiang Xiyun, you wouldn't really fall in love with that poor boy, would you?"
He actually asked the driver to pick him up and took the same car with him to go home together. Just as Jiang Xiyun was about to go to the Westin Hotel for dinner, Song Jiu received a call from Uncle Li, his face full of anger. He smashed the phone to the ground, breaking it into pieces, staring the hotel waiter next to him so much that he trembled with fear.
"Jiang Xiyun, even if you really like him, what does it matter? After the board meeting, when you are no longer the president, I want to see how you can protect him.
When the time comes, I will make him see with his own eyes that you kneel before me." The eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were full of gloom. After secretly swearing at himself, Song Jiu still felt that the anger in his heart was hard to dissipate, so he asked his assistant to bring him another mobile phone. Then he made a phone call.
"Is she Manager Son's wife? You don't want Manager Son to lose his job, do you?"
Su Cheng and the others didn't know what happened next.
After returning to Villa number 2 of Taihasikianuan and changing into slippers, Suching looked at the female CEO beside him and said, "Mr. Jiang, you can go change your clothes first, then watch TV in the living room or check your phone. Dinner will be ready in an hour."
Jiang Shiyun ignored him, carried her bag into the elevator and went straight to the third floor.
With someone like you, it's no wonder that Uncle Jiang is so worried about your life. With a cold face all day long, who would want to be with you? Hey!
I'm the only one who's willing to endure some hardship and get married with you.
After feeling humiliated and complaining a few words, Suching rolled up his sleeves and walked into the kitchen. The female president is a little cold, but if you think about it carefully, she is actually a good person. It's a bit like being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. An hour later, looking at the female CEO who had changed into a white home dress and was working on her computer on the sofa, Suching shouted, "Boss Jiang, it's time to eat." Jiang Shiyun was already hungry.
When she heard the shout, she put down her computer and walked towards the dining area. Smelling the fragrance lingering at the tip of her nose, she swallowed softly unconsciously. Except for the pajamas last time, this was the first time Suching saw the female president not wearing a professional suit. The white dress made her look even whiter, removing the aura of a workplace queen and giving her a fairy-like air. Her perfect S-shaped figure could not be hidden even with a loose skirt. Just one look at it will make people have an impulsive desire. The well-proportioned, straight and slender calves under the skirt are also pleasing to the eye. Watching her coming towards him, Suching was stunned for a moment, as if he saw a fairy from the sky walking towards him. Suching thought that he had seen many beauties in his previous life, but he was still amazed by her beauty again and again. Suching estimated that even if this female president was not a female president or a wealthy woman, she would definitely become a big hit if she debuted as a female star with her peerless beauty and hot body. However, Suching was only stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Seeing her walk over and sit down, he filled a bowl of rice and handed it to her, while handing her chopsticks, and said, "Boss Jiang, I must first state that what I made are just some home-cooked dishes. If you are not used to them, you can't blame me." Jiang Shiyun didn't say anything, but just took the rice and chopsticks, picked up a piece of cabbage and put it into his mouth. The moment the cabbage entered her mouth, her eyes lit up. Then she tried other dishes. Stir-fried meat, braised fish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. 4 or 5 home-cooked dishes, although the taste may not be as good as the ones she eats in hotels and restaurants, they are not bad either. The most important thing is that Jiang Shiyun discovered that compared to the hotel, these dishes now seem to have a different taste. How to say it? Warm. Yes, compared to the expensive meals in hotels and restaurants, this meal made her feel more warm. Compared to the food in hotels or restaurants, she found that she seemed to prefer these home-cooked dishes. Seeing her eating non-stop, Suching couldn't help but smile. He served himself a bowl of rice, sat down and started eating. We got in touch for a few days, lived together, had breakfast together, and went to get off work together. Jiang Shiyun was changing, and Suching was also changing, but like Jiang Shiyun, he was unaware of his own changes. They are becoming more and more like a family, more and more like a young couple living their life together. While eating, seeing that Jiang Shiyun had not eaten the fish, Suching said, "Mr. Jiang, you work every day. Fish is nutritious. You need to eat more fish." As he spoke, he wanted to pick up some fish for Jiang Shiyun, but when he extended his chopsticks halfway, he noticed Jiang Shiyun's cold expression and withdrew his chopsticks somewhat embarrassedly. Although Jiang Shiyun didn't like eating fish, after hearing his words, he took a few more pieces of fish with his chopsticks. Suching couldn't help but smile again. After dinner, Suching started washing dishes in the kitchen. Jiang Shiyun was originally planning to go back to the bedroom to handle work, but for some unknown reason, she stayed in the living room. While working in the living room, I would occasionally glance at the busy figures in the kitchen. She actually felt better than ever before. She had been working in the living room until Suching finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen. She then put down her computer and thought for a moment. "I have already asked my assistant and your technical department manager to explain the matter between you and your colleague. Tomorrow, you can go back to work as normal." Suching was stunned at first, then he felt happy and thanked him quickly. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." "You're welcome." Then there was no more, and silence fell. Jiang Shiyun thought for a moment and said, "From now on, if you make breakfast and dinner, I can convert them into money for you. How much do you want?" Shocked again, Suching couldn't understand the thoughts of this female CEO, so he quickly shook his head and refused. "Boss Jiang, if I cook, I have to eat too, so you don't have to pay me."
The 200,000 you give me every month is more than enough.
With a villa, a luxury car, and 200,000 yuan a month, it's clear that he's living off his wife.
How could he possibly ask for more money? Then I'll give you another 100,000 every month. Zhang Shiyun seemed not to hear what he said.
Su Chang wanted to refuse, but when he saw the cold look on the female president's face, he swallowed his words back.
Well, since the female president wants to give it, then just take it. Who made me a gigolo? Zhang Shiyun was satisfied, and after thinking for a while he asked again. What about the car? Have you decided what kind of car you want?
He originally wanted to buy a car a few days ago, but now Su Qing changed his mind and decided to continue to use Zhang Shiyun's Phantom.
After all, how can other cars compare to the comfort of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? Then he replied. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll talk to you when I think about it. Okay, then when you've made up your mind, tell me anytime. There was no follow-up.
Sensing the gradually awkward atmosphere, Su Qing took the initiative to say.
Boss Jiang, I'll go back to my room first.
Before walking to his room, Su Qing hesitated for a moment, then turned back and said to her.
Mr. Jiang, good night.
Zhang Shiyun was stunned for a moment and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a while, she came back to her senses, looked at the closed door on the second floor, and said softly.
Good night.
Then, the corners of his mouth, which had been cold, unconsciously raised an imperceptible arc, and he walked towards his bedroom on the third floor with light steps. At the same time, Su Qing had a few more tags.
Can cook, not boring, and pleasant to be around. Chapter 19. The department manager personally welcomes us. Is the female president coming to inspect? The next day, everything was the same. Su Chang woke up at around 6 o'clock and before 7 o'clock. Then comes morning jogging and exercise.
Although there is a professional gym in the villa, Su Qing still likes to go running outside. Running one lap around the villa is 400 to 500 meters, and running 10 laps is 4 to 5 kilometers.
Running outside and breathing the fresh morning air is much more comfortable than the gym.
After your workout, prepare breakfast for two as usual.
After Zhang Shiyun went downstairs, Su Chang no longer needed to greet her.
She walked straight to the dining area, sat down opposite Su Qing, and started to eat breakfast.
After breakfast, Lao Huan also drove his Phantom to the outside of the villa. The two of them got on the Phantom and went to the company together. It is worth mentioning that some tacit understanding has gradually formed between the two.
For example, Su Qing was responsible for locking the door, opening the courtyard door, opening the car door, etc., while Zhang Shiyun did nothing.
Old Huang saw the scene and couldn't help but feel relieved. These two are becoming more and more like a young couple.
When they arrived near the company, Su Qing got off at the same old location.
When he walked leisurely to the front of Baojiang building, he saw Zhou Kai with an anxious look on his face.
He had already called Zhou Kai last night and asked him to come back to work as usual today. Seeing him from a distance, Zhou Kai's anxiety dissipated a little, and then he walked towards him quickly and asked from a distance.
Brother Chang, are you sure we can really go back to work normally today?
Although Su Qing had already told him last night and assured him again and again that the two of them could return to work at Baojiang Group as usual today. But Zhou Kai still didn't quite believe it. Because according to his understanding, Su Qing was a child from an ordinary family, not a native of Jianghan, and his family conditions were even worse than his own. He didn't believe that Su Qing actually had the ability to allow the two of them who had already been fired to return to Baojiang Group.
Kaizi, if your brother Qing says it's okay, then it must be okay. Su Qing walked to Zhou Kai and put his arm around his shoulders. Since you're already here, if you still don't believe it, why don't we go up and find out?
Okay. Zhou Kai said doubtfully, but we have to make it clear in advance.
If we get kicked out, brother Qing, you have to be responsible. Okay. Su Qing nodded readily. The female president has already come out personally. If the two of them are kicked out today, where will the female president's authority be? Let me explain this on two sides.
On the other hand, in the technical department office where Su Qing and Zhou Kai originally worked, many newly arrived employees of the technical department were very shocked. At the door of their office, the manager of their technical department was actually looking forward to something anxiously, glancing towards the distant corridor from time to time, obviously waiting for someone. Moreover, their department manager had been waiting for almost half an hour. Today, the department manager changed his usual practice of arriving at work on time and was almost the first one in the entire technical department to arrive at the office. How could they not be shocked that the department manager came so early just to wait for someone?
Who do you think the manager is waiting for? He's waiting here so early in the morning. Could it be some big shot in our company? What do you think? Could it be that President Jiang is coming to inspect our technical department today, so the manager came here early in the morning to wait for him? Fuck, it's possible. If President Jiang could come to our technical department, we could see the goddess up close. Oh my god, if I could see President Jiang up close, my life would be worth it even if I die. Yes, a few days ago, a buddy of mine in the marketing department only saw President Jiang from a distance, and he has been excitedly bragging to me these past few days, and he is so proud of himself. If it's really President Jiang who comes to inspect our technical department, and I can see President Jiang up close, then I can brag about it. Many people in the office were talking about it. And after someone speculated that it might be Jiang Shiyun who came to inspect, the whole office suddenly became restless. Many male employees were suddenly excited, their eyes shining. You have to know that Jiang Shiyun is the goddess of the entire Baojiang group and a recognized iceberg female president. Except for online meetings, they can't see Jiang Shiyun at all on weekdays. If it was really Jiang Shiyun who came to inspect, then they would be able to see Jiang Shiyun up close. How could they not be excited? Among them, Wang Bing, the head of the technical department, was the most excited. Because he had just helped Song Jiayu deal with 2 employees yesterday, in his opinion, Song Jiayu and Jiang Shiyun must know each other. Song Jiayu just came to see him yesterday. If Jiang Shiyun really came to inspect today, then maybe today would be the day he gets promoted. Next to Wang Bing, Wang Wu, the team leader of Su Qing's group, who had worked for Wang Bing yesterday, was the same as Wang Bing. If Wang Bing really gets promoted, then he will definitely benefit from it too. Wang Wu couldn't help but give a big thumbs up to himself for his cleverness yesterday. He felt that perhaps helping Wang Bing target Su Qing and Zhou Kai yesterday was the best thing he had ever done in his life. Not only the male employees, but also many female employees were full of excitement. Jiang Shiyun is not only the goddess of male employees, but also their goddess. All of a sudden, everyone in the technical department was secretly looking forward to it. Here he comes. It seems he comes. Look, the manager is coming to greet him. Finally, I don't know how much time has passed. Someone noticed that the manager, who was pacing back and forth at the office door with an anxious look on his face, suddenly smiled and walked towards the elevator in the office corridor. The manager's proactive approach seemed to confirm their previous suspicions. Today, Jiang Shiyun came to inspect their technical department. In an instant, everyone in the office became excited. Some people were even ready to move to the office door immediately to catch a glimpse of the icy female president, their goddess. But Wang Bing immediately said loudly, "Everyone, stay at your workstations, this is a mess, be well behaved." Even though he was excited and nervous inside, Wang Bing could only suppress his emotions. Since Jiang Shiyun is here to inspect, they naturally have to leave a good impression on Jiang Shiyun. After hearing Wang Bing's words, many people reacted. Yes, since Jiang Shiyun is coming to inspect, if they are messy, wouldn't that leave a bad impression on Jiang Shiyun? They must leave a good impression on Jiang Shiyun. Some male employees even quickly took out their mobile phones and started to adjust their hairstyle and clothes. Even Wang Bing wiped his few hairs. Then, no one dared to move anymore and stood obediently at their workstations. The whole office was filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. However, this solemn atmosphere is also filled with excitement and enthusiasm that are difficult to conceal. Everyone in the office, including Wang Bing, was staring at the office door with anticipation. It's coming. Their iceberg female president, their goddess, is coming. Chapter 20. Su Qing returns with a vengeance, shocking the technical department. At this moment, Su Qing was not in a very good mood. Because when he and Zhou Kai entered the elevator, by coincidence, they bumped into those sour oranges from yesterday. The sour oranges looked at the two of them with disdain in their eyes, as if they were very awesome. As soon as I walked out of the elevator, a few sour oranges started their jealous ridicule again. "Hey, aren't these Su Qing and Zhou Kai who were fired yesterday? You really dared to come back? What do you know? I'm just trying to fulfill my ambition from yesterday. After all, going back to the company for a walk is also a way of returning home." Yes. Maybe he really thought that he was the son of a big shot in the company, and he was fired, but he came back just like that. Su Qing glanced at these sour oranges coldly and did not respond. It's useless to say anything to these sour oranges now. Once the facts hit them in the face, they will know how painful it is. Zhou Kai couldn't stand these sour oranges and stared at them angrily. Shut up, you guys, as if you're so awesome. What else can you guys do besides being sour guys all day? Why are we jealous? We are not awesome, but at least we were not fired. Yeah, no matter how bad we are, at least we haven't been fired by the company, unlike some people who don't have the ability. A few sour oranges were talking jokingly, but suddenly their expressions froze. Because they saw the manager of their technical department actually greeted them with a smile. A few sour oranges were wondering why the manager suddenly came towards them. The next moment, they were all petrified and stood still, with shock and disbelief in their eyes. The manager, who usually acted high and mighty and would scold them at the slightest disagreement, actually came up to Su Ching with a big smile on his face. You are Su Ching, right? I'm the manager of the technical department, Sure Dahai. It was my negligence yesterday that caused you to be wronged. This is a serious dereliction of duty on my part. I promise that something like this will never happen again. As a manager, Sure Dahai didn't want to be so servile as to apologize to an employee. But God knows how scared he was when he received Jiang Shiyun's call yesterday. She is the cold female president of the entire Baojiang group and one of the people standing at the top of the entire Baojiang group. On weekdays, let alone calling him in person, you can't even see him. But yesterday, when he got off work and went for a massage, Jiang Shiyun actually called him personally. At that time, he was so scared that he just collapsed. What shocked him even more was that Jiang Shiyun called him personally just to tell him that Su Ching and Zhou Kai had been fired. Even if he was a fool, he knew that Su Ching had a relationship with the female president of their Baojiang group. Although he didn't know the specific relationship between Su Ching and Jiang Shiyun, just because he was fired, Jiang Shiyun could call him personally. He also knew that Su Ching must have a special relationship with Jiang Shiyun. Su Ching can at least contact the female president. So, he waited outside the office early in the morning just to wait for Su Ching and apologize to Su Ching. Otherwise, if Su Ching got unhappy and reported him to Jiang Shiyun, wouldn't he be finished? Of course, he had other thoughts as well. If Su Ching was happy and said a few good words for him to Jiang Shiyun, then he would be soaring. Su Ching was also stunned by Sure Dahai. He also didn't expect that Sure Dahai would come to greet him in person. You have to know that Sure Dahai is the manager of their entire technical department. Like other managers, he is either arresting people or on his way to arrest people on weekdays. Now he actually came in person to pick up a small employee like him and apologize to him. Hey! This guy is clearly a freeloader. Su Ching was not stupid. After a moment of hesitation, he realized that it must be Jiang Shiyun's fault. What puzzled him was that didn't Jiang Shiyun say that she had arranged for her assistant to take charge of this matter? Why was Sure Dahai so polite to him? Unable to figure it out, Su Ching was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he was feeling pretty good right now. He glanced at the petrified sour oranges beside him with some amusement, then replied. Manager Sure, you are too polite. Don't do this, I'm just a small employee, it's not okay for you to do this. No, Su Ching, a good employee like you is fired. This is definitely my fault. Sure Dahai continued to smile, saying. Now, you two follow me to the office. I want to see who dares to fire you two good employees. Okay, then I'll trouble Manager Sure. Su Ching replied, then poked Zhou Kai, who was also stunned, with his elbow and said. Kaizi, let's go. Zhou Kai was truly shocked beyond words at this moment. The manager of their technical department actually came to pick them up in person, apologized to Su Ching, and was very respectful to Su Ching. He even wondered if he was dreaming? He pinched himself hard, feeling the severe pain, and then he hurried to Su Ching's side and asked in a low voice. Brother Ching, you are not really some sensible son, are you? About the same. Su Ching answered perfunctorily with a guilty conscience. He is Jiang Shiyun's husband and Jiang Jinghua's son-in-law. His status should be similar to that of a director's son, right? Their whispered conversation shocked Sure Dahai in front of them. Sure enough, Su Ching's identity is not simple. Sure Dahai made up his mind that he would never offend Su Ching no matter what and would not let Su Ching be unhappy in their technical department. Looking at Su Ching and Zhou Kai in front of him, they followed Sure Dahai and walked towards the office. The few sour oranges finally came back to their senses from their shock, but their faces looked very ugly. They never imagined that Su Ching had such power that the manager of their technical department would treat him with respect. In addition to being shocked, they were also a little panicked. They were thinking, what should they do if Su Ching wanted to deal with them? But they couldn't think of the answer, they could only follow Su Ching and the others from a distance with a feeling of fear and loss. In the office, everyone became more and more excited when they heard the footsteps approaching from afar. Finally, when Sher Dahai's figure first appeared in their sight, they were so excited that their hearts were in their throats. However, the next moment, when they saw Sher Dahai and the two people next to their manager, they were stunned. Where is the iceberg female president and the goddess you promised me? How did these two people become those who were fired yesterday? Wang Bing was confused, Wang Wu beside him was also confused, everyone was confused. Su Qing was also a little confused, thinking, this manager is too polite, he actually organized the entire office to welcome him. However, after a brief moment of confusion, he came to his senses and realized that, after all, it was the power of gigolos. Sher Dahai was also a little confused, but when he came to his senses, he felt very satisfied. He didn't expect that these subordinates, who always caused trouble for him on weekdays, would cooperate with him at this moment and give Su Qing such a face. He just didn't believe that Su Qing would be dissatisfied with this kind of situation. Then, without paying attention to the confused people in the office, Sher Dahai said loudly, "This is Su Qing and Zhou Kai, I'm sure everyone knows this. These two excellent employees were fired yesterday. This is my fault. Now that they are both back, let's applaud and welcome them." After hearing what Dahai said, many people came to their senses and began to applaud. The people the manager was waiting for turned out to be Su Qing and Zhou Kai, the two people who were fired yesterday. This shocked them even more. They were even more shocked than Zhang Xiyun's visit. At the same time, they also understood that Su Qing and Zhou Kai had someone above them, and that person was a big shot whom even their managers could not afford to offend. That's why their manager came to wait for Su Qing early in the morning. All of a sudden, the young ladies who originally liked Su Qing liked her even more. The male employees who were jealous of Su Qing became even more jealous. However, from now on, they may not dare to express their jealousy anymore. Sher Dahai thought for a moment, then pressed his hands until the applause died down, and then continued. In addition, considering Su Qing's hard work, he will be the leader of their group from now on. Applause broke out again, and many people were even more shocked. A newcomer actually became the team leader, which made them jealous to the point of going crazy. But they had no choice but to suppress the jealousy in their hearts. However, Wang Wu, the original leader of Su Qing's group, felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Although it was the hottest time of the year, he felt cold all over. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, it was over, he was probably finished. Su Qing actually has such power that the manager has to be respectful to him, and he actually targeted Su Qing yesterday. If he doesn't let it go, who will? He was regretting it so much now. Why had he been blinded by greed and targeted Su Qing yesterday? However, he noticed Wang Bing beside him and felt a glimmer of hope. He is working for Wang Bing, maybe Wang Bing can protect him. Wang Bing was also a little nervous at this moment, but when he thought that he had Song Jiyu's support, he felt a little more at ease. However, Sher Dahai's next words made him freeze in place. Wang Wu froze in place. Chapter 21 Desperate Wang Bing, Vicious Song Jiyu. Sher Dahai didn't care about Wang Bing and a team leader. He continued. Finally, department heads Wang Bing and Wang Wu deliberately made things difficult for employees. The company doesn't need employees like you. You are fired. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the office looked at each other in shock, and they decided that they would never offend Su Qing and Zhou Kai in the future. Wang Bing and Wang Wu looked as pale as death. The last bit of hope in Wang Wu's heart was completely shattered. Wang Bing was also fired. Then he's completely finished. The team leader that I had worked so hard to get is gone, and my job is gone too. He wants to die now. Wang Bing also regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He never thought that just because he targeted Su Qing, he, the head of the department, would be fired. Okay, let's get back to work as normal. Seeing Sher Dahai leaving, Su Qing and Zhou Kai returned to the office, and Wang Bing hurriedly chased after Sher Dahai. While he felt regretful, he was still somewhat unwilling to accept it. He didn't understand. After all, he was a department head and had a relationship with Song Jiyu, so why was he fired just like that? Manager, wait a minute. He quickly caught up with Sher Dahai and asked unconvincedly. Manager, I don't understand why I was fired just because I said so. After all, I am the head of the department. Even if I have no merits over the years, I have worked hard, right? You ask me, who should I ask? This guy almost hurt himself. How could Sher Dahai give him a good face? He said coldly. This is what President Jiang said. If you have the guts, go talk to President Jiang. President Jiang said that?
Wang Bing was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief.
Why would President Jiang pay attention to a small department head like me? Why would he personally say that he wants to fire a small department head like me? Idiot, don't you understand?
You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended.
Sure, Dahai said impatiently. Anyway, you're fired. President Jiang called me personally yesterday to tell me. Pack your things quickly, get out of here, and don't bother me anymore, or you'll hurt me.
If you feel dissatisfied, then go find President Jiang if you have the guts, don't come to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sher Dahai strode towards his office. However, when he reached the office door, he turned back and said,
Leave Jianghan City.
According to President Jiang, the company will not only fire you, but also issue a notice. Wang Bing suddenly fell to the ground, as if he had fallen into an icy cave. If he is fired by Baozhang Group, he can find a job in other companies. With his experience as a department manager of Baozhang Group, he will definitely be able to find a good job. But if Baozhang Group issued an announcement, it would be equivalent to cutting off his path.
He might have a hard time finding a job in Jianghan City.
After sitting on the ground for a while with despair in his heart, Wang Bing finally came to his senses. Then he hurriedly got up and left the technical department. He wanted to find Song Jiu. He was fired for helping Song Jiu.
At this moment, Song Jiu is his only hope. After asking around, I finally found Song Jiu's office. I waited outside Song Jiu's office for a long time and saw a disheveled woman coming out of the office. Wang Bingkai quickly took the opportunity to enter Song Jiu's office. At this moment, Song Jiu was getting dressed. Seeing Wang Bing coming in, he couldn't help but frown and asked in a cold voice. You actually came into my office without permission. What do you want to do?
Wang Bing was panicked, but he quickly said,
Master Yu, it's me, the head of the company's internet technology department.
We had a chat in the cafeteria yesterday, and I helped you target 2 employees. But because of what happened yesterday, I've been fired and the company will issue an announcement.
Master Yu, you must help me. I don't want to be fired. When have I ever talked to you? When have I ever asked you to target our employees?
Song Jiu said coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for suing you for defamation.
Wang Bing's eyes suddenly widened.
He never expected that Song Jiu would turn against him.
He quickly continued. Master Yu, it was clearly you in the company cafeteria yesterday.
However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Song Jiu.
I say again, I never asked you to target anyone. I am the son of a company director, how could I possibly target a company employee? I'm giving you a chance, you leave my office now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Wang Bing was speechless, but he hated Song Jiu in his heart. It can be said that he was fired entirely because of Song Jiu, but he never expected that Song Jiu would now completely dump him. Finally, after looking at Song Jiu with hatred, he could only turn around and walk out of Song Jiu's office.
When Wang Bing left the office, Song Jiu's face suddenly became extremely ugly.
He never expected that he would fail to target Su Qing. Jiang Shiyun actually fired Wang Bing, a department head, just like that. This means that Jiang Shiyun may really have fallen in love with Su Qing.
Otherwise, why would he protect Su Qing so much?
Song Jiu found it hard to accept that he was not as good as Su Qing, a low-level employee in the company. He didn't understand where he lost and how he was inferior to Su Qing. There are still 2 days left, Jiang Shiyun. In 2 days, I will make that poor boy see you kneeling in front of me with his own eyes. Only when he thought of the board meeting 2 days later and the arrangements made between himself and his father, did he feel a little comforted.
Finally, suppressing his emotions, Song Jiu found Uncle Li's phone number and dialed it. He still hasn't forgotten the hateful look Wang Bing gave him the last time. When the call was connected, he said, Uncle Li, help me get rid of a man named Wang Bing. He is the head of the internet technology department of our company and he has just been fired. His firing had something to do with me. I had to get rid of him so that he wouldn't cause any trouble later. The board meeting will be in 2 days, and I don't want any accidents to happen. Let me explain this on 2 sides. After returning to the office with Zhou Kai, Su Qing started working as usual. However, he could clearly feel that the way many people around him looked at him was different. In these eyes, there is jealousy, envy, love, and fear. In short, from now on, he was sure that he would no longer be treated as a newcomer in the technical department, nor would he be targeted.
Joe Kai, on the other hand, just felt proud. He looked at the cowering sour oranges and said, "You guys, I said it yesterday that if Brother Chang and I could come back today, one of you would eat shit, one would eat the desk, and one would resign. Now that Chang and I are back, it's your turn to perform." Other people in the office also looked at the sour oranges with interest. But those few sour oranges didn't dare to say anything and they all wanted to crawl under the desk. Finally, Joe Kai felt bored and gave up and started working. However, Su Cheng would not let these sour oranges go so easily. Looking at the timid sour oranges, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After working for a while, he stood up and walked to the sour orange who always read novels at work and said, "I always saw you reading novels at work before. You are not allowed to read novels at work anymore. Got it?" The sour orange shuddered and nodded quickly. I know. Then, Su Ching gave the same instructions to the other two, the sour orange who was always going to the toilet and the sour orange who was watching TV series at work. Even in the next 2 days, Su Ching kept keeping an eye on these sour oranges, asking them to work seriously. Whenever the sour oranges dare to be lazy, he will warn them and make them suffer. Of course, correspondingly, their team's work efficiency has also been greatly improved. This made Su Ching very pleased. He felt that he was not a freeloader, but had made some contributions to the company and shared some of the hard work for the female president. Chapter 22. On the eve of the board meeting, Jiang Shiyun's changes in Jiang Jingguo's satisfaction. June 20th, cloudy. Early in the morning, dark, heavy clouds pressed over Jianghan City, covering the entire city. There was also a drizzle of rain. The entire Jianghan City felt very depressed. This meant that Su Ching couldn't even go for a morning run and could only run around in the village gym. After that, Su Ching started to prepare breakfast. Today he was going to update his breakfast. He had been eating fried eggs, milk and bread for several days in a row. The female president didn't complain about being sick of it, but he himself felt a little sick of it. He planned to steam some big buns and cook some porridge this morning. He kneaded the dough, let it rest, and prepared the fillings. After preparing the beef filling, he thought for a while and then prepared the cabbage filling. Porridge, he prepared to make sweet potato porridge, cut the sweet potatoes into small cubes, and put them in the pot together with the rice. He then started to make and steam the buns. It was 7 o'clock. When he prepared breakfast and came out of the kitchen, the female president was already sitting in the dining area. Now this female president is becoming more and more self-aware. With a knowing smile, Su Ching first brought the big buns to the table and then went to get 2 bowls of sweet potato porridge. He placed one of the bowls in front of the female president, and then he sat down opposite her and said, "Boss Jiang, this is today's breakfast. Big steamed buns with beef and cabbage fillings, and sweet potato porridge. Do you like meat or vegetarian fillings?" Jiang Xiyan looked at the big buns and asked coldly, "Which ones are stuffed with cabbage?" "This." Su Ching took one and handed it to her. Jiang Shiyun's slender eyebrows frowned, but he still reached out to take the bun handed to him by Su Ching. Su Ching continued, "Sweet potato porridge is sweet because sweet potatoes are sweet, so I didn't put sugar in it. You can try it. If you think it has no taste, I will put sugar in it for you." Jiang Shiyun ignored him, picked up the spoon in the bowl and scooped up a spoonful of sweet potato porridge. "Be careful of the heat." Hearing the reminder, he looked up at him and said coldly, "I'm not stupid." Then he put the porridge in front of his mouth, blew on it gently, and then put it into his mouth. Although I said this, I still felt a little strange in my heart. I could only lower my head and eat breakfast. Su Ching smiled awkwardly and picked up a bun to eat. He liked big neat buns. While eating, Su Ching noticed that the female CEO opposite him was still feeling sad even though she was eating breakfast and the delicious food could not dispel her sadness, so he said, "Boss Jiang, when you eat, you should concentrate on enjoying the happiness that food brings you." Of course he knew what the female president was worried about, but he didn't want to tell her and let her rest assured. I could only try to comfort her and tell her not to worry so much. As soon as the words fell, he saw the pair of phoenix eyes looking at him coldly. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Su Ching was speechless for a moment, but after this period of time, he was no longer afraid of the cold gaze of the female president. Then he said, "Boss Jiang, I just want to say that you are the female president of Baojiang Group and the goddess of the entire company. Many people in the company like you and support you. So you have to have confidence in yourself. Especially at times like this, you should be calm and composed and smile. Come on, smile. He was so excited for a moment, but after he finished speaking, Su Qing realized that he shouldn't have said the last sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the pair of phoenix eyes staring at him coldly. At this moment, Su Qing actually felt that the temperature around him seemed to have dropped a few degrees. Sure enough, the aura of the iceberg female president is still very strong. Su Qing felt a little uncomfortable being stared at for a moment and could only smile awkwardly. I don't need you to teach me what to do. After a while, Jiang Shiyun said this coldly and then lowered his head to continue eating breakfast. But she felt her earlobes getting a little hot. Over the years, all the boys around me have been submissive to me, but I don't like those rich second generations and playboys. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since a boy dared to tease her. What just happened should be considered teasing, right? She doesn't know. However, I feel that the big buns and sweet potato porridge in my hands are even more fragrant. After finishing one, she was about to reach out for another one when a bun was already handed to her. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out to take the bun and lowered his head to continue eating. Very fragrant. The buns are really fragrant. Sweet potato porridge is also very sweet. Seeing her changes, Su Qing stopped talking. A smile appeared on his face and he took a big bite of the meat bun in his hand. He felt that the big meat bun in his hand seemed to be even more fragrant. In addition, he found that teasing this cold female president seemed quite interesting. This icy female CEO will only glare at you coldly, but as long as you are not afraid of her ice queen aura, then it will be fine. In the future, can you tease this icy female CEO more? A bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and Su Qing was shocked himself. He found that he seemed to be getting braver and braver. He quickly nipped this dangerous idea in the bud. You actually want to tease the cold female CEO. Are you tired of living? After breakfast, the two went out. The white Rolls-Royce Phantom has parked outside the villa. He skillfully closed the villa gate at the back, walked to the front, opened the courtyard gate, and then opened the car door. Only after the female president got into the car did Su Qing get in and close the door. Today, there was an extra person in the front passenger seat, Jiang Xinghua. As one of the directors of Baojiang Group, the annual board meeting of Baojiang Group will be held at 10 o'clock, so he naturally has to go to the company. As the car started, Jiang Xinghua turned around and looked at the back seat. How is it going? How far have you two progressed? When can I, an old man, hold my grandson? Su Qing felt a little embarrassed at once. Where do we end here? The birth of his grandson hasn't even started yet, but Jiang Xinghua is already thinking about having a grandson. I'm afraid he's thinking about Taozi. Looking at the female president next to him, she was staring at Jiang Xinghua coldly. Su Qing could only smile awkwardly and said, Uncle Jiang, you are joking. It seems that you are not good enough. After so many days, you still haven't conquered my daughter. Jiang Xinghua was immediately disdainful. Su Qing had no idea how to respond for a moment and simply remained silent. Jiang Xinghua then looked at Jiang Shiyun again and continued. Shiyun, I'm not saying anything to you, but why do you have such a cold face all day long? I guess only Xiao Su is willing to face your face all day, so you should give him a chance, right? You have to know that only love that goes both ways is the most beautiful. Dad introduced Xiao Su to you because he hopes you can be happy. Jiang Xiyan opened his mouth, glared at Jiang Xinghua coldly, and simply stopped talking like Su Qing. But her earlobes were red and her neck was a little hot. Jiang Xinghua was very satisfied because he found that Jiang Shiyun today seemed a little different from before. In the past, Jiang Shiyun always looked worried before the board of directors. Today, the situation is much more serious than ever before. However, the sadness on her face was gone. This made Jiang Xinghua even more convinced that he was right to introduce Su Qing to his daughter. The car returned to silence. A white Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove towards the center of Jianghan City, which was shrouded in dark clouds, in the drizzle. Chapter 23 Jiang Xinghua's helplessness, Song Tianhai's confidence. When the white Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at Su Qing's usual get-off spot, the drizzle in the sky had become heavier, soaking the clothes. Looking outside the car, Su Qing pushed open the door and prepared to put the bag on his head and run to the company. But suddenly, he felt something poking his back. Su Qing turned around in surprise, only to see the pair of phoenix eyes looking at him coldly, and an umbrella was handed to him. The double R umbrella comes standard on the Rolls-Royce Phantom. With a smile on his face, Su Qing reached out to take the umbrella and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Seeing that the female president had withdrawn her gaze and ignored him, Su Qing did not get angry, but opened the umbrella and stepped into the rain. The raindrops hit the umbrella, and the dripping sound falls into my ears, like a beautiful symphony, so pleasant to hear. It's worthy of being an umbrella that comes with a multi-million-dollar luxury car. It's more comfortable to use than an ordinary umbrella. He muttered happily, and when he saw that he had arrived in front of Baojiang building, he put away his umbrella and strode into the company.
Next, it's time for reckoning. Song Jiyu, right? Mr. Song from Baojiang Group, right? He actually wanted to harm me, he actually wanted to stop me from being a gigolo? Then you and your son will go to hell. In the illusion, Jiang Shiyun's earlobes couldn't help but turn red and hot as he looked at his father's burning gaze in the front row. However, she still looked cold and said coldly, "It's raining so hard, no matter who it is in the company, I will give him an umbrella." Really? Jiang Jinghua said jokingly. Then why don't you treat those rich second generations and young masters who approach you actively on weekdays with a friendly attitude? You threw all the things those rich second generations and young masters gave you directly into the trash can. Jiang Shiyun was speechless for a moment, his earlobes becoming redder and redder. After a while, he said coldly, "Even if they are rich second generations or young masters, I will give them umbrellas in such heavy rain." "Are you sure?" Jiang Jinghua asked with a smile. "Yeah." Jiang Shiyun nodded affirmatively, but he felt guilty in his heart. I could only comfort myself in my heart that the food he cooked was delicious and I didn't want to go hungry, so I cared about him. I didn't expect that Xiao Su was capable of this. Not only did he make my daughter no longer look sad in front of the board of directors, but he also made her care about others. Jiang Jinghua did not expose her, but said one last word jokingly and put away the casual expression on his face. Then he asked solemnly, "Old Han, old Zhang, and old Zhao haven't expressed their opinions yet?" Talking about business, Jiang Shiyun immediately suppressed all the emotions in his heart and replied, "Well, up to now, Uncle Han and the other three have not expressed their opinions. I have already provided enough benefits, but they just won't express their opinions. Old Song seems to have been in frequent contact with the three of them recently. They may not be interested in other petty profits, but are interested in the shares I have." Jiang Jinghua changed from his usual cheerful old man to a serious face with deep eyes, making people feel as if they would fall into his gaze at just one glance. No wonder Song Jiyu has been acting more and more arrogant and reckless recently. It seems that he and his son have been planning this for a long time. Jiang Shiyun's already cold face became even colder. "Dad, if the other 4 directors join forces and want to kick us out, should we?" "Humph." Jiang Jinghua snorted coldly. "They think too highly of themselves, and actually think that by joining forces, they can easily control me and kick me out. If they really want to do something extreme, don't blame me for the consequences." Jiang Shiyun was surprised and asked, "Dad, do you have any preparations?" "Yeah." Jiang Jinghua nodded. "I had tea with the Chen family and that old fox these days." Jiang Shiyun was shocked. Chen Jiahe is the chairman of Wanfeng Group, which, like Baojiang Group, is one of the top 10 companies in Jianghan City. How could Jiang Shiyun not understand that his father was trying to drag outside forces into the water? "But if we bring outside forces into Baojiang Group, wouldn't that be like inviting a wolf into the house?" Her expression suddenly turned ugly. "Dad, isn't this too risky? Hey, Baojiang Group is also my hard work, I don't want to be destroyed." Jiang Jinghua sighed helplessly. "But do you have any better solution for the current situation?" "What a pity. I sent people to find evidence against them, but they were prepared and hired people from Kowloon Security Company in advance. My people couldn't get close to them at all." Jiang Xiyan didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only sigh helplessly. "If we can find some leverage or weakness on them, we can make them surrender without bloodshed." Since they had planned this long ago, how could they not be prepared? Jiang Jinghua said bitterly. "I just hope they won't be too ruthless and let me not have the mentality of fighting to the death. Let's go to the company and meet these old foxes." Jiang Shiyun opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't know what to say. "It's just that an idea suddenly popped into my mind. If I'm not the female CEO anymore, if I'm kicked out of Baojiang Group, can I still support him? By then, should I divorce him?" Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably irritated. The sadness that had disappeared in the morning reappeared between his brows. It was not until she noticed that the car had reached the underground garage that she suppressed her irritation, got out of the car, and walked towards the elevator with Jiang Jinghua. "Outside, the rain is getting heavier. Let me explain this on 2 sides.
At this time, in Song Jiyu's office in Baojiang building, Song Jiyu was also talking to a middle-aged man with a square face. Song Jiyu looked a little nervous as he looked at the square-faced middle-aged man in front of him and asked, "Dad, are you sure we can kick Jiang Jinghua out this time and get Jiang Shiyun to step down from the position of president?" The middle-aged man with a square face is naturally Song Jiyu's father, Song Tianhai, one of the 5 directors of Baojiang Group. He glanced at Song Jiyu with some dismay and cursed. "How many times have I told you, no matter what happens, you must stay calm. Even if you are nervous, don't show your emotions on your face." "Dad, isn't that why I'm acting nervous because I'm in front of you? Hey, if you had 1/10 of Jiang Shiyun's ability, I wouldn't worry so much about you." Song Tianhai sighed helplessly. He really envied Jiang Jinghua for having a good daughter who could inherit his career. Unfortunately, he approached Jiang Jinghua several times to discuss marriage, intentionally or unintentionally, but Jiang Jinghua disagreed. "Dad, are you sure about this matter?" "Don't worry." Although he felt a little disappointed, he was his only son after all, and he could only pave the way for him. Song Tianhai continued. "This time, Jiang Jinghua will definitely be eliminated, and you will definitely become the next president of Baojiang Group." "That's good." Song Jiyu's nervousness dissipated a little, and excitement appeared in his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Whenever he thought that afternoon he would be able to make Jiang Shiyun kneel in front of him, his blood boiled. He couldn't help but make up his mind again and said silently, "Jiang Shiyun, you can only be mine." Chapter 24, Zhou Kai, who relies on others for power, and Su Qing, who looks at the world with a smile. Time passed and it was already 9:30. Su Qing was working normally in the office and did not feel any tension. In the office, everyone does what they are supposed to do. Isn't this the same as the change of dynasties in ancient times, but it had no impact on ordinary people? After looking around the entire office and looking away, Su Qing suddenly realized something. Baojiang Group is about to hold its annual board meeting, and power will be reshuffled. But for the company's grassroots employees, no matter how the top management of Baojiang Group changes, it will not affect their work. They will continue to work as they should and receive their salary as they should. Anyway, as long as Baojiang Group doesn't go bankrupt, they won't lose their jobs. However, unlike the people around him, the board of directors of Baojiang Group this time actually affected his own interests. Putting away his emotions, Su Qing prepared to leave the office and find a place to call Zheng Hongying for final confirmation. But before he could get up, a voice suddenly fell into his ears. "Su Qing, the manager is looking for you." The sudden voice made everyone in the office turn their attention to Su Qing. Su Qing was also a little confused. He didn't understand why Shi Dahai was looking for him at this time. However, he still got up and walked out of the big office and went to Shi Dahai's office. "It just so happened that I also needed to find an excuse to leave the office and call Zheng Hongying." "Why do you think the manager wants to see Su Qing?" "Who knows? He has connections, maybe he will get promoted again. The supervisor position is still vacant. It's great to have someone above me. I can get a promotion whenever I want." As soon as Su Qing left the office, all kinds of noises were heard in the office. At the same time, the sour smell in the entire office suddenly increased. Listening to the sounds around him, Zhou Kai frowned, then stood up and said, "What are you all mumbling about? It's work time now." The sound in the office suddenly disappeared, and one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Kai then sat down with satisfaction. He felt extremely refreshed. If it were in the past, when he was a newcomer, who would listen to him? But since he followed Su Qing back to the company 3 days ago, he found that he had a certain say in this office. Even now, no one dared to refute what he said. Although it seems a bit like taking advantage of the power of others, he doesn't care. It feels good anyway. He glanced at it casually and noticed the double R umbrella on Su Qing's seat, and his eyes widened again. Fuck. My brother Qing is still my brother Qing. He even used the special umbrella of the Royal Airways. Does that mean he has also taken a ride on the Royal Airways? Shocked, Zhou Kai made up his mind that when Su Qing came back, he would ask her where the laureate umbrella came from. Let me explain this on 2 sides. Su Qing pushed open the door of Shi Dahai's office with doubts, entered Shi Dahai's office, and asked, "Manager, what do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing Su Qing, Shi Dahai smiled instantly, and quickly stood up from his chair and said, "Brother Su, when no one is around, just call me Xiao Shi." Su Qing was speechless for a moment, thinking, the power of this gigolo was really strong. Then he said, "Manager, you are joking.
I am just a small employee under you, so naturally I have to call you manager. Then call me whatever you want, as long as you are happy, Brother Su.
Sure Dahai walked quickly to Su Ching and pulled him towards his manager's chair.
Brother Su, please sit down, please sit down.
Su Ching was forced to sit down in the manager's chair, and then he asked helplessly.
Manager, if you have anything to say, just tell me.
Sure Dahai rubbed his hands nervously, then asked in a low voice.
Brother Su, I just want to ask you, is Ms. Jiang sure about this board meeting?
Su Ching was stunned for a moment, then he understood that Manager Sure was afraid that his work of helping him would be affected because he had fired Wang Bing and Wang Wu before.
Feeling a little amused, Su Ching said. Manager, don't worry, who is Ms. Jiang? She is the recognized iceberg female president of our Baojiang group and the recognized goddess of our Baojiang group. She will definitely be fine.
That's good, that's good. Sure Dahai patted his chest and let out a long sigh.
Manager, do you want anything else?
It's okay, it's okay. Sure Dahai said, I'll have to trouble Brother Su to take care of me in the future.
Su Ching even knew the news from the board of directors.
Sure Dahai became more and more aware that Su Ching and Zhang Shiyun had an unusual relationship.
Okay. Su Ching said perfunctorily, then stood up and said.
Then manager, I'll leave first.
Well, Brother Su, take care. Sure Dahai quickly sent Su Ching to the office door. Walking out of the manager's office, Su Ching shook his head helplessly.
He's just being so polite to me just because he knows that I have a relationship with the female president.
If he knew that I've already got married with the female president, wouldn't he praise me to the sky?
This bowl of soft rice from the female president is really more delicious than you can imagine. After muttering a few words to himself, Su Ching collected his thoughts and his eyes suddenly became cold. After looking around, he walked towards the window at the end of the corridor. As he walked, he took out his cell phone and found Zhang Hongying's number. When the call was connected, he asked coldly.
How is it, is everything all right?
Mr. Su, everything has been prepared as you said.
Zhang Hongying replied, and then asked hesitantly.
But Mr. Su, the 3 directors of Baojiang Group are all well-known figures in Jianghan City after all.
Do we really want to take action against them? Will this affect the credibility of our company? Did you make a mistake?
Su Ching replied coldly.
We have the upper hand over them now, so they should be the ones afraid of us, not us being afraid of them, understand? Besides, even if it offends them, we must take action this time, understand? When it comes to his own personal interests, how could Su Ching still care about the reputation of Kowloon Security Company? Not to mention the 3 directors of Baojiang Group, even if it was the richest man in Jianghan City, if he was provoked, he would take action without hesitation if he could. I understand, Mr. Su. Zhang Hongying's firm voice came, and then asked. Mr. Su, when should I contact them? Su Cheng frowned and pondered for a while before replying. The board of directors of Baojiang Group was convened at 10 o'clock sharp.
How about this, you contact them separately at 9:57, so as not to give them time to react.
If they dare not agree with my proposal, then let them. Those who deserve to be disgraced shall be disgraced, and those who deserve to have their families destroyed shall have their families destroyed. Clear.
Hearing Zhang Hongying's frightened voice, Su Ching thought for a moment and then said. Oh, by the way, there are also Song Tianhai and his son. After the Baojiang Group's board meeting.
I just don't want to see them again, understand? I understand, Mr. Su.
Ever since he found out 2 days ago that someone was targeting him, Su Ching asked people from Kowloon Security Company to start investigating secretly. After this investigation, he naturally knew about Song Jiu, Song Tianhai, and Song Tianhai's plan. As for Song Tianhai and his son, especially Song Jiu, if all his affairs were exposed, it would be enough for him to die 100 times. This is an absolute scum, just like Mr. Zhao in a certain film or TV series. For someone who wanted to harm him, Su Ching would naturally be happy to bury him if he could kill him. After hanging up the phone, Su Ching returned to his normal self, went to the bathroom, and then walked leisurely to the office. Seeing Sure Dahai coming out of the office, he quickly smiled and greeted him. Hello, manager. He looked just like a small employee. Who could have thought that he had just decided the fate of several important figures in Jianghan City with just a few words? Chapter 25. Several directors gather and the board meeting begins. Let me explain this on 2 sides. When Su Ching hung up the phone and returned to the office. On the top floor of Baojiang Building, in the lounge specially prepared for the board of directors, several directors of Baojiang Group except Zhang Jinghua also gathered together.
Song Tianhai glanced at the other three people and a smile appeared on his face. Lao Han, Lao Xiang, Lao Xiao, you all came quite early. I'm so happy. I woke up early this morning, so I had to come earlier. Han Luan replied, his face also filled with a smile. Today is a good day for them. Yeah. Zheng Hongyu, who was looking at his phone on the other side, also smiled. I'm happier than you, old Han. I was so happy that I couldn't sleep the whole night. Ha ha ha. It seems that everyone is the same. Zhao Jinglong took a puff of the cigar in his hand and continued. After so many years, it's time for Baojiang Group to change. Don't worry, the three of you. After today, Baojiang Group will definitely be a different place. Song Tianhai replied. Hey! I wonder if Lao Jiang is ready. Han Luan said with a smile. Old Han, what you said means that the four of us are completely on the same side. No matter how much preparation old Jiang makes, what's the use? Zheng Hongyu put down his phone and said disdainfully. Yes, there are only 5 of us on the board of directors who have the final say. How can Lao Jiang compete with the 4 of us? Zhao Jinglong asked in return. Song Tianhai and Song Zhiyu beside him looked at each other, and the smiles in their eyes became more and more intense. From now on, Zhang Xiyun will no longer have the final say in the Baojiang Group. Just as he was about to reply, he noticed Jiang Xiyun and Jiang Jinghua approaching from a distance, and Song Tianhai changed his words. Speak of the devil. Oh, I didn't expect Lao Jiang to come early today. Yes, Lao Jiang used to come only after the board meeting started. I didn't expect him to come so early today. Looking at the smiling faces of the people at the moment, Jiang Jinghua was angry in his heart, but he smiled on his face and said, No matter how early I come, I'm not as early as you guys. It can be seen that the 4 of you, old Song, were very active at this board meeting. In the past, you were all like me, coming only when the board meeting was about to start. What you said, Lao Jiang, we will be more active in future board meetings. Han Luan continued with a smile. Yes, Lao Jiang, from now on, we will only become more and more active in the board of directors. I'm just afraid that you, Lao Jiang, will never come to the board of directors again. Zhao Jinglong sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, blew out a big puff of smoke, and sneered. The other party had already said it so bluntly, how could Jiang Jinghua still give them a good face? He sneered and continued. The board meeting hasn't even started yet, and you think you're going to win? Don't forget, Baojiang Group is my life's work, and you are just a few robbers who took advantage of the situation and broke in. If I hadn't made some mistakes and given you the opportunity, you wouldn't even have the chance to become a shareholder of Baojiang Group. You don't really think that you guys can control me by joining forces? Hearing this, Han Luan and the others froze in shock. Their faces suddenly turned ugly and they became a little suspicious. Could it be that Jiang Jinghua really had other tricks up his sleeve? Song Tianhai quickly replied. Lao Jiang, don't try to use the empty city strategy here. I have already investigated clearly whether you have anything or what you have. You can scare Lao Han and the others, but you can't scare me. But I want to ask you one last question. Are you really unwilling to marry Xiyun to Zhiyu? As long as you agree to this condition, we will give you a chance. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. My daughter has already obtained the marriage certificate, so just give up on this idea. Jiang Jinghua sneered. Old Song, you have a good plan. Not only do you want my shares, but you also want my daughter to continue to manage the company for you. You are so flattering. Han Luan and the others were shocked and unbelievable. Jiang Xiyun has actually already obtained a marriage certificate with someone. They even wondered if they had heard it wrong. Jiang Xiyun is such an outstanding person, the female president of Baojiang Group, a goddess who can be ranked as one of the top goddesses in the whole Jianghan city, and she has actually obtained a marriage certificate. At this moment, the 3 of them were all curious about the person who got the marriage certificate with Jiang Xiyun. They were all curious, what kind of person could get married to Jiang Xiyun? Song Jiyu's face suddenly looked a little unhappy. He wanted to expose that Jiang Xiyun had obtained a marriage certificate with a junior employee. But then he thought again, if it were to be exposed, it would prove that he was not even as good as a small employee, so he suppressed the impulse in his heart. Thinking that Jiang Xiyun would no longer be the president after the board meeting, his composure returned to normal and he began to stare at Jiang Xiyun unscrupulously. Well, there's nothing to talk about.
Although he had learned this information from Song Jiyu in advance, it was not until Jiang Jingguo admitted it himself that Song Tianhai was willing to completely believe that the daughter-in-law he had been thinking about for so long had actually obtained a marriage certificate with someone. With a sigh, his expression suddenly turned cold. In that case, Lao Jiang, you should prepare to pack your bags and leave Baojiang Group. Yes, Lao Jiang, Baojiang Group has been in your hands for so many years, it's time for a change. After hearing Song Tianhai's words, Han Luan and the others suppressed their shock, regained their composure, and showed the same smug look as before on their faces.
Humph. Jiang Jingguo snorted coldly, then we'll just have to wait and see.
He said so, but only he knew in his heart that the Baojiang Group, which he founded, would eventually fall apart.
Once he brings Wanfeng Group in, Baojiang Group will no longer be Baojiang Group from now on.
Thinking that all his life's work would be destroyed in an instant, although he didn't show it on the surface, his heart was filled with sorrow. Beside him, Jiang Xiyan didn't know what to say for a moment and was also feeling sad. As the president for several years, she has tried to take back some of the shares held by Song Tianhai and others. But Song Tianhai and his friends had worked so hard to get the shares of Baojiang Group in the first place, so how could they give up their shares so easily? Song Tianhai and the others looked at each other and saw the smiles in each other's eyes. Looking at the time, it was only a few minutes before 10 o'clock, and Song Tianhai said impatiently,
"Let's go, it's time for the board meeting to start."
The group immediately got up from the lounge and prepared to go to the meeting room nearby that was prepared for the board of directors.
Song Jiyu followed Song Tianhai and thought for a moment.
He then took out his phone and sent a message to Uncle Li.
"Uncle Li, take someone to keep an eye on Su Qing. Don't let him get away. As soon as the board meeting is over and you receive my notification, bring him to the top floor."
After sending the message, Song Jiyu put down his phone contentedly. He looked at Jiang Xiyan, who was walking with Jiang Jingguo in front of him, with undisguised greed in his eyes. The group soon arrived in front of the meeting room. Han Luan, with a smile on his face, was about to step into the meeting room when he felt his cell phone vibrate. He picked up the phone with some confusion and looked at it casually. But after seeing the message on the phone, the smile on his face froze and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. At this moment, not only Han Luan, but also Zhang Hongyu and Zhao Jinglong had the same expressions and movements as him.
All three of them froze in place for a moment. "Lao Han, Lao Zhang, Lao Zhao, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?"
It was not until he heard Song Tianhai's somewhat doubtful voice that Han Luan quickly suppressed his emotions, returned to his previous state, and replied,
"Fine. Let's go, the board meeting has begun."
Zhang Hongyu and Zhao Jinglong also returned to their previous state and entered the meeting room one after another. But only the three of them knew that they had no choice at this moment. What shocked them even more was that the Kowloon Security Company, which had always put credibility first, actually disregarded their credibility and took action against them.
And asked them to support Jiang Xiyun. They just couldn't understand how the Kowloon Security Company, which was well known among the wealthy circles in Zhenghan City, could be related to Jiang Xiyun?
Those who are more thoughtful, such as Han Luan, realized many things at once. For example, Song Tianhai and his son might be finished.
However, he didn't have time to think about it now. Because the board is starting. Chapter 26, Reversal. Song Tianhai and his son, Jiang Xiyun and Jiang Jingguo are shocked. The board of directors is chaired by Jiang Xiyun. But at this board meeting, Jiang Xiyun was somewhat absent-minded and even did not want to preside over it. But she had no choice but to preside over the board meeting as usual. After a series of events, the highlight of this board meeting finally arrived. That is, the selection is made by the president of Baojiang Group and all the major managers. The first thing to be done was the selection of the president of Baojiang Group.
There were two candidates for the president, one was Jiang Xiyun himself, and the other was Song Jiyu. After he spoke for a while and let Song Jiyu speak excitedly for a while, Jiang Xiyun stood up again and said,
"Now please ask the 5 directors to vote for the 2 presidential candidates. The one with the most votes will be the next president of Baojiang Group. Voting begins."
She was too lazy to explain the voting rules and precautions. Song Jiyu's smug look on her face made her already depressed even more depressed. She could only look away coldly, out of sight, out of mind.
However, Song Jiyu said, "Xiyun, you are not doing your job as a CEO.
You didn't even tell us how to vote or what the voting rules are." Jiang Xiyan didn't look at him and was too lazy to respond.
This guy acted like he was already the president. At the same time, Jiang Jingguo and others have already started voting. Jiang Jingguo naturally voted for Jiang Xiyun without hesitation. On the big screen in front of the conference room, the number behind Zhang Shiyun turned into 1. Song Tianhai cast his vote for Song Jiyu without hesitation, confronting Jiang Jinghua head-on.
After casting his vote, Song Tianhai glanced at Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jinghua with a sneer, then looked at Han Luan, Zheng Hongyu, and Zhao Jinglong with some anticipation. Under his expectant gaze, Han Luan and the other two also pressed the voting buttons in their hands.
The smile on Song Tianhai's face suddenly became as bright as a chrysanthemum.
However, at this moment, Song Jiyu's terrified voice suddenly fell into his ears.
Uncle Han, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhao, did you make a mistake? Shouldn't you vote for me? Why did you all vote for Jiang Shiyun? The chrysanthemum-like smile on Song Tianhai's face froze for a moment, and he quickly looked at the big screen in front of the conference room.
Jiang Shiyun, 4.
Song Jiyu, 1. Seeing the number of votes behind Jiang Shiyun and Song Jiyu on the big screen, Song Tianhai even wondered if he had seen it wrong.
After blinking, he looked at the big screen again and saw the same thing. Then he realized that he was not mistaken. He jumped up from his seat, staring at Han Luan, Zheng Hongyu, and Zhao Jinglong in shock and disbelief, and asked in a trembling voice.
Why? Didn't we already agree on this in advance? At this point, Han Luan simply gave up and replied. Who told you that? Baojiang Group was originally founded by Lao Jiang.
If he hadn't been willing to bring us in, we would never have been able to own shares in Baojiang Group and become shareholders of Baojiang Group.
Old Song, you want to kick old Jiang out of Baojiang Group now, do you think we will agree? We are not ungrateful people like you. They are all smart people.
Now that things have come to this point, it is naturally impossible for them to offend Jiang Jinghua again.
Zheng Hongyu and Zhao Jinglong immediately responded. Yeah, Old Song, it's fine if you repay kindness with enmity, but don't drag us into this. We are different from you. We are good people.
Yes, I didn't expect that Old Song would be such an ungrateful and heartless person.
I, Zhao Jinglong, am ashamed to be associated with you. Song Tianhai was so angry that his lips trembled and his face turned green.
He never expected that everything was going well before, and he was still on good terms with these three people, but now these three people changed their minds at the last minute.
Moreover, the three of them looked righteous and began to accuse him. Although he didn't know what had happened to cause Han Luan and the other two to change their minds at the last minute, Song Tianhai knew that his plan had failed this time. He fell down on the chair, not knowing what to say for a long time, and his head was buzzing. Song Jiyu, who had always thought that he was about to become the president, was shocked and unbelievable, and then he shouted hysterically. You three must have made a mistake, right? Uncle Han, come on, you three are wrong. You should vote for me. I am the next president of Baojiang. Come on, you are wrong.
In fact, Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jinghua were also full of shock and disbelief at this moment.
They never expected that Han Luan and the other two, who had stood on the same side with Song Tianhai and mocked them before the meeting, actually stood on their side at this moment. After the shock, there was indescribable joy. It was not until he heard Song Jiyu's hysterical voice that Jiang Shiyun quickly stood up and said coldly. Song Jiyu, please don't disrupt the board of directors. If you keep yelling, don't blame me for asking security to take you out of the meeting room first. I'm a candidate for president, Jiang Shiyun, you bitch, what right do you have to kick me out? Song Jiyu had completely lost his mind at this moment. He just stared at Jiang Shiyun with a hideous and distorted face, as if he wanted to eat Jiang Shiyun. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be so scared that he wouldn't dare to speak just by looking at his appearance and state at the moment. But Jiang Xian looked at him coldly, and then shouted coldly outside the meeting room door. Security guard. Several security guards filed in, and she continued. Take him out, he's openly disrupting the board. The security guards didn't dare to hesitate at all. They immediately stepped forward, grabbed Song Jiyu and dragged him out of the meeting room. Knowing that this plan had completely failed, Song Tianhai no longer had the desire to stay, so he stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Jiang Jinghua smiled brightly and shouted. Old Song, the board meeting isn't over yet, don't leave in such a hurry. Song Tianhai paused, his face became even uglier, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Let me explain this on two sides. In the office of Baojiang Group's Internet Technology Department, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn at the moment. Because everyone in the office noticed that just now, there were a few more people outside their office. These people were obviously staring at their office. This made everyone in the office feel very uneasy. Brother Qing, why do you think those people outside are staring at our office? Could it be that there are some corporate spies or criminals in our office? Looking outside, Zhou Kai's mind was opened up. He leaned over to Su Qing and asked softly. Who knows? Su Qing didn't look up, but just replied casually. Maybe they are full and have nothing to do, so they are just standing outside and will leave soon? Brother Qing, you really know how to joke. Oh, damn, Brother Qing, you are amazing, they actually left. Zhou Kai was halfway through his words when he realized that the people outside had actually left, and he was stunned. Su Qing then raised his head and looked outside, his eyes flickering. Has the above board of directors come to an end? Then the real heavy rain is coming. Chapter 27: The Despair of Song Tianhai and his son. After being carried out of the conference room by several security guards, Song Jiyu finally regained some of his sanity. He looked at the security guards beside him angrily and shouted. Why don't you let me go? You are so brave. Several security guards quickly let him go. Song Jiyu swung his sleeves with a cold face and slapped several security guards in the face before giving up. After his anger subsided, he thought of his own arrogant behavior before the board meeting and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But who could have thought that a partner who was originally on good terms with you would suddenly turn against you? At this moment, he hated Han Luan, Zheng Hongyu, and Zhao Jinglong. It took a while before Song Jiyu managed to suppress his emotions. Then, he contacted Uncle Li and asked him to cancel the operation temporarily. He followed Song Tianhai and asked, Dad, are we done with this? He was unwilling to accept this, so he left in disgrace. He really was unwilling to accept this. In this situation, what else can you do? Song Tianhai looked at him with a dark face and asked back. Song Jiyu didn't know how to respond for a moment. He originally thought that Han Luan and the other two would definitely support him, but they all supported Jiang Xiyun. What could he do? Song Tianhai looked at him helplessly and explained. This time, Han Luan, Zheng Hongyu, and Zhao Jinglong suddenly changed their minds and sided with Jiang Jinghua and his daughter. Our plan must have failed. We can only make new plans and look for opportunities later, understand? No, I really don't accept it, Dad. I know who the guy who got married to Jiang Xiyun is. I must find a chance to kill him. Song Jiyu said with a gloomy face. I can't deal with Jiang Xiyun for now, but that boy is just a poor boy, can't I deal with him? I must get rid of this anger today, otherwise I will feel so upset. Ah. Song Tianhai sighed, it's up to you. But remember to. Boss Song, something bad has happened, something serious has happened. Suddenly, Uncle Li from a distance ran over hurriedly with an anxious look on his face and interrupted Song Tianhai. Song Tianhai shifted his gaze from Song Jiyu to Uncle Li and asked unhappily. Old Li, what's the rush? No matter what happens, don't panic, understand? Boss Song, something really happened. All sorts of dirty secrets about you and Master Yu suddenly appeared on the internet, as well as all sorts of criminal facts and evidence. What? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Song Tianhai standing there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. He just felt his whole body go limp and his body involuntarily collapsed to the ground. He was just saying don't panic no matter what happens, but now he is completely panicked. Even when the plan just failed and Han Luan and the other two changed their minds at the last minute, he didn't panic. But at this moment, he was completely panicked. All kinds of black material, various criminal facts and evidence were exposed on the internet. What does this mean? This means that they are completely finished, and there is no future. Song Jiyu, who was thinking about how to deal with Su Qing, suddenly felt like he had lost his soul. He stood there in a daze, feeling his head buzzing. If all of my black material, criminal facts and evidence were exposed, then I would be completely finished. After a long while, he came back to his senses and said in a panic. Dad, let's run. Song Tianhai, who heard the voice, barely came back to his senses and struggled to get up from the ground. He slapped Song Jiyu in the face with his backhand. Run? Where can you run to? It's all because of you who are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. If it weren't for the ridiculous things you do every day, how could anything go wrong? Song Jiyu was slapped to the ground. He opened his mouth but had no idea what to say. There was only despair on his face. In the conference room, Jiang Xiyun was presiding over the board meeting and selecting the managers of Baojiang Group. At this moment, her mood was many times better than before. She thought she would definitely lose the position of CEO, but unexpectedly it fell on her head in the end. How could she not be happy?
Even her always cold expression seemed to soften a little at this moment. Han Luan and others are now completely on her side and supporting her. All the managers unconditionally supported whatever she proposed, and some were even more enthusiastic than Jiang Jinghua.
Okay, then.
Jiang Shiyun was about to finalize a manager position when her assistant suddenly walked up to her and interrupted her.
Boss, something happened. What happened? Can't we wait until the board meeting is over to talk about it?
Jiang Shiyun raised his willow-shaped eyebrows and asked coldly.
Boss, this is too big. The assistant was shocked and said quickly.
Some of the criminal facts and evidence of Mr. Song and Song Jiyu were exposed online, and now this matter has caused a heated debate online.
If the company doesn't issue a statement immediately, I'm afraid the fire will burn the company. What?
Even though Jiang Shiyun had a cold heart, he was shocked at this moment and even found it unbelievable. She never imagined that the thing she had spent so much energy on but failed to find would now be exposed on the internet. And with Song Jiyu's usual behavior of bullying men and women now exposed, she can already imagine what will happen to Song Jiyu. It can be said that Song Jiyu and Song Tianhai are finished, completely finished, and there is no chance of turning things around. She had originally thought that after the board meeting was over, she would think of a way to deal with Song Jiyu.
Now it seems that it is completely unnecessary.
After the shock, Jiang Xian felt happy again.
Song Tianhai and his son were finished, which meant that Song Tianhai might be able to get his shares back.
Suppressing her emotions, she immediately said to her assistant.
Immediately release a statement in the name of the company and in my name. The matter between Song Tianhai and his son has nothing to do with the company.
It is their own business. The meeting room was originally quiet, and Han Luan, Jiang Jinghua and others could hear the assistant's words clearly.
Ha ha ha. Maybe this is what they call doing too much evil brings about one's own destruction. Jiang Jinghua burst out laughing.
At this moment, he was in a very happy mood.
Han Luan and others were extremely shocked.
They never imagined that the person who was chatting and laughing with them just now was now completely screwed. Especially Han Luan, just before the board meeting started, he thought that Song Tianhai and his son might be finished. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon. The board meeting had not yet ended, and Song Tianhai and his son had just left the meeting room for a short while when something unexpected happened. This made him secretly feel fortunate that he had done what the message on his phone said, otherwise they would probably be in trouble too.
Zheng Hongyu and Zhao Jinglong were also secretly glad.
As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. The affair of Song Tianhai and his son spread throughout the Baojiang group at rocket speed, shocking everyone in the group. Many people spit on it, while many others just felt like they were letting out a sigh of relief.
For example, Manager Song's wife, Manager Wang's wife. Chapter 28 The Dark Belly Female CEO. What the hell? This Song Jiyu is worse than a beast. Not only did he kill people, he even used his power to bully so many women.
Yeah, I didn't expect that there would be such a heinous person in our company. I have only seen each of his crimes in movies and TV shows.
They are simply outrageous.
Listening to the faint exclamations coming from the office, Zhou Kai put away his phone, looked at Su Qing at the workstation next to him, and whispered.
Brother Qing, the director of our company and his son have committed so many crimes together, don't you want to take a look?
Although he already knew this, in order not to show any abnormality, Su Qing was still very surprised.
Oh, really? Which director of our company is this? Show me. Zhou Kai handed the phone in his hand to Su Qing as he was told.
Su Qing took the phone and looked at it for a while. In his heart, he was very satisfied with Zheng Hongying, but on the surface, he looked indignant like Zhou Kai, and cursed. I didn't expect that as a director of our Baojiang group, he could do so many things worse than animals.
Song Tianhai and his son really deserve to die.
This is more than just worthy of death, this is enough for him to die 100 times.
Zhou Kai continued cursing.
And then, he cursed more and more vigorously. Su Qing cursed a few more times, then looked away, finding it a little funny. However, he didn't know why, but he actually felt somewhat refreshed.
How to say it?
It can be said that everything around him was driven by him behind the scenes.
But he is the only one who knows it. This made him feel like he was standing on a higher level than everyone around him. This feeling is really great.
It took him a while to suppress his emotions and continue working. Over the next day, until the afternoon when he got off work, Su Qing could always hear voices cursing Song Tianhai and his son from time to time. It is said that Song Tianhai and his son were taken away in the morning. This made Su Qing feel better. Although he was only targeted by Song Jiu before, he still felt very unhappy. If it weren't for the female president, he and Zhou Kai would have really been fired. And now, he felt as if his heart was free of tension. Of course, the most important thing is that he can happily continue his journey of living off his wife.
Humph. Song Tianhai and his son actually want to make me unable to be a gigolo. They simply don't know how to live or die. When I got off work in the afternoon, the dark clouds covering Zhenghan City had completely dissipated, revealing a blue sky. After simply tidying up his workstation, Su Qing put on his backpack, picked up the double or umbrella leaning against the table, and walked out of the office. Zhou Kai followed him and asked while looking at the umbrella in his hand. Brother Qing, where did you get this umbrella? You haven't really been in big trouble, have you? Su Qing raised the umbrella in his hand and said with a deliberately proud look. Certainly. Real? More real than real gold. Fuck, Brother Qing, you're making me feel worse than killing me. Zhou Kai suddenly looked sad and said. We agreed to be losers together, but you secretly became tall, rich and handsome behind my back. Kaizi, don't be sad. Follow me from now on and I'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. While chatting nonsense with Zhou Kai, he walked towards the outside of the company and soon arrived outside the company. After separating from Zhou Kai, just as Su Qing expected, he saw old Huang waving at him from a distance. Su Qing didn't hesitate and walked straight towards Lao Huang, then followed Lao Huang towards the white phantom in the distance. I'm so used to riding in the phantom that I feel a bit bored when riding in other cars. It's the same as, after getting used to the peerless beauty of female CEOs, when you look at other women, you feel that they are all vulgar. After putting away the bag and umbrella, Su Qing looked towards the milk tea shop in the distance and noticed that there were not many people there, so he went to the milk tea shop and bought milk tea and cake. And this time, considering that Jiang Jingguo might also be there, Su Qing also carefully bought an extra cup of tea. Su Qing bought milk tea and cake and returned to the car. After a while, Lao Huang drove to the front of Baojiang building. Old Huang's accurate grasp of time made Su Cheng once doubt that he had the ability to predict the future. When the car arrived in front of Baojiang building, Zhang Xiyun just walked out of the building just like last time. Unlike the last time, this time, even though the female president still had a cold expression on her face, and even though they were a long distance apart, Su Qing could clearly feel that she was in a good mood. Especially her pair of almond-shaped eyes, which were much brighter than usual. Unconsciously, a curve appeared at the corner of Su Qing's mouth. The female CEO, who seemed to be walking with the wind, quickly arrived in front of the car, opened the door, and sat down next to Su Qing naturally. After she put down her bag, Su Qing handed her the milk tea with a straw in it. The female president didn't look away, but took the milk tea naturally. After she took a sip of milk tea, Su Qing handed her the cake he had just bought. The female president took it naturally. Of course, during the entire process, the female president didn't even look at Su Qing. She just stared coldly ahead as usual. What Su Qing didn't see was that her eyes were becoming brighter and brighter, and her earlobes were unconsciously turning red. Although she didn't know how many times she had experienced this, she still felt strange in her heart. And today, ever since the board meeting ended, she had been eager to get off work. She didn't know why she had such emotion. It was not until this moment that she felt the urgency in her heart disappear. She glanced at Su Qing, who was also sipping milk tea next to her, and she couldn't help but take a big sip of the milk tea. Then, she said to Lao Huang in front of her. Uncle Huang, let's go to the Westin Hotel. Today, she just wanted to go to the hotel for a meal. Su Qing originally wanted to refuse, but thinking that today was a special day and the female president had successfully succeeded, they had to celebrate, so he did not object. What puzzled Su Qing was that Jiang Jingguo did not come out with the female president. He looked at the female CEO who was biting the straw and drinking milk tea, and asked. Boss Jiang, where is Uncle Jiang? Isn't he with us? Zhang Xiyun swallowed the milk tea in his mouth contentedly, and then replied coldly. He has some things to take care of. Su Cheng nodded without thinking much about it. The car gradually drove away from Baojiang building and headed towards the Westin Hotel, one of the best 5-star hotels in Zhenghan City. What Su Qing didn't know was that Jiang Jingguo, who had just come out of Baojiang building, was stunned when he saw the phantom disappearing into the distance. Jiang Jingguo never thought that the car would leave just because he was a step late. He was about to call Lao Huan when he saw a message suddenly pop up on his phone. Daughter, Dad, I have already told my assistant will take you back. Jiang Jingguo just felt messy in the wind and became even more confused. So, Have I been abandoned? Chapter 29, The Inhuman Female CEO. A Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions will naturally not cause traffic jams on the road.
Soon, the car arrived in front of the Westin Hotel. As one of the most luxurious five-star hotels in Jianghan City, the Westin Hotel stands out in two words: luxury. From the outside, the hotel looks like a castle, very majestic. The hotel is surrounded by various tall trees, adding a sense of mystery and tranquility to the hotel. After getting off the car, there is a small path leading directly to the hotel gate. Around the path are various precious flowers and plants, exuding exotic fragrance, which makes people feel relaxed and happy.
While following the female president to the hotel, Su Qing looked around.
In the past, he would never have dared to imagine that he would be able to come to the Westin Hotel for dinner. However, times are different now. Not only could he come to the Westin Hotel for dinner, but he could even dine with the dream goddess of countless people, the iceberg female president.
This is very nice.
Praise the power of this mouthful of soft rice. The two of them walked to the hotel gate, and the receptionist in Cheongsam at the hotel gate suddenly spoke in unison.
Welcome. Next, enter the hotel.
The first thing that catches your eye is a huge hall, which is beautifully decorated with crystal chandeliers, marble floors, etc. everywhere.
In addition, there is someone playing the piano in the hall all the time.
The melodious piano sound makes people feel better unconsciously. As soon as Su Qing and the female CEO entered the hall, a little old man in a white suit came to greet them.
Beautiful lady, handsome gentleman, do you have an appointment?
Su Qing silently turned his gaze to the female president beside him.
There is one downside to being a gigolo, it's that you don't have enough strength at this time.
The female president did not say anything, but silently took out a black and gold card from the Chanel bag slung over her shoulder and handed it to the old man in front of her.
When the old man saw the black gold card, a look of respect immediately appeared on his face. He couldn't help but bend even lower and said, "Dear VIP user, hello, please come this way, I will take you to your exclusive room."
Su Qing looked at the black gold card in the female president's hand with some surprise.
He didn't expect that the female president actually had the Westin Hotel's black gold card.
It is said that the Westin Hotel has only 9 black and gold cards in total. As long as you hold a black gold card, not only can you visit the Westin Hotel without a reservation, you can also have your own private room at the Westin Hotel and enjoy the best services. And this black gold card is applicable to any store of Westin Hotel. There is no other reason, it's just that one needs to deposit more than 10 million in advance to get the Westin Hotel's black gold card. However, there are many people in this world who can deposit more than 10 million, but there are only a few who have the Westin Hotel black gold card. This shows how rare the Westin Hotel black gold card is. Noticing his look, the female president squinted at him coldly, then handed him the black gold card in her hand.
"If you like it, here you go."
Su Qing was stunned, then quickly waved his hand and said,
No, I don't want it. I'm just a little surprised that you, Mr. Jiang, actually have this black gold card. After all, the Westin Hotel's black gold card is too rare. Here you go, just take it." The female president stuffed the black gold card into his hand without giving any explanation.
As if she was worried that Su Qing would return it to her, she added coldly,
"I have another one." Su Qing opened his mouth slightly for a moment, not knowing what to say. This icy female president is really overbearing, rich, and inhumane. A black gold card, just given to myself. Although this black gold card is only valid in the Westin Hotel, sometimes it is a symbol of identity and status. The most important thing is that she actually has another one. Su Qing felt that he could no longer use the word rich to describe this female CEO. At the same time, since the female president had another one and she had already stuffed this one into his hand, Su Qing no longer refused. Instead, he quietly put away the black gold card. "Anyway, I have already obtained the marriage certificate with the female president, so what belongs to her is mine." Under the guidance of the old man, Su Qing and the female president quickly walked into the elevator and then took the elevator to the top floor of the hotel. It was only when he reached the top floor of the Westin Hotel that Su Qing reacted. The exclusive private room that the old man just mentioned is actually located on the entire top floor. The entire top floor is paved with white jade floors and is illuminated by several crystal chandeliers, which looks very beautiful at first glance. In the middle of the hall, there is a rockery. Not only is there gurgling water in the rockery, but there are also many precious fish species swimming freely in it. How should I put it? This entire top floor gave Su Qing the feeling of two words: rich.
Together with the female president, we sat down at the dining table according to the old man's instructions.
Su Qing looked out the window and was surprised again.
You can actually see the entire night view of the river beach from here, it's so beautiful. Beautiful scenery, beautiful people, and delicious food, this is life.
Retracting his gaze and looking at the female president opposite him, Su Qing couldn't help but sigh.
At this moment, the female president opposite was telling the old man what dishes to serve. Su Qing had never heard of many of the names of the dishes.
After the old man left, only Su Cheng and the female president were left on the top floor.
Although they have been together for a long time, Su Qing still feels a little awkward when they are alone together. He could only start trying to find a topic and asked,
"Mr. Jiang, I see you are in a good mood today. Can you tell me if there is anything happy?"
The female CEO originally wanted to say that she had successfully succeeded the CEO, but when the words came to her lips, they turned into two cold words.
"Is there?" Su Cheng was not annoyed and nodded confidently. "Have. I can feel that you are in a good mood today, Mr. Jiang." The female president then said,
"Today, I have successfully succeeded the company's board of directors." Although it was just a few cold words, Su Qing still heard the joy contained in them, as well as the feeling of sharing this joy with himself. Although he already knew this, at this moment, Su Qing couldn't help but feel sincerely happy. Maybe this is the joy of having someone willing to share their joy with you. He suddenly realized something, and with a naughty smile, he clasped his fists towards the female CEO opposite him and said, "Congratulations, President Jiang, for your successful succession. The next in line will be our Baojiang Group's female president Bing. What did you want to say?" Su Qing's mouth twitched, he glanced at the cold and icy eyes opposite him, and said awkwardly,
"Congratulations to Ms. Jiang for being a female CEO."
The female CEO opposite looked at him coldly again, and then said,
"From now on, the president is the president. Don't add the word female. I don't like it."
Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then he realized that this female CEO had such a strong personality that she probably didn't even consider herself a woman.
Sidewalk. "Understood, Mr. President." Although the female president opposite did not say anything, she was obviously very satisfied with this,
because the coldness in her pair of phoenix eyes was obviously reduced.
Chapter 30: Picking food for the female president.
Before long, all kinds of delicious dishes were brought up by the waiters.
Looking at the table full of dishes, Su Qing was stunned, thinking, can two people eat so many dishes? However, the things had already been brought up, so he couldn't say anything more. He looked at the table again and found that many of the things on the table were things he had never seen before.
At this moment, the female president opposite had already picked up the chopsticks in front of her and started eating.
The female president still eats in such an elegant manner.
Su Qing was also a little hungry, so he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. However, Su Qing soon discovered a problem, that is, he had never seen some of the food before and didn't know how to eat it, which was very embarrassing. He could only look at the female president opposite him. However, he found that the female president seemed to be aware of his embarrassment. She didn't say anything, but was eating something that he had not eaten and didn't know how to eat. This made him feel a little warm in his heart, and he swallowed back the question that was about to come to his throat. Then he began to imitate the female president and eat things that he didn't know how to eat. Although the female president had a cold face, she ate every food he had not eaten before very carefully, and would not eat the next food until she knew how to eat it. This feeling of no communication but everything being implied made Su Qing feel very comfortable. Seeing that Su Qing had already eaten everything, the female president sped up her eating. Halfway through the meal, she suddenly asked coldly, "Would you like some wine?" Su Qing, who was eating with his head down, was stunned for a moment, then he pondered for a moment before saying, "You can try it." The female president immediately raised her hand and waved to the waiter in the distance. "Miss, how can I help you?" The waiter approached and asked softly. The female president said coldly, "Bring me a bottle of the best red wine in your store." "Miss, the best red wine in our store is Romane Conti from 1960, which is worth nearly $1 million. Are you sure you want it?" Hearing the price of the wine, Su Qing was shocked and quickly replied, "You don't need something that expensive, just grab a random bottle." "A bottle of red wine worth 1 million yuan, can you become an immortal after drinking it?" Anyway, Su Qing felt it was a bit too expensive. Such expensive red wine costs tens of thousands of dollars a sip. He probably would feel heartbroken just drinking it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the female CEO opposite him say coldly,
"This is the 1960 Romane Conti."
Su Qing looked across speechlessly, only to find that the female CEO didn't care about him at all. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and continued eating.
The corners of Su Qing's mouth twitched.
As expected, those who live off women have no human rights.
If the female president says I can drink expensive wine, I can only drink expensive wine. If the female president says she will give me a black gold card, I can only keep it.
Oh, it's too difficult.
He couldn't help but sigh secretly. After a while, the waiter came back.
At the same time, there was a cart in front of her, and on the cart was a bottle of red wine. The waiter carefully showed the red wine to Su Qing and the others, asking them to confirm that the wine had not been opened. Then, he carefully opened the bottle of red wine. After sobering up for a while, he poured more for them both. The moment the red wine entered the glass in front of him, Su Qing smelled a faint fragrance. The fragrance was like that of roses and grapes, making him feel as if he was in an endless sea of flowers and vineyards. Seeing that the female CEO opposite had already picked up her wineglass, Su Qing then picked up the wineglass and said,
"Congratulations, President Jiang, for successfully succeeding the position of president of our Baozhang group. Boss Jiang, let's have a toast."
As he spoke, he raised his glass and motioned for the female president to clink glasses.
The female president did not refuse.
Although she did not speak, she raised her glass and gently clinked it with his.
Su Qing smiled knowingly.
Although he felt a little distressed that the wine in his hand cost tens of thousands of yuan per sip, he still took a sip. As soon as he took a bite, all kinds of flavors exploded in his mouth, making Su Qing almost scream out loud.
Unable to think of any other words, at this moment he can only think of two words. Delicious.
Very delicious.
The taste in my mouth, how should I describe it, seems to have the taste of violets, the fragrance of tea, the fragrance of soil, and even the taste of soybeans.
In short, it's just a sip of wine, but all kinds of flavors appear in your mouth. And this taste stays in your mouth for a long time.
Before drinking it, Su Qing thought the wine was expensive.
But at this moment, he felt that this wine was expensive for a reason. Unable to help himself, after taking a sip, he took another sip. Next, Su Qing completely put aside his initial heartache and ate while tasting the red wine. There are only two words in my mind: comfortable.
Nonsense,
we are eating delicious food from a 5-star hotel and drinking red wine worth millions. How can it not be comfortable? During this meal, Su Qing felt like he was just eating money, swallowing the white bills one by one. Before this, he had never thought that he could be so extravagant.
Well, the same sentence. This soft rice is so delicious.
While eating, Su Qing noticed that the female president was reaching out to pick up a dish in front of him, so he subconsciously reached out and picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in her bowl. The dish had already been placed in the female president's bowl before Su Qing realized what was happening and froze in shock.
He couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Would this female president kill him?
Just when he was about to explain, he found that the female president was stunned for a moment, then she took back her chopsticks and started eating. Su Qing's eyes lit up involuntarily, and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth.
The female president doesn't mind, so I pick up food for her myself?
I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain from today's meal.
Su Qing couldn't help but feel happy.
She didn't mind when I used my own chopsticks to pick up food for her.
Doesn't this mean that the relationship between me and the female president has taken a qualitative leap?
Feeling happy, Su Qing noticed that there was no more food in her bowl, so he tried to give her some more.
"Mr. Jiang, please eat this. I think it tastes good." The female president still didn't say anything. She just ate coldly as before.
This made Su Qing happier and happier. What he didn't know was that although the female president still looked cold at the moment, her earlobes had actually already turned red and hot. Of course, at the same time, she also felt a faint sense of warmth in her heart.
She liked the feeling of being alone together. This is also the reason why she sent Jiang Jinghua away.
If Jiang Jinghua were here, he would definitely tease me at this time. She would never give Jiang Jinghua a chance.
However, she soon discovered something was wrong.
The guy opposite seemed to have opened some kind of seal and kept picking up food for himself, making it impossible for me to eat all of it. In the end, she could only say coldly,
"You don't want to eat? I'm not hungry." Chapter 31, Meeting an Old Classmate.
Although I had anticipated the value of this meal and was mentally prepared to a certain extent. But when it came time to pay the bill, Su Qing felt shocked for a moment when he saw that the female president had actually paid more than 1 million for this meal.
One meal costs more than 1 million. How many people may never earn 1 million in their entire life? In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it.
However, when I think about it, the bottle of red wine alone is almost 1 million, and I think it is actually quite normal. This soft rice tasted delicious to him again.
When the female president paid the bill, she didn't even blink.
It was obvious that a meal costing more than 1 million was just a normal thing for her. After paying the bill, the two walked out of the hotel with the old man seeing them off.
Why are you so stingy?
I asked you to take me to the Westin Hotel for a meal, but you refused. As soon as he walked out of the hotel, an angry voice came into his ears, attracting Su Qing's attention.
Following the sound, I looked.
In the distance, a young couple was arguing. The man was a young man wearing glasses, and the woman had an oval face and was quite pretty. The reason why Su Qing was attracted by their voices.
That's because he knew this young couple.
The girl was Zhang Yingnan, the most beautiful girl in his college class. She was also the secret crush of many boys in the class at that time.
The man is Liu Xian, the league secretary of my class in college.
However, Su Qing did not have a good impression of either of them. Because, when they were in college, these two people looked down on Su Qing, who had a face that looked like a school idol but came from a very poor family.
On weekdays, they often ridiculed Su Qing openly or secretly. Su Qing didn't expect to meet them here. And judging from the look of it, Zhang Yingnan actually wanted Liu Xian to take her to the Westin Hotel for dinner. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Xian said with a bitter face, "Baby, you know how much it costs to have a meal at the Westin Hotel. Now neither of us has a high salary. If we go to the Westin Hotel for a meal today, what will we do later? That's none of my business. My best friend's boyfriend brought her to the Westin Hotel for dinner once before." Zhang Yingnan continued. "If you don't take me to eat, do you not love me anymore? It's not a question of love or not, the problem is that we really don't have that much money." Liu Xian said helplessly. "So you don't love me anymore?" Su Qing just glanced at it and then looked away, shaking his head as if it was a bit funny. Sure enough, if you don't take your little fairy to eat expensive food, you don't love her. If you don't buy your little fairy an expensive bag, you don't love her. In comparison, this icy female president is so attractive. The cold female president not only took her out to eat good food, but also let her drive in luxury cars, live in a big villa, and gave her pocket money every month. The iceberg female president will not be as unreasonable as the little fairy. Well, except that she often glares at me with cold eyes. I don't know how many times stronger she is than the little fairy. Putting his thoughts aside, Su Qing couldn't help but quicken his pace and followed the female president who was striding briskly. We must strengthen our thoughts in the future. The female president is the most attractive, the female president is the strongest, everything else is just clouds. Su Qing withdrew his gaze, but Zhang Yingnan, who was not far away, felt his gaze and followed his gaze and saw him. Seeing Su Qing coming out of the Westin Hotel with a woman who looked very beautiful, Zhang Yingnan couldn't help but open his mouth wide, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. She quickly poked Liu Xian beside her and said in surprise, "Look, is that Su Qing?" She didn't even want to believe what she was seeing. Su Qing, who was extremely poor in college, but never looked at her in the eye. She never expected that Su Qing would come out of the Westin Hotel with such a beautiful woman beside him. Although Jiang Shiyun was wearing sunglasses and a mask on her face, she could still see that Jiang Shiyun was definitely a very beautiful woman. Not to mention Jiang Shiyun's appearance, Jiang Shiyun's figure alone was the best she had ever seen. According to her idea, even if there was a woman around Su Qing, shouldn't she be in her 50s or 60s, old and ugly? This is in line with Su Qing's identity as a pretty boy. She didn't understand why there was such a beautiful girl like Jiang Shiyun by Su Qing's side. Su Qing? Are you seeing things? Su Qing is so poor, how could he be here? After hearing what Zhang Yingnan said, Liu Xian said something disdainful and looked in the direction Zhang Yingnan pointed. When Liu Xian saw that it was actually Su Qing, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide and stood there in a daze, with only shock in his eyes. You know, when he was in school, the person he couldn't stand the most was Su Qing, who was obviously poor but very popular in school. He never expected to see Su Qing coming out of the Westin Hotel today. What's more, there is such a beautiful girl next to Su Qing. Although he couldn't see Jiang Shiyun's face, his figure alone was enough to stun him and make him swallow his saliva uncontrollably.
When he was in college, he could still ridicule Su Qing by saying that he was the secretary of the youth league branch, his family conditions were better than Su Qing's, and his girlfriend was the most beautiful girl in class. But at this moment, especially when he thought that he couldn't even take his girlfriend to the Westin Hotel for a meal, he couldn't help but feel ashamed and even wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, Zhang Yingnan next to him suddenly said, Look, their car is actually a Rolls-Royce." Lu Xian looked over and saw Su Qing and Zhang Xiyun getting into a white Rolls-Royce. Moreover, he knew better than Zhang Yingnan. He knew that it was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury car worth more than 10 million. At this moment, Lu Xian was even more shocked. The poor guy whom I looked down upon in college not only came out of the Westin Hotel which I could not afford, but also drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This person is so annoying. Besides being shocked and unbelievable, he also felt a strong jealousy in his heart, so jealous that his hair turned purple. He looked away and noticed that his girlfriend was still staring at that place. He couldn't help but get angry and yelled, "Look, everyone else's car has left. I just wanted to see what was wrong. I didn't expect Su Qing to be not only handsome, but also so rich." Zhang Yingnan said with a look of disdain. "Look at yourself again, you don't know why I fell in love with you in the first place? I asked you to take me to the Westin Hotel for a meal, but you didn't even want to. You." Lu Xian was so angry that she cursed. "It makes you sound like Su Qing likes you. Don't think I don't know. The reason you dislike Su Qing is because Su Qing has never looked at you straight in the eye." For a while, the two of them couldn't help but quarrel with each other. Chapter 32. The female president wants to buy clothes for herself. Su Qing didn't know that because of him, the couple Lu Xian and Zhang Yingnan broke up. He didn't even think about showing off in front of those two people. Following the female president, his horizons have been broadened. Now he feels that people like Lu Xian and Zhang Yingnan are no longer worth his anger. What's more, even if we put aside the female president, he has his own system and controls the sharp sword of Kowloon Security Company. People like Lu Xian and Zhang Yingnan are even less worthy of his attention. Sitting in the car with the female president and sniffing the faint fragrance coming from her body, his mood couldn't help but improve. Now, if possible, he just wants to live a good life with the female president. The female president works hard outside to earn money, and he is responsible for looking handsome. For example, today, when he was taken out by the female president and forced to spend money, he felt it was pretty good. "I thought that after dinner, I would go back to Taihasikianyuan, but then I heard the female president coldly say to Lao Huang in front of me, 'Uncle Huang, don't go home yet, go to the nearest Yida Plaza.'" Su Qing was a little confused and asked, "Mr. Jiang, do you still want to go shopping?" "Right." Su Qing nodded and didn't say anything. Since the female president wanted to go shopping, then let's go. But then I heard the female president say coldly, "I see you're only wearing these 2 sets of clothes. Since you're already out, I might as well go buy you 2 more sets of clothes." Su Qing was stunned for a moment, and after a while he said, "Boss Jiang, I have clothes to wear. If you want to buy them for me, then you don't have to go. Then why do you always wear these 2 outfits?" Su Qing didn't know how to answer for a moment. Boys often find it troublesome, so they always only wear 2 sets of clothes. It's not that they don't have any clothes. Seeing that he didn't speak, the female president continued coldly, "I said I'm going to buy you clothes, so I'm going to buy you clothes. Don't refute me." Su Qing was speechless again. "Okay, you are the president, you have money, I'll listen to you." The car moved forward slowly and soon arrived at Yida Plaza, which was closest to the Westin Hotel. Night is approaching and the wonderful nightlife has begun. Yida Plaza is bustling with people at this moment. Although it is Yida Plaza, luxury cars like the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which cost tens of millions, are still rare. Therefore, when the car stopped, it immediately caused bursts of exclamations. When the car door opened and Su Chang and Jiang Xiyan got out one after another, the exclamations around them reached a peak. "Oh shit! Rolls-Royce Phantom, I actually saw this car here, it's worth coming here tonight. Handsome guy, pretty girl, luxury car, what a heavenly configuration. This is too awesome. I'm so envious. Fuck, she's good looking and drives a luxury car. I'm so envious that my hair is turning purple." The female president was obviously accustomed to this kind of scene. Su Qing, on the other hand, felt somewhat uncomfortable as he was being stared at by so many people as if they wanted to eat him. However, as more and more people came, he took the initiative to walk in front of the female president, clearing the way for her and asking,
Boss Jiang, where are we going now?
although the female president had said that she came here to buy clothes for herself, he didn't know where to buy them. In the past, the clothes I wear now, including those I wear now, were basically bought randomly. This was the first time for her to come to Yida Plaza to buy clothes, like a young lady getting into a bridal sedan.
The female president replied coldly. Let's go to the third floor. I remember there are brand stores on the third floor. Su Cheng nodded, then led the way and walked to the third floor with the female president. When we arrived at the third floor, we found many clothing stores of famous brands, such as LV, Chanel, Armani, Versace, Dior. In short, all kinds of luxury brands can be seen on the third floor. The third floor of Yida Plaza is obviously specially opened for these luxury brands. While Su Cheng was still looking around, he noticed that the female president had walked towards Versace, which was not far away. He quickly followed the female president. When the two of them entered the Versace store, the waitress in a professional suit and hip skirt immediately greeted them with a smile on her face and said enthusiastically, Welcome, sir and ma'am, how can I help you? The female president was not polite and said directly, Help me pick out some clothes for him. Money is not a problem. The waitress couldn't help but smile even more, and she bowed and said, Okay, sir, come over here with me and I'll pick out clothes for you. Su Cheng couldn't help but feel helpless. Maybe this is the trouble of happiness. It is indeed a happy thing that the female president wants to buy clothes for herself, but the female president is too domineering. There are so many people watching in the store, can't you give yourself some face? Ah, there are no human rights, no human rights. After making a very annoying sigh, Su Cheng followed the waitress to the side and let her pick clothes for him. Soon, the waitress picked out a few pieces for Su Cheng and asked him to try them on. Su Cheng changed into a suit as he was told. When he walked out of the fitting room, there were bursts of exclamations in the store, and the clerks looked at him with shining eyes. The waiter who selected the clothes for him suppressed his amazement and praised, Miss, your boyfriend is so handsome. Yeah, this is so handsome, he is so much more handsome than those male celebrities. Some of the shop assistants nearby also praised the product sincerely. Is he really that handsome? Su Cheng muttered with some disbelief, walked to the mirror and looked at himself. He felt that he was just like that. Noticing that the female president was also staring at him, he asked, Mr. Jiang, how is it? Does it look good? The female president obviously came back to her senses after hearing his voice and replied coldly, Can. Although he said so, Zhang Xiyun's earlobes were actually turning red. She had always thought Su Cheng was good looking, but she didn't expect that Su Cheng, after changing his clothes, would be so good looking that she was stunned for a moment. In addition, the shop assistants around her praised Su Chengshui and said that Su Cheng was their boyfriend, which made her feel a little strange. Logically speaking, the two of them had already obtained their marriage certificate and their relationship was even more advanced than boyfriend and girlfriend, but she still felt something was strange. However, she still looked cold on the surface and did not show any abnormality. Then he said coldly to the waitress next to him, I want all of the ones I picked out, pack them all up. The waitress couldn't help but be delighted and asked, Miss, all these clothes together cost nearly 500,000 yuan. Are you sure you want them all? The female president didn't say anything, but just nodded coldly. Su Cheng was shocked again for a moment and felt that he had never seen the world. Clothes worth 500,000 yuan. This female president actually bought herself another 500,000 yuan worth of clothes. This soft rice is so delicious. Chapter 33, Buy, the female president buys millions of clothes. Only after changing his clothes and walking out of the Versace store did Su Cheng come back to his senses from his surprise. Thinking that he was wearing clothes worth nearly 100,000 yuan, he felt that he had difficulty walking. Damn it, if I'm not careful and my clothes are torn, tens of thousands of dollars will be gone. He looked back at the Versace clerk carrying several bags behind him, and he felt even more dreamy. In just over 10 minutes, more than 500,000 yuan was spent. Can you believe it? The female president is still a female president after all, she is so rich. It took him a while to suppress his emotions and gradually adapt to his current state. From now on, days like this will become the norm, so I have to adapt. He comforted himself in his heart. Only then did he look at the female president beside him, only to find that she didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. She looked around and actually walked towards the LV store not far away. Su Cheng was stunned, and quickly followed her and said, Boss Jiang, that's enough, that's enough. I don't need to buy any more clothes. What I bought now is enough.
Although the meal was comfortable and enjoyable, I had already bought more than 500,000 yuan worth of clothes. Adding the previous meal expenses, this trip had cost more than 2 million yuan.
So, Su Qing felt that it was enough. If it were him, he would never spend more than 1 million on food and more than 500,000 on clothes. This doesn't mean that he doesn't know how to enjoy life even though he has money, but that's just his personality. He is the kind of person who is happy as long as he is comfortable and doesn't have much pursuit for material things. The female president seemed not to hear his words and continued to stride towards the LV store. Su Qing had no choice but to follow her. It was not until we walked into the LV store that the female president said coldly, "Since we're already here, we might as well buy as much as we can at once. You only wear those few sets of clothes, and people who don't know would think that you can't even afford clothes. You don't feel ashamed, but I do." Su Qing opened his mouth, but finally didn't know how to refute. He thought, no one else knows that you and I have obtained the marriage certificate, so what is there to be ashamed of? However, he was not stupid enough to say this out loud, so he just complained silently in his heart. If he really said this, he was worried that the female president would immediately glare at him with her cold almond-shaped eyes. "Yaozi, you don't know that Su Qing actually came out of the Westin Hotel with a very beautiful woman and got into a Rolls-Royce. Su Qing must have become successful. You've always had a crush on him. If it were me, you should take the initiative." As soon as he entered the LV store and heard the sound, Su Qing's mouth twitched. "Damn, what a coincidence, I met Zhang Yingnan here again. This woman Zhang Yingnan is actually still bragging about herself to others. This is so embarrassing." Su Qing also knew the person Zhang Yingnan was talking to, Li Yao, a female classmate from college. However, Su Qing didn't know that Li Yao actually had a crush on him. He looked at the female president next to him, and when he saw that there was nothing wrong with her, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't even know that Li Yao had a crush on him, he couldn't help feeling guilty when he heard all this when he was with the female president. How should I put it? It feels like being caught in bed with someone. Yaozi, seriously, you have to seize the opportunity. Don't be like me. I found a loser like Lu Xin and asked him to take me to the Westin Hotel for a meal, but he refused. Li Yao had already noticed Su Qing, and quickly poked Zhang Yingnan with embarrassment, signaling Zhang Yingnan to stop talking. Zhang Yingnan was still chattering. "Yaozi, really, you are not bad looking. If you take the initiative to contact Su Qing, maybe you will become a phoenix. Are you a shopping guide? Come here." At this time, the female president suddenly pointed at Li Yao coldly. Li Yao was wearing work clothes, and it was obvious that she worked in this LV store. Li Yao said hello to Zhang Yingnan very apologetically, then quickly walked up to Su Qing and the others and said, "How can I help you?" Although Su Qing was a little embarrassed, he still greeted. "Li Yao, long time no see. I didn't expect you to work here." "Yeah, long time no see, Su Qing, I didn't expect." However, before Li Yao could finish her words, she was interrupted by the female CEO. "You two know each other, so it's just right for you to pick out some clothes for him, money is not a problem." Su Qing couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this female president jealous? She actually let Li Yao pick clothes for her. Before Su Qing could come to his senses, he saw the female president took off her sunglasses and mask on her face, seemingly unintentionally but actually intentionally, exposing her beautiful face. Her fair skin and stunning face that seemed to have stepped out of a painting instantly made the entire store quiet. At this moment, Li Yao, Zhang Yingnan, and many other people in the store were stunned, with only amazement in their eyes. After Su Qing was stunned for a moment, he came to his senses and couldn't help but find it a little funny. This female president is really jealous. Or maybe, because of what Zhang Yingnan said just now, she was asserting her sovereignty. He didn't expect that this icy female president actually had such a side. This is to tell Li Yao from all aspects, from her appearance to her financial resources, that she should stop thinking about herself. While I found it funny, I also felt inexplicably happy for some reason. Seeing that Li Yao had recovered from her amazement, Su Qing took the initiative to introduce. "Li Yao, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend. I originally wanted to say wife, but I was worried that if I said that, the female CEO would glare at me." "Your girlfriend is so beautiful," Li Yao said in a daze. "Thank you," Su Qing responded generously. He looked at the female president next to him, and saw that she was still as cold as before, but when she noticed his eyes, her gaze became a little vague. Finally, she seemed not to notice his gaze and said coldly to Li Yao. Please pick out some clothes for him quickly. They should be nice. Money is not a problem. We are in a hurry.
Li Yao then started picking clothes with Su Qing with a complicated expression. As for Zhang Yingnan, she had disappeared long ago, perhaps out of embarrassment. Soon, Li Yao helped Su Qing pick out some clothes. This time, before Su Qing even had to try on the clothes, the female CEO waved her hand and said, "No need to try, I want all of these." As she spoke, she handed Li Yao a bank card and said coldly, "Swipe the card." As a result, this time the clothes cost more than 500,000 yuan. After leaving the LV store, for some unknown reason, the female president asked Li Yao to carry their bags and follow behind them together with the Versace clerk. Su Qing thought it was over, but unexpectedly, the female president turned around and walked into the Armani store next door. When they came out of the Armani store, needless to say, there was another Armani clerk behind them. And Su Qing's clothing also increased from more than 1 million to nearly 2 million. After that, Su Qing felt a little numb. Dior, Givenchy, Burberry. The female president took him to shop around all the luxury brands on the third floor. The first thing the female CEO says when she enters the store is always help him pick out some clothes. Money is not a problem. Su Qing had only seen that kind of arrogance in the protagonists of some super rich novels. In the end, all the sales clerks from the luxury brand stores on the third floor were carrying a few bags and following behind the two of them, becoming a spectacle on the third floor. The value of Su Qing's clothes also reached an astonishing 6 million. Clothes worth more than 6 million, what does that mean? If this had happened in the past, Su Qing wouldn't have known what kind of pillow he would need to have such a dream. Chapter 34, Participating in an Intimate Activity with the Female President. Fuck, this is too extravagant. I counted and found that I bought all the luxury brands on the third floor. I heard that all those clothes were bought for that guy. I'm so jealous. Why don't I have a girlfriend like him? It's so difficult. I slapped my girlfriend a few times, but she refused to admit it. She's a rich woman and can buy me clothes. Listening to the sounds around him, Su Qing felt extremely refreshed. Especially the murderous looks from the men around him made him feel inexplicably satisfied. Who says it's shameful to be a gigolo? Isn't this cool? Isn't this enviable? Zhang Xiyan listened to the sounds around him and felt very satisfied. She found that she seemed to enjoy the feeling of spending money on Su Qing and buying things for Su Qing. Especially when she noticed Su Qing's expression, she felt even more satisfied. Her previous goal was to become the first richest woman in Dragon Country. But now, she felt that she had one more goal, which was let Su Qing live off him and keep spending money on him. Noticing the Patek Philippe store in the distance, she turned her gaze to Su Qing. I've almost got the clothes. Next, I'll buy you 2 watches to match them. Su Qing, who was immersed in secret joy, shook his head like a rattle when he heard this. Boss Jiang, you really don't need to buy a watch. As a small company employee, I am already jealous when I wear luxury goods to work. If I wear a famous watch, it will be too ostentatious. Su Qing could barely accept wearing luxury goods to work. After all, many people don't know these luxury brands. But a famous watch would easily attract attention, and he didn't want to be stared at all times in the office. The female president pondered for a moment and felt that if he went to work wearing a famous watch, it would be a bit too ostentatious. So, he did not force it, but said coldly, "That's enough for today, let's go back." After saying this, he walked towards the parking space on the first floor. In the end, the pile of clothes couldn't even fit in the trunk of the Phantom, so the female president had to ask the clerk to send the clothes to Taihasiki Anyuan. Then, although they had already gotten into the car, Su Qing started to have other thoughts when he noticed the couples walking outside. This female president is extremely busy on weekdays. Now she finally gets to come out for once. Isn't it a bit too much of a loss for her to just go back like this? He looked at the female CEO next to him and asked tentatively. Boss Jiang, it's still early. We finally got out once. How about we take a walk for a while before going back? The female CEO was stunned. She noticed the couples outside and wanted to refuse, but the words came out of her mouth. Can. Then old Huang, you just continue to wait for us here. Su Qing was immediately delighted and said to old Huang. Then he quickly opened the car door and got out, inviting the female president to get out again. After the female president got out of the car, she looked around and then looked at him. Where are you going? Before, she was the one who bought clothes for Su Cheng, and she was the one who took the lead in everything.
But at this moment, looking around, she didn't know where to go?
Su Cheng didn't know where to go, so he replied.
Without a purpose, we just wander around.
If I have to set a destination every time I go shopping, it would be too tiring. As he spoke, he noticed the snack street not far away and continued.
Let's go, Mr. Jiang, let's go over there and take a look first.
Zhang Xian looked at him in surprise, felt that what he said made sense, and no longer wanted to go anywhere. Instead, he followed his directions and walked towards the snack street in the distance. Su Cheng followed her and saw that she was still walking at a brisk pace, so he reminded her.
Boss Jiang, since we're going to shop, we should take our time.
The female president glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything, but she slowed down her pace and walked leisurely with him.
As they were walking, Su Cheng noticed a milk tea shop not far away and asked, Boss Jiang, are you thirsty? Let's go buy some milk tea. The female president didn't say anything and turned directly to the milk tea shop in the distance.
As a domineering female president, she is obviously different from other little girls.
She always takes direct actions instead of being shy.
This made Su Cheng feel like he had no experience as a boyfriend. After muttering a few words to himself, Su Cheng quickly followed her. The two of them came to the milk tea shop together. Thinking about what Su Cheng had bought for him before, Zhang Xian said coldly.
2 cups of matcha milk tea. Su Cheng added promptly.
I want coconut, not pearls. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, we have a promotion in our store right now. As long as the two of you follow our instructions and complete a few actions, you can get a second cup for free. As soon as they finished talking, the clerk introduced them with a smile and finally asked.
Excuse me, handsome guy, beautiful girl, would you two like to join us? Zhang Xian said coldly without even thinking. No, a cup of milk tea. Boss Jiang, let's try it together, it's just for fun.
However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked at her with a smile on his face.
Su Cheng really wanted to try this activity, if for no other reason than to let the female president experience it.
Normally, or in the past, this female president probably never had the opportunity or the chance to experience these activities. It is often these ordinary activities and little things that actually allow people to experience the joy and feeling of life. Seeing that the female CEO still hadn't expressed her opinion, Su Cheng continued.
Mr. Jiang, why don't we try it out together?
You must have never participated in these activities before.
Actually, these little activities are quite interesting.
Yes, beautiful lady, our activities are all designed for couples.
They are very interesting. Why don't you two try them out?
The shop assistant also chimed in promptly.
The female president then nodded coldly. The clerk then took out a card and introduced it to the two of them.
Handsome guy, beautiful girl, this card shows the actions you need to complete. As long as you cooperate with each other and complete the actions on the card, you will succeed in the challenge.
Before Su Cheng could say anything, the female president coldly took the card from the clerk.
After looking at the first action, she said coldly.
We're not going to participate. Su Cheng looked at the card in her hand and couldn't help but find it a little funny. He quickly said.
Boss Jiang, there is no reason to go back on your word.
Come, let's complete the first move. The first action is very simple, all they have to do is make a heart shape.
Although the female president was somewhat reluctant, but seeing that Su Cheng had already raised his hand and made a half heart gesture, she had no choice but to cooperate with him and make the other half of the heart gesture. As their hands gently touched together to form a complete heart, the action was completed.
Su Cheng then looked at the second action. Zhang Xian's earlobes were already turning red.
It was the first time she did these things with Su Cheng, and her heart was always filled with an indescribable feeling. I want to refuse, but I also look forward to it inexplicably.
The second action is more difficult and more ambiguous than the first.
They need to hold hands, pinch each other's earlobes with their other hands, and look at each other affectionately for 10 seconds.
After watching the action, Su Cheng looked at the female CEO and said, Boss Jiang, come and complete the second move. Of course, Zhang Xian also knew the second move.
Seeing Su Cheng reaching out his hand, she could only suppress her emotions and reached out to hold Su Cheng's hand.
Warm, very warm.
This was her first feeling the moment she held Su Cheng's hand. However, Su Cheng's feeling was exactly the opposite of hers. The first thing Su Cheng felt was, it's cool, very comfortably cool. At the same time, Su Qing could also feel that the female president's body had obviously stiffened for a moment. Feeling a little happy in his heart, Su Qing calmed down and reached out to her earlobe, saying with a guilty conscience,
Boss Jiang, this is an event.
As his hand got closer and closer to his face, Jiang Shiyun became more and more panicked.
My earlobe is getting hot. If Su Qing pinches it, wouldn't that reveal my current mood?
Finally, I couldn't help it anymore. I broke free from his hand, took a step back, suppressed the strangeness in my heart, looked at the clerk coldly and said, I'll pay 10,000 yuan, and you'll consider us as having completed the activity. How about that?
Chapter 35, Completing an Intimate Activity with the Female President.
I'll pay 10,000 yuan, and you'll consider us as having completed the activity. How about that? The female president's cold and royal voice rang out, and both Su Qing and the clerk in the milk tea shop fell silent.
Su Qing didn't know what to say for a moment. This female president is still a female president. He actually used the power of money to break the rules of the game. But, isn't the purpose of participating in this event to get the second cup of milk tea for free? Isn't it a bit too much to spend 10,000 yuan?
At this moment, Su Qing clearly saw the restlessness in the eyes of the milk tea shop clerk.
After all, this is 10,000 yuan.
The daily sales of this milk tea shop is estimated to be only tens of thousands of yuan. And now the female president alone can contribute 10,000 yuan to them.
Who wouldn't be tempted?
Su Qing said hurriedly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Boss Jiang, if you're just throwing money at it, then what's the point of us participating in this event? So, you don't have to do this, we just have to do our best. If we really can't complete this activity, that is okay. The most important thing is to experience the activity process. The female president didn't say anything, but just looked at him coldly, with resistance still in her eyes. Su Qing knew it, so it was impossible for him to pinch her earlobe. I could only look at the clerk and say, for the second move, instead of pinching the earlobes, let's look at each other for 20 seconds. How about that?
The clerk had recovered from his shock at this moment, looked at the female president in surprise, and then nodded.
Can. Su Qing then looked at the female CEO again. Mr. Jiang, how about it, can we complete the second move now? The female president finally stopped refusing and nodded. The two then completed the second action. Su Qing took her hand again.
It's still icy cool when you touch it, which is very comfortable in this hot weather. Then start looking at each other.
Su Qing was fine.
When he looked at her, his eyes were full of tenderness.
But the female president only looked at him for a few seconds and then looked away again. She was really embarrassed at the moment. She couldn't bring herself to look at Su Qing for 20 seconds. They just looked at each other for a few seconds, but she felt her earlobes burning and her heartbeat quickened. So much so that at this moment, she could even hear the thumping of her own heartbeat. Su Qing felt helpless, but not annoyed, as he understood the female president. After all, she has to look into his eyes for 20 seconds. Not to mention the strong personality of the female CEO, I'm afraid even some girls can't do it. Again. Boss Jiang, let's do it again. You two aren't a couple, are you? You two can't even do something as simple as staring at each other for 20 seconds? Yeah, staring at each other for 20 seconds, isn't that a simple thing? At this time, a young couple nearby sent a mocking message. At this moment, Su Qing clearly saw that the female president's eyes suddenly changed. Become sharp and cold. She glanced coldly at the young couple talking next to her, and then looked at Su Qing stubbornly. Su Qing opened his mouth slightly, feeling a little amused and helpless again. A female CEO is still a female CEO, but she is so strong-willed. Look her in the eye again. This time the two just stared at each other. At the beginning, the female president's eyes were full of stubbornness and unwillingness to accept defeat, but gradually the stubbornness and unwillingness to accept defeat disappeared, and were replaced by Su Qing's gentle and sunny smile. The coldness in her eyes slowly dissipated. But in Su Qing's eyes, there was only her. At this moment, everything around them seemed to disappear, and only each other was left in their eyes. A light breeze blew by, lifting a strand of her black hair. Su Qing couldn't help herself, so she reached out to help her tuck that strand of hair behind her ear. And Su Qing finally understood why she was so resistant to having her earlobes pinched. It turned out that her earlobes had already turned as red as ripe apples. Those red earlobes and her cold face seemed to be from two different worlds. If her face is in winter, her earlobes are probably in summer. It turns out that she wasn't always cold and icy.
However, she has always been hiding her charm with coldness.
Okay, 20 seconds are up, you can move on to the next move.
The clerk's voice rang out, and they both came back to their senses. The female president immediately looked away, her face cold, as if nothing had just happened. But Su Qing clearly saw that her earlobes became even redder. However, no one exposed her. If I expose her, she might get angry and use her money power. It turns out that having a girlfriend who is too rich is also a problem.
After silently complaining, Su Qing moved on to the next action.
The third action is more difficult, and naturally more intimate and ambiguous. The third action requires Su Qing to hug the female president in her arms, and then the two of them make a heart shape. It can be said that this action is completely testing Su Qing's strength. If he hadn't exercised regularly and wasn't a thin dog, he might not have had the confidence to pick up the female president and show love to her at the same time.
Brother, we just failed at the third move. I see you are in the same situation as me. I wonder if you can complete the third move.
At this time, the man and the young couple next to them looked Su Qing up and down and spoke with a smile.
Su Qing did not respond, but looked at the female president. The female president had a cold face and looked at him suspiciously, her eyes seemed to be asking, "Can you do it?"
Oh my god, who am I looking down on with my bad temper?
Su Qing immediately got angry.
This time, he didn't even care whether the female president agreed or not. He just walked up to her and hugged her in his arms like a princess.
The female president was stunned and subconsciously put her arms around his neck.
At the same time, her body froze and she dared not move. Su Qing's body sank slightly, and after he stabilized himself, he freed his left hand and made a half heart shape. Seeing that she was in a daze, I reminded her.
Boss Jiang, can you free up your right hand and cooperate with me?
The female president finally came to her senses and tried her best to maintain her cold expression, pretending that nothing had happened. She freed her right hand and cooperated with him in making a heart shape.
After completing the action, Su Qing let her go.
Then he raised his eyebrows with some pride at the boy who had just spoken next to him. The boy next to him opened his mouth slightly, obviously not expecting that Su Qing had such strong power. In the end, he gave Su Qing a thumbs up, but at the same time, his girlfriend pinched his waist, making him grimace in pain. After receiving recognition from the male compatriot next to him, Su Qing looked at the female president with some pride. However, he was met with the cold almond-shaped eyes of the female president.
He could only smile awkwardly.
Little did she know that at this moment, not only her earlobes were hot, but her entire body was hot. Her heartbeat was as fast as 2 or 3 beats per second. She could only try her best to maintain her image as an icy female CEO and pretend nothing had happened. After completing the third move, the two of them completed the challenge.
The clerk promptly announced,
"Congratulations on completing the challenge.
You can enjoy the second cup of milk tea for free." Chapter 36, Sending the Female President a Bouquet of Pink Geraniums, I am glad to be with you.
Congratulations on completing the challenge.
You can enjoy the second cup of milk tea for free.
Hearing the clerk's voice, Su Qing felt a sudden surge of joy in his heart. He looked at the female president with a smile on his face and said excitedly, "Boss Jiang, we have completed the challenge, we have completed the challenge." This was something that was accomplished through the efforts of both of them, even though it was just a small activity, it was just a small thing. But Su Qing was still very happy and excited. Even at this moment, he was happier and more excited than before when the female president took him on a shopping spree and bought him clothes crazily. At this moment, Jiang Shiyun also felt his joy. She also felt a sense of joy and accomplishment in her heart. This sense of accomplishment was surprisingly the same as the one she felt when she completed a major project and successfully succeeded as president. To some extent, she even felt that it made her happier than if she had successfully succeeded as president. At this moment, she began to understand the significance of Su Qing's insistence on dragging her to participate in this event. The coldness in his eyes softened a little. However, she still looked cold.
How could Su Qing not know the character of this female president? He was not annoyed.
After taking the milk tea handed to him by the waiter, he tore off the straw with a happy look on his face, inserted the straw, and handed a cup to the female president. The two left the milk tea shop and continued to stroll leisurely. Not far away, I noticed some young couples surrounding a man selling candied haws and buying them.
Su Qing looked at the female CEO who was holding a cup of milk tea beside him and said, "Boss Jiang, wait for me here."
As soon as he finished speaking, he ran towards the man who was selling candied haws in the distance. Today, he is committed to doing everything that ordinary couples would do when shopping with the female president. He ran to the stall selling candied haws with a cheerful look on his face, and waited until the two couples in front of him bought their candied haws and left. Then he said, "Boss, I want 2 strings of candied haws. What flavor do you want? Normal candied haws, or other fruit flavors like strawberry or cherry?" The boss asked with a smile. This question stumped Su Ching. He didn't know what the female president liked. Just when I was about to say that I should just have the normal candied haws, I heard a cold and royal sister's voice behind me. "I want strawberry." Su Ching was stunned, and looked back at the cold female CEO who was already behind him, and then said to the boss, "Boss, then 2 bunches of strawberries." Although it was not a normal candied haws, since the female president asked for strawberry, he might as well try the strawberry-flavored candied haws. He took 2 strings of candied haws from the boss, tore off the packaging, and then handed 1 string to her. At the same time, he reached out and took the milk tea from her hand. The female president was obviously stunned, then she took the candied haws and started eating. Her expression was still cold, but Su Ching could sense that she was in a happy mood. And Su Ching also liked, or rather enjoyed, the warmth that the two of them felt together at this moment. I continued to stroll slowly with her, weaving in and out among the people coming and going, just like any other ordinary couple around us. Seeing that she had stopped eating half of the candied haws, he handed her the milk tea and took the candied haws. Isn't that what life is all about? Be with the person you love, walk around, eat, drink, and see everywhere. It's simple, but fun. "Handsome guy, your girlfriend is so beautiful, buy her a flower." As they were walking, a girl who was pushing a bunch of flowers past them suddenly spoke. Su Ching was stunned, then stopped and looked at the pile of flowers that the girl was pushing. The female president also stopped and didn't say anything, but her eyes fell on the pile of flowers pushed by the girl. Su Ching noticed her gaze, squatted down and began to pick flowers. It was the first time he gave flowers to the female CEO, and he was thinking quickly, what kind of flowers would be appropriate? White rose, red rose, red rose. After some selection, Su Ching originally wanted to buy a champagne rose. But suddenly his eyes lit up again, and he put down the champagne roses and picked up a bouquet of pink geraniums instead. After looking at the flowers, he turned to the girl selling flowers and asked, "How much is this?" "This bouquet is 50, handsome." As soon as the girl finished speaking, Su Ching saw the female president habitually took out her cell phone to pay. There was no way Su Ching would let her pay, so he quickly took out his cell phone and paid himself, then handed her the bunch of pink geraniums. "I gave her flowers and asked her to pay. How does that make sense?" The flower language of geranium means first encounter. The flower language of pink geranium is "I'm glad to be with you." Su Ching felt that the language of the flowers was just right for his current mood and also in line with his current wishes. He didn't know whether the female president knew the language of the flower, but when he saw the cold look on her face fade away a little after she took the flowers, he felt that was enough. She doesn't need to know the meaning of everything she does. Many times, knowing the meaning is enough. In fact, the female president was in a very happy mood at the moment. Of course, she knew the language of the geranium. She was also very happy that Su Ching gave her this geranium. If Su Ching had given her other flowers, such as roses, she would have felt that it was a bit too much at this stage. She had gradually gotten used to Su Ching's existence and accepted Su Ching, but in her opinion, the two of them were not yet at the stage of giving roses to each other. On the contrary, she thought this bunch of pink geraniums was just right. "It's also a pleasure to meet you and be with you." Glancing coldly at Su Ching, she said secretly, "The flowers are beautiful, the milk tea is delicious, and the candied haws are sweet." Su Ching didn't notice her look. He just carried half a cup of milk tea and half a string of candied haws and continued walking slowly with her. When she noticed someone was about to bump into her, she took the initiative to step aside, allowing the other person to get around her in advance. The female president has been protecting the flowers in her hand intentionally or unintentionally. Noticing someone walking towards them, she had already taken the flowers to the other side. And when she sees that no one is threatening the flower, she will take the flower to her chest and hold it in her arms with both hands. How to say it? It's very nice. So the cold and icy female president is actually a person who looks cold on the outside but is actually warm and thoughtful on the inside. Su Ching became more determined on this point. After walking through the snack street and strolling for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Su Chingkai suggested, "Boss Jiang, it's getting late, let's go back." The female president looked at the time and nodded in agreement.
but I feel a little reluctant. However, it didn't show.
She is not one of those little girls. The two ended their trip, returned to the car, and got on the Phantom. Old Huang started the car and drove the two of them slowly towards Taihasikianyuan. Looking through the rearview mirror, seeing the flowers in the female president's hand and the various things in Su Qing's hand, Old Huang couldn't help but nod secretly with satisfaction.
Well, this kid is teachable. Chapter 37, The Female President's Shortcomings and Money Ability.
It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped in front of Villa No. 2, Taihasikianyuan. Su Cheng got out of the car first, opened the door, and placed his hand above the door. Then the female president got out of the car holding the bunch of pink geraniums. The first thing to come down was her pair of straight long legs. The female president is 172 centimeters tall, and her long legs always tease Su Ching intentionally or unintentionally, making Su Ching unable to help but take a few more glances.
Well, it's not peeping. Can a man's thing be called stealing?
We are all men, so when we see beautiful things, we should appreciate them, isn't that right?
The car drove away slowly, and Su Ching opened the gate of the villa courtyard and made a please gesture.
Now that he is getting along with the female president, he is becoming more and more casual.
The female president couldn't help but side glance at him when she saw his appearance.
Then she walked towards the gate of the villa holding the flowers, like a queen returning home. After the female president walked in, Su Cheng closed the gate and followed her. He found that the scene just now had a bit of the meaning of the queen and her knight. I hope that one day I can really become the queen's knight. Muttering to himself, he secretly glanced at the female president. However, to become the female president's true knight, he found that he still had a long way to go. Now the female president has at most accepted her own existence.
She wants to ride, become a knight, but who knows when that will take.
I caught a glimpse of the white swing in the pavilion on the lawn next to me, and couldn't help but say,
Mr. Jiang, I'm curious, do you usually swing on that swing?
The female CEO paused in her steps, glanced at him coldly, and said,
How about I go swing one for you now?
Okay. Su Cheng immediately nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. He was really curious about what it would look like when the cold female president sat leisurely on the swing. However, what responded to him was a cold glare from the almond-shaped eyes.
That look, there is no other meaning, just one meaning. You are thinking about peaches. Su Ching could only smile awkwardly.
The two of them came to the gate of the villa together. Seeing the female president in front, Su Ching stood obediently behind her and waited for her to open the door. However, Su Ching discovered that after the female president opened the small shoulder bag and searched for a while, she looked at him coldly. Su Ching was a little confused.
What does that mean? You are in front and you don't open the door. Why are you looking at me? Open the door.
Hearing her cold, domineering voice and looking at her eyes that didn't look at him, Su Ching was still confused.
Open the door.
The cold royal sister's voice sounded again, and Su Ching reacted with some surprise.
Could it be that this cold female president can't remember the password?
Recalling the previous times they came back together, Su Ching became more and more certain that she would take out a small note to read when opening the door.
This female CEO just can't remember the password to her home.
In other words, she had just rummaged through her bag and probably couldn't find the note, so she asked me to open the door.
Su Ching didn't expect that such a perfect iceberg female president would have such a small flaw.
At that moment, he couldn't help but want to tease her, so he continued to play dumb and said,
Boss Jiang, you're in front, why don't you just open the door? Why are you looking at me? The female president looked at him coldly and said again, Open the door. Su Ching continued to play dumb. Boss Jiang, please open the door. Isn't it the same if either of us opens it? The female president looked at him coldly and said nothing.
She just looked at him coldly.
Su Ching didn't say anything either.
He continued to play dumb and looked at her.
After a long while, the female president said again, Open the door and I'll transfer 10,000 yuan to you.
Su Ching almost sprained his waist.
I thought to myself, the female CEO is still a female CEO after all, she actually uses her money power. But am I the kind of person who would succumb to the power of money? Keep playing dumb. Mr. Jiang, why don't you just open the door? Why did you transfer 10,000 yuan to me? The female president ignored him and continued coldly. 20,000. Su Ching was speechless, thinking that our family is not the kind of people who are greedy for money. 30,000. 40,000. 50,000.
The female president looked at him coldly and raised the price step by step. Every time Su Qing heard the female president raise the price, he found himself wavering. 100,000, pay on the spot. Finally, when the female president said this coldly, Su Qing could no longer hold back and hurried forward, starting to enter the password while saying,
Mr. Jiang, look at what you said, isn't it just opening a door? We are a family, how can I ask you for money? Then don't turn it. Su Qing paused while entering the password, turned around and looked at her like a resentful young wife. The female president said coldly, You've already said that we are a family. This is my home and your home. You opened the door to your own home. How can you ask me to transfer money?
Su Qing put away his resentful look and pushed open the door of the villa.
I thought to myself, I was finally controlled by the female CEO.
It turns out that those who live off women have no human rights. The female president glanced at his resentful eyes and strode into the villa like a triumphant queen. It was not until she walked to the elevator, entered it, and the door closed that a smug smile appeared on her face.
Silently said, Humph, let's see if you dare to tease me next time.
At this moment, she herself did not realize that she was like a proud young wife, and no longer the strong and icy female president. However, after thinking about it, she took out her cell phone again, looked up his card number, and after comparing it, transferred 200,000 yuan to the card.
He likes money. The thing I have the least of is money.
Thinking of his expression just now, like that of a resentful young wife, a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth involuntarily. At this moment, the temperature in the cold elevator seemed to rise several degrees in an instant. Your Gongshang bank card with the last number 5743 received a transfer of 200,000.00, and the current balance is 592,410 yuan. On the other side, Su Qing felt his phone vibrate.
He took out his phone and saw the message on it.
His mouth slightly opened, and he was speechless for a long time. It took him a long while to come back to his senses, and he smiled bitterly and shook his head.
A female president is still a female president.
I opened a door myself, and not only did the money get transferred to myself, but I actually doubled the amount and transferred 200,000 to myself.
Did she forget that she just bought herself clothes worth more than 6 million?
He spent more than 1 million on food and more than 6 million on clothes, and now he has transferred another 200,000 to himself.
In other words, the female president spent more than 7 million on herself this afternoon. This is meow. Struggle?
What the hell is the point of struggling?
It's impossible to struggle in this life. Isn't it nice to just live off a female CEO?
Once that ambitious young man, he eventually fell into depravity and never returned.
Thinking of clothes, Su Qing started contacting various specialty stores. Now that he and the female president have returned home, he can ask them to send clothes over. Oh, how can I wear so many clothes?
At this moment, Su Qing also experienced the trouble of having too many clothes.
Chapter 38 Su Qing, it's all the fault of the female CEO, who used money to corrupt my fighting spirit.
He took out a bottle of Vien mineral water from the refrigerator, opened it, took a sip, and then casually threw it on the coffee table in front of the sofa.
Su Qing threw himself onto the sofa.
His body bounced on the sofa a few times before finally settling down.
Although Baker is a big brand of sofas, Su Qing really doesn't like them. It's so soft. Every time I sit on it, I always bounce a few times. But Su Qing had no choice but to adapt.
Because all the furniture in this villa, including the bed in my room, are of this brand.
Hey, I still have to work harder to adapt to the life of rich people.
He muttered something to himself in a provocative manner, and after steadying himself, he took out his cell phone, turned it on, and started browsing casually.
But as he scrolled through his phone, he couldn't help but want to open the blind box. Otherwise, why do they say people can't just sit back and relax?
Finally, he couldn't help himself and focused his attention on the system panel.
Soft rice value, 47 in total.
Seeing the only 4 points of free food value, he felt like a cat's claw in his heart. 4 points of soft rice value are still only enough to open a level RIN blind box.
He originally wanted to save up for a while before opening a blind box, but now that he has some free time, he is itching to open a blind box just to have fun. Why not just open it? After all, didn't the last RIN level blind box also give us a weapon like Kowloon Security Company?
His mind was wavering, and he was about to spend the 4 points of soft rice points he had saved, but the doorbell suddenly rang.
Ding dong. Ding dong.
No longer having to worry about it, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up to open the door.
I was a little confused. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Who would come here? It shouldn't be so fast to deliver clothes, right?
He first opened the gate of the villa, then ran to the gate of the villa's courtyard.
After opening the gate, Su Qing could see clearly who was ringing the doorbell. The disadvantage of living in a big villa and not having a nanny or auntie at home is that you have to run around for a long time just to open the door. Looking at the clerk outside the door, who was wearing a black business suit, a hip skirt, and black stockings, Su Qing was a little surprised and asked, "You guys so fast?"
The people who came were two of the shop assistants who had worked in several luxury brand stores in Yida Plaza. Needless to say, they were definitely here to deliver clothes. But Su Qing didn't expect that they would respond so quickly, considering that he had only contacted them not long ago.
"Sir, I'm sorry to bother you."
One of the shop assistants bowed slightly to Su Qing to express his apology, and then explained,
"We have been keeping an eye on your car, sir. When we saw your car leave, we followed and delivered the clothes. Do you want us to help deliver the clothes to the villa now, or do you want someone to come out and get them, sir?"
As sales clerks in luxury brand stores, they have received professional training and know that some wealthy people care about their privacy and are very concerned about strangers entering their villas.
Look at what professionalism is. This is what professionalism is.
I was surprised at the professionalism of these luxury brand store clerks.
Su Qing didn't have those concerns.
Thinking that he would be exhausted if he carried so many clothes in, he said,
"Can you please deliver my clothes to my room?" The two shop assistants nodded quickly.
Then they started carrying clothes down from the car. A man carrying several bags entered the villa according to Su Qing's instructions. Seeing the decoration of the villa, the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls of the villa's living room, and the porcelain on display, the two shop assistants were secretly amazed.
"Is this the rich man's villa? He is indeed a wealthy man who buys clothes worth millions at a time. Really arrogant."
Valuable calligraphy and paintings and porcelain are used as decorations, and the decoration and furniture in the house are all big brands. The moment they entered the villa, they felt as if the air was filled with the smell of money, which made them intoxicated. However, they both knew the rules and just glanced at him briefly, not daring to look any further. Following Su Qing's instructions, they lowered their heads and delivered the clothes to Su Qing's room.
There are so many clothes that it is impossible to carry them all in one trip.
In the end, the two shop assistants went back and forth more than 20 times before they delivered all the clothes that the female president bought for Su Qing to Su Qing's room. Su Qing couldn't help but sigh that fortunately every room in the villa was big enough and the wardrobe in every room was also big enough.
Otherwise, you would buy so many clothes and have no place to put them. If I had replaced it with the single-door wardrobe in my previous rental house, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to accommodate even 1/10 of my clothes.
The two shop assistants were also very tired. They thought that rich people knew how to live. They bought so many clothes at a time that it was a bit of a hassle for them to deliver the clothes. At the same time, the two shop assistants, even as women, couldn't help but envy the young man in front of them. You have to know that it took them more than 20 runs to deliver so many clothes, but they were all bought for this young man. More than 6 million worth of clothes. They work hard all their lives but can never earn that much money. Su Qing had no idea what the two shop assistants were thinking. Seeing that they were about to leave, he took out 2 bottles of Wayne mineral water from the refrigerator and handed them to them.
The two shop assistants were immediately flattered.
They usually drank Nongfu Spring, which cost 2 yuan a bottle, and sometimes they felt it was a luxury. And they know that the price of Wayne mineral water is over 100 yuan per bottle. After opening it and taking a sip, they felt that all their fatigue was swept away. However, they were only willing to drink 1 sip before carefully putting away the mineral water in their hands.
Noticing their looks, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a little amused.
It's not that he's showing off, but this Wayne mineral water is the mineral water they usually drink. It's the common kind, and sometimes he uses it to gargle. According to the female president, she even felt that the Wayne mineral water was not of good quality. If the best product in the supermarket in the villa area was not this Wayne mineral water, she would probably have bought something more expensive. However, when Su Qing thought about the similar expressions he had when he bought this Wayne mineral water in the supermarket before, he felt relieved again.
If I hadn't gradually adapted to this kind of life, wouldn't I have the same expression as them if I got a bottle of Wayne mineral water?
Therefore, the saying choice is more important than effort is not without reason. If I hadn't been forced to agree to get married with the female president, I would be the same as them now, a low-level loser. Even though they were just shop assistants in luxury brand stores, as a low-level employee who had just joined Baojiang Group, he might not be as good as them. After all, soft rice is still the best. I have the illusion of a female president on my way to and from get off work. I live in a big villa owned by a female president. I wear clothes worth more than 6 million yuan that the female president just bought, and apart from cooking at home, I spend tens of thousands, or even millions, on eating out. Occasionally, there is pocket money from the female president. Who can avoid depravity in such a life? Thinking secretly, Su Qing felt that it was really not his own fault that he didn't want to struggle. We can only blame the female CEO for being too rich. It was she who used money to corrupt her own fighting spirit, making her gradually lose the desire to struggle. Chapter 39 Female CEO and Young Girl. After seeing off the two shop assistants, it took me another half hour to sort out all the clothes and put them in the closet. Su Qingkai twisted his aching body and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. Damn, if I wasn't in good health, I would be exhausted just organizing all these clothes. The trouble of having too many clothes is once again reflected. I was wondering whether I should discuss it with the female president and find an aunt. He took 10 minutes to take a shower and threw himself on the bed. Then he picked up the phone next to him, opened WeChat, found the female president, edited the message and sent it. Let me explain this on two sides. On the third floor of the villa, in Jiang Xiyun's bedroom. Mr. Chang, who doesn't want to struggle, Mr. Jiang, good night. Hearing the buzzing sound, Jiang Xiyun grabbed the mobile phone next to him. When she saw the WeChat message on her phone, she wanted to put it down. However, thinking of what her father had said before, she hesitated for a moment and edited another message to reply. After replying, she looked at the nickname, Mr. Chang, who doesn't want to struggle, again, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. This nickname really suits you. She muttered something under her breath, then thought of Su Qing's condition, shook her head and put down her phone. After spending some time together, she found that Su Qing was really a good match for her. Or perhaps, I really like Su Qing's personality. If it were someone else, given her strong personality, she probably wouldn't be able to get along for long before they would break up. As for Su Qing, when he first got the marriage certificate, he said that he was a person without any big ambitions. After spending some time together, I found that he was actually the same. It is precisely this kind of character that does not conflict with my own strong character. Otherwise, if I were to take another ambitious and aspiring person, it would be impossible for him to live in harmony with me. Just imagine, how can two ambitious people with strong personalities form a perfect family? When I think back to when my dad first told me to introduce Su Qing to me, I felt like I was just a low-level employee who was just there to keep my dad company. Thinking about her current attitude towards Su Qing, she couldn't help but feel that she was quite disappointing. It only took such a short time for her to accept the existence of a strange man, and she was almost used to his presence. Perhaps, it really is true that no one knows a daughter better than her father. She put away the curve of her lips, restored her cold look, and continued to work. The next day. The weather is very good. Su Qing still maintains his good living habits. Wake up early, go for a morning run, and then prepare breakfast. Even when preparing breakfast, he was always worried about getting his new clothes dirty. After all, the clothes you own cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. How can you not feel bad if they get dirty? After carefully preparing breakfast, the female president also came down from the third floor. The female president is still wearing a professional suit. However, after following her around so many luxury brand stores yesterday, Su Qing could tell at a glance that her professional suit was unusual. The female president's clothes are all the latest LV models, even the high heels on her feet are the latest Chanel models. Even though she is wearing just a professional suit, it is not cheaper than the one he is wearing. Noticing the watch on her left hand, Su Qing became more cautious and searched on his mobile phone while eating breakfast. Wow, Richard Miller's latest limited edition women's watch is priced at 19.99 million. Su Qing secretly smacked his lips. Sure enough, the female president is still a female president, and her outfit is worth nearly 20 million. Only when he thought that, apart from the watch, his clothes were not much cheaper than hers, did Su Qing feel relieved. After breakfast, the two of them still went to the company in the white Rolls-Royce Phantom driven by Lao Huang. Today, perhaps to deal with the mess left over from yesterday, Jiang Jinghua still sat in the front passenger seat. However, what puzzled Su Qing was that today, when Jiang Jinghua looked at the two of them in the back row, his eyes were full of resentment. Su Qing didn't quite understand what this old man was complaining about. Looking at the female president next to him and seeing that she looked normal, Su Qing didn't bother to think about it anymore.
The car soon arrived near Baojiang building, and Su Qing got off at the same old location. Boss Jiang, Uncle Jiang, goodbye.
After simply saying goodbye to the two of them, Su Qing walked towards the company.
Watching Su Qing go away, Jiang Jinghua finally couldn't help but look at Jiang Shiyun in the back row with resentment.
Shiyun, you didn't let Dad go to dinner with you yesterday.
What did you do?
We had a meal and bought him some clothes.
Jiang Shiyun replied coldly. Then why don't you take Dad with you when you go out for meals and buy clothes? Now that you have a husband, haven't you forgotten your dad? Jiang Jinghua continued to complain.
Jiang Shiyun's originally cold expression immediately became a little unnatural after hearing this. In the end, I could only say coldly, Uncle Huang, it's almost time to go to work, hurry to the company.
Let me explain this on two sides. As soon as Su Qing walked to the front door of the company, he met Wang Ku. Brother Qing, good morning.
The girl waved at him with a smile from a distance.
She was still wearing a small suit on the upper body and a JK on the lower body.
There was a big burgundy bow behind her head, which was tied up with her long black hair. When she ran, her JK lower body and the big bow behind her head swayed together.
It reflects a youthful and energetic girl.
Su Qing also smiled and greeted her briefly.
Good morning.
However, looking at the girl who rushed over and wanted to hug his arms, Su Qing took a small step to the side and deliberately avoided her.
As I said, a young girl is not as attractive as an icy female president. Since he already has an icy female president, he naturally has to clearly reject this young girl. Any behavior that keeps people in suspense and does not clearly reject others is hooliganism and scumbag. Su Qing doesn't want to be labeled a scumbag. However, Wang Ku did not seem to realize that he was being rejected.
Instead, he pursed his lips and approached Su Qing and asked,
Brother Qing, have you had breakfast? I just bought too much, can you help me? Su Qing quickly interrupted her and said, I've already eaten.
After a pause, he said to her again,
Wang Ku, I know your feelings, but I still say the same thing. I have already obtained the marriage certificate. There is no future for you and me, do you understand? I admit that I may be a little handsome, but there are many people who are more handsome than me, and you.
The light in Wang Ku's eyes gradually dimmed, and he clenched the bun in his hand. The meat filling of the meat buns burst out without him noticing. She also quickly interrupted Su Qing, looked Su Qing up and down, and said in surprise,
Brother Qing, you've become rich. Your clothes are all the latest Da Vinci styles. This outfit of yours must cost at least hundreds of thousands.
She was indeed surprised. She hadn't noticed it just now, but now she noticed that Su Qing was dressed very well.
According to her understanding, Su Qingka was from an ordinary family.
And now Su Qing's clothes cost as much as hundreds of thousands. This not only surprised her, but she even felt like she was dreaming. Su Qing was also a little surprised.
He didn't expect that even though he had picked the less common Da Vinci, Wang Ku could still recognize it. He lowered his voice and said, I made a little fortune recently, but please don't tell me everything when you get to the office. I want to continue to keep a low profile at work. If you want me not to tell anyone, you have to treat me to lunch at noon.
Seeing the cunning in the girl's eyes, Su Qing nodded helplessly.
Okay, I'll treat you to a meal, What Su Qing didn't know was that the scene of him and the girl chatting and laughing as they walked into the company was seen directly by the female president who was sitting in the phantom behind them. Looking at the back figure disappearing at the company's gate, Jiang Shiyun's willow-shaped eyebrows drooped, and his almond-shaped eyes couldn't help but become a little colder. There was also an indescribable emotion in my heart. However, she eventually suppressed her emotions. Why does the car seem to have a sour smell all of a sudden? Hearing her father's slightly playful voice, she glared at him, ignored him, got out of the car, and strode towards the company. However, as I walked, the scene I had just seen unconsciously emerged in my mind. Her willow-shaped eyebrows drooped again, and she felt a little more irritated for no reason. Chapter 40 Easily Acquired Shares, Shock to the Female CEO and Her Daughter. Shiyun, Lao Jiang, good morning. Yes, Shiyun, Lao Jiang, good morning. Have you had breakfast? When he arrived at Baojiang building and saw Han Luan, Zheng Hongyu, and Zhao Jinglong greeting him with a smile, Jiang Shiyun completely suppressed his emotions. She and Jiang Jinghua beside her looked at each other and saw surprise and astonishment in each other's eyes. In the past, Han Luan and his friends would never be so polite to them. Even if they smiled at them, it was just a sneer and a mockery. But since the board meeting yesterday, these three people have been very polite to them.
Even now I still take the initiative to greet them.
If you don't know, you might think they have a very good relationship.
But in fact, only the father and daughter knew that before yesterday, there had always been an incompatible relationship between them and these three people.
Until now, neither Jiang Shiyun nor Jiang Jinghua have figured out why the attitudes of these three people have changed so drastically. Jiang Jinghua did ask people to investigate.
After the board meeting ended yesterday, Jiang Jinghua sent someone to investigate. He asked people to investigate everything, including the incident involving Song Tianhai and his son.
But apart from what is on the surface, nothing can be found in secret.
Since he couldn't find the answer, Jiang Jinghua simply didn't bother to worry about it anymore. Anyway, up to now, the results are in favor of them and their daughter.
As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Jiang Jinghua also smiled and greeted Han Luan and the other two. Good morning, Lao Han, Lao Zhang, Lao Zhao. Good morning, three uncles.
Jiang Shiyun simply greeted Han Luan and the other two coldly.
After a pause, Jiang Jinghua said,
Since the three of you are already here, Lao Han, let's not waste any more time and discuss how to distribute Lao Song's shares.
Okay. Then let's go to the conference room and discuss it together.
Han Luan and the other two quickly nodded with a smile, without any of the arrogance they had yesterday morning. It's not that the three of them have to be so polite.
But the example of Song Tianhai and his son was right there, and the three of them had no right to be rude.
At this moment, Song Tianhai and his son must have been using their sewing machines until they were smoking. They didn't want to work on the sewing machine with Song Tianhai and his son. The group immediately walked towards the meeting room next door again.
After sitting down in the conference room, Jiang Shiyun took the initiative to speak.
Uncles, I want to take over all of Song Tianhai's shares.
What do you think? Or, if the three uncles have any conditions, you can just mention them.
The reason why they came to the company today was naturally for Song Tianhai's shares. Now that Song Tianhai has gone in to operate the sewing machine, the shares of Baojiang Group in his hands have naturally become ownerless. Jiang Shiyun has long coveted the shares in Song Tianhai's hands. But she was worried that Han Luan and the other two also had ideas about the shares in Song Tianhai's hands. This made her stare at Han Luan and the other two nervously.
I don't have any idea.
Since Shiyun wants the shares held by Song Tianhai, then the shares will naturally be given to you, Shiyun.
Han Luan spoke first with a smile.
This Baojiang Group is Lao Zhang's hard work. I am already very satisfied to have these few shares in my hands.
Yes, I don't have any ideas either.
Shiyun, you have made great contributions to our Baojiang Group over the years, and you deserve those shares.
Zheng Hongyu followed with a smile. Me too. Zhao Jinglong also quickly expressed his opinion.
Jiang Shiyun was stunned for a moment, with his mouth slightly open. All the words I had prepared were stuck in my throat.
It's that simple, you just take over the shares originally held by Song Tianhai? Han Luan and the other two old foxes actually gave their shares to me just like that? These three old foxes didn't even put forward a single condition? Even with Jiang Shiyun's temperament, he even doubted whether he was dreaming. Jiang Jinghua next to him was also surprised. He thought that he would have to give up a lot of benefits in order to take over the shares in Song Tianhai's hands. But I never expected that I could take over Song Tianhai's shares so easily. I couldn't help but ask in disbelief. Old Han, Old Zheng, Old Zhao, are you three telling the truth?
Really, of course it's true.
Han Luan nodded repeatedly. Yeah, really. Me too.
Seeing these three old foxes nodding in unison, Jiang Jinghua felt a little embarrassed.
You have to know that is nearly 20% of Baojiang Group's shares. Han Luan and the other two actually gave up to Jiang Shiyun like that. Han Luan and the other two were also helpless.
They coveted Song Tianhai's shares, but they were more afraid that they would be targeted by the people behind Jiang Shiyun like Song Tianhai.
Although they didn't know who was helping Jiang Shiyun. But the people behind Jiang Shiyun said that they would get rid of Song Tianhai and his son, so they got rid of Song Tianhai and his son. Then they are no longer ruthless people, but wolves. They still have leverage over each other.
How dare they go against Jiang Shiyun? Or do you dare to go against the people behind Jiang Shiyun? This meeting started quickly and ended quickly, and it went so smoothly that Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jinghua both felt it was a little unreal. After watching Han Luan and the other two leave, Jiang Jinghua suppressed his shock and looked at Jiang Shiyun and asked,
Daughter, what do you think? Could it be a trick?
The three of them have already signed the share transfer agreement.
Jiang Xiyan looked at the contract in his hand and said thoughtfully, There shouldn't be any more accidents. But don't you? Jiang Jingguo chose his words carefully. Don't you think that everything is going too smoothly? Even now, Jiang Jingguo still feels it's unreal. He already had 35% of Baojiang Group's shares, and now with Song Tianhai's nearly 20% shares, Jiang Xiyun easily took it over without spending a penny. In other words, now the father and daughter have more than 50% of the shares of Baojiang Group in their hands. The Baojiang Group, which he built up, is now back in his hands after experiencing a series of events. He never thought that this day would come. Maybe. Jiang Xiyun pondered, maybe they have a change of heart. Jiang Jingguo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He finally felt guilty. It would be strange if these old foxes who only care about profit would have a change of heart. He always felt that something was wrong. However, after investigating, we still couldn't figure out what was wrong, so we had to give up. Perhaps those 3 old foxes really have a change of heart. In the end, Jiang Jingguo could only reluctantly accept Jiang Xiyun's statement. Chapter 41: The Female President's Foresight, Zhou Kai's Jealousy and Shock. Putting his thoughts aside and returning to his serious state, Jiang Jingguo looked at Jiang Xiyun again and said, "Daughter, although I have said before that you have full authority over the group's affairs. But I don't quite agree with your idea of increasing the company's investment in the internet. The group was founded on real estate, and now real estate is in its golden age. I think at this time, we should not waste funds on the illusory internet. Instead, we should increase investment in real estate." "Dad, I don't agree with your idea either," Jiang Xiyun analyzed coldly. "I think that although real estate is in its golden age now, it looks like the future is bright. But I always feel that real estate will go downhill after this golden period. I think the internet will be the main theme of the era in the future. I even think that whoever can master the resources of the internet in the future will be at the forefront of the times." Seeing that Jiang Jingguo was still frowning, Jiang Xiyun continued. "Dad, since you said you would hand over the company to me, then you should trust me. Besides, I don't want to give up real estate. I just want to increase the company's investment in the internet." "Okay, then you can increase your investment in the internet sector and see how it goes. But if it doesn't work, you must know how to stop losses in time." Jiang Jingguo finally nodded helplessly and continued. "Now that the issue of the shares has been resolved, I'll leave first. Please pay more attention to the company's affairs." "Okay." Jiang Xiyun nodded slightly and watched Jiang Jingguo leave. After thinking about it, she found Sher Dahai's phone number and dialed it. In the Internet Technology Department of Baojiang Building, Su Qing had no idea what had just happened. If he knew the conversation between the female CEO and Jiang Jingguo, he would definitely sigh. A female president is still a female president. It turns out that we know that in the future, the internet will be the main theme of the era. You have to know that this is an era in which smartphones have only just become popular, and the internet, such as short videos and food delivery platforms, is not as popular as in previous lives. Su Qing had thought about bringing this up with the female president before, but he had never found the opportunity and was not in a hurry, so he put it aside. If he knew what the female president was thinking, he would be shocked. What the hell, brother Chang?" Suddenly, Zhou Kai's shocked voice resounded throughout the office, scaring Su Qing. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of everyone in the office. However, at this moment, Zhou Kai didn't care about other people's eyes at all, his heart was just filled with shock. He looked at the pictures and prices he had searched on his phone again, and then looked at the clothes Su Qing was wearing. He continued with surprise and disbelief. "Brother Ching, your clothes are all, whoa." However, before he could finish his words, Su Qing covered his mouth with lightning speed. Scanning the entire office, Su Qing smiled awkwardly. Everyone continue to work, it's okay, he just had a seizure." Zhou Kai, with his mouth covered, opened his eyes wide, speechless. "You are the one who had an epileptic seizure, and your whole family has an epileptic seizure." Su Cheng ignored him, but pulled him to sit down and whispered. "Kaizi, what do you want to do? Keep your voice down. We are at work. Do you want to be fired again?" After hearing this, Zhou Kai suppressed the shock in his heart and continued in a low voice. "Brother Qing, you have become rich. When you first arrived at the office, I thought your clothes looked like something I've seen before. As a result, I searched and found out that your clothes are the latest style from Givenchy. Just this coat of yours costs 99,999. Fuck, Brother Qing, didn't you always say that you were from an ordinary family and your family conditions weren't that good?
Last time we were fired, it was fine if you could let us come back, but now your clothes cost more than 100,000 yuan. Tell me the truth, have you been favored by some rich woman in the company and are you being kept by her as a gigolo? How? How is this possible? Su Qing suddenly felt guilty. I am a hard-working and diligent young man, how could I possibly be a gigolo for a rich woman or live off her? I am. His brain was working rapidly, and he continued. I just made a small profit in the stock market recently. Really? Zhou Kai looked at him suspiciously. Of course it's true. Su Cheng nodded affirmatively without blushing or beating his heart. Anyway, Kaizi doesn't know whether he is playing in the stock market or not, so this is the most appropriate reason. It is impossible to admit that I am a gigolo. As long as the female president doesn't make it public, I absolutely cannot make it public either. Otherwise, who can stand being stared at with hostility by male colleagues in the company wherever they go in the company? Then last time you said that you had a relationship with the company's director? Zhou Kai still didn't quite believe him. Isn't that just a joke? Su Qing continued without blushing or beating his heart. Actually, it was because I gave Manager Sure some money that he let us come back, you know? But Manager Sure is so respectful to you, it doesn't seem like you can just give him money, right? Hey, don't you know that rich people are all masters? Su Qing continued to talk nonsense. As long as the money is in place, not to mention asking Manager Sure to be respectful to me, even asking Manager Sure to sell his ass to me, he would be willing to do that, understand? Okay. Zhou Kai thought about it carefully and felt that this seemed to be the case. He continued. But, Brother Qing, your clothes cost hundreds of thousands. Do you know what I want to do now? What do you want to do? Su Qing asked with some confusion. I want to strip you naked. Zhou Kai's eyes were red, like a hungry wolf, he said viciously. Your clothes cost hundreds of thousands, but mine cost no more than 500 yuan. This is more painful than killing me. Su Qing was speechless. I thought to myself, if you knew that your goddess and I had already obtained our marriage certificate and that all of my clothes were bought by your goddess, wouldn't you want to jump off the building? Sure enough, it was the right decision not to let Kaizi know that he had clung to the female president and was living off her. Su Qing could only say. After get off work, I'll treat you to a meal at the place of your choice. That should be okay, right? It will soothe your wounded heart, right? Okay, Brother Chang is still very generous. Zhou Kai immediately smiled, then after get off work, all the expenses will be paid by you, Brother Qing. If I don't beat you up, Brother Qing, I'm not even surnamed Zhou. Okay. Su Qing nodded. Given the relationship between me and Kaizi, there would be nothing wrong in inviting him out for a meal. Now that you have a free meal, it would be great if you could let your brothers have a share of the spoils, right? Chapter 42, The Power of Gigolo, is he going to become a department head? Su Cheng, Manager Sure is looking for you. The sound that suddenly rang out throughout the office made everyone in the office focus their attention on Su Cheng and the others once again. Su Cheng, who was slacking off at work and randomly clicking on websites on his computer, was also stunned. Zhou Kai suddenly became suspicious, stared at Su Cheng, and asked in a low voice. Brother Chang, what does Manager Sure want from you again? Is he asking you to give him money again? Shouldn't it be? After casually replying and ignoring the burning gazes around him, Su Ching calmly stood up, left his workstation, walked out of the large office, and walked toward Shi Dahai's office with ease. What does the manager want to see him for again? Why does the manager always look for him? I don't know, anyway, there are people above him. Shouldn't the manager ask the female employee to go to the office? He always asks her. The manager won't like Xiao Bai. Keep your voice down, don't you know Zhou Kai is still in the office? As soon as Su Qing left the office, some noisy noises were heard in the office. However, because Zhou Kai was there, they were all very restrained and didn't dare to speak loudly. Zhou Kai just looked at Su Qing's departing back with some worry. In his mind, he had already imagined a drama in which the manager forced Su Qing. In fact, not to mention the people in the office, even Su Qing didn't know why Shi Dahai was looking for him again. It's unlikely that Shi Dahai would notice me slacking off at work, right? After all, I am just a small employee in the technical department. I don't produce technology, I am just a technology carrier. If the RD department doesn't take over the technology, there will be nothing else for us to do except slacking off, right? Well, or in other words, if the RD department doesn't bring the stuff over, their entire technical department will have nothing to do. Su Qing was lost in thought as he arrived at Shi Dahai's office door.
He put away his thoughts, raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. "Come in." Hearing Shi Dahai's deep voice, Su Qing pushed the door and entered the office. As soon as I entered Shi Dahai's office, what caught my eye was a big fat face with a smile on his face. Shi Dahai's face was as bright as a chrysanthemum, and he quickly greeted. "Brother Su, you are here, come and sit down, come and sit down." Su Qing has gotten used to Shi Dahai's behavior of being polite to him behind people's backs but trying to be rude to him in public to preserve his dignity as a manager. I walked straight to his office chair and sat down, then asked casually, "Manager, what do you want to talk to me about?" "The board meeting has ended, and the president has been successfully appointed. You should have nothing to worry about, right?" "Brother Su, what are you talking about?" Shi Dahai's eyes, which were not big to begin with, were squeezed into a small slit by the fat, and he continued to smile. "I came to you mainly to say thank you, and also to ask you what you think of the position of head of our technical department?" Feeling a little surprised, after digesting Shi Dahai's words, Su Qing then asked the first question. "Manager, why are you thanking me? I didn't help you in any way." "Brother Su, stop playing dumb," Shi Dahai said with a smile. "If you weren't in our technical department, if I hadn't helped you last time, how could the president give me a raise? Just now, the president called me again and said he would give me a raise. Although I haven't been promoted yet, I am very satisfied with the raise." "The manager got a raise?" Su Cheng was stunned, and then he quickly congratulated him. "Congratulations to the manager for the raise." "Hey, it's all thanks to you, Brother Su," Shi Dahai said. "Although you may not care, Brother Su, I, Shi Dahai, will remember this favor." After a pause, he continued. "Don't just congratulate me. Brother Su, tell us what you think of the head of our technical department. Is it possible to give me the position of head of the technical department?" Su Qing has already thought of this. He is not opposed to this. After all, he is making a living by relying on his own ability. What is there to be embarrassed about, right? And if I could become the head of the technical department, that would be another reason to send money home. Although I have transferred 100,000 yuan to my family before, that 100,000 yuan was for my father's surgery, and I'm afraid it has been almost spent. He was already living a very comfortable life, so he naturally didn't want to think about his parents and sister at home who were still living a miserable life. He had already thought about transferring some money to his family 2 days ago, but he just couldn't think of a suitable reason. Unexpectedly, this reason has now come to me. In addition, if you become a supervisor and have your own office, wouldn't it be more convenient to slack off at work? It is impossible to work hard at work, slacking off is the happiest thing. You are already eating free food and feeling comfortable with it, but you still work hard at work. Aren't you just asking for trouble?" He looked thoughtful, then said boldly. "Manager, in fact, I think the position of department head does not require any technical content. You just need to know some management skills and some skills to be able to control the people in the office. And I happen to have both of these things." If it was still the Su Qing from 2 months ago, it would naturally be impossible for him to say this. But don't forget that inside this body is a soul that has died once. In addition, during this period, he often faced the female president and had to resist her powerful aura, so he dared to say these things. He was so confident that Shi Dahai was stunned for a moment. After a while, Shi Dahai came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Brother Su, if that's the case, then the position of head of our technical department is yours. Today is already Friday, so let's just forget about it for this week. Come next Monday, I'll announce the news and let you officially take office." "Okay, thank you in advance, manager." Su Qing felt no pressure and was not worried about anyone in the office having any opinions. Anyway, it was Shi Dahai who gave him the position. If anyone dares to disobey, let him come to Shi Dahai. And Shi Dahai, knowing that he has a relationship with the female president, will definitely help him suppress those strange voices. In short, you don't have to worry about anything and you can get the position of department manager. 2 words. Vanity. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he thought of Zhou Kai, hesitated for a moment, looked at Shi Dahai again, and asked, "Manager, if I become the supervisor, do you think I can give the position of team leader of our group to Zhou Kai? Although Zhou Kai is a newcomer like me, he graduated from the same university as me, so his abilities are definitely not bad. After all, he is his best friend, who is willing to help him borrow money. So Su Qing would naturally lend a hand to Zhou Kai if he could." "Ha ha. Sure Dahai laughed.
Brother Su, as the supervisor, you can make the decision on this kind of small matter yourself. Or, you can come over next Monday and I'll announce it together.
If anyone disagrees, I'll cover for you. Okay, thank you again, manager. Congratulations on the salary increase. I hope you can get promoted soon.
Su Qing stood up and smiled at Sure Dahai as well. You're welcome, you're welcome.
I'll have to trouble you, Brother Su, to take care of me in the future. Brother Su, let's go for a massage together if we have a chance. Okay.
Su Cheng nodded, but felt a little guilty.
Would the female CEO let him go to a massage parlor?
However, it is impossible to be timid at this moment.
He looked at Sure Dahai and they smiled at each other. Everything was said without words. A man's happiness is that simple. Without further ado, Su Qing left Sure Dahai's office. As he closed the door of Sure Dahai's office, he couldn't help but feel in a good mood.
I became a supervisor not long after joining the company, which means I am quite successful.
What a shit. Praise the gigolo, praise the female president. Female presidents are the greatest, and they are the most beautiful women in the world. With the idea that it is better to do it today than to wait for another day, he took out his mobile phone and transferred some money to the card at home. In addition, the 10,000 yuan that was deposited into the system yesterday, the balance on the card has now reached 602,410 yuan. However, in order to avoid being too outrageous, he only transferred 100,000 yuan to his family. As I said, my dad and mom are both honest people. Who knows what they would think if I transferred too much money to their family at one time? Maybe he would think he was doing robbery outside. Just as I transferred 100,000 yuan, my mother called me. I clicked to answer the call, and my mother's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Son, there is suddenly another 100,000 yuan in my card. It's not you who transferred it, right? What should I do? Who is this? He can't even transfer money to the wrong place. Son, what do you think I should do? Should I call the police?
After my mother started talking like a machine gun, Su Qing smiled bitterly and continued. Mom, I was the one who transferred the 100,000 yuan.
What?
The voice on the phone was even more shocked.
After a pause, he said worriedly. Son, let me tell you, even though we have no money and are poor, you can't do anything illegal. Hurry up and tell Mom if you are on the run now. Or you can come back to your hometown. No, you will still be caught if you go back to your hometown. Son, go and turn yourself in and try to get leniency.
Su Qing's face turned a little dark, and he thought to himself, as expected.
He quickly explained.
Mom, your son got a promotion and a raise, and is now the department head of the company.
The 100,000 yuan is my advance salary.
So, you can use this 100,000 yuan without any worries.
Your son has not violated any law. He is now a wealthy man.
But I felt a little guilty as I said this, thinking that although it was not illegal, if my family knew the truth, wouldn't it be embarrassing?
Would they scold me?
After all, the older generation cannot accept people who live off their wife or children.
Of course, my mother didn't know the real situation yet.
After hearing the explanation, she was obviously relieved, and then said excitedly.
My son has really made it.
Mom has always believed in you since you were little.
Since the company values you, son, you must work hard and perform well. Mom, I will.
As he said this, Su Qing couldn't help but feel guilty again.
Let me explain this on two sides. Here Su Qing was chatting with his mother.
On the other side, in an office on the 32nd floor of Baojiang Building, Wu Minli, deputy general manager of Baojiang Group's internet division, was also talking on the phone with her mother.
Minli, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your brother has been working in your company for 2 years and he's even a team leader. You are the deputy manager, don't you know how to take care of your brother?
He's already grown up, and he might get married in 2 years.
If you, as his sister, don't help him, who will? Listening to her mother's endless chatter on the phone, Wu Minli felt annoyed. I thought to myself, haven't I helped him yet?
If I didn't help him, with his ability, it would have been difficult for him to get into the company in the first place, let alone become a team leader.
However, Wu Minli didn't dare to say this.
If she said it, her mother would definitely cry and make a fuss, and accuse her of being unfilial.
Over the years, my mother has no idea how much she has done for the family, or for my brother, through such means. Many times, Wu Minli wished that she could be a boy like her brother. Pity. I can only say helplessly. Mom, I understand. I'll see if I can find an opportunity to help him and give him a promotion.
Without giving her mother a chance to speak, Wu Minli hung up the phone and began to check anxiously to see if there were any job vacancies in the company so that she could help her brother. Her hand slid the mouse quickly, and soon, her eyes lit up. There happened to be a vacancy for a department head in the technical department under me. With my authority, I could just push my brother in there. I am the deputy manager of the internet department of my company. If I compete with someone else, I believe no one would dare to say anything, right? Chapter 43. Chang Jiaojin shows up unexpectedly, and the deputy general manager personally sends someone in. Brother Ching, why did the manager call you? He's not really asking you to give him money again, is he? When Su Qing returned to the office, Zhou Kai leaned over and asked in a low voice. Of course not, the manager asked me to give him money again. Su Qing said seriously. Fuck. The manager is such a piece of shit. He's already the manager, but he still asks you to give him money. Fuck me, if I can get on his head one day, I will make him pay back everything with interest. Zhou Kai immediately cursed in a low voice with an angry look on his face. Su Qing didn't explain and waited until next Monday to give this guy a surprise. When the time comes, when Shi Dahai appoints this guy as the team leader, I wonder what his expression will be. Shi Dahai, who was in the office, sneezed loudly and thought, could it be that technician number 18 in the massage parlor is thinking about him again? The next step was normal working hours, and Su Qing continued his daily slacking off. Of course, while slacking off, he also took the opportunity to supervise the previous few sour oranges and asked them to work hard. As the team leader, shouldn't I supervise their work? He felt that he was the most qualified team leader in the world. It was not until almost noon that a young man who looked lazy appeared in the office, interrupting Su Qing's daily slacking off. The young man had dyed blonde hair and was wearing new Chanel clothes. He looked like a dandy. He followed a woman with wavy hair and greeted everyone in the office with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Wu Shihua, please take care of me in the future. What surprised Su Qing was that the woman with the big wavy hair actually made Shi Dahai treat her with respect. At this moment, Shi Dahai was nodding and bowing to the big wavy woman, just like he was facing Su Qing. Hearing Wu Minli's words, Shi Dahai was stunned at first, then he was shocked and said quickly. But, Manager Wu, the head of our technical department, I have already decided on this. Have you decided? Wu Minli frowned. Who? Su Qing, is a team leader in our technical department. Although he has only been in our technical department for a short time, his work. Hearing this, Wu Minli's doubts disappeared and she interrupted Shi Dahai directly. You became a supervisor not long after joining the company? Shi Dahai, are you kidding me? I don't care about the rest. Anyway, I think Wu Shihua is much more suitable than him. I have already decided that Wu Shihua will be the head of your technical department. Just make the announcement next Monday, and if anyone has any objections, tell them to come to me. I have things to do here. Please arrange for Wu Shihua to join the company. I will leave first. Watching Wu Minli turn and leave, Shi Dahai felt a little melancholy and thought to himself, Manager Wu, please listen to what I have to say. However, at this moment, Shi Dahai had no choice. Wu Minli could be said to be his immediate superior, whom he could not afford to offend, so he could only let Su Qing solve the problem himself. Reluctantly, he turned to the yellow-haired Wu Shihua next to him and said, Just find a workstation and sit down. I'll see next Monday and officially announce your employment. Wu Shihua put his hands in his pockets, raised his head and raised his eyebrows at Shi Dahai. Thanks, Manager Shi. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Shi Dahai frowned, and his impression of Wu Shihua instantly dropped drastically. He thought to himself, Su Qing has a relationship with the president, but not like you. Damn it, you put your hands in your pockets while talking, like a traitor. After all, I am your boss. However, Shi Dahai didn't know what to say at this moment. On the other side, Su Qing saw everything and was still a little curious about the identity of the wavy woman. Zhou Kai had already leaned over to him and said in surprise. Fuck. Why is our vice president of the internet business coming to our technical department? And he brought a yellow-haired guy with him. Feeling more and more surprised, Su Qing frowned and did not respond. He had already figured out the key. The company's deputy general manager of the internet sector came to their technical department in person and brought someone with him. Isn't it obvious that he was trying to force someone to come?
The vacant position in their technical department now is a department head. In other words, it's my competitor coming. It's impossible for a general deputy general manager to be a team leader, right? Sure enough, after the big wave woman left, Su Qing saw Shi Dahai waving at him with a sad face. Putting his thoughts aside, Su Qing left his workstation and walked towards Shi Dahai. On the way, he met Wu Shihua. Wu Shihua put his hands in his pockets and bumped into him as if he didn't see him. Su Qing could only step aside, looked up at Wu Shihua who was walking towards an empty workstation, and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. This new guy doesn't seem easy to get along with. Muttering to himself, he continued walking towards the stone sea. He walked to Shi Dahai, and Shi Dahai said, "Brother Su, if you can contact the president, please talk to him and ask him to help you. Originally, the position of head of our technical department was given to you, but now the deputy general manager has personally sent someone over and appointed Wu Shihua as the head of the department. There's nothing I can do here." Su Qing hesitated for a moment and said, "Manager, if that's the case, just give it to him." "I don't mind." Su Qing was telling the truth. He originally wanted the position of department head just to have a reason to send money home. The money has been transferred and the explanation has been given, so there is no need to worry about it. Anyway, it's impossible for my parents to really come to the company. If they find out later that I'm lying, I'll just have to find a way to explain it to them. As for the position of department head, since the deputy general manager has personally sent someone to take it, I don't want it. He also has his own dignity. He doesn't want to go to the female president for these trivial matters. Wouldn't that make the female president look down on him for no reason? He felt that it was completely different for the female president to give it to him on her own initiative and for him to ask for it. Hearing his words, Shi Dahai was stunned, and then he could only pat him on the shoulder and said, "Brother Su, with your temper, I don't know what to say to you." "Manager, it's okay." Su Qing really didn't care. Even if he didn't go to work, the female president would still support him. "I just felt a little sorry for Zhou Kai. I had originally planned to give him a surprise. Now it's yellow." Su Qing was very glad that he didn't tell Zhou Kai just now, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Then he said, "Manager, it's okay then. I'll go back to work." "Yes." Shi Dahai nodded, "Then let's go." When Su Qing returned to the office, he found that many people in the office looked at him with something strange in their eyes. After a little thought, he realized that many people must have already thought of it. The position originally given to him was taken away by Wu Shihua. I was called over by Shi Dahai in the morning, and now Wu Shihua was sent over by the deputy general manager, and Shi Dahai called me again. Unless you are too stupid, you should be able to think of the key. As I swept my eyes across the entire office, I actually saw many smiling, mocking looks. Su Qing couldn't help but find it a little funny. I have no grudge against these people. They were just jealous of me, and now they are laughing at me. Human nature is always so strange. Not caring at all, Su Qing sighed secretly and returned to his workstation. What Su Qing didn't notice was that Wu Shihua also looked up at him, his eyes flickering and his eyebrows raised. Chapter 44, Girls' Thoughts, Shi Dahai's Shock and Envy. "Brother Qing, we agreed on this morning." After get off work at noon, before Su Qing logged out of the computer website, a pleasant voice fell into his ears. In the peripheral vision, there is a small part of a big burgundy bow and a sly smile in the girl's eyes. Feeling the girl's hot breath on his face, Su Qing quickly moved aside. "Since you have clearly refused, you should keep your distance." As for inviting this girl to dinner, Su Qing already had a plan. Su Qing noticed Zhou Kai, who was trying to leave quietly, and he couldn't let him go. He quickly called out, "Kaizi, let's go have lunch together." Zhou Kai, who was tiptoeing to sneak away and create an opportunity for his brother, stopped and looked back awkwardly at Su Qing, then at Wang Ke behind Su Qing, and said, "Brother Qing, you two are going to have dinner together. It's not a good idea for me to go with you, right? What's wrong with that? We are all friends." Su Qing responded seriously, while constantly winking at Zhou Kai. "I thought to myself, Kaizi, you are the only one who can save me, I can't go to eat with her alone." Su Qing also didn't know why Wang Ke was so obsessed with him. I have explained it very clearly to her, twice, but she still refuses to give up. Seeing that Zhou Kai seemed not to notice his gaze, Su Qing couldn't help but be speechless, thinking, "Kaizi, you really are a good friend of mine." He quickly continued, "Why, Kaizi, don't you consider Wang Ke a friend? There is no other way." If we cannot kidnap people, then we can only kidnap morality.
Joe Kai really got anxious and quickly explained.
How could that be? We are all friends here, it's just lunch, right? Then let's all go together.
The light in Wang Ke's eyes beside him dimmed a little.
The scene of that afternoon when I was a freshman in college and saw a young man in white walking under the shade of trees when I went to Jianghan University to visit a friend emerged in my mind again. She clearly remembered that when she saw the young man in white clothes under the light spots in the shade of the trees, at just one glance, she felt that the whole world had stopped. The only thing in the whole world was the sunny smile on the young man's face as he talked and laughed with his friends. She had never believed that there was love at first sight in this world before, but at that moment, she believed it. Because at that moment, her heart was beating so fast that she was about to faint. Unfortunately, youth appear and disappear quickly. While she was stunned, the young man had disappeared from her sight. Since then, she often went to Jianghan University to play with her friends. But only she herself knew that she was not going to look for friends at all, she just wanted to meet the young man again. Unfortunately, it was not until she graduated from university that she found out that the young man had joined Baojiang Group. So, without hesitation and despite her family's opposition, she went to the technical department of Baojiang Group and became a junior employee. The day she joined Baojiang Group, she was so excited, thinking that she finally had the chance to be close to him. In the 2 months since she joined Baojiang Group, she has indeed been constantly looking for opportunities to get closer to him. Pity. In the end, I was still a step too slow. She never expected that the young man would tell her that he had obtained the marriage certificate. At that moment, she felt that the world had become dim and she hated herself. Why couldn't she be braver? Even if she was a little braver, she felt that she would not be able to wait for the news that he had obtained the marriage certificate. After get off work that day, she locked herself in her room and cried all night. She wanted to leave, but she found that she still couldn't let go. That afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, and the moment I saw the young man in white, I was doomed to fail forever. Thinking of what her best friend once said to her, the girl couldn't help but find it a little funny. I never thought that a joke my best friend made would come true. She felt that perhaps her life had really been misled. It took her a while to suppress her thoughts and readjust her mindset. Love should be pursued boldly. Thinking of what her best friend had said to her, she strengthened her determination. Anyway, as long as he doesn't bring his girlfriend in front of me and say in front of me that he is going to get married, then she won't give up. If that day really comes, she will give the young man her best wishes. Then leave this city, find a place where no one knows me, grow flowers and grass, and spend the rest of my life alone. Su Qing didn't know what the girl was thinking, but when he saw Zhou Kai agreed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, "Come on, let's go to the cafeteria to have lunch. Today, your brother Qing will treat you." "Brother Qing, if you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore." Zhou Kai put his arm around Su Qing's shoulders and walked out of the office with him. Noticing that Wang Ke was still in a daze, Su Qing turned back and said, "Come on, Wang Ke, didn't you ask me to treat you to a meal? Why are you in a daze?" "Here I come." The girl suddenly came back to her senses, replied sweetly, and quickly followed behind the two of them. She stared at Su Qing's back with a smile on her face. Although there was an extra Zhou Kai by her side and she might ask Su Qing to treat her to a meal, she was still very happy. Let me explain this on two sides. Brother Su. Shi Dahai hurried out of the office and saw Su Qing and the other two had already entered the elevator, which had already started running. He couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. I could only put the phone to my ear again and replied respectfully. "Boss Jiang, Brother Su has already gone to the cafeteria to have lunch. Is there anything you want to talk to him about?" "You can tell me, and I'll tell him when he comes back." Shi Dahai was stunned when he received Zhang Xiyun's call just now. He never expected that the president, who had just called him in the morning to say he would give him a raise, would call him again at noon. The reason was that no one answered Su Qing's call, so he asked himself to tell Su Qing to go to the president's office. In the CEO's office on the 48th floor of Baojiang building, Zhang Xiyun was slightly startled when he heard Shi Dahai say that Su Qing had gone to have lunch. Then he replied coldly, "That's all right." For some reason, the scene she saw outside the building in the morning appeared in her mind unconsciously. As if possessed by a ghost, she asked coldly, "Who did he go to dinner with?" Shi Dahai was shocked again, and quickly recalled the two people around Su Qing in his mind before replying. They should be Brother Su's two friends. "Oh." Zhang Xiyun replied coldly, and then asked, "What friends?"
Sure Dahai was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. I thought to myself, why does this look so much like when my wife calls to check on me? A very bold guess popped up in his mind, and Sure Dahai was immediately shocked by his own guess. I was so shocked that my scalp was tingling, but I also found it more unbelievable than if I had won 1 trillion. However, considering the tone of the president's phone calls to him these times, he felt more and more that his guess might be true. I quickly tried to suppress the shock and disbelief in my heart, and secretly said, "Brother Su, I'm sorry." Sure Dahai replied respectfully. "Boss, one is his friend, Joe Kai, and the other one is a girl from our technical department named Wang."
Wang Ku. What is Wang Ku wearing?
Sure Dahai's forehead was covered with sweat. He tried hard to recall and quickly replied. She wore a small suit on top and a JK skirt on the bottom. She had a very eye-catching burgundy oversized bow on her head. At this moment, Sure Dahai discovered another potential of his. He could quickly recall Wang Ku's outfit just by taking a casual glance. He was shocked. President, CEO. Seeing that there was no sound coming from the phone for a long time, Sure Dahai spoke again cautiously. "Oh." However, the next moment, he heard a cold "oh." Then there was the sound of beep, 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 and the phone was hung up. Sure Dahai looked at his phone in a daze, and confirmed that the call had been hung up. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. I reached out and wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, and thought to myself, "Brother Su, take care of yourself." Although the president only replied with one word at the end, Sure Dahai clearly heard this word, and his tone was obviously much colder than before.
After calming down, Sure Dahai's shock and disbelief emerged again uncontrollably.
Considering the president's final tone, he felt that his guess was most likely true. He hadn't expected that he would touch upon such a big, unbelievable secret. He dared to guarantee that if he revealed his guess, it would instantly become a hot topic in the company and even in the entire Jianhan city. But even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to reveal his inner guess. Unless he doesn't want to work in Baojiang Group anymore. After being shocked, Sure Dahai felt an inexplicable envy towards Su Qing. Damn, she is the cold female president of the entire Baojiang Group and the goddess of countless men, and she might be with Su Qing. Even though he has already started a family and a career, at this moment Sure Dahai still wants to beat Su Qing up. Chapter 45, the female CEO has no desire for eating, with her hands in her pockets. Wu Shihua. On the 48th floor, in the president's office, after hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiyan grabbed the chopsticks on the table in front of him and started eating. However, she felt that the food that she had just asked her assistant to order from the Westin Hotel was tasteless. After eating just a few bites, she put down her chopsticks, looked at the assistant next to her, and said, "You eat, I suddenly have no appetite."
Ah. The assistant was stunned and didn't dare to ask more questions. He just followed his CEO's instructions and started eating. The assistant thought the food tasted delicious and thought, it was so delicious, but the president had no appetite. Was he sick? Jiang Xiyan didn't know what her assistant was thinking.
When she heard her phone vibrate, she grabbed it and opened WeChat.
"Mr. Chang, who doesn't want to struggle? Mr. Jiang, you called me for something?"
My phone was muted just now, so I didn't notice. She wanted to type a reply, but halfway through, she deleted the words she had typed and threw the phone aside. After a moment's hesitation, she looked at the assistant who was eating and asked coldly,
"Where can I see the company-wide surveillance?" "Ah." The assistant who was eating was stunned, and then quickly replied, "President, the entire company's surveillance can only be viewed by the security department." "Can't we watch it without going to the security department?" Jiang Xiyan asked coldly. The assistant didn't quite understand why her CEO would suddenly ask this, but she still replied, "That should be possible, right? Boss, do you want to see it?" Jiang Xiyan nodded slightly. "Then President, please wait for me. I'll go to the security department to check. I think I can see it." "Go."
Jiang Xiyan leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, supported his chin with his left hand, and nodded coldly. The young assistant was stunned for a moment and thought that he must be the president. Every move he made was so cool.
He immediately put down his chopsticks and ran out of the president's office. 10 minutes later, the assistant returned to the office excitedly, holding a laptop. "President, you can view the entire company's surveillance on this laptop."
Jiang Xiyan immediately put down the hand that was supporting his chin and was about to stand up, but he slowed down his movements and said coldly, "Put the notebook on my desk and continue eating."
"Okay." The young assistant looked at his president with some confusion, but still didn't understand why the president suddenly wanted to check the surveillance footage of the entire company?
I could only put the notebook in my hand on her desk as she said.
Jiang Shiyun slowly stood up from the sofa, walked to the desk and sat down.
She glanced at the assistant and saw that he had returned to the coffee table and started eating. Then she clicked on her notebook and began to look for the surveillance footage in the company cafeteria. First, she found the surveillance camera of the company cafeteria and searched the screen for a long time. Finally, her eyes locked onto a corner of the cafeteria. However, when she saw the footage on the surveillance camera, her slender eyebrows couldn't help but droop. In the picture, a yellow-haired man and a few others were standing next to Su Qing and his friends, and the two sides seemed to be arguing with each other.
Miss, you are so beautiful. I just want to get to know you. We are all colleagues. It's nothing to get to know each other, right?
Hearing Wu Shihua speak again, Su Qing couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the sour oranges behind Wu Shihua with a somewhat cold look. No matter how stupid he is, he can see that these are a few sour oranges who are making trouble again, thinking that they have climbed up Wu Shihua's thigh and want to make trouble for him. The three of them were just having dinner when Wu Shihua suddenly came over with 3 sour oranges.
He said he wanted to get to know Wang Ko and wanted Wang Ko's WeChat.
Even after Wang Ko clearly refused, he still didn't leave and continued to pester her. At this moment, as soon as Wu Shihua finished speaking, Wang Ko refused again.
I've already said it, I don't want to know you, please leave. Miss, maybe you don't know yet?
Wu Shihua seemed not to have heard Wang Ko's words. He put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, I'm the new head of your technical department, so it's really worth it for you to get to know me.
Maybe I can take care of you in the future, right? Wang Ko was stunned.
He did not expect that Wu Shihua was the new department head, but he still said,
Now that I know you, boss, if you have nothing else to do, please don't disturb us while we eat.
The smile on Wu Shihua's face froze. He looked around and noticed the way people were looking at him. He felt a little embarrassed. Even though I have revealed my identity, this girl still doesn't give me face. Wu Shihua put away the smile on his face turned pale and blue, and he stared at Wang Ko with a gloomy face.
Don't be shameless. I'm not only the head of your department, I'm also the younger brother of the deputy general manager of our internet department. Do you understand? I can make you leave the company with just one word, do you understand?
Noticing that Wang Ko didn't know how to refute for a moment, Su Qing couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to stand up and said,
Manager, since Wang Ko has clearly rejected you and we already know you, could you please stop disturbing our meal?
You said you are the department head of our company, but you are still harassing your female subordinates like this.
Don't you think it's damaging to the company's image? Ha!
Hearing Su Qing's words, Wu Shihua suddenly sneered, then leaned close to his ear and sneered.
I know, because I took the position that originally belonged to you, so you must be very upset with me, right? But you're not happy with me, what can you do? I just like the way you are upset with me, but you can't do anything about it.
Be careful, buddy, or you'll get fired after just a few days.
Su Qing was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to threaten him.
He leaned close to his ear and sneered.
Dude, you better be careful. You dyed your hair yellow, don't let it turn yellow someday. Ha 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 ha.
Wu Shihua suddenly laughed out loud as if he had heard a huge joke.
This is the biggest joke I've ever heard, man, we'll see. I want to see how you can make me yellow. However, based on what you just said, I can also tell you that you don't have to come next Monday. Cherish your last afternoon in the company.
After saying that, his sight fell on Wang Ko again. After looking him around unscrupulously, Wu Shihua put his hands in his pockets, smiled and turned away. A few sour oranges looked at Su Qing with mockery, and then quickly followed behind Wu Shihua. Chapter 46, A Man Cannot Stand Without Ruthlessness, the female president begins to intervene. After watching them leave, Su Qing sat down again, ate, looked at Wang Ko, and reminded him. Wang Ko, when you return to the office later, he might harass you again, so be careful. Our new department head looks like a playboy at first glance, and is definitely not a good person.
Wang Ko was still in a daze.
When he heard Su Qing's voice, he came back to his senses and replied sweetly.
Okay, brother Qing.
The moment Su Qing stood up just now, and when he confronted Wu Shihua later, she thought he was simply so handsome. She found that the young man she liked was really getting more and more powerful. After 2 months of getting to know him, she found that although the young man was just a small employee, he was much better than those introduced to her by her family. The people my family introduces to me are either timid, or they don't dare to fart when they see me, or they just stare at me.
He doesn't look like a young man at all.
When he looks at himself, he always has a sunny smile on his face, and he is always calm and relaxed when talking to himself.
Getting along with each other gives me a very safe and comfortable feeling.
The young man had a calmness and composure that was totally unbefitting of his age, and he was extremely gentle to others. The most important thing is that he never seems to be pessimistic, and he always remains calm and composed no matter what happens.
How to say it?
Wang Ke felt as if the young man was always emitting a layer of light, making him feel extremely dazzling. At this moment, hearing the young man's caring words, her heart felt even sweeter. The depressed mood caused by Wu Shiruo's harassment was completely swept away in an instant. She even felt that the food in the bowl tasted much more fragrant than before. Zhou Kai, who was standing next to him, approached Su Qing with some concern and said, "Brother Qing, I didn't expect that Wu Shihua is actually the younger brother of Deputy General Manager Wu. No wonder Deputy General Manager Wu personally sent him here this morning. It turns out he was sent here to be our department head."
You obviously offended him just now. Nothing will happen, right?
After hearing Zhou Kai's words, Wang Ke reacted and said with some concern, "Yeah, Brother Qing, I didn't expect that Wu Shihua is actually the new department head and the younger brother of Deputy General Manager Wu."
I won't implicate you, will I?
As she spoke, she became more worried. If she implicated Su Qing because of herself, she would never forgive herself.
What could be the problem? Su Qing replied calmly while eating his meal.
Wang Bing was also the department head last time, but he was the one who was fired in the end.
Also, Wang Ke, don't talk about getting involved. Didn't you see those sour oranges? They were coming for me.
I guess a few sour oranges are stirring up trouble with Wu Shihua, so Wu Shihua came to me.
Wang Ke felt his heart beating faster. Was he worried that he had a psychological burden?
However, the more Su Qing did this, the more guilty she felt. Although he said nothing more and chose to believe Su Qing, he secretly made up his mind that if Su Qing was really fired, he would definitely help him. She even thought of more things, and her pretty face became hot for a moment. She lowered her head quickly, not daring to look at Su Qing again. After hearing what Su Qing said, Zhou Kai said nothing more. After the three of them finished their meal, they left the cafeteria together.
Su Qing took the opportunity to pee and went into the cafeteria bathroom.
When he entered the bathroom and noticed that there was not many people there, he took out his cell phone and called Zheng Hongying. The female president didn't know about his situation, and he couldn't bring himself to go to the female president, so he could only deal with Wu Shihua himself. The last time I looked for a female president, it was because I had no choice but to do so because it implicated Zhou Kai, so I had to look for her.
This time it's entirely my own business. Wu Shihua is just a little karami.
Song Tianhai and his son are not afraid of him, so why would they be afraid of him? When the call was connected, he said directly, "Find someone to investigate for me, Deputy General Manager Wu of Baojiang Group's Internet Division, and her brother. If they have committed any crime, or done anything that is detrimental to the interests of Baojiang Group, please send it to me. If not, then pick someone from the company to teach Wu Shihua a lesson in secret. As long as no one dies, the more ruthless the better."
A man cannot stand unless he is ruthless. Su Qing will not show mercy to his enemies and will strike when it is time to do so. I won't offend others unless they offend me. I am not a saint. People are bullying me.
If I have a powerful weapon like Kowloon Security Company and still remain indifferent, he will look down on me.
Okay, Mr. Su.
Zheng Hongying nodded in agreement.
She no longer dared to question her boss.
Song Tianhai and his son are well-known figures in Jianghan City, but Mr. Su just sent them to jail as he said.
It's simply a wolf kill. Then he asked cautiously. Mr. Su, do you have anything else to say? That's right.
After a moment of silence, Su Qing actually thought of something and continued. Send me the contact information of the people you arranged to protect me and Jiang Xiyun. In case of emergency, I have to contact them through you, which is inconvenient. Since Su Qing is in charge of Kowloon Security Company, he naturally would not forget to arrange bodyguards for himself and the female president.
Although the female president is definitely protected by bodyguards in secret, double protection is more secure.
The next day after he was selected to work for Kowloon Security Company, he mentioned this matter to Zhang Hongying.
But I always forget to secretly get the contact information of several bodyguards. This is my negligence. I forgot. Mr. Su, I will send it to you right away. Zhang Hongying quickly responded. It's okay, just send it to me.
After hanging up the phone and taking his bird for a walk, Su Qing washed his hands and left the bathroom.
Let me explain this on two sides.
In the president's office on the 48th floor, Jiang Shiyun turned his eyes away from the surveillance screen after seeing the yellow-haired man leading his men away without any conflict with Su Qing and the others. After a moment's hesitation, she clicked on her notebook, zoomed in on the yellow-haired man in the surveillance video, took a screenshot, then looked at the assistant who was still eating and said coldly,
"Come over here and help me find out who this person is." The assistant who was eating was stunned. Not daring to delay, he quickly stood up and walked to her side. He looked at the computer in front of her and saw that it was a stranger whom he did not recognize. Then he said, "Okay, President, wait a minute, I'll check it out." Although I was confused, why would the president ask me to investigate a yellow-haired guy? However, the young assistant did not dare to ask more questions. He just took a photo of Huang Ma with his mobile phone and hurriedly left the president's office again. After watching the assistant leave, Jiang Shiyun once again turned his gaze to the surveillance screen in front of him. Seeing that he was just eating and not doing anything else on the screen, her cold expression eased a little. When Su Cheng and others got up and left the cafeteria, the young assistant happened to return to the office, so she looked at the young assistant again. Seeing his CEO looking over, the assistant quickly took the initiative to reply. "President, I have checked with the Human Resources Department. The person in the surveillance video is called Wu Shihua. He is a team leader in the company's Internet R&D department." "What else?" Zhang Xiyan asked coldly. She could tell at a glance that Wu Shihua was definitely more than just a team leader. That arrogant look is exactly the same as those dandy disciples. Although the assistant knew that his president was very capable, he was still shocked again and thought, the president always seemed to be able to see through everyone. He quickly continued. In addition, Wu Shihua is also the company's deputy general manager for the internet sector and Wu Minli's younger brother. Just this morning, Wu Shihua was promoted by Wu Minli from the team leader of the R&D department to the department head of the technical department. Jiang Shiyun's slender eyebrows drooped slightly, and after a little thought, she understood why Wu Shihua had a conflict with Su Qing. After a moment's hesitation, she said coldly, "Go investigate Wu Shihua's previous performance and abilities. I used to think Wu Minli was quite capable, but now she is appointing people based on personal connections and she is not shy about it. It would be fine if Wu Shihua really had that ability, but if he doesn't. Humph. Does she really think that she, as the deputy general manager of the internet department of a company, can cover up everything with one hand?" At the end of the conversation, the assistant felt that the temperature in the huge office suddenly dropped a few degrees. Shivering, the assistant nodded timidly. "Okay, President, I'll go investigate right away." Having said that, the assistant turned and ran out of the office. On the one hand, she couldn't stand her CEO's cold and queenly aura. On the one hand, she knew that what the president hated most was nepotism in the company. If it's nepotism, it's fine if you have the corresponding ability, but if it's just nepotism. The young assistant couldn't help but observe 3 seconds of silence in his heart for Wu Minli and Wu Shihua. Chapter 47 starts to win people's hearts, Manager Wu? Su Qing and the other two returned to the office while chatting. I happened to see Wu Shihua bringing some sour oranges and distributing milk tea to people in the office. Many people in the office who had already returned from lunch also gathered around a few people and chatted with them. "Wu Shihua, thank you for the milk tea. I just wanted to drink a cup of milk tea after lunch, but I didn't expect you to buy it for me. What's his name? We should call him Director Wu. Didn't you hear Zhang Shan, Li Si and the others say that Brother Wu will be the new director of our technical department? Just wait till next Monday, the manager has announced." "Yeah, how can you call me by my name? You have to call me Manager Wu." A few sour oranges, namely Zhang Shan, Li Si, and Wang Wu, also hurriedly took advantage of the situation and joined in the conversation and scolded. "Yeah, you guys can't call him Wu by his name? You should call him Director Wu, okay? Don't be disrespectful." "Yes, Brother Wu will be the supervisor next Monday. Can you call him by his name?" It's okay. If you are not used to calling me Manager Wu, you can just call me Brother Wu." Hearing the flattery of a few sour oranges, Wu Shihua still put his hands in his pockets, feeling ecstatic. It seemed that he was just being polite, but in fact, he was just short of having the word supervisor written on his face. Seeing everything, Su Qing secretly shook his head and walked straight to his workstation, feeling a little funny. Young people are still naive.
You are not even a department head yet, but you have already started to win people's hearts as if you were already a department head.
If something unexpected happens and you are not the department head next Monday, wouldn't that be like digging a hole for yourself and slapping yourself in the face? The more arrogant and cocky you are now, the more painful your face will be later.
Zhou Kai and Wang Ku ignored Wu Shihua and his group and followed Su Qing to their respective workstations.
As for milk tea, it's not like they don't have any.
Zhou Kai even took a special look and found that the milk tea Wu Shihua bought was the one that cost 3 yuan a cup in the company cafeteria. What he and Wang Ku had in their hands were bought by Su Qing after he left the cafeteria, especially after he took them outside the company. The milk tea in their hands was not only much better tasting than the one Wu Shihua bought, but also much more expensive. However, when they saw Su Qing and the others coming in, the few sour oranges looked at each other and started to speak in a sarcastic manner.
Hey! Isn't this Su Qing who was called over by the manager several times a day? I thought you would be the new department head, but it turned out to be Wu Gu. Don't you have someone above you? It seems that your boss is not as tough as our anchor. Zhang Shan, are you kidding me?
Our Wu Gu is the younger brother of our company's deputy general manager of the internet department.
Can the person above him be more powerful than Deputy General Manager Wu?
Above Deputy General Manager Wu, there is only a general manager and a president.
With his status, can he know the general manager and the president?
When the people around heard that Wu Shihua was actually the younger brother of the company's deputy general manager of the internet department, they immediately became more enthusiastic about Wu Shihua. Some people who had been jealous of Su Qing before also took the opportunity to start speaking sarcastic words to Su Qing.
Zhang Shan, what do you know? Maybe he really thinks he is a big shot. Didn't you see that in the office on weekdays, even a small team leader takes chicken feathers as a token of authority? Angkor is still the best.
He is not like some people who think they are superior and look down on others just because they have some connections with the higher-ups.
How can you say that about your colleagues? Colleagues should unite and help each other, don't you know?
When Wu Shihua saw that it was almost time, he spoke at the right time, looking at Su Qing with a sneer on his face.
Then he said to Wang Ku and Zhou Kai, Wang Ku, and that guy, I also bought your milk tea, come over and take some.
The only person he didn't call was Su Qing, which was totally inconsistent with what he just said. Colleagues should unite and help each other. He just wanted to let Su Qing know that now that he was here, he had the final say in this office.
My name is Zhou Kai.
Zhou Kai looked at Wu Shihua indignantly, then raised the milk tea in his hand and shook it. But I have the milk tea that Brother Qing just bought.
I have some too, so there's no need.
Wang Ku also raised the milk tea in his hand and shook it. Seeing the milk tea in their hands, Wu Shihua felt a little embarrassed again. The smug look on his face disappeared in an instant, and he stared at Su Qing gloomily again. Su Qing actually ignored me, and I was slapped in the face.
This made him very angry.
Some people who were drinking the milk tea bought by Wu Shihua suddenly felt that the milk tea in their hands was not sweet anymore. The milk tea in Zhou Kai and Wang Ku's hands was clearly bought from the milk tea shop outside the company. Not only was it 5 or 6 times more expensive than what they had, it was also much more delicious than what they had.
Brother Wu was kind enough to buy you milk tea, but you guys don't appreciate it? Yeah, how can you be so ungrateful? You don't think Su Qing can protect you, do you? Wu Go has already said that he will be gone next Monday.
A few sour oranges quickly spoke up to speak for Wu Shihua.
Su Qing was very calm.
He just watched everything quietly, as if he was watching a group of monkeys performing. Really, in his eyes, everything Wu Shihua did was just like a monkey jumping up and down on Mount Amei.
Instead of feeling angry, he found it very interesting.
The most important thing is that no matter what I say now, it will not have any substantive effect. It is better to wait and teach Wu Shihua a substantial lesson later to let him know how dangerous the world really is. It was not until he heard the sour oranges speak again that Su Qing frowned and said coldly,
You guys are still standing there, are you done yet? Why don't you hurry over here and finish your work? Don't forget, you are still my team members. Do you believe me and I will deduct your points if I say you are not working seriously? Employees of Baojiang Group are graded.
If points are deducted, not only will their salary be deducted, but it will also affect their future promotion. When the sour oranges heard Su Qing's words, their originally smug faces suddenly turned ugly, and they hurriedly looked at Wu Shihua, hoping that Wu Shihua would stand up for them. Su Qing didn't give them any chance at all, and continued.
He's not the supervisor yet, so he can't control me now. On the contrary, if you guys don't come to work, I will really deduct your points.
Wu Shiruo's face became even uglier. He wanted to speak up for Zhang Shan and the others, but he didn't know how to say it. He is not a supervisor yet, so he really can't control Su Chang now.
It's noon now. Why do you want us to work?
Seeing that Wu Shihua didn't say anything, Zhang Shan stared at Su Qing with indignation.
If I say yes, I'll count from 3 to 1.
If the three of you don't come to work, I'll deduct your points immediately.
3-2.
The few sour oranges could only put on bitter faces, obediently return to their workstations, and start completing the tasks assigned to them by Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at the sour oranges and thought, great, now I don't have any work in the afternoon, I can slack off happily again. Then, he began to supervise the work of several sour oranges, and was determined not to let them be lazy. If they dare to stop working for more than 3 seconds, remind them immediately. So, everyone in the office saw that Zhang Shan and his colleagues were working hard in the middle of the day. When they returned to the office, people who didn't know the inside story were even more astounded by Zhang Shan and his friends. Chapter 48. The shocked assistant, Su Qing, who was clearly arranged by the female president.
Question: What do you do most happily at work? Answer: fishing. When people are doing what they think is the happiest thing, they will be infinitely happy. For example, Lord Cheng, who doesn't want to struggle at this moment.
Scanning the WeChat message onto the computer and then randomly opening a work-related website is actually to cover up the WeChat message page. Looking at the WeChat page, I felt it was a bit conspicuous, so I used the mouse to shrink it a little. Then he clicked on the WeChat chat box with the pinned avatar, which was a beautiful picture of a person's back, and the note "Mr. President," and started typing. Those who don't know may think that you are working hard, but in fact, only you can understand the happiness in it. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Zhang Shan, the sour orange, was actually stretching, so he stopped typing and scolded him.
Bold Zhang Shan. You didn't work seriously during working hours. Believe it or not, I will deduct points from you.
Zhang Shan's face darkened and he glanced sideways at Su Cheng, who was looking serious. He was filled with indignation, but he could only quickly bury his head in work.
The keyboard started smoking.
Noticing that Li Si and Wang Wu were staring at him, Su Qing said,
"What are you looking at? You too, you won't work hard if I don't remind you. You don't want your share, right?"
Li Si, Wang Wu, like Zhang Shan, quickly withdrew their gaze and buried their heads in work. But in their hearts, they all felt the same as Zhang Shan and hated Su Qing very much. I thought to myself, when our Angkor takes office next Monday and tells you to get out, let us see how you can still be so arrogant. Seeing a few sour oranges working hard, Su Qing continued to slack off, typing and chatting with the female president.
Let me explain this on 2 sides. 48th floor, President's office.
Mr. Cheng, who doesn't want to struggle. Mr. Jiang, I have to treat a friend to dinner this afternoon, so I won't go back with you today.
You don't have to let Lao Huang wait for me again.
Hearing the vibration of her phone, she casually grabbed the phone and saw the WeChat message on it.
The female president had a blank expression on her face and no one knew what she was thinking.
Just when I was about to throw my phone aside, I saw new messages. Mr. Cheng, who doesn't want to struggle. Zhou Kai, you should know Mr. Jiang, he is the guy who was fired because of me last time. This guy actually recognized the clothes I was wearing this morning and insisted on asking me to treat him to a meal. I had no choice but to treat him to a meal. I was about to throw the phone away, but I took it back, thought about it, picked up the phone, typed 2 words, and replied.
No.
Mr. Cheng, who doesn't want to struggle. Mr. Jiang, it's enough for you to know. In addition, I also invited a girl named Wang Ku from our department to have lunch at noon.
Wang Ku also noticed the brand of clothes I was wearing.
I asked her not to tell anyone, so I was threatened by her.
Mr. Jiang, the Givenchy brand is still too high profile. I always get cheated by them. Are there any luxury brands that others don't know about? If you dress in a low-key way, you won't be cheated by them. For some reason, the female president suddenly felt much better and the previous gloom was swept away. President.
The assistant next to him was holding a document and reporting to his president, but while reporting, the assistant discovered that his president was actually playing with his mobile phone. And just a moment ago, she actually saw a smile on the corner of the female president's mouth. Although the arc is small, it is still very obvious compared to the president's usually cold face. The young assistant was stunned for a moment.
My heart was in turmoil and was instantly filled with shock. She even wondered if she was dreaming? The icy president actually laughed. This is like an iron tree blooming.
When Jiang Shiyun heard the assistant's voice, he didn't even raise his head, but replied coldly.
Wait a moment. Then I held my phone and typed a reply. I'll see if I can find someone to customize it for you. If it's customized, it won't be easily recognized.
Mr. Cheng, who doesn't want to struggle, thank you in advance, Mr. President. When Jiang Shiyun saw this title for the first time, he was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and typed back.
You want to treat your friends to a meal, do you have enough money?
Lord Ching, who was typing away on the keyboard on the other side, stopped when he saw the reply.
I thought the president is still the president. You have transferred me 4 or 500,000 yuan in total, and you still asked me if the money for food is enough. It costs 4 or 500,000 yuan for your family to treat us to a meal? However, after complaining, Su Qing suddenly reacted.
Considering her status and wealth as a female CEO, it would probably cost her 4 or 500,000 to treat everyone to a meal. Even millions are possible. Don't forget, the female president and I went out for a meal yesterday and it cost more than 1 million.
Fuck, this is the difference. Su Qing shook his head and laughed at himself helplessly.
At this moment, he clearly realized a problem. Although he had been with the female president for quite some time, the female president had gradually accepted his existence. But I have to admit that many times, whether in thinking, cognition, ideas, etc., or consumption concepts, there is actually a gap between me and the female president. This gap is innate, just like the gap between royal families and common people in ancient times.
However, Su Qing is not self-deprecating, nor will he be discouraged. It's just some gaps. It's not that I can't make up for it or adapt to it. It just takes some time. Just when I was about to collect my thoughts and type a letter to reject the female CEO, I thought, why would I need so much money to treat Kaizi to a meal? Kaizi is not worth that much money. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the cell phone on the table in front of him suddenly light up. There is a message on the phone. Your Gongchang bank card with the last number 5743 received a transfer of 1 million.00, and the current balance is 1,502,410 yuan. Su Qing's hands, which were about to type, stopped again. He was shocked and felt a little amused. I thought to myself, my dear president, is the balance on your bank card unlimited? Damn it! Who transfers hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars every time? Who spends millions to treat a friend to a meal? Then, another message popped up on the computer WeChat. Mr. President, since you are inviting your good friend to dinner, then please treat him to a good meal at the Westin Hotel. You can just use the black gold card I gave you last time. You don't need to make a reservation. Su Qing immediately put down his hands from the keyboard and slumped down in the chair. Although I have said a lot of praise, I still want to say. Female CEO is the greatest. The female president is the most beautiful woman in the world. During this pause, another message popped up on WeChat. Mr. President, is that enough money? Su Qing continued to sit slumped, thinking, how about praising it again? Brother Qing, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Zhou Kai, who was next to him, noticed his abnormality and asked with some concern. Su Qing glanced at him sideways and said, Kaizi, I used to stand, but recently I started sitting, and now I just want to lie down. Forget it, you don't understand my happiness. Seeing Zhou Kai's face turn into a black question mark face, Su Qing sat up again and typed a reply. That's enough. Mr. President, we can just have a casual meal. There's no need to go to the Westin Hotel. Mr. President, I have already transferred the money to you. Your friend may have never been to the Westin Hotel before. You can treat him to a meal at the Westin Hotel. It won't be wrong. Your friend, Mr. President, has withdrawn a message. The next second the message popped up again. Mr. President, I have already transferred the money to you. You can't go wrong by treating your friends to a meal at the Westin Hotel. The two messages seem to have only one sentence missing, but they are very different. Su Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment, but he also felt warm in his heart. The female president seemed to be high and mighty, but in fact, it was not the case at all. And this afternoon meal has been arranged clearly. Mr. President, you are very strong, but why do you like it so much? Then he typed a reply. Okay, Mr. President, I'll listen to you on this matter. After get off work, treat me, your cheap buddy, to a meal at the Westin Hotel and show him the world. Chapter 49 shocked Zhou Kai, the little surprise of the female president. Let me explain this on two sides. 48th floor, President's office. Just where were you talking about? Please continue. Only after hearing the female president's cold voice did the young assistant come back to his senses from his shock. Noticing her president's cold and queen-like demeanor at this moment, the young assistant couldn't help but secretly complain, why is there still differential treatment? It's completely different from just now? Just now I saw the president holding a cell phone, and I don't know who he was chatting with. During the journey, the CEO actually raised his lips more than once. Until this moment, the young assistant was still shocked. You have to know that I have been following the president for nearly 2 years, but I have never seen my president do the same as he did just now. He was just chatting with someone on the phone and actually laughed. The young assistant was sure that if he spread this matter, it would definitely shock the entire Baojiang group for the whole day. Unfortunately, she didn't dare. As for the president's private affairs, the only person in the entire Baojiang group who dares to ask about it is probably the retired director Jiang. Besides being shocked, the assistant also felt a strong curiosity in his heart, like a cat's paw. She really wanted to know who her CEO was chatting with just now? Where were you just now? Keep going. After hearing the president's voice again, the assistant quickly put away his thoughts and continued his report. But I was shocked again. This time I was in a daze and the president didn't even say anything to me. You know, before, if you dared to daydream during working hours, you would be punished. This can only mean one thing, that at this moment, the president is in a really good mood. On the other side, in the technical department office, Su Cheng put down his hands from the keyboard and watched several sour oranges working hard. After pondering for a while, he found Jiang Jingguo's WeChat and asked for Lao Huang's WeChat from Jiang Jingguo. After searching, I found that the nickname is Driving Lao Huang, and the avatar is Lao Huang himself. Then I typed my name in the verification message area and clicked add. The friend request was approved very quickly, and without waiting for Su Qing to send a message, Lao Huang took the initiative to send a message. Driving old Huang, uncle, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Su Qing had gradually gotten used to old Huang calling him son-in-law and typed a reply. It's like this, Lao Huang, I have to treat my friends to dinner after get off work this afternoon, so I can't go home with you. So, I thought of asking you, old Huang, to go to the milk tea shop where I usually buy milk tea and buy her a cup of milk tea and some cakes before Mr. Zheng picks her up after get off work. Old Huang, who was driving, okay, son-in-law, I understand. After thinking for a while, Su Qing typed again. I want milk tea with green tint, coconut flakes instead of pearls, and more egg tarts for cake. Old Huang, who was driving, I've got that in mind. You are so thoughtful, my son-in-law. In the underground garage of Baojiang building, old Huang, who was sitting in the driver's seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, put down his mobile phone and a smile like an old father appeared on his face. Next, Su Qing spent the next moment happily playing the mind-clearing game and supervising a few sour oranges. Time always passes quickly when you are slacking off. Soon, it was time to get off work. Su Qing rubbed his head, which was a little dizzy from playing the mind-clearing game, then closed the game page, exited WeChat, and turned off the computer. Brother Qing, thank you for treating me to lunch at noon. I will bring you breakfast next Monday morning. Bye, see you next Monday. Suddenly hearing Wang Ke's sweet voice, Su Qing turned around and was about to say no. The girl was already wearing a huge burgundy bao that was swaying up and down as she walked away. That oversized burgundy bao actually looks a bit like a dancing butterfly at this moment. Brother Qing, tell me the truth, have you really obtained the marriage certificate? Zhou Kai walked over to Su Cheng with his backpack and put his arm around his shoulders. Anyone with a discerning eye can see how much Wang Ke likes you. She is also beautiful, and there is no male colleague in our office who doesn't covet her. Don't you really want to think about it? Su Qing slapped his hand away and said, Can I joke with you about getting a marriage certificate? I don't know why this girl insisted on hanging herself on a towering tree like mine. I've told her twice, but she seems not to have heard me. He. Zhou Kai suddenly gave a lewd smile. Brother Chang, are you really a towering tree? Don't be a sapling. Can you drive on this broken road? Su Qing gave him a speechless look and replied. It's definitely bigger than you anyway. I don't believe it unless you show it to me. Su Chang was speechless again and cursed. Get lost, if you want to see it, show it to the person who got the marriage certificate with me. He felt guilty saying this, thinking that he had a long way to go and he didn't know when he could give the female president. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, quickly suppressed his emotions, and continued. Let's go, didn't I ask my brother to treat you to a meal? Today I'm going to take you out for a good meal and show you the world.
When it came to business, Zhou Kai immediately put away the obscene expression on his face, put his arm around Su Qing's shoulders again, and kept praising her.
Su Qing also found it very useful. The two of them went outside the company and took a taxi.
After getting in the car, Su Qing said to the driver,
"Go to the Westin." Zhou Kai was stunned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Quickly asked, "Brother Qing, where did you say we were going? Can you tell me again?"
The driver in front did not start the car immediately, but turned around and looked at Su Cheng.
The driver also thought that Su Qing might have said something wrong.
You should know that the Westin Hotel is one of the most famous 5-star hotels in Jianghan City. Since Su Cheng and Zhou Kai chose to take a taxi, they were obviously two ordinary employees of Baojiang Group.
But Su Qing actually wants to go to the Westin Hotel? Isn't this bullshit? Going to the Westin Hotel, what's wrong? Su Qing said casually.
Zhou Kai opened his mouth slightly for a moment, his heart filled with shock, not knowing what to say. It took him a long while to suppress the shock in his heart, thinking that Su Qing was not going to invite him to dinner at the Westin Hotel, but rather to eat near the Westin Hotel. The driver in front withdrew his gaze, started the car without asking any more questions, and drove towards the Westin Hotel. However, he had the same idea as Zhou Kai, thinking that Su Qing and Zhou Kai were probably just going to the area near the Westin Hotel. Let me explain this on two sides. Not long after Su Qing and Zhou Kai left, when almost everyone in the company had left, Zhang Xian also walked out of Baojiang building carrying her bag. The Phantom was still parked in the same place, so she walked straight to the car. However, when she walked to the car, opened the door, and saw the empty back seat, she suddenly felt that something was missing. My originally good mood suddenly turned bad. I got into the car, put my bag away, and subconsciously wanted to reach out my hand, but when I came to my senses, I silently put down my hand that I had just raised. My mood became even worse, and I could only say coldly, "Let's go. Miss, this is the milk tea and cakes that my uncle asked me to buy for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Huang's voice was heard in front, and a cup of milk tea and some cakes were handed over. Zhang Xiyun was slightly stunned, and a feeling of surprise suddenly filled his heart.
Su Qing went to treat her friends to a meal.
She felt very uncomfortable and felt that something was missing.
She never expected that Su Qing actually arranged for Lao Huang to buy her milk tea and cake. This is a kind of surprise that after many twists and turns, you may think there is no way out, but when you turn around, you will find another village. And this feeling was so strong that it struck her heart. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had felt this way. "Miss." Only after hearing Lao Huang's voice again did she reach out to take the milk tea and cake.
The milk tea is milk tea with green color, and there are more cakes and egg tarts, just like before. My originally bad mood suddenly became brighter and better. As she tore open the straw herself and prepared to insert it, she realized that something was still different.
The straw must have been inserted before changing it.
However, today is still a day when I can have milk tea and cake after get off work. After taking a sip of milk tea, she adjusted her mood. I don't know why, but today's milk tea seems sweeter than ever.
He picked up another egg tart and took a bite. The egg tart seemed to be more fragrant than ever. Old Huang in front saw everything and a fatherly smile appeared on his face again. Chapter 50, Going to the Westin Hotel for dinner, the taxi driver was shocked.
The steering wheel is in the hands of the driver, like an obedient young wife, allowing him to control it.
The experienced driver was also driving very fast.
The car soon stopped not far from the Westin Hotel. The driver turned around and looked at Su Qing and the others apologetically, saying,
"Sorry, handsome guys, this is the only way to go. Taxis are not allowed to park in front of the Westin Hotel. It's okay, just stop here."
After paying the fare, Su Qing got off the car first, followed by Zhou Kai. Looking at the magnificent Westin Hotel in the distance, Zhou Kai secretly smacked his lips, then looked away and asked Su Qing,
"Brother Qing, where are we going now? Now that we're here, where else can we go?"
Su Qing looked at him like a fool and said,
"To the Westin Hotel, of course."
"Brother Qing, stop joking." Zhou Kai still didn't believe that Su Chang wanted to invite him to dinner at the Westin Hotel, and thought Su Qing was joking with him.
Then he said, "Tell me quickly, where are we going to eat? I'm really hungry. Do you think I'm kidding you?"
Su Qing glanced at him and walked straight towards the Westin Hotel in front without further explanation.
Many times, no matter how many explanations are given, they are far less convincing than a practical action.
For example, if you talk to a beautiful woman, she may not pay attention to you, but if you dare to touch her butt, she will definitely call you a hooligan. Seeing that Su Qing actually walked towards the Westin Hotel, Zhou Kai stood there in a daze, and for a moment he even forgot to follow Su Qing. Looking at Su Qing's attitude, it seemed that he was not joking, but really wanted to treat me to dinner at the Westin Hotel.
But it's just one dinner for the two of us. The Westin Hotel is one of the top 5-star hotels in Jianghan City. Isn't it a bit too extravagant to come to the Westin Hotel just for dinner? Or in other words, is this the life of rich people? Didn't you say you were hungry? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up!
After hearing Su Qing's reminder, Zhou Kai came back to his senses from his shock and hurriedly followed Su Qing.
But he still found it hard to believe and asked again. Brother Cheng, are you serious? What do you think? Su Qing rolled her eyes at him. I said I'd take you out to see the world. After getting a positive reply again, Zhou Kai finally believed that Su Qing actually wanted to invite him to dinner at the Westin Hotel. Besides being shocked, he also felt an irrepressible joy in his heart. After all, this was the Westin Hotel, and the charges were outrageously high. With my meager salary and living conditions, I'm afraid I may not be able to have a meal here in my lifetime. But today, Su Qing actually wanted to treat me to a meal here. How could he not be happy? If your friend is boastful, doesn't that mean you are also boastful? In the future I can even brag that I have dined at the Westin Hotel. However, thinking of the rumored expenses at the Westin Hotel, Zhou Kai hesitated again and said, Brother Cheng, I'm really happy that you're inviting me to dinner at the Westin Hotel. I appreciate your kindness. But I heard that the cost of this hotel is ridiculously high. Even if you really made some money from stocks, it's still a bit inappropriate? Why don't we go to another place? You know me. I'm not picky. We can just eat whatever we want.
Zhou Kai was obviously thinking about himself, and Su Qing felt a little warm in his heart. However, it's not that he doesn't want to eat somewhere else, but the female president has already given him the money, so he might as well use it. Given his relationship with Zhou Kai, he didn't think there was anything inappropriate in inviting Zhou Kai to the Westin Hotel for a meal. Then he said, Kaizi, since I brought you to this place, it means that I must have the ability, do you understand? So, don't be so nagging. Since I can wear clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's no problem for me to spend some money to treat you to a meal. Zhou Kai wanted to speak, but Su Qing didn't give him a chance. He just put his arm around his shoulders, pushed him forward, and said, There's no point in worrying anymore. Now that we're here, we can only go in. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the hotel gate. There was no melodramatic plot of looking down on others. When the two of them approached, the curvy receptionists wearing cheongsams on both sides of the hotel gate bowed and spoke in unison. Welcome. Zhou Kai was startled and instinctively wanted to say hello. But seeing that Su Qing was calm, he took back the words hello. Then, I noticed the curvy figures and good looks of several receptionists. He swallowed unconsciously again. I thought, is this a 5-star hotel? Even the receptionists have such great figures and looks. With Zhou Kai's level of appreciation, he felt that these receptionists, in terms of figure and appearance, were in no way inferior to some female anchors he had seen on the internet. Following Su Qing into the hotel lobby, Zhou Kai was again surprised by the magnificent decoration of the hotel lobby. Bright crystal chandeliers, marble floors, valuable calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, antiques on display. All kinds of things that I had only seen in movies and TV dramas before can now be seen here. Just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, Zhou Kai rolled his eyes and looked around. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Not to mention anything else, just the hotel lobby alone made him smell the stink of money and know what luxury is. Outside the hotel, I wonder what the mentality is. The taxi driver who brought Su Qing and the others here did not leave immediately, but stayed where he was for the time being, staring at Su Qing and the others. Seeing that Su Qing and the other two actually entered the Westin Hotel, he was extremely shocked. Neither Su Qing nor his friends had a car, so they chose to take a taxi. The man who looked like an ordinary worker actually entered the Westin Hotel. This was really beyond his expectations. Maybe just looking for someone, or something else. After a long while, he suppressed his shock and muttered something to himself before the driver started the car and left. However, his heart was filled with very complicated emotions. There is envy and also bitterness. Chapter 51. They are all miserable people. Ladies, there are no more seats in our hotel.
If you didn't make a reservation in advance, I'm really sorry that I can't serve you.
Just as Joe Kai was looking around in surprise, a voice suddenly heard interrupted his thoughts.
Following the sound. Not far ahead, a little old man in a white suit was bowing and apologizing to the two girls in front of him with apologetic eyes. Both girls are very good looking, and their clothes look not cheap at all. Sister Yen, since there are no seats left, let's go to another one,
said one of the shorter girls with some regret.
Ah.
The tall woman next to her sighed. Cece, I was inconsiderate about what happened today. I wanted to host a welcoming party for you, but I forgot that this Westin hotel requires reservations in advance.
Do I have to make a reservation in advance to eat at this hotel? Joe Kai was stunned.
In shock, he turned his head to look at Su Ching beside him.
Brother Ching, you actually have to make an appointment in advance. It seems that God doesn't want me to rip you off today.
Although he had already followed Su Ching into the hotel, Joe Kai still felt that it was too luxurious to have a dinner at the Westin Hotel. At this moment, hearing that he had to make an appointment in advance to eat here, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I thought it would be a good opportunity to let Su Ching move to another place.
Who says you can't eat here without a reservation? Su Ching put his arm around his shoulders and continued walking into the hotel.
Noticing Su Ching and the other two, the old man who was originally apologizing to the two women hurriedly apologized to the two women again and walked towards them. Su Ching Kai came here yesterday with the man holding the black gold card, so the old man naturally remembered him. Before he even approached them, he immediately asked respectfully,
"Gentlemen, welcome to our Westin Hotel." Su Ching didn't waste any words. He just took out the black gold card that the female president gave him yesterday and handed it over. When the old man saw the black gold card, he thought to himself, it is true. Then he was even more respectful to Su Ching and the others, and quickly stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. "Gentlemen, please come this way. I will take you to the exclusive seat."
Joe Kai, who was originally hesitant, was stunned again, his mouth slightly open, even enough to fit an egg in it.
Don't you have to make an appointment in advance? Why don't they use it? However, Joe Kai was not stupid. After a little thought, he realized that it was probably because of the black card in Su Ching's hand. So, he approached Su Ching and asked in a low voice, "Brother Ching, what kind of card is this? It doesn't even require advance reservations. The Westin Hotel's black gold card. With this card, you don't need to make an appointment in advance." Su Ching mentioned it casually without further explanation and then continued, "Let's go." Su Ching didn't explain, but there is a cell phone. Joe Kai simply picked up his phone and typed in the words Westin Hotel black gold card on Baidu, and a lot of related content popped up. As Joe Kai flipped through the pages, he was so shocked that his scalp went numb. Deposit more than 10 million. Only 9. Even if you have money, you may not have it. Every title made Joe Kai's heart tremble. This is too arrogant. However, compared to being shocked by the special nature of the black gold card, Joe Kai was more curious about why Su Ching had the black gold card. Su Ching clearly said that he made some money by buying stocks, but that shouldn't include a black gold card, right? After coming back to his senses from the shock, he saw that Su Ching had already walked away, so he quickly quickened his pace to catch up. "Sister Yan, it seems like they didn't make a reservation, so why can they eat here?" After watching Su Ching and the others disappear, the short girl spoke with some resentment. "Because they have the Westin Hotel's black gold card." After recovering from her shock, the tall woman replied, "Is it the Westin Hotel black gold card that is said to be available even if you are rich?" The short girl opened her mouth in shock and disbelief. The tall woman nodded. At this moment, her heart was really uneasy, even extremely shocked. Because she knew that there was only one person in Jianhan City who had the Westin Hotel's black gold card, and that was the IC president of Baojiang Group. But now, the black gold card belonging to the IC female president actually appeared in the hands of a man. So what is the relationship between this man and that IC president? This question is worth pondering. Could it be? A very bold guess popped up in the tall woman's mind. No. This is absolutely impossible. How is this possible? But this guess was immediately denied by her. Because it is really unbelievable. She looked up again at the direction where Su Ching and the others disappeared. At this moment, the tall woman couldn't help but feel curious about Su Ching. "Brother Ching, do I look stupid?" "Yeah. Hearing Zhou Kai's question, Su Cheng nodded subconsciously. After realizing it, he immediately shook his head. No, Kaizi, well, you're not stupid, you're smart. Zhou Kai's mouth twitched, and he suppressed the urge to complain, and then continued. Brother Ching, why do you treat me like a fool? You told me that the black gold card of the Westin Hotel was given to you by someone else? It was really given to me by someone else. I didn't want it, but she forced it on me.
Su Cheng explained, then handed him the menu and changed the subject.
How about you order some food? Okay. Zhou Kai immediately threw the previous question aside and took the menu eagerly.
However, as soon as he opened the menu and saw the price of the first dish, his hands began to shake uncontrollably.
Maybe it's just the first one that's expensive.
Comforting himself mentally, he flipped through the pages again, but the more he flipped through the pages, the more his hands shook.
Damn, it's either 3,000 or 5,000, or even tens of thousands. Is this robbing?
In the end, Zhou Kai couldn't bear it anymore, so he simply returned the menu to Su Ching and said,
Brother Ching, you should come. All right.
Su Ching took the menu and ordered some dishes that he thought were good yesterday, then handed the menu to the waiter beside him and said, Also, give us a bottle of Romane Conti red wine.
The older the better.
Although he had drunk it yesterday, Su Ching was actually craving red wine again.
I can only say that the vintage expensive red wine is really delicious. Well, or maybe it's because of the blessing of money. An hour later.
Walking out of the Westin Hotel with Su Ching, Zhou Kai felt numb.
Damn, just one meal cost nearly $500,000.
And that bottle of Romane Conti red wine costs as much as 420,000.
Can you believe it? 420,000 yuan is enough to buy a house in full in some places.
Zhou Kai felt that what he had just drunk was not wine, but handfuls of money. If he wasn't going to die, he would even want to cut open his stomach and get out all the food and wine he had just eaten and drunk.
In that case, wouldn't he just be a person with hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings? Don't be in a daze.
You've already finished eating, so stop thinking too much.
This will give you another opportunity to brag to others, right?
Noticing that he was in a daze, Su Ching reminded him with a somewhat amused look.
Zhou Kai finally came back to his senses and suppressed the shock in his heart. He thought, well, I've already finished eating anyway, I might as well just enjoy it, who cares? The two continued to walk to the roadside, ready to take a taxi and go back home. I don't know if the female president has eaten yet?
This thought popped up unconsciously in Su Ching's mind. Thinking that it was already this late, the female president should have eaten yet, so he gave up the idea of packing some food for her.
Brother Ching, look over there, isn't that Xiao Yi? He actually followed an old man here to eat.
After being poked by Zhou Kai and hearing his incredible voice, Su Cheng put away his thoughts and looked in the direction he indicated. Not far away, a beautiful woman with a curvy figure was walking towards the Westin Hotel holding the hand of an old man. At first glance, the woman looked to be in her 20s, while the man was probably in his 50s. Su Ching was also slightly surprised.
That woman, whom Zhou Kai calls Xiao Yi, is a famous online anchor with nearly 10 million fans online.
With her pure face and hot body, she is the dream goddess of countless people. But now, this little Yi Zi was actually holding the hand of an old man and walking into the Westin Hotel together. Needless to say, Su Ching also knew that the two of them couldn't be father and daughter.
Maybe they are just father and daughter. After a slight pause, Su Ching reacted. After all, as a man, who doesn't want to hear a sweet call of dad? But, will I ever have that opportunity?
Thinking of the female president's dominance, Su Ching felt that maybe it would be okay if he didn't call her dad. Brother Ching, please tell me, that's an illusion, Xiao Yizi is not that kind of person. Zhou Kai had obviously figured out what was going on, but he looked extremely distressed.
Calm down. Su Ching gave him a speechless look.
In fact, she is just like us, forced by life, and is a hard-working person.
Chapter 52, The Power of Habit, the Female President's Discomfort. Let me explain this on two sides.
Before returning to Villa number 2 of Taihasikianyuan, Jiang Shiyun suddenly realized that he had not had dinner yet. Before, she would go to the Westin Hotel to have dinner before returning to the villa. But recently, because I went home with Su Ching, dinner was made by Su Ching. So, today she forgot about it and habitually asked Lao Huang to come back directly.
No wonder some people say that habit is the most terrible thing in the world.
Sighing secretly, Jiang Shiyan could only contact the property management of the villa and ask them to send him dinner.
As one of the top villa areas in Gyeonghan City, Taehasikyeonwon can naturally provide meals for its owners.
However, Jang Shi-yoon has never eaten the meals provided by the property. Checking the password, opening the door of the villa and entering the villa, Jang Shi-yoon subconsciously wanted to reach out and press the elevator button. When she realized that Soo Ching was not there today, she put her hand down again, walked to the sofa and sat down on it. Although Soo Ching was not there, he returned to his previous life, when he was the only one in the villa without Soo Ching. But she felt a little uncomfortable. In the past few days, even though I went back to the third floor as soon as I returned to the villa, I knew that there was another person in the villa. In recent days, while Soo Ching was cooking, she sat on the sofa and took care of some work. She was used to seeing Soo Ching's life out of the corner of her eye. But today, as far as my eye can see, that busy figure is no longer there. Ding dong! Ding dong! It was not until the doorbell rang that she came to her senses, stood up, opened the door, and asked the property management to deliver dinner to her table. After seeing off the property management, she opened her lunchbox and started eating dinner alone in silence. Braised fish, stir-fried beef, vegetable meatball soup. The dinner provided by the villa property is just some everyday home-cooked meals. After just a few bites, she could tell that the dishes were good. Although it's not as good as the one made by the Westin Hotel, it's better than what many people make, and even tastes better than what Soo Ching makes. But she just felt that these dishes, compared to those made by Soo Ching, lacked a certain flavor, or perhaps a certain feeling. Well, how should I put it? Yes, there is a lack of warmth. Although these dishes tasted better than those cooked by Soo Ching, she felt that the warm feeling was missing when eating compared to Soo Ching's. As she continued thinking, she looked up and did not see Soo Ching's figure opposite her, and she suddenly realized something. It's not that the food lacks a sense of warmth, but that one person is missing, so a sense of warmth is missing. A smile appeared in Danfang's eyes. She felt that she was really disappointing. Putting all her thoughts aside, she continued eating. But in the end, she didn't finish any of the 4 dishes in one soup dinner, and only ate a little bit of each. I only ate half of the rice. Although the food today tasted better than the one Soo Ching made, she just ate some and didn't want to eat anymore. After cleaning up the leftovers, she got up and went to the third floor, took down her notebook, and began to look at some information and documents. Since she has decided to increase the company's investment in the internet, she naturally needs to fully understand some things related to the internet. After just a short while, her eyes unconsciously turned to the time on the computer. 21:45. She cursed herself again before continuing to read the information. But after a while, her eyes unconsciously looked at the time on the computer. Finding she couldn't calm down, she simply put down her notebook and started browsing her phone, trying to relax herself. But when she was scrolling through her phone to relax, she found that she would still unconsciously check the time on her phone. Am I sick? She felt that she was being unreasonable. Snap! Suddenly the door opened and she stood up from the sofa. Realizing her own gaffe, she quickly sat down again. As she adjusted the expression on his face, it returned to its usual cold look. The door was pushed open, and seeing that face with a sunny smile, her pair of almond-shaped eyes suddenly brightened up a lot. However, she herself did not notice the change in herself, and just said as usual. I'm back. Yes, I'm back. Soo Ching continued to smile, but noticed the light in her eyes, and then continued with a grin. Mr. President, do you miss me? You think too much. Soo Ching was not surprised to get the 4 cold words as an answer. In addition to being cold, the female president also has another attribute, tsundere. After entering the villa, Soo Ching took a special look at the dining table. Only when he saw the lunchboxes on the table did he feel relieved. However, seeing that almost only a little bit of the food had been eaten, he frowned again and glanced at the female CEO sitting on the sofa. Mr. President, can I give you food from my bottom? Chapter 53, teased the female CEO, both are shocked. On the first floor of the huge villa, Soo Ching was busy in the kitchen. In the living room, Jang Shi-yoon picked up his notebook again and continued his work. However, her eyes would unconsciously glance towards the kitchen from time to time. As soon as she saw the busy figure out of the corner of her eye, she felt like she had regained the feeling she had yesterday and the day before, and she felt a lot more at ease. While browsing the information on the computer, she also clearly felt that her efficiency was much higher than before. Gradually, she became calmer, got into the state, and began to browse the information on the computer attentively. Mr. President, the noodles are ready, you can come and eat. Only when she heard Soo Ching's voice did she put down the computer and get up from the sofa. Before she got close, she smelled the familiar fragrance, and instantly, the saliva in her mouth began to secrete faster. Although Su Qing only made a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles, she found that she was even more greedy than before she had dinner. She also clearly felt a pang of hunger coming over her. These were not available when Su Qing was not here. She was secretly shocked and found it unbelievable that just having one more person at home could lead to so many changes in herself. She walked to the dining table, sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating noodles. It is said that there is no harm without comparison. She had no appetite for the dinner that the property management had sent her. But at this moment, there was a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles in front of her, and she started eating it with big chopsticks.
I just feel extremely satisfied. Su Qing did not leave either.
Instead, he sat down opposite her, with a smile on his face, and watched her eat noodles quietly.
In fact, Su Qing was a little worried. If he changed his address from Mr. Jiang to Mr. President, would the female president not accept it?
After all, the meanings of the two names are very different. The title General Manager Jiang is what everyone in the company calls her, and there is a natural sense of distance in it. However, the title of Mr. President not only does not feel distant, but even has a sense of intimacy. He never expected that the female president would actually accept the title of Mr. President. This also means that the relationship between him and the female president is actually very different from what it was at the beginning. A feeling of joy filled my heart, and the smile on my face became even wider. Zhang Shiyun noticed that he was staring at her. At first she thought it was nothing, but gradually she felt a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. I was just eating a bowl of noodles, but this guy was staring at me.
I could only look up and say calmly, "Go sit over there on the sofa."
There was a hint of embarrassment in his tone, but it was also filled with a strong sense of unquestionability.
Su Qing was stunned and put away his scattered thoughts. Hearing the embarrassment in the female president's tone, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. He immediately said firmly, "Why should I sit over there? I want to sit here and watch you." He is now no longer afraid of this female president, nor is he afraid of her cold queen aura. Zhang Shiyun's willow-shaped eyebrows drooped, and there was some surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect him to be so tough. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Shiyun used the same trick again. "Sit over there on the sofa, don't look at me, and I'll give you money. I won't go even if I'm paid." Su Qing still shook his head. "Money is not as pretty as you." These slightly provocative words made Zhang Shiyun stunned again, and his earlobes began to feel hot and red. She was still a little shocked, thinking, this guy is getting bolder and bolder. Not only has he changed the way he addresses her, he even dares to tease her. However, it is still the same as before. 10,000. Su Qing shook his head. 20,000. She continued to raise the price, confident that she could control Su Qing. Su Qing continued to shake his head. 100,000. Even when the price was finally raised to 100,000, Su Qing still shook her head. Only then did she realize that this guy was determined to keep an eye on her here today. But if she didn't notice it, or if nothing had happened just now, she could pretend not to see Su Qing's gaze. At this moment, she felt even more embarrassed. His willow-shaped eyebrows sank again, and suddenly a light came to his mind. Just when he thought of how to deal with this guy, he heard, "Okay, eat it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold." Then, before she could speak, she saw Su Qing stood up with a smile and walked towards the sofa. Only then did she realize that this guy was teasing her. For a moment, she couldn't help but secretly feel angry. While lowering her head to continue eating noodles, she said lightly, "Transfer me 10,000 yuan, and I'll fire your friend Zhou Kai. You choose one." Su Qing's steps suddenly stopped, the smile on his face froze, and the pride in his heart suddenly disappeared. "I originally thought that I would be the winner this time, but I didn't expect that in the end, I would still be controlled by the female president. The female president really cannot be treated the same way as an ordinary girl. She is too smart and knows her weaknesses clearly." Su Qing could only take out his cell phone, find the female president's WeChat, and transfer 10,000 yuan with a resentful look on his face. 10,000 yuan is not a lot, not even 1/10 of what the female president gave him, but he still feels resentful. It was not because of the loss of 10,000 yuan, but because he was once again controlled by the female president in the struggle with her. After transferring the money, he walked towards the sofa. The law of conservation of smiles. A smile will not disappear, it will just transfer from one person to another.
Jiang Shiyun, who was eating noodles with his head down, saw everything out of the corner of his eye, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised.
Unfortunately, Su Qing did not notice this amazing scene.
At this moment, Su Qing was attracted by the information on the female president's computer.
He didn't expect that the female president was actually reading internet-related information. In other words, this female CEO already has some ideas about the internet?
Su Qing was filled with shock. He was still wondering when he would find the time to mention this matter to the female president.
As expected, a female president is still a female president. Not to mention anything else, just this vision and foresight alone, don't you think it's much better than others? Besides being shocked, Su Qing was also filled with admiration.
It was only by comparing it with my past life that I realized the importance of the internet, while the female president relied entirely on her own vision. However, after pondering it secretly, Su Qing decided to mention it to the female president again. After all, although the female president has been reading things related to the internet, she still doesn't know some specific things. And now, since the female president is looking at this thing, it is the best time to mention it to her.
After a while, the female president finished her noodles and came over. Su Qing said, "Mr. President, are you still reading things related to the internet?" There was some question in the tone to bring up the topic. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the female CEO paused, her willow leaf eyebrows sank, and she said, "Why, do you also think that the internet is illusory and has no future?" She misunderstood. She thought Su Qing, like Zhang Jinghua, was not optimistic about the development of the internet. Su Qing didn't quite understand why the female CEO asked this, but still shook his head. "No.
Contrary to what you said, Mr. President, I am very optimistic about the development prospects of the internet. Although the real estate industry is booming right now, as the saying goes, what goes up must come down. I think it is precisely because of the current prosperity of the real estate industry that it will definitely become saturated and go downhill in the future.
I think the real estate industry will be replaced by the newly emerging internet. I think the future belongs to the internet."
Well, not only the internet, but also high-end technology industries, such as chip-related research, may have good prospects. Su Qing Duo mentioned that in his previous life, the country he lived in was controlled by Western countries because of a photolithography machine and chip technology. In this world, if Su Qing can help, he will naturally be willing to lend a hand.
Then he said, "I just didn't expect that you, Mr. President, would actually be looking at things related to the internet. It seems that you, Mr. President, have already had some ideas about the internet."
Jiang Shiyun opened his mouth slightly, his expression a little dull, and it was the first time that he lost his composure in front of Su Qing. There was already a huge wave in her heart, filled with shock and disbelief. Although he was very different from others, she always thought that Su Qing was just an ordinary employee of the company. She never thought that Su Qing could have these ideas. You have to know that many people, including Zhang Jinghua, are not optimistic about the internet. At this moment, she seemed to have found a confidant, and quickly walked over to Su Qing and sat down.
"Do you have any other opinions on the development of the internet? If so, please continue to speak."
The way she looked at Su Qing was as if she wanted to eat Su Qing.
Chapter 50 For the female president was even more shocked. Su Qing was a dusty gem.
It was the first time that Su Qing was stared at by a female CEO with such a burning gaze, and he was still somewhat uncomfortable with it.
After all, the female president had always looked cold before, and she didn't show the look she had at the moment at all.
"I think the internet will definitely develop more related industries in the future, apart from the online shopping and chat software that some people are already doing." Su Qing spent more than 10 minutes briefly talking about many internet-related industries in his previous life, such as food delivery platforms, short video platforms, shared bicycles, etc. Although he just gave a general idea, he talked about it for more than 10 minutes straight, which made Su Qing feel dry in the mouth. During this time, the female president had been listening to him quietly, and as he spoke more and more, her almond-shaped eyes became brighter and brighter. At this moment, the female president looked at him as if she wanted to eat him up completely. Of course, compared to the feeling of sudden enlightenment, Jiang Shiyun's heart was actually filled with incomparable shock. Since she was born, as far as she could remember, she had never been as shocked as this time. Some of the things Su Qing just said seemed ahead of her time even to her. She simply felt that an industry related to the internet would have great development prospects in the future. However, she had never thought about what Su Qing said. She never thought that Su Qing would actually have these thoughts. At this moment, she actually felt that Su Qing was emitting a dazzling light.
How can I describe this feeling? It's like picking up a stone from the roadside. You might think it's just an ordinary stone, but it's actually a rare gem. Suppressing her inner joy in deep shock, she took the initiative to hand a bottle of mineral water on the coffee table to Su Qing and then asked, "Anything else?" Seeing the bottle of mineral water being handed to him, Su Qing felt a little amused. I thought to myself, this female CEO wants to squeeze me completely dry. After taking a sip of the mineral water, he thought about it in his mind and confirmed that there was nothing missing. Then Su Qing continued. No more. Really? The female president looked at him suspiciously. Well, it's really gone, not a drop left. Su Qing nodded seriously and said something rather inappropriate. He thought that the female CEO would stare at him coldly with her almond-shaped eyes as before. But he didn't expect that the female president ignored him at this time. Instead, after he finished speaking, he began to ponder secretly, obviously thinking about what he had just said. After Su Qing was stunned for a moment, he felt a little amused and helpless again. I thought to myself, she is worthy of being a female president, a professional strong woman. With her seriousness and focus on work, if she is not the president, then who is? If she doesn't make money, who will? After a while, Su Qing finally saw the female CEO looking at him again and said, How about, you become the general manager of the internet division of the company? Although he was somewhat worried that Su Qing would become so dazzling that he would outshine himself in the future, and his second goal would not be achieved. But since Su Qing is so talented, Zhang Xian doesn't mind helping him if he is willing. Let him create his own myth and his own legend. Su Qing was stunned. He never expected that the female CEO would directly invite him. When he came to his senses, he shook his head like a wave drum. No, this is absolutely not possible. Don't ask, the answer is that I don't want to struggle, I just want to lie down. If you ask what gave him the reason to lie down, it was the female president, the great power of gigolos. Again, if you already have this free meal and are living comfortably on it, why do you still have to work hard as a worker? The most important thing is, if you really do it, then the system's rewards will also be gone, right? Why? Zhang Xian asked with doubts. You obviously have so many advanced and unique views and insights on the internet, why don't you create your own myth and legend? Mr. President, I already said this on the first day we got our marriage certificate. Su Qing continued, explaining. I'm a person who doesn't have any big ambitions. If I hadn't gotten married to you and hadn't held your lap, then life would have forced me to realize all the ideas I just mentioned. As you just said, build an empire and legend that belongs to me. But now I have enough food and clothing, and I don't have any pressure in life. Mr. President, you always transfer money to me, and you don't have to worry about not having money. I can just lie down and relax, but you want me to work hard and struggle. Aren't you trying to kill me? Zhang Xiyun was speechless. Why did he make it sound as if it was his fault? Su Qing looked at her with a guilty look, and then said. Besides, I have already told you, Mr. President, all these ideas. You are me, ahem, if you do it, it will be the same as mine, right? Zhang Xian didn't know what to say again, and his earlobes felt hot again. He could only pretend to be calm, as if he hadn't heard Su Qing's last words, and said. You really don't want to think about it? Yeah. Su Qing nodded affirmatively. Okay then. Zhang Xian couldn't help feeling a little regretful, but also seemed to be secretly relieved. What was going on? Do I really have such a strong desire to let him live off me? She was secretly surprised, and glanced at Su Qing, feeling a little guilty. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Since Su Qing is unwilling to fight, then I must achieve my two goals. Becoming the first richest woman in Long Country, Su Qing has been living off her. With what Su Qing had just said, she felt that perhaps it would be much easier for her to achieve these two goals. Chapter 55, The Female CEO Who Clearly Rewards and Punishes, meets again. Your Gongshang Bank card with the last number 5743 received a transfer of 100,000.00, and the current balance is 1,112,350 yuan. After taking a shower and returning to the bed, Su Qing paused while wiping his hair when he saw the message on his phone. I was also a little surprised. Needless to say, the person who can transfer 100,000 yuan to himself at one time must be the president. But what puzzled Su Qing was why the female president transferred money to him again. Didn't she just transfer 1 million to him in the afternoon? The most important thing is, didn't she just ask me to transfer 10,000 yuan to her?
Thinking of this, Su-ching couldn't help feeling a little resentful again. He threw the towel in his hand casually on the table not far away, then picked up his phone and typed.
Mr. President, why are you transferring money to me again? Mr. President, this is your reward. Seeing the message on the phone, Su-ching was a little amused and asked.
Mr. President, you transferred another 100,000 yuan to me in the blink of an eye.
Why did you ask me to transfer 10,000 yuan to you before? Mr. President, that was your punishment for teasing me, and this is my reward for you. Punishment is punishment, and reward is reward. The two cannot be confused. Su-ching was becoming more and more at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Well, the president is worthy of being the president. He is clear about rewards and punishments. Then he typed.
It's already very late, Mr. President, please go to bed quickly.
Good night. Mr. President, good night.
Just as I was about to put the phone down, another message popped up. Your Gongshang Bank card with the last number 5743 received a transfer of 10,000.00, and the current balance is 1,122,350 yuan.
After 12 o'clock, the system's rewards for the previous day are settled. Su-ching has gotten used to this.
Compared to the money transferred to him by the female president, this 10,000 yuan system reward could no longer cause any waves in his heart. Soft rice value, 5 total 8. By the way, he looked at his soft rice value again, and it was a little more. Thinking that after today, he would be able to open a XIN level blind box, Su-ching couldn't help but get excited. After placing his phone on the bedside table, he threw himself directly onto the bed. Lying on the bed, he found it funny that they had to communicate via WeChat even though they lived in the same villa. As he was thinking, he fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Saturday, Su-ching woke up late, which was unusual for him. It's all that female CEO's fault. She kept me busy till so late last night. Muttering to himself, Su-ching began his morning jog as usual and then prepared breakfast. The female president also obviously got up late. After Su-ching prepared breakfast, she came down from the third floor wearing the pink silk deep V pajamas that Su-ching had seen before. Under this pink silk deep V pajamas, the most dazzling thing is still her pair of long legs and the abyss on her chest that rises and falls with her steps. However, unlike the first day, today the female president did not run back to her bedroom as she did on the first day. Although she noticed Su-ching's dazed look and her earlobes felt hot, she still greeted him as usual. Good morning. I don't even know why, but I felt a little secretly happy in my heart. Su-ching was a little stunned. The female president, wearing this pink silk deep V pajamas, once again amazed him. The cold voice of the queen fell into his ears, and he came back to his senses from his daze, and quickly replied. Good morning, Mr. President. Breakfast is ready. Come and have breakfast. Today we have eggs and sausages. Good. Seeing the female president walk over and sit down opposite him, Su-ching could only lower his head and eat breakfast. When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. He didn't dare look at the female CEO opposite him again. The female president was originally wearing a deep V pajamas, and when she lowered her head to eat breakfast, the abyss was even more obvious. After breakfast, the female president locked herself in her bedroom. Obviously he was still studying what Su-ching said last night. If Su-ching hadn't known she was there, he would have thought that he was the only one in the villa. Su-ching was bored and browsing his phone on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. He regretted telling the female president so many things in one breath. If he talked less, the female president wouldn't be so busy, and maybe the two of them could spend a pleasant weekend. However, you have to bear the consequences of your own sins. Who makes her a female CEO and a strong woman in the workplace? After browsing the phone for a while, Su-ching felt really bored, so he simply locked himself in the bedroom, turned on the computer, and logged in. It's time to hit the ground running in the game. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Less than an hour later, Su-ching got off the plane angrily and started checking his phone again. He thinks it's better to use the phone, at least he won't get angry. It's simply unreasonable. A guy who plays a support role actually rushed in front of him, the shooter, as if he was the support. It would be a miracle if he could win. Brush while sitting, brush while lying down, brush on the bed, brush while lying on the chair. Every corner of the room was left with traces of Su-ching using his phone. It was almost noon, and considering that there was not much food left in the refrigerator, Su-ching put down his phone, left the villa and walked towards the supermarket in the villa area. In the supermarket, Su Ching first picked out some dishes that the female president ate a lot and liked, and then bought a little of everything else, and then he prepared to check out. When checking out, Su Ching met someone at the cashier counter who surprised him a little. The taller of the two women I met at the Westin Hotel yesterday. Su Ching never expected that this woman also lived in Taihasikianyuan. However, it was only a brief pause before Su Ching came back to his senses and nodded at the other party as a simple greeting. The woman obviously didn't expect to meet Su Ching so soon, and in this Taiha 4000 courtyard. Her eyes were full of surprise. When she saw Su Ching nodding at her, she quickly suppressed her shock and nodded briefly at Su Ching. In fact, the woman had another question she really wanted to ask Su Ching at this moment. Meeting Su Ching here seemed to further prove that her guess yesterday was correct. It's just that she didn't know Su Ching, they had only met once, so she didn't feel comfortable enough to ask Su Ching proactively. After paying the bill, the two left the supermarket together. The woman deliberately lagged behind Su Ching by a distance. Although she was mentally prepared, the woman was still shocked when she actually saw Su Ching carrying the vegetables into villa number 2. It was not until Su Ching's figure completely disappeared from her sight that the woman suppressed the shock in her heart. If what I said yesterday was just a simple guess, then now I can prove that my guess yesterday was most likely true. This made her even more shocked, and at the same time she was full of doubts. Why would Jiang Shiyun fall for Su Ching? You know, although Su Ching is very handsome, she has never seen him in the circle of rich second generations in Jianghan City. Could it be a top rich kid from somewhere else? Thinking of this, the woman was startled, her eyes flickered, and she stared at villa number 2 for a while before leaving and walking towards villa number 3. She decided to talk about this with her father when she got home. If Jiang Shiyun is really together with a top rich young man from another place, then the situation in Jianghan City might change. Chapter 56, XIN Level Blind Box, Surprises. Saturday passed uneventfully. Anyway, Su Ching felt it was just ordinary. The female president locked herself in her bedroom all day long. Except for eating, she basically never left the bedroom. It was Sunday. Su Ching finally got up on time after going to bed on time last night without being bothered by the female president. The first thing I do when I wake up is to grab my phone and take a look at it. Sure enough, there was an extra message on the phone. Deposit plus 10,000. This also means that your freeloader value has also increased by plus 1. Soft rice value, 6 total 9. After taking a look at the system data panel, Su Ching couldn't help but get excited. The soft rice value required to open the XIN level blind box is 6 points, and now it is enough. Although it is said that men should be patient and tolerant. But he had already endured it for several days, and these past 2 days Su Ching had felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, I don't have to endure it anymore and I can finally let go. He no longer hesitated and said silently, "System, I want to open the blind box." The host's current soft rice value is 6 points, which can open a XIN level blind box. Is the host sure to spend 6 points of soft rice value to open a XIN level blind box? Sure. Deduct 6 points of free rice value, the XIN level blind box is opening. Congratulations to the host for acquiring all the shares of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital Company. Congratulations to the host for achieving master level cooking skills. Congratulations to the host for achieving master level chess skills. Relevant information has been placed in the system space, all programs are legal and compliant, please feel free to use them. Su Ching suddenly became excited, and his body, which was originally leaning on the bed, jumped up. Because I was still a little sleepy, I shivered and became fully awake in an instant. If he hadn't been worried about being considered a psychopath by the female CEO because they were in the villa, he would have even wanted to yell. It is worthy of being a XIN level blind box, and it actually opened 3 things at once. Putting aside the Nile Crocodile Venture Capital Company, which is not well understood for the time being, just the master level cooking skills and master level chess skills make this XIN level blind box worth opening. Originally, Su Ching was somewhat dissatisfied with his cooking skills. Although the food I cook myself is edible, the taste is far inferior to those cooked by hotel chefs. Even worse than the chefs in some small restaurants outside. But he didn't want to spend time learning it. I had originally thought that I would continue to do this for a while, and if my cooking skills remained the same, I would ask the female president to hire an aunt. But now that I have this master level cooking skill, I can completely give up the idea of hiring an aunt. When he was packing his clothes, he thought about hiring 2 nannies and aunties for the villa. But after thinking for a while, he came to his senses. If there is an extra aunt in the villa,
Wouldn't that delay the time I can spend alone with the female president? How inconvenient. There are only two of them in the villa, they can do whatever they want. If the female president is willing, then, in such a big villa, the first floor, the second floor. Ahem, it seems like I'm thinking too far ahead.
Besides the master-level chess skills, he is also a killer of old men in the park. You have to know that before, I played chess with Jiang Jinghua several times, and then we gradually became close friends regardless of age difference.
If he hadn't become a close friend of Jiang Jinghua, how could he have gotten to know the female president?
However, before that, he was no match for Jiang Jinghua at all, and was defeated by Jiang Jinghua every time.
Jiang Jinghua always complains. You can't do that, kid.
And now, if he plays chess with Jiang Jinghua again, Su Qing is confident that he can avenge his previous shame and defeat Jiang Jinghua, making him say,
"You are awesome."
Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Qing retrieved the documents related to the Nile Crocodile Venture Capital Company from the system space.
There are still two documents.
One is naturally the share agreement of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital Company, and the other is an introduction to Nile Crocodile Venture Capital Company.
Su Qing first looked at the introduction of the Nile Crocodile Venture Capital Company.
Nile Crocodile Venture Capital was founded at the end of the last century, and it has been more than 10 years since then. The paid-in capital at the beginning of its establishment was $1 billion.
One of the top 100 investment companies in the country.
As he flipped through the pages, when one name after another came into his sight, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a huge wave of emotion in his heart. If this was not impressive enough, then when Su Qing saw that even WeChat had received investment from Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, he almost jumped up on the spot.
Summary in one sentence.
The Nile Crocodile Venture Capital is truly, as its name suggests, a giant crocodile, a true capital giant. You should know that a company's registered capital is divided into two types, subscribed capital and paid-in capital.
The subscribed capital is just a report, and the money is not actually transferred into the company's account. The amount depends entirely on the report of the company's shareholders. The actual payment means that the money must be transferred into the company account in full when the company is registered. That is to say, more than 10 years ago, when Nile Crocodile Venture Capital was first registered, it actually had $1 billion in funds in its company account. The $1 billion more than 10 years ago and the $1 billion today are two completely different concepts. So you can imagine that the paid-in capital when it was first established more than 10 years ago was $1 billion. How much money must Nile Crocodile Venture Capital have now? It must be terrifying.
And with such a huge amount of capital, all the shares are now in his hands. I'm afraid that if it were anyone else, it would be difficult to suppress the emotions in their heart, let alone Su Qing.
As for the Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, why did it end up in his hands? There is no doubt that it must be due to the system. Su Qing even wondered if the establishment of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital more than 10 years ago was caused by the system.
The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was most likely the case.
Otherwise, who would be willing to transfer such a huge capital to others? The same is probably true for Kowloon Security Company. Otherwise, how could Zheng Honying have had no doubts when she contacted me at the beginning?
It took Su Qing almost 10 minutes to completely suppress his emotions. If he was a little lacking in confidence when he was only in charge of Kowloon Security Company before, now he is really confident, and even if the female president is gone, he can just lie down and relax.
But, if you're enjoying the free lunch, why would you want to leave? What's more, everything we have now is just a gift from a wealthy family. If you continue to live off her, won't you be able to get even better things?
In an instant, Su Qing once again confirmed the two things in his heart.
You must hold on to the female president's thighs tightly. You must always eat soft rice. I still say that if anyone dares to harm the female president and prevent her from living off him, he will fight to the death with that person. Chapter 57, Master Cooking Skills Show Their Power for the First Time, the female president is shocked. The little conch horn is blowing nonsense, and the seagulls are flying nonsense. Contact Lu Hanan, the general manager of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, and tell him that the company should continue to operate as usual and not to worry about himself. Then let him contact Zheng Honying so that the two parties can establish contact. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing went into the bathroom humming a song. After a quick wash, he left the villa and started his morning run around the villa. Although I am very rich now, a great man once said that the body is the capital of revolution. Not to mention for your own health, just for the sake of a happy sex life and in order to be able to become the most brave and skilled knight, you must have a good body. You know, many men have family problems because of poor health.
The stone path in the courtyard of the villa was more than 400 meters long. After jogging for more than 10 laps, some sweat appeared on his forehead, and then Su Qing returned to the villa to prepare breakfast. Since you don't want to struggle, you naturally have to take on these things yourself so that the female president can concentrate on her work. What's more, Su Qing himself also likes to do these things. He doesn't want to struggle or work hard, but he loves life. A person can lie down, but if he loses his passion for life, he is no different from a walking corpse. After preparing breakfast, I was about to call the female president, but she had already walked down from the 3rd floor. Today, she wore a white long dress. The white color makes her skin look even whiter, giving her a transcendent temperament, making her look like a fairy from the sky.
Noble and elegant. It's just because the chest is too big that the hem of the skirt looks a little loose. However, her peerless beauty and her temperament at the moment can completely make people ignore these minor flaws.
Su Qing was stunned once again. This female CEO always managed to amaze him no matter what. After coming to his senses, he asked, "Mr. President, do you have any special abilities? Why are you always so punctual?" This female CEO always comes down just when Su Qing has prepared breakfast. Su Qing really doubts whether she also has a system or special abilities? Jiang Shiyun was walking down the stairs when he paused and almost sprained his waist. He wondered what this guy was thinking about all day. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Statistics, will it?" Su Qing nodded. "Can you calculate?" Su Qing nodded. "Then can't you figure out a simple rule?" Su Qing felt that he was being despised. He curled his lips, secretly cursing himself for being so stupid, and then he awkwardly changed the subject. "Mr. President, breakfast is ready, let's have breakfast. Let's have fried dough sticks and soy milk today." Jiang Shiyun walked to the dining table and sat down as he was told. 2 cups of soy milk and 2 servings of fried dough sticks were already placed on the table. As soon as she sat down, Jiang Shiyun smelled a very strong bean aroma, which aroused her appetite. However, Su Cheng was sitting opposite him, so he naturally couldn't act too anxious. But she calmly picked up the soy milk and took a sip, but she was stunned. Fragrant. It has a very strong bean aroma. The moment the soy milk enters your mouth, you feel as if you are in an endless bean field. Thick. Unlike ordinary soy milk, which is like water, this soy milk is very thick, just like Amul-S yogurt. Sweet. It is not the sweetness that comes from adding sugar, but the slight sweetness that comes from the beans themselves. Even if the soy milk has entered the stomach, it still lingers in the mouth for a long time. Compared to the somewhat greasy sweetness of adding sugar, Jiang Shiyun prefers the sweetness of the beans themselves. She was really a little shocked. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the best soy milk she has ever tasted. Noticing the golden and appetizing fried dough sticks on the table, she took one. The straight and golden fried dough sticks go into your mouth. First it is crispy, then tender and has a strong wheat aroma. With just one sip, Jiang Shiyun felt as if he was in a golden wheat field. A breeze blew across the wheat field, bringing the rich aroma of wheat into my nose. She was shocked again. This fried dough stick is the best she has ever tasted, even the ones at the Westin Hotel are far inferior to it. After chewing slowly and swallowing the dough sticks in her mouth, she looked at Su Cheng and asked, "Where do you get this fried dough sticks and soy milk from?" But halfway through her words, she realized something was wrong and changed her words. "Did you make this fried dough sticks and soy milk?" "Mr. President, how about you wipe the soy milk around your mouth first?" Looking at the circle of white soy milk around her red lips and the golden fried dough stick she was eating, Su Cheng always felt that something was wrong. After giving her a reminder, he took a tissue from the side and handed it to her, then continued with a proud look. "Of course I made it. Is it possible to buy soy milk and fried dough sticks in this villa area? How is it? Is it delicious?" With master-level cooking skills, whatever Su Cheng makes is naturally incomparable. As for this breakfast, although it is just a simple soy milk and fried dough sticks, Su Cheng dares to guarantee that no matter who eats it, they will give him a thumbs up. At the moment, Jiang Shiyun cared more about the previous sentence. Her earlobes began to feel hot. She was actually seen in this state by this guy. Pretending nothing had happened, she took the tissue he handed over, wiped the soy milk from her mouth, and then continued. "Tasty." However, noticing his expectant look, she took back the words that were about to come to her lips. "This is the most delicious soy milk and fried dough sticks I have ever eaten." Su Cheng, who was full of anticipation, waited for a long time but got nothing further, so he curled his lips. "I thought to myself,
this female CEO only has 2 words when praising people. If you praise me one more word, you will die.
However, I noticed that she was eating the fried dough stick in small bites and drinking soy milk, and she finished a fried dough stick very quickly.
Su Ching became happy again. Although the mouth doesn't say it, the body is very honest. Aren't her actions the best compliment? For a cook, what could be more joyful than seeing the food he cooks be popular? If the person eating the food you make is someone you like, then the happiness will be infinitely magnified.
Su Ching was very satisfied at this moment. Noticing that the dough sticks on her side were gone, he picked up one from the one in front of him and put it next to her.
Jiang Shiyun noticed it but didn't say anything.
He just picked up the fried dough stick he had just put over and started eating.
This fried dough stick seems to be even more fragrant.
The smile on Su Ching's face became even brighter. This breakfast made both of us very satisfied. The female president was really satisfied with the meal, and Su Ching was very satisfied in his heart. Today, after breakfast, Jiang Shiyun did not go back to the 3rd floor, but stayed on the 1st floor. Perhaps because she ate too much for breakfast, she leaned lazily on the sofa, looking even more charming. Su Ching cleaned up the dishes and was about to sit on the sofa when the doorbell rang.
Who is it, so on?
He was about to curse inwardly, but then he thought of the possible visitor and quickly took his words back.
When I opened the door, it was Jiang Jinghua outside. This old man is still dressed very fashionably, with overalls, black sunglasses, a bucket hat, and a sweatshirt.
Compared with him, Su Ching felt inferior. After entering the room, Jiang Jinghua looked around at Su Ching and Jiang Shiyun, but didn't see the abnormality he expected, so he said, "Yesterday afternoon, I received an invitation from the Chun family and that old fox. They said they wanted to celebrate our regaining control of Baozhang Group and invited us to have dinner at his house. Although I don't know why this old fox suddenly invited us, I know he definitely didn't come just for celebration."
What do you two think? Chapter 58 Banquet. Wanfeng Group, like Baozhang Group, is one of the top 10 companies in Jianhan City. Wanfeng Group is even stronger than Baozhang Group.
And Chen Jiahe is the chairman of Wanfeng Group.
Unlike Baozhang Group, whose shares are dispersed and have several shareholders, Wanfeng Group's shares are all held by Chen Jiahe.
Su Ching was very surprised. He never expected that Chen Jiahe also lived in this Taihe Sikianyuan.
As if aware of his surprise, Jiang Jinghua explained.
This Taihe 4000 courtyard was originally planned and built by our Baozhang Group, but later on the Wanfeng Group got involved, so it's not surprising that Chen Jiahe lives here. Thinking of Su Ching's calmness and composure that far surpassed his peers, Jiang Jinghua paused and then asked,
"Su Ching, what do you think?"
After hearing Jiang Jinghua's explanation, Su Ching indirectly resolved another doubt in his mind. He asked why Villa Number 1 and Villa Number 2 were in the hands of Jiang Jinghua and Jiang Shiyun.
It turned out that Taihe Sikianyuan was actually owned by Baozhang Group. After a pause, he said, "Since we don't know why Chen Jiahe invited you, then we'll just have to act according to circumstances. Anyway, we don't know anything at the moment.
When you get to his house, the best strategy is to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances."
Jiang Jinghua looked at Jiang Shiyun again. "Shiyun, what about you? What do you think?" "Same as him."
Jiang Shiyun replied casually. "Okay, then we will stay calm and act accordingly, and meet the Chen family and this old fox together." Judging from Jiang Jinghua's tone, it seemed that he wanted to go with him.
Su Ching was a little surprised and asked quickly, "Uncle Jiang, do I have to go with you?"
After all, he and the female president had only been married for a short time and had not made their marriage public, so he thought he didn't have to go.
"Of course, you are Shiyun's husband, my son-in-law. Chen Jiahe invited our family to dinner. Do you think it's reasonable for you not to go?"
Jiang Jinghua glanced at him speechlessly and said, "Also, you and Shiyun have already obtained your marriage certificate and live in the same villa, but you still call me Uncle Jiang.
Do you think that's appropriate? So, please call me Dad, don't call me Uncle Jiang, thank you." Jiang Jinghua's serious words made Su Ching's mouth twitch. He glanced at the female president next to him, not knowing what to say. "Just play dumb. Abba. Let's do this for now. When it's almost noon, we'll go to Uncle Chen's house for lunch together." Fortunately, the female president came out to rescue us at this time. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and walked to the 3rd floor. When the door on the 3rd floor closed, Jiang Jinghua glanced at Su Ching and said with a smile, "Not bad, young man, you have some of the kung fu skills I had when I was young. I've actually allowed my daughter to be so free at home. Give Dad a definite answer. When can you open her door and let me hold my grandson? Jiang Jinguo was really surprised.
You know, Jiang Shiyun would sit lazily on the sofa, but she would only show that in front of people she was familiar with. And now, when there were only the two of them in the whole villa, she actually looked so lazy. When he just walked in, Jiang Jinguo was stunned and even wondered if he had seen it wrong. Besides being surprised, I also felt relieved. It seems that having a grandchild is not far away. Seeing that Jiang Jinguo actually called himself his father, Su Qing cursed inwardly, "You are such an old man without shame," and then he said with a bit of a smile,
"Uncle Jiang, this is just the beginning. You haven't even started yet, and you're already thinking about having a grandson. Please call me Dad, thank you."
Emphasizing it again, Jiang Jinguo continued,
"Young man, this is where you are wrong. The 8 characters haven't even started yet, can't you add them? If you don't add it, can it have a stroke?
It seems that your kung fu is still not good enough. Come on, let me teach you some of my little secrets from my youth.
You know, to chase a girl, one has to be thick-skinned.
If you call her name and she responds, then you should immediately change to calling her darling. Once she responds darling, you should immediately change to calling her wife.
Same reason.
If we can get close, we must hold hands.
If we can hold hands, we must hug. If we can hug, we must kiss."
Seeing that the time finally reached 11:30, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief.
I thought to myself, I'm finally free.
This morning, Jiang Jinguo just pulled him aside and taught him the secret of chasing girls.
Tell me, which father would pull a boy aside and teach him the secret of pursuing his daughter? It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous to the extreme.
The most important thing is that if Su Qing really treats the female president according to the little secrets that Jiang Jinguo told him, Su Qing is worried that he will be kicked out of the villa tomorrow. Some of the little secrets that Jiang Jinguo mentioned might be useful to some girls, but if they were used against a female CEO, wouldn't that be purely courting death? Seeing Jiang Shiyun coming down from the 3rd floor, Jiang Jinguo approached Su Qing and whispered,
"You must remember what Dad just told you, understand?" Su Qing nodded helplessly. He raised his eyes and looked at the female president.
She did not change her clothes, but simply added a white drawstring to her white dress from the morning. But it is this belt around the waist that completely shows off her perfect figure. That strap is like a dividing line, where the strap is located is the slender waist that can be held in one hand. The belt is huge and magnificent as it goes up, squeezing the skirt tight, while it bends back and fits tightly against the skirt in front. Perfect S-shaped figure. If the female president in the morning was a fairy from the 9th heaven who could not be desecrated, then now she was a beauty in troubled times who could make any man in the world hold his head high. After just one glance, Su Qing quickly suppressed the restlessness in his heart and looked away. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, there are some things that I really cannot watch too much in broad daylight.
The 3 of them immediately left Villa number 2 and walked towards Villa number 3 not far away.
According to Jiang Jinguo, Villa number 3 belongs to Chen Jiahe. Before arriving at Villa number 3, Su Qing reached out and pressed the doorbell.
An auntie came out to open the door. Following the aunt, Su Qing and the other 2 walked into Villa number 3 together. After entering the villa, before I saw anyone, I heard a hearty laugh.
Ha ha ha. Lao Jiang, I didn't expect you and your daughter to come so early. Then Su Qing saw an old man who was about the same age as Jiang Jinguo, wearing a black home suit. Although the old man had a smile on his face, he had the aura of a superior.
Needless to say, this old man must be Chen Jiahe.
What made Su Qing a little stunned was that the person following Chen Jiahe was actually the tall woman whom he had met twice before.
"Old Chen, since you're treating us, of course you should come early." Jiang Jinguo replied simply.
Chen Jiahe glanced at the 3 of them, finally landing on Su Qing, and asked,
"Lao Jiang, would you like to introduce this handsome young man next to you?" Chapter 59 Father-in-law assists, the female president admits her fiancé. "Lao Jiang, would you like to introduce this handsome young man next to you? This is me."
Jiang Jinguo was halfway through his words when he turned his gaze to Jiang Shiyun with a smile on his face. On the one hand, he hoped that Jiang Shiyun would introduce Su Qing, and he really wanted to know how Jiang Shiyun would introduce Su Qing. On the other hand, although he was trying his best to bring the two together, he also had to consider Jiang Shiyun's feelings. Since the 2 of them got their marriage certificate, Jiang Shiyun has never made public the fact that she and Su Qing got their marriage certificate, nor has she mentioned it in front of anyone else. Up to now, he is the only one who knows that Su Qing and his partner have obtained their marriage certificate.
Su Qing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was also very curious about how this female president would introduce herself in front of outsiders.
Noticing the gazes of the two of them, Jiang Shiyun's earlobes suddenly turned red, and even her heartbeat began to accelerate. Although he has accepted Su Qing's existence, he also has some subtle feelings for Su Qing. But when she had to say in front of others that Su Qing was her husband, she still felt very embarrassed for a moment. She glared at Jiang Jinghua fiercely, suppressed her embarrassment, and pretended to be fine. She said calmly, "This is my fiancé." The word husband was so embarrassing that she couldn't say it. Her mind raced, and she thought of the word fiancé, which she thought was also acceptable. To some extent, this word even better fits the current relationship between Su Qing and his partner. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Su Qing and felt her ears getting hotter and her heart beating faster. She could only continue to pretend to be calm. At this moment, a very bright smile appeared on Su Qing's face. Although the two words that the female president finally said were not what he expected. But the word fiancé actually means that the female president acknowledges their current relationship. Given the female president's personality, it would be difficult for her to tell her that he was her fiancé. What's more, this is the first time that the female president has acknowledged their relationship in front of outsiders. Su Qing is a person who knows how to be content. She has already named her fiancé, so how far can her husband be? Jiang Jinghua next to him also had a smile on his face. He gently poked Su Qing with his elbow and raised his eyebrows at Su Qing. Su Qing smiled back at him, thinking that his father-in-law was really awesome. Then he took a step forward and greeted Chen Jiahe and the tall woman next to him with a smile. "Hello, Uncle Chen. I'm Shiyun's fiancé. My name is Su Qing. Uncle Chen, you can just call me by my name, or just call me Xiao Su." Although they were mentally prepared, Chen Jiahe and Chen Ziyan were still overwhelmed when they heard Jiang Shiyun admit it personally. Jiang Shiyun actually has a fiancé. You have to know that this is Jiang Shiyun, the famous iceberg female president in the whole Jianghan city, the dream goddess of countless people. If people knew about this, I wonder how many people would be heartbroken, and how many people would hide under their covers and cry secretly in the middle of the night. In addition to being shocked, Chen Jiahe's mood suddenly became heavy. Su Qing actually became Jiang Shiyun's fiancé, so what is Su Qing's identity? If Su Qing was just an ordinary person, Chen Jiahe didn't believe that Jiang Shiyun would fall in love with Su Qing. Although Jiang Shiyun is the dream goddess of countless people, she is also a well-known strong woman in the workplace, very arrogant. In the past, countless rich second generations in Jianghan City were ruthlessly rejected by her. According to her, the rich second generation who only relies on his family is not worthy of her at all. But judging from what happened just now, she clearly had feelings for Su Qing. The most important thing is that even Jiang Jinghua, who has always been opposed to arranged marriages, obviously does not object to the two being together. In other words, Su Qing was recognized by Jiang Jinghua. What kind of identity does Su Qing have to have, or what kind of talent does he have to be recognized by Jiang Jinghua? Chen Jiahe is hard to imagine. If Su Qing helps Jiang Xian and Baojiang Group, Chen Jiahe felt increasingly depressed and didn't dare to think about it any further. After collecting his thoughts, he smiled and said, "So he is Shiyun's fiancé, no wonder he is so handsome. Come on, let's sit down in the living room first and continue our conversation. What's the point of standing here?" As he spoke, he stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. Noticing that his daughter Chen Ziyan was still in a daze, he quickly reminded her. "Ziyan, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and invite your uncle Jiang and the others to come over and sit down." Chen Ziyan does not have Chen Jiahe's ability to manage emotions. After hearing what Chen Jiahe said, she came back to her senses from the shock. She looked at Su Qing again, and then she suppressed the shock in her heart and continued. "Sister Shiyun, please come this way." As they walked towards the sofa in the living room not far away, Chen Jiahe briefly introduced Chen Ziyan to Su Qing. After they sat down, Chen Jiahe said with a smile, "Lao Jiang, this is really unkind of you. You actually found yourself a good son-in-law in secret. No wonder you disagreed when I told you to let Shiyun and Zhengqing date. Old Chen, don't young people like free love now? Who still wants arranged marriages?" Jiang Jinghua replied with a smile. They like each other, so they're together naturally. Su Qing sat with Jiang Shiyun, listening to the conversation between Jiang Jinghua and Chen Jiahe, while thinking about the purpose of Chen Jiahe's invitation to them this time. Combining the two previous encounters with Chen Ziyan, especially the one yesterday morning, he quickly understood. Chen Jiahe invited them probably to make sure whether the female president was really with him. At the same time, investigate your own background. Su Qing cursed inwardly, the old fox, for making such a simple banquet into something extraordinary. However, Su Qing wanted to laugh again. No matter how Chen Jiahe investigated, he would probably only find out that he was a small employee of Baojiang Group.
I heard Shiyun and Uncle Jiang came to our house?
Suddenly a voice interrupted Su Qing's thoughts. Su Qing looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man who looked 70% similar to Chen Jiahe walking down from the second floor of the villa. There was surprise on his face. He called Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jinghua at the same time, but his eyes were always on Jiang Shiyun. Su Qing thought about it for a moment and realized that this should be the Zhengqing mentioned by Chen Jiahe just now, that is, Chen Zhengqing.
He didn't know if he was Chen Ziyan's brother or younger brother?
With a slight frown, Su Qing took the initiative to stand up, blocking his line of sight, and took the initiative to greet him.
Hello, my name is Su Qing, and I'm Shiyun's fiancé. What's your name, brother?
He has a good temper and treats people gently, but that doesn't mean he is afraid of things.
This Chen Zhengqing has been staring at the president. If he remains indifferent, what is the difference between him and a coward?
When she saw him stand up on his own initiative, the female president, who had been frowning, suddenly relaxed her brows and her mood inexplicably improved a lot in an instant.
Chen Zhengqing didn't buy it, staring at Su Qing with an unpleasant expression, and said, "Who are you? You said you were Shiyun's fiancé, so you are Shiyun's fiancé? Who are you, and who is Shiyun? Are you worthy of Shiyun?" Chapter 60 Chen Zhengqing, the female CEO who protects her husband. Are you worthy of Shiyun?
When Chen Zhengqing's voice sounded, the living room suddenly became quiet.
Su Qing's expression remained unchanged, and he was not angry at all. He continued. Whether I am worthy of Shiyun is not up to you, it is up to Shiyun, do you understand? But you keep staring at my fiancé, do you think that's polite? Or maybe. Su Qing smiled and turned his gaze towards Chen Jiahe. Is this how you entertain guests, Uncle Chen? They don't even have the most basic respect for their guests. How could that be? Chen Jiahe quickly responded, and then scolded Chen Zhengqing. Zhengqing, this is your fault. Apologize to Su Qing and your Uncle Jiang right away. Dad, am I wrong? Chen Zhengqing seemed not to have heard what Chen Jiahe said, and continued. Based on him, is he worthy of Shiyun? Su Qing. Chen Jiahe wanted to continue talking, but was interrupted by Chen Zhengqing. Su Qing, right? I don't want to say more to you, since you said you are worthy of Shiyun. Then tell me, what makes you worthy of her? Zhengqing, if you ever again.
Chen Jiahe opened his mouth again, trying to stop Chen Zhengqing, but Chen Zhengqing ignored him and continued to yell at Su Qing.
Shiyun is the president of Baojiang Group and the goddess of countless people in Jianhan City.
Whether it's wealth or beauty, she is the best.
If Shiyun wants to find a partner, I am the most suitable one.
As the future heir of Wanfeng Group, I am a perfect match for Shiyun.
And you, what do you have? Su Qing frowned slightly. For a moment, he was unsure. Was it Chen Jiahe and Chen Zhengqing who were playing a double game, trying to get his background, or was it that Chen Zhengqing was really a playboy pursuing the female president?
Just when Su Qing was hesitating, the female president stood up with a cold face and walked to Su Qing. She frowned, stared at Chen Zhengqing opposite her, and said, Chen Zhengqing, please understand that I am his fiancé now. As he said, whether he is worthy of me is not up to you to decide, but up to me, understand? And I don't think he's unworthy of me. On the contrary, I think he's better than you. At least in my heart, he's much better than you. Do you understand? Also, let me reiterate, I don't like you, so please stop being so sentimental and affecting the relationship between Su Qing and me. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Su Qing's hand. The sudden coldness of his palm stunned Su Qing. This female CEO actually took the initiative to hold my hand. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Su Qing just felt warm in his heart. The female president was obviously worried that Chen Zhengqing's words just now would hurt her, and that she didn't know how to respond, so she stood up and took the initiative to speak up for herself. After all, in her eyes, I have always been an ordinary company employee. Compared with the rich second generation like Chen Zhengqing, the gap is too big. The female president then turned her gaze to Chen Jiahe and said coldly, Uncle Chen, I think this meal today is unnecessary, what do you think? Su Qing didn't say anything either, just looked at her with a smile on his face.
I thought to myself, the female president is worthy of being a female president, so domineering and strong. But why is she so likable when she looks so domineering and strong? Check out the domineering female president who protects her husband. Before Chen Jiahe could respond, the female CEO looked at Jiang Xinghua again. Dad, let's go. It's not impossible. Jiang Xinghua made a gesture to stand up. Chen Jiahe said quickly. No, Lao Jiang, Xiyun, and Xiaosu, I invited you to my house for dinner today. If you leave like this, wouldn't I be guilty of a great sin? Old Jiang, Xiyun, you know that Jingqing is a bold and reckless kid. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I'm here to apologize to you on his behalf. Just consider it as a favor to me, and I'll treat you to this meal today. After saying this, Chen Jiahe turned his gaze to Chen Jingqing again and cursed. Rebellious son, you are rebelling. You actually made Uncle Jiang, Xiyun, and the others angry. Why don't you go back to your room? Don't eat this lunch today. Chen Jingqing's face looked very ugly, especially when he saw Su Qing and Jiang Xiyun holding hands. He looked like he wanted to rush up and pry them apart. Gloomily said. Kid, just wait for me. Su Qing did not respond, but just raised the hand of the female president he was holding and waved it at him. Chen Jingqing's face became even uglier, as if he was going to bite his back teeth off. After taking a final deep look at Su Qing, he turned and left, heading towards the second floor of the villa. After watching Chen Jingqing walk up to the second floor, Chen Jiahe looked at Su Qing and the other three again. Xiaosu, Lao Jiang, Xiyun, it is indeed because I neglected to discipline him that this rebellious son became so bold and reckless. I would like to apologize to you again for what happened today. I hope you don't mind. At the same time, I hope you can stay and have this meal. Since you've apologized, old Chen, let's forget about it. We'll stay for dinner. Jiang Xinghua responded, giving the Chen family a way out. Xiaoqing, Xiyun, what do you think? Su Qing naturally knew that Jiang Xinghua was giving the Chen family a way out, so he also said. Since Uncle Chen has already apologized, then of course there is no problem. Me too. Jiang Xiyun simply responded, then took back Su Qing's hand and sat back on the sofa. Although she looked domineering and strong just now, her heart was beating extremely fast. The ears and even the neck were hot and red. This is the first time she has held a boy's hand since she was a child, except for Jiang Xinghua. And she took the initiative. The coldness in his palms disappeared, and Su Qing felt unsatisfied. However, he also knew that now was not the time to tease the female president, nor was it the time to covet that touch of coolness. After all, this is in someone else's home. Everything is hardest the first time, but once you have done it the first time, it will become much easier later on. So, wait until later to feel that coolness. Putting his thoughts aside, Su Qing also sat next to the female president. Looking at the female president's red earlobes, he just found it funny. Let me explain this on two sides. When Chen Jingqing returned to his room on the second floor, his gloomy expression disappeared and was replaced by calmness. Sure enough, it's not easy to deal with. Muttering to himself, he took out his cell phone, picked up a number and dialed. Investigate a man named Su Qing for me. I want to know all his information. Chapter 61 Jiang Xinghua and the other two who eat dog food. There was a table full of dishes, but Jiang Xiyun found the food tasteless. I don't know if it's because I ate too much soy milk and fried dough sticks in the morning, or if it's for some other reason. She just held the chopsticks, occasionally picking up a piece of food and eating it, and the words I don't want to eat were almost written on her face. Eat this, it's pretty good. As a small piece of meat covered with sauce was put into the bowl, a whisper suddenly fell into her ears. The hot air blew against her neck, causing her to freeze and her heartbeat to speed up instantly. She glanced sideways at the guy who was almost sticking to her face, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and annoyed. After glaring at the guy coldly, she picked up the dish he had just picked for her and started eating. It tastes really good, better than other dishes. I saw that little cherry mouth moving slowly up and down. A smile appeared on Su Qing's face. He just noticed that the female president seemed to have no appetite and didn't like the food on the table. So, he picked a dish based on the female president's usual taste and gave it to her. Jiang Xiyun swallowed the food in her mouth and put another piece of fish into her bowl. The fish is a little spicy, but I used some hot water to rinse the chili peppers. You should like it after the spiciness is gone. After the first time, the female president was prepared this time and her reaction was not as big as the first time. She picked up the fish and started eating. She had just picked up some fish,
but she didn't like it because it was too spicy. But now the one that Su Qing picked up, which had been boiled, she thought was good and much more delicious than before. After swallowing the fish in her mouth, she noticed Su Qing picking up some food for her again. She frowned and whispered, "You eat too." Su Qing put another dish that had just been blanched with chili peppers into her bowl and laughed softly.
"I just like watching you eat, Mr. President."
Her willow-shaped eyebrows drooped again, and she simply picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into Su Qing's bowl, and then continued to eat the food Su Qing picked for her. Su Qing was stunned, then curled his lips. I thought to myself, this female CEO doesn't care about other people's feelings at all. She doesn't even ask me if I like it or not and just picks food for me. That's too much. He picked up the food she had just taken from the bowl and put it into his mouth.
Mmm. It smells so good.
Next, Su Qing began to prepare some spicier dishes and then feed them to the female president.
And when he picked up food for the female president would also pick up food for him.
The food that I originally didn't want to eat suddenly became delicious.
Just as the saying goes. It's not that the food is bad, it depends on who you eat with. When you are with the person you love, even drinking water tastes sweet. If you are with someone you don't like, even the best of drinks will become tasteless. The interaction between the two of them made it difficult for Jiang Jinghua, Chen Jiahe, and Chen Ziyan, who were standing next to them. What the hell is this guy eating lunch? He is already full of dog food. In addition to feeling resentful, the three people also had different inner thoughts. Chen Jiahe was more shocked. Seeing the little interaction between Su Qing and Zhang Xiyun at the dinner table, it seemed to further prove that the two really liked each other, as Jiang Jinghua said. Chen Ziyan was shocked, but her heart was filled with envy. This is so sweet. She also wants someone to pick up food for her and prepare it for her. Jiang Jinghua, on the other hand, was complaining, wondering why no one was picking food for him, his old father. At the same time, I feel a little relieved. It seems that it is not far away to have a grandchild. Apart from the incident before the meal, the lunch was a great success for all the guests. After lunch, Jiang Jinghua and Chen Jiahe chatted while drinking tea. Su Qing followed the female president and chatted with Chen Ziyan. However, Su Qing mostly listened to the two people chatting, and he only occasionally joined in the conversation. During this period, Chen Ziyan, who seemed to be a lady from a noble family, asked the most questions about herself and the female president. Such as, how did I meet the female president, whether I have kissed the female president. The gossip questions made Su Qing feel a little amused and helpless. It seems that some of girls' natures are not limited by status, wealth, or poverty. This made Su Qing curious. What other unknown natures and preferences do girls have? The most important thing is, does a female president have these characteristics and preferences? Whenever Chen Ziyan asked these questions, the female president would answer them calmly. However, her red earlobes betrayed her she was not as calm as she appeared to be. Su Qing didn't expose her, but just looked at her quietly. Snap! It was not until a crisp sound fell into his ears that Su Qing shifted his attention away from the two women and looked towards Jiang Jinghua and Chen Jiahe. A chess set was placed on the coffee table in front of the two of them at some point. The crisp sound just now was the sound of a piece falling. Su Qing suddenly became interested. He wanted to know the master-level chess skills he had drawn, but he had never used them yet. He stood up, walked to Jiang Jinghua, sat down and started watching the fight. Su Qing had seen Jiang Jinghua's chess skills before and they were very impressive. Jiang Jinghua is also very famous in the park near Baojiang group. One afternoon before, after get off work, I followed Jiang Jinghua to a park near Baojiang group. As soon as Jiang Jinghua arrived at the park, he was surrounded by a group of old men, shouting and welcoming the chess master. Su Qing still remembers it vividly. Other old men are popular among the aunts, but I, the father-in-law, am actually popular among the old men. How can I not admire him? However, Su Qing soon discovered that his father-in-law, who was invincible in the park, was gradually losing the upper hand in the game with Chen Jiahe. The two players, Chen Jiahe plays black chess and Jiang Jinghua plays red chess. At the beginning, the two sides were evenly matched, with the red and black pieces fighting back and forth. But now, most of the chess pieces on the board are black, and most of the red pieces have been eaten by black pieces. Fine beads of sweat also appeared on Jiang Jinghua's forehead. He moves slower and slower, and becomes more and more hesitant. After making a move, he often does not make another one for a long time. Su Qing wanted to remind him several times. But thinking of the saying a true gentleman watches chess without saying a word,
and how he felt annoyed when he played chess with others in the past and people around him pointed and talked, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. Jiang Shiyun and Chen Zian also gathered around. Looking at the situation on the chessboard, Jiang Shiyun frowned slightly, while Chen Zian looked at her father with admiration in her eyes.
Snap. General.
Finally, with a crisp sound in Chen Jiahe's smiling voice, the game between the two ended.
Great, we won. Chen Zian jumped up suddenly. There is no doubt that Jiang Jinghua lost. And it was a miserable defeat.
At this moment, the red chess piece only had one general and two soldiers left on the chessboard. It seemed that Chen Jiahe deliberately captured all the other chess pieces before he seized the throne. During the game, he could have checked the opponent several times, but he didn't. Su Qing originally thought that Jiang Jinghua and Chen Jiahe had a good relationship, but now it seems that is not the case.
Old Jiang. Chen Jiahe smiled and continued.
It's been a while since we last played against each other, and your chess skills haven't improved at all.
Jiang Jinghua looked unhappy and continued. Don't be so proud, old Chen. You are just better than me in chess. Old Jiang, they say life is like chess. You are not as good as me at chess, but can you be better than me in other aspects? Jiang Jinghua's face became even uglier.
He opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute for a moment. At this time, a calm voice sounded.
Uncle Chen, I am not talented enough. How about I come with you? Chapter 62, Playing Against Chen Jiahe to Get Back the Face for the Father-in-Law. Uncle Chen, I am not talented enough. How about I come with you?
The sudden sound stunned everyone in the living room. Jiang Shiyun was the first to come back to his senses, and his pair of almond-shaped eyes looked directly at Su Qing.
Su Qing understood what she meant. She was asking herself, is it okay? Su Qing gave her a reassuring look in return. How can a man say no?
Jiang Jinghua and Chen Jiahe seem to be playing chess, but in fact they are competing secretly. Since his father-in-law was defeated and was clearly at a disadvantage, Su Qing naturally had to lend a hand to help his father-in-law get back his face.
Otherwise, what is the use of the master-level chess skills? Just leave it there to gather dust?
Seeing Su Qing's eyes, Jiang Shiyun looked away. Although she didn't even know whether Su Qing could play chess, she inexplicably believed Su Qing. However, Jiang Jinghua, who had played chess with Su Qing before and knew Su Qing's chess skills well, suddenly became anxious and frantically winked at Su Qing.
I am no match for Chen Jiahe and this old fox. Su Qing is even worse than me. How could he be a match for Chen Jiahe?
If they weren't at Chen's house, Jiang Jinghua would even want to drag Su Qing away directly.
Isn't this nonsense? Xiao Su, there aren't many young people who can play chess these days. Do you know how to play chess?
Chen Jiahe spoke with a smile on his face, seemingly showing concern, but actually trying to provoke. Su Qing ignored Jiang Jinghua's look and replied with a smile.
Uncle Chen, can you tell if you can play chess by trying? Okay, let's play a game. Don't worry, you're young, if you don't know how, I can teach you.
Chen Jiahe responded in the tone of an elder, with a smile on his face and a beaming joy in his heart.
He was still thinking about how to find another opportunity to test Su Qing's strength again.
I didn't expect Su Qing to come to my door on his own initiative. When it comes to chess, he has never been afraid of anyone, let alone Su Qing, or even in the entire Jianghan city.
Uncle Jiang, please make room for me. I want to play around with Uncle Chen.
Su Qing had already said this, and even though Jiang Jinghua was anxious, he could only stand up and move aside. His eyes were almost filled with tears, but Su Qing still pretended not to see it.
What else could he do? When he passed by Su Qing, he could only whisper a reminder. Don't be stressed. It's just chess, winning or losing doesn't matter. He never thought that Su Qing would win. Su Qing gave him a reassuring look in return, and then sat down calmly. Uncle Chen, let's put the chess pieces on the table, come on. I'll play the red chess piece again, Uncle Chen, and you play the black chess piece, is that okay?
Of course. Chen Jiahe replied with a smile, for me, it doesn't matter what chess I play.
You are a junior, it's up to you.
Xiao Su, you have to understand that winning or losing in chess depends entirely on your chess skills, and has nothing to do with the chess you play.
Red means good luck. Maybe if I choose red, I'll have better luck and beat you, Uncle Chen.
Su Qing also continued with a smile. Su Qing really didn't like Chen Jiahe's tone of taking advantage of his seniority and lecturing him at any time, so he naturally didn't show any courtesy and just retorted back. Young man, it's good to be courageous, but it's not good to be too arrogant. It's because I'm young and frivolous.
I'm so arrogant because I'm young. Uncle Chen, you're older, so you naturally can't be so arrogant.
During the verbal exchange, the chessboard has been set. According to the rules, Su Cheng played the red chess piece first and did not waste any more words with Chen Jiahe.
Chen Jiahe followed closely behind. However, Chen Jiahe's chess piece has just landed.
Another snapping sound was heard. It was as if Su Cheng already knew where Chen Jiahe would place his move, and had already grabbed the chess piece in his hand in advance. Therefore, his second move was almost simultaneous with Chen Jiahe's first move. With master-level chess skills, it was easy for Su Cheng to figure out Chen Jiahe's moves. Not only did he have to eat up all of Chen Jiahe's chess pieces like he did just now, but he also had to end the battle as quickly as possible. Only in this way, he felt, could he regain face for Jiang Jinghua. Chen Jiahe was stunned and looked up at Su Cheng, who smiled back at him. Chen Jiahe suddenly became serious, and at the same time he was aroused with anger.
Was this junior trying to intimidate him?
He immediately grabbed the chess piece and made his move.
Papa.
The next moment, the originally quiet living room was filled with the sound of continuous chess moves, as if it were a violent storm. Su Cheng and Chen Jiahe both made their moves very quickly, so fast that one could only see their hands moving.
Beside them, not to mention Jiang Xiyun and Chen Ziyan, even Jiang Jinghua was stunned.
You have to know that when Su Cheng played chess against me before, he was no match for me at all. But now, Su Cheng actually showed chess skills far beyond what he had shown before, even beyond his own.
Jiang Jinghua even began to doubt whether he was dreaming. After a brief shock, the three of them continued to focus their attention on the chessboard. After a while, Chen Ziyan frowned. Because she found that her father, who originally had a smiling face, was becoming more and more solemn. Correspondingly, the number of black pieces on the board is decreasing rapidly. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of the pieces being moved quickly also began to slow down. Su Cheng's speed of making moves remained the same as at the beginning. He would make a move almost the moment Chen Jiahe made his move. It was Chen Jiahe's move speed that slowed down, which slowed down his move speed. At this moment, Chen Jiahe was just like Jiang Jinghua in the later stage. Not only did he move slower and more hesitant, but sweat was also coming out on his forehead. Su Cheng still had a smile on his face. He looked at Chen Jiahe opposite him and said, "Uncle Chen, what do you think? We young people have the capital to be crazy, right?" Chen Jiahe almost vomited blood. Just now he was acting like an elder and lecturing others, but now he was forced to have difficulty in taking a step. He just felt his face burning. Su Cheng continued, "Uncle Chen, I know where you are going to make your next move, so don't hesitate. That's where you can only place your moves." Chen Jiahe was angry, but helpless. Just as Su Cheng said, he could only place the chess piece under his own. Unless he admitted defeat, he had no other position to make a move. But how could he have the face to admit defeat to a junior whom he had just been lecturing? Bang! In the end, Chen Jiahe had no choice but to make his move. As soon as his chess piece fell, a red chess piece came over and the black chess piece was eaten. With the last cannon being captured, the black pieces became the same as Jiang Jinghua's red pieces just now, with only one general and 2 soldiers left. Su Cheng's smile remained unchanged as he looked at Chen Jiahe. "Uncle Chen, why don't you admit defeat?" Chen Jiahe had a gloomy face and did not respond. He just moved the last 3 chess pieces and made a final desperate struggle. Another 30 seconds. Su Cheng made his move with a smile on his face, completely blocking the last space for the black chess leader, and said, "General." Chapter 63, Half Chess, defeat Chen Jiahe in 3 minutes, shocking everyone supplement. "General." Only when they heard Su Cheng's calm voice did Jiang Xiyun and the other 3 come back to their senses. The eyes of the 3 of them were filled with deep shock. This game of chess lasted less than 3 minutes from the beginning to now. In other words, Chen Jiahe only lasted less than 3 minutes. He actually lost to Su Cheng. Chen Ziyan covered her mouth with one hand, shocked and full of disbelief. As far as she could remember, her father had never lost when playing chess with others. This was the first time she saw her father lose to someone in chess, and he lost so quickly. "My father only lasted less than 3 minutes." She couldn't help but pinch her arm hard to make sure she was not dreaming. Looking at Su Cheng, who was smiling and calm, she couldn't help but become curious again. What kind of talents and special qualities does Su Cheng have that even Jiang Xiyun would take a fancy to him? Jiang Xiyun was also shocked. Su Cheng's previous insights and views on the internet were enough to shock her.
She had never expected that Su Qing had such amazing chess skills. Although she didn't know how to play chess, she knew that Zhang Jingguo was very good at it. But now, Su Qing defeated Chen Jiahe, who had just defeated Zhang Jingguo, in less than 3 minutes. This is too fast. Then, she felt an inexplicable sense of pride in her heart. Especially when she noticed Chen Jiahe's gloomy face and Chen Xian's dull expression, her pride grew even stronger. Fuck. I only used half of the chess piece to win the game. Noticing the remaining chess pieces on the board, Zhang Jingguo suddenly burst into swearing. With his ability to manage his emotions, it would not be like this, but at this moment his emotions were really out of control. On the chessboard, only one side of the remaining red chess pieces was used. As for the other half, not a single chess piece was moved. In other words, Su Qing only used half of his chess pieces and defeated Chen Jiahe in less than 3 minutes. This is completely different from Su Qing defeating Chen Jiahe within 3 points. Zhang Jingguo already found it hard to imagine what level Su Qing's chess skills were at. After he mentioned this, Chen Xian was even more shocked and Jiang Shiyun was even more proud when they noticed the situation on the chessboard. Chen Jiahe's already gloomy expression became even gloomier and uglier. He hadn't noticed it just now, but now he saw that only half of the red chess pieces had been used. In other words, he only lasted less than 3 minutes when Su Qing only used half of the chess pieces. When have I ever been so embarrassed? And it's so embarrassing in front of my own daughter. Thinking about what he had just said to Su Qing, Chen Jiahe wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Su Qing noticed the shock in the female president's eyes from the corner of his eye, and he still felt a little proud. He then looked at Chen Jiahe opposite him. Uncle Chen, thank you for letting me do that. I was just lucky. As you just said, I'm still not very good at playing chess. If you have time in the future, I'll have to trouble Uncle Chen to teach me. Kill people and destroy their hearts. Hearing this, Chen Jiahe almost vomited blood. He bit his back teeth tightly and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He said, Xiao Su, with your chess skills, how could you possibly need me to teach you? It would be better if you teach me. It's not impossible. Uncle Chen, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Chen Jiahe tried his best to control his emotions and anger and stopped talking. Su Qing is eloquent. He found that not only was he no match for Su Qing in chess, he was also no match for Su Qing in arguing with others. Old Chen, now that we have eaten and practiced chess, we will leave first. We will invite you to our home for dinner some other day. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Jingguo quickly offered to leave. If this continues, a criminal case might occur. Chen Jiahe didn't say anything, but just nodded somewhat stiffly. Thank you Uncle Chen for your hospitality. Su Qing thanked Chen Jiahe again before following Jiang Shiyun and Zhang Jingguo and leaving. Bang! Seeing Su Qing and the others disappear from sight, Chen Jiahe immediately overturned the chessboard in front of him and cursed. I'm so mad. I'm so pissed off. It's great to have found a good son-in-law. Chen Xian next to her turned around tactfully and disappeared into the living room. If she didn't leave, she would be the one to suffer next. Seeing Chen Jingqing coming down from the second floor, Chen Jiahe barely suppressed his anger and asked, How about it? Chen Jingqing shook his head solemnly. Can't find it. All we can find out is that he is an ordinary employee in the Internet Technology Department of Baojiang Group. His food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were all provided by Jiang Shiyun. It seems that he is just a gigolo. But Dad, do you think he's just a gigolo or an ordinary employee? I don't know. Chen Jiahe shook his head, paused, and continued. From the way he talks and his chess skills, he doesn't seem like an ordinary employee. Let us continue checking. I want to know who he is. If he really is from a big family, it would be fine, but if he is really just a gigolo, then based on everything that happened today, Let me explain this on 2 sides. After leaving Villa number 3, Zhang Jingguo approached Su Qing and asked, Xiao Su, tell me the truth, when you played chess with me before, were you always letting me go on purpose? Isn't this because I consider that you are old, Uncle Jiang? So I'm going to be more lenient with you. Su Qing nodded calmly, but in fact he felt guilty. I thought to myself, it would be strange if I gave in to you. If I had master-level chess skills back then, I would have defeated you without a single drop of armor or weapons. At the same time, Su Qing still had some regrets. Today, Zhang Jingguo had witnessed his chess skills, so revenge would be impossible. He felt uncomfortable when he thought about the situation where Zhang Jingguo easily defeated him.
Boy, I was right about you. You know how to respect your elders.
Jiang Jinghua smiled, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized what he was talking about and quickly changed his words.
Boy, you didn't lose to me on purpose to win my favor, did you? How is that possible?
Su Qing quickly shook his head. Uncle Jiang, you forced me to go play chess.
What's more, at that time I didn't know that you, Uncle Jiang, were the director of Baojiang Group. Why should I try to gain your favor? Didn't you see me playing chess with those other old guys and I kept losing to them? I really just think you are old, so I will give you some leeway. He glanced at the female CEO, then said sincerely. After all, if I beat you, you will definitely be sad for the whole day, but if I lose to you, then you will be happy for the whole day, right? There's no stakes. Why wouldn't I be happy to exchange my loss for your happiness? That's true. Jiang Jinghua nodded and patted Su Qing on the shoulder. I really didn't misjudge him. I'll introduce Shiyun to you, it won't be wrong.
Su Qing noticed that the female president's expression had returned to normal and he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was inexplicably nervous, fearing that the female president would misunderstand him.
Chapter 64 Director's father-in-law, the two of them start living together.
Su Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Jiang Shiyun.
You know, what she hates most is deception. It seems that Su Qing really approached Jiang Jinghua on purpose.
Then she estimated that she would most likely attack Su Qing. But she didn't know how to face her feelings. So, when Su Qing and Jiang Jinghua talked about this issue just now, she suddenly became nervous. Until this moment, my mood gradually calmed down. Soon, the three of them returned to Villa number 2.
Seeing that Jiang Jinghua was about to leave, Su Qing asked. Uncle Jiang, won't you stay with us for a while? What am I doing here with you? Jiang Jinghua turned around and asked with a look of resentment. Should I stay here and be fed dog food by you too? Or should I stay here and play chess with you, and then be abused by you? For a moment, Su Qing didn't know how to refute. Jiang Jinghua continued. I am a very sensible old man. Rather than staying here and ruining your time together, I'd better leave. But you two must let me have a grandson as soon as possible. Su Qing was speechless again. Jiang Shiyun glared at Jiang Jinghua with some embarrassment and annoyance. Su Qing could only sigh as he watched Jiang Jinghua's lonely figure disappear from his sight. This father-in-law is so sensible. When the two returned to the villa, Su Qing slipped into the bathroom to pee. In the bathroom, he took out his cell phone and found Zhang Honying's number. He edited a message and sent it. Please check for me, is someone investigating me? After you find out, message me back. At today's banquet, Chen Jiahe obviously wanted to find out my background. Even if Chen Jiahe really asked someone to investigate, they probably wouldn't find anything, but Su Qing still wanted to take precautions. If Chen Jiahe really had someone investigating him, then considering everything that happened today, Su Qing would have to consider whether the lesson he was given should be more severe. Su Qing is not a good person. I have the capital in my hands. Today, Chen Jiahe and Chen Zhengqing have made me unhappy. It's not too much to teach them a lesson, right? Especially that Chen Zhengqing, who is so arrogant, he should be taught a lesson. However, we have to wait and see until Zhang Honying has investigated the matter thoroughly before considering how to teach them a lesson. Soon, Zhang Honying replied. Okay, Mr. Su, I will investigate as quickly as possible and write back to you. After putting away his phone and taking his bird for a walk, Su Qing walked out of the bathroom and headed for the sofa. The female president seems to be fine today. After coming back, she didn't go back to her bedroom, but stayed on the first floor. At this moment, she was leaning lazily on the sofa. He held his phone in one hand and casually scrolled through it, while the other hand leaned on the sofa, supporting his head. A head of beautiful long black hair was casually scattered on her shoulders. That cold queen with a lazy look would probably make other people drop their eyes to the ground if they saw her. However, as he walked towards the sofa, Su Qing noticed that the female president's eyes were fixed on him. And he kept staring at himself. You didn't pee in your pants, did you? Su Qing was startled and quickly looked down at his pants. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with his pants, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he asked with some doubt. Mr. President, why are you staring at me? I'm curious, besides your cooking skills, chess skills, and unique vision, what other abilities do you have? In the past 2 days, Su Qing has given himself many surprises. But Jiang Shiyun always felt that Su Qing might be able to give him another surprise in the future. Therefore, she was really curious about what other abilities Su Qing had. She even found that she could not see through Su Qing. Su Qing is obviously just an ordinary employee of the company, but he keeps showing things that are inconsistent with his identity. This. Su Qing didn't know how to answer for a moment. I thought to myself, I don't know what abilities I will have, it all depends on what comes out of the blind box. His mind raced, and he continued. You'll know later. 100,000, tell me. Jiang Shiyun made an offer directly. Su Qing's mouth twitched slightly. I thought to myself, even though you are a wealthy woman and you are very rich, could you please not use money to tempt me in everything? What's more, this is really hard to explain. I can only shake my head helplessly. 200,000, the cold and royal sister's voice then sounded. 300,000, seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Shiyun continued to raise the price. Su Qing could only start thinking of countermeasures quickly. He had a hunch that if he couldn't explain himself today, the female CEO would use money to kill him. But let alone 1, 2, 3, I can't even say 0. Seeing that she was about to raise the price again, Su Qing's eyes suddenly lit up and interrupted her. I have another ability, playing games. Mr. President, would you like me to give you an experience and take you flying? Su Qing couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own wit. At present, the relationship between me and the female president has not reached the point where we can be together casually. It's inevitable that it's a little awkward when two people are alone. Playing games with the female president can not only resolve the current problems, but also allow the two of them to spend the afternoon together without being so awkward. Maybe it can even enhance the relationship. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Are you also good at gaming? Jiang Xian frowned. Of course. Su Qing nodded confidently. That's fine. Jiang Shiyun nodded slightly. Mr. President, shall we go to my bedroom, your bedroom, or the living room? Su Qing's face was full of eagerness. It seems a bit inconvenient to operate in the living room. Jiang Xian looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that this guy was just looking for an excuse to go to my bedroom? She said directly. There is an e-sports room in the villa. Let's go to the e-sports room. There is also an e-sports room? Su Qing was stunned. He did have some idea of using this opportunity to sneak into the female president's bedroom. Yes. Jiang Shiyun nodded, the e-sports room is on the 3rd floor. I left it there randomly at the beginning. Okay, let's go to the e-sports room. Su Qing couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The two of them immediately walked to the 3rd floor of the villa together. Previously, the female president had a rule that she could not go to the 3rd floor. However, following the female president now, Su Qing naturally doesn't have to worry. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Su Qing followed the female president into the 2nd room on the left side of the stairs and looked around with some curiosity. Decorations full of technology, high-quality computer desks and gaming chairs, and computers with the highest configuration. It's literally a boy's dream room. Su Qing felt that there should be few boys who could refuse such an e-sports room. This was left casually at the beginning. Whether it's the desks and chairs or the computers, they are all of the highest configuration. Jiang Shiyun introduced from the side. Mr. President, have you ever been to this e-sports room to play games? Su Qing asked, retracting his gaze. No. Jiang Shiyun shook his head. Su Qing thought to himself, as expected. The things in this e-sports room look like they have never been used. Damn, the life of rich people is really beyond imagination. I spent money to build a gaming room with the highest configuration, but I just don't use it. I just play with it. After secretly complaining for a few words, Su Qing rubbed his hands excitedly and said, Mr. President, shall we start now? P.S. I was delayed by something, I will make up for it tomorrow. If you can't make up for it, I will reward the author with a 160 landlady. Chapter 65, Elegant Queen, and Strong Knight. Yes, that's it. Use a little more force with your hands, and then move back slowly. Look, this has suppressed the gun, hasn't it? Listen to the sounds in your ears and feel the hot air blowing on your neck and cheeks. Jiang Xian frowned and said, If you come close to me again and don't let go of my hand, then transfer 1 million to me. This guy is really getting more and more daring. He said he was teaching me how to play games, but his hand held mine for a long time without leaving. His face was almost touching his own.
The hot air blowing on my skin feels itchy and always makes my heart beat faster unconsciously. Jiang Xian felt that if he didn't stop, this guy would continue teaching.
And the only operation taught is how to control the gun. Su Chang was shocked and thought, how cruel. However, he said calmly, Mr. President, I just saw that you don't know how to do it, so I'm teaching you.
As he spoke, he took his hand away reluctantly.
Jiang Xian glanced at him speechlessly and said, I already know how to do it. Okay then.
Su Qing could only return to his seat next to him with some regret and reluctance.
Then he said, Then Mr. President, let's try a round. Bring it on.
Under Su Qing's teaching, I have mastered some basic operations. Jiang Xiyun was also eager to try it. In the past, she usually read books and drank coffee in her free time. This is the first time she has played a game since she was a child. She glanced at Su Qing. If it weren't for this guy, she probably would never touch games in her life. I can only say that I have changed since Su Qing entered this villa. Su Qing is changing, and he is changing too.
Mr. President, I invited you, please accept it.
It was not until Su Qing's voice sounded that she collected her thoughts, moved the mouse, and clicked to accept.
Elegant Queen. Strong Knight.
Looking at the two nicknames on the computer screen, Su Qing was very satisfied. He just came up with these two nicknames with the help of the female president.
The implication is that he will be the female president's most powerful knight and will always protect her.
This is the first time he plays the game PUBG since it came into this world. Originally, he wanted to play the league with the female president. However, considering that his alliance technology is too strong, he is worried that the female president will not be able to keep up with him.
So he finally chose to eat chicken.
Eat chicken, after all, I was a diamond player in my previous life.
It shouldn't be difficult to help a female president who is playing this game for the first time to take off, right? Can this nickname be changed?
Jiang Xiyun, who was standing next to him, looked at the two nicknames and frowned again. She always felt that these two nicknames were full of a strong sense of middle school student style. Once a nickname is decided, it cannot be changed. Su Qing lied in a serious tone.
What a good nickname, how can I change it?
As he spoke, he selected double row and clicked to start the game.
Of course Su Qing couldn't be stupid enough to take the female president to play in a 4-person team with others. What he hates most is couples playing games together in a team of 4. He doesn't want to be the person he hates the most. What's more, if there were 4 rows, it would be so inconvenient if I wanted to tease the female president or something. After entering the birth island, Su Qing controlled the strong knight and arrived in front of the elegant queen. After pressing the Q key, he said to the female CEO next to him, Mr. President, please press E. Jiang Xiyun didn't quite understand what he wanted to do. However, I still pressed the E key as I was told.
The next moment, I saw the elegant queen and the strong knight on the screen, as if they were kissing.
Jiang Xiyun finally realized what this guy was doing.
She felt something strange in her heart and her earlobes began to feel hot. She could only pretend that nothing was wrong and said, Childish. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed that her earlobes were starting to turn red, but Su Qing didn't expose her, he just felt a little happy in his heart.
The game officially begins. Su Qing opened the map and chose City Z. Then he clicked to invite the female president to go skydiving with him.
Jiang Xiyun also opened the map and took a look, and saw that this guy actually chose such a remote place.
I couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. Are you sure you're good at gaming, too? Of course. Su Chang nodded confidently again. Then why did you choose such a remote place?
Jiang Xiyun continued.
This Z city is almost invisible on the map. Will anyone go there? Mr. President, you don't understand this, right? Su Qing continued to talk nonsense without blushing or beating his heart. You think so? Do other people think so too? Jiang Xiyun always felt something was wrong, but he nodded anyway. That's it. So this is the place with the most people. As he spoke, Su Qing had already landed in City Z with the female president. How come 2 people jumped into this godforsaken place today? It's really stupid that you don't go anywhere else. Su Qing was shocked when he noticed 2 umbrellas had fallen not far away. He quickly operated the strong knight to enter the house and said, Mr. President, look what I've said, this is where the most people are. We'll search for supplies first, and then we'll deal with them. Mr. President, please follow me closely. Good.
Jiang Shiyun responded, then operated the elegant queen, followed the strong knight, in human machine steps. However, this man-machine pace did not last long. After just 2 or 3 minutes, Jiang Shiyun became proficient in the operation. She kept moving the mouse with her right hand, while her left hand quickly pressed several movement buttons. During this period, she even became familiar with other operations. For example, tilting the head, sprinting, jumping, rolling, etc. At first, Jiang Shiyun thought that this game would be difficult. But gradually, she discovered that this game was not as difficult as she had imagined. She glanced at Su Qing again with some suspicion. Didn't this guy say this game was difficult? Mr. President, I'll give you the M4, as well as a level 2 armor, a level 2 helmet, a medical kit, painkillers, a quadruple scope. It was not until Su Qing's voice sounded that she retracted her gaze and began to pick up the supplies by operating the elegant queen. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the sudden sound of footsteps, Su Qing was startled and quickly reminded. Mr. President, please hide here first. Wait until I deal with them, then come out. Okay. Jiang Shiyun nodded slightly. Hearing her voice, Su Qing controlled the strong knight and left the house. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. It's time for the knight to protect the queen. It's time to show off. We must surprise the female president. Chapter 66, Strong Knight, still a gigolo in the game. Ah! Followed by a scream. On the screen, the strong knight held out a box and disappeared on the spot. Su Qing was stunned, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. He is a diamond player, but he was beaten and helped like this? He felt that there was nothing wrong with his operation. As soon as you hear footsteps, start looking for the enemy's position. After confirming the enemy's position and setting off a smokescreen, he rushed towards the house where the enemy was. But what went wrong? As soon as he ran out of the door, he was shot in the head by the enemy. Will the other party cheat? The more this thought popped up in his mind, the more Su Qing felt that the enemy was cheating. Otherwise, why can the enemy still see me even though I have blocked the smoke? Is this what you said, that you are good at playing games? Hearing the cold and royal voice of the female president, Su Qing put away his thoughts and said, Mr. President, please listen to me. No, please listen to my explanation. Believe me, the other party must be cheating. Otherwise, if I block the cigarette, the other party will definitely not be able to see me. So, Mr. President, you must not move now. The other party doesn't know your location yet. Wait until they leave, then. However, before Su Qing could finish his words, he was interrupted by the female CEO. How about, you turn on all the microphones and listen? Questions popped up in her mind, and Su Qing turned on all the microphones as she was told. The game was played on full mic, and someone was mocking it. Idiot, you threw the cigarette out of that door, and threw it so far away. Then who should I hit if not you the moment you leave? Noobs shouldn't come play games. You can't even understand how to block a cigarette. Aren't you here to get bullied? The expression on Su Qing's face froze, his face turned a little dark, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. It turned out that the opponent was not cheating, but I was just too bad and blocked the smoke incorrectly and it was blocked too far away. This guy is embarrassing. He wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Although Su Qing hated the other party's ridicule, there was nothing he could do. You can't expect the female president who just played games to avenge you, right? Turning off all the microphones, Su Qing said in a hurry. Mr. President, well, you have to believe me. My skills are really good. Just now it's just that my equipment is not good. Look, I gave you all my equipment, didn't I? Jiang Shiyun rolled his eyes at him speechlessly and said, I'll trust you again for now. Su Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I finally fooled her. I was just about to remind the female president again to stay where she was. But she was seen operating the elegant queen and leaving the place. Su Qing suddenly became anxious and said quickly, Mr. President, what are you doing? You are no match for them, and they don't know you are here. Just hide quietly and wait for them to leave. They may not be able to find you. As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, he saw the female CEO glance at him and said, They scolded you. My future, my employees, only I can scold them. Su Qing froze again, and in an instant, his heart felt as if a spring breeze was blowing through it, filling it with warmth. See, this female president is really not what she looks like. After a while, Su Qing came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Okay, go ahead." Su Qing didn't think she could help him get revenge, but
Since we can't die together in real life, then isn't dying together in the game a kind of romance?
Jiang Shiyun was no longer looking at him at this time, but began to concentrate on the operation. Su Qing also turned his attention back to the computer screen in front of him and watched her operate.
Jiang Shiyun first observed from the window.
Then, he controlled the elegant queen to jump out of the house through the window.
She rolled behind the wall next to the house and didn't move.
Instead, he waited quietly there. When the enemy heard the footsteps, they immediately followed the footsteps and looked for her.
Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps are getting closer.
The moment he saw the first enemy, Jiang Shiyun controlled the elegant queen without hesitation and aimed sideways.
Day.
The M4 spewed flames. The first enemy fell to the ground.
However, Jiang Shiyun did not kill the first enemy.
Instead, changed positions immediately. The elegant queen circled the wall and ran to the other side. When I went around to the other side of the wall, the enemy who had just been knocked down was indeed behind the house, being rescued by his companions.
The elegant queen turned sideways and shot the camera without hesitation.
Accompanied by a burst of gunfire, the second enemy who was rescuing people also fell to the ground and turned into a box. Looking at the two boxes emitting green smoke on the screen, Su Qing was stunned.
This operation is as smooth as doves. Are you telling me this is the first time I play this game?
Su Qing couldn't help but suspect that he had been deceived by the female president. He turned his head to look at her and asked,
"Mr. President, have you already learned how to play this game?"
"First time." Jiang Xian let go of the mouse, let out a long sigh, and actually found it quite exciting. This made her interested in the game.
Su Qing didn't know what she was thinking, and then asked, "Then, how come you are so good and your operation is so smooth? What's so great about this?" Jiang Shiyun glanced at him and said,
"I just used two small strategies, which is much simpler than business warfare."
"I was just wondering, didn't you say this game was difficult? Why do I feel it's so easy?"
The corners of Su Qing's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt that he was being silently mocked. He was beaten to death as soon as he went out, and the female president beat two people to death as soon as she went out.
Is this talent? No, I don't believe it.
He was about to continue watching the operation, but with a bang, elegant queen turned into a box.
Su Qing was stunned again and looked at her sideways. "Mr. President, what are you doing? The game isn't over yet. You're all gone, what's the point of me playing alone?" Jiang Shiyun said lightly. Su Qing was speechless again for a moment. "Today, why do I feel like I've eaten honey?" Then he laughed and said, "Okay, let us do it again."
"That's great. I must prove myself in the next game." Su Qing swore that he must prove himself and become the strongest knight of the elegant queen.
If you can't live off someone in real life, how can you live off someone in a game? Half an hour later,
Su Qing reluctantly accepted the fact that he had to rely on others for money in the game.
Boom, boom, boom. As footsteps sounded, the female president said to him, "Don't move, I'll move. Come out again when I say it's okay. You'll reveal your position if you move." "Good." Su Qing nodded obediently. Since there is no way to resist, just enjoy it. Anyway, in real life, you're already a gigolo, so why would you still mind in the game? What's more, the feeling of being protected by a female president is actually quite good. Imagine that you can play games with a gorgeous female CEO and be protected by her in a domineering way. Wouldn't that be great?
Chapter 67: A phone call, an emergency meeting of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital Supplement.
Su Qing and Jiang Shiyun spent the entire afternoon in the esports room. It can be seen that the female president has fully experienced the joy of the game. But think about it, who wouldn't be happy if they could kill a lot of people in the game?
The only ones who find it painful to play games are noobs.
Of course, Su Qing was also very happy. How could I not be happy after being protected by the female president in the game for an entire afternoon and eating chicken for an entire afternoon?
However, compared to the happiness of being protected by a female president,
what shocked Su Qing even more was the female president's talent for gaming.
In the past, Su Qing never believed in the existence of talent. But today, he believed it.
How terrifying is the female president's gaming talent?
It's so terrifying that in just one afternoon, I went from being a newbie who just started playing the game and didn't even know the basic operations, to being a master who can kill anyone who stands in my way.
The most intuitive manifestation is.
Their game levels soared from Bronze 5 at the beginning to Diamond 3.
Since the first game, they have won every game. Moreover, the number of kills taken by the female president in each round will not be less than 5. In the game, the female president not only operates more and more smoothly, but also uses various strategies. What is feinting to the east and attacking in the west, luring the enemy deep into the territory, and striking directly at Huanglong.
She was adept at using all the 36 stratagems. Until the sun sets.
Su Qingkai said to the female CEO who was still preparing to make a move. Mr. President, it's getting late. How about we stop here today? Zhang Xiyan looked out the window and noticed that it was indeed getting late, so he nodded and said, Okay.
The two left the esports room together and returned to the living room on the first floor. Su Qing took out his cell phone and saw the message sent by Zhang Hongying.
Zhang Hongying, Mr. Su, someone is indeed investigating you. This morning, the son of Wanfeng Group, Chen Zhengqing, asked someone to check your information and even your recent movements.
Understood. After replying to Zhang Hongying and thinking for a while, Su Qing ran away to the bathroom again to pee. He closed the bathroom door and made sure the female president couldn't hear him.
Su Qingkai found Lu Haonan's number and dialed it.
When the call was connected, a deep and respectful voice came from the phone.
Mr. Su, you contacted me. Do you have any instructions?
The person on the other end of the phone was none other than the general manager of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, Lu Haonan.
No instructions. Su Qing continued. I just want to ask you, is there any way to teach the Wanfeng Group in Jianhan City a lesson? Jianhan City? Wanfeng Group?
Lu Haonan's voice turned cold and he asked.
Mr. Su, has Wanfeng Group offended you?
Yeah.
Su Qing nodded. There is a little contradiction. Wanfeng Group, a small company in Jianhan City, actually dared to offend you, President Su. They really don't know how to live or die. Lu Haonan said coldly. Boss Su, please wait for my news. I will definitely teach Wanfeng Group a lesson. It's not a big contradiction. Don't worry too much. Toot toot toot.
Hearing Lu Haonan's cold tone, as if he wanted to destroy Wanfeng Group, Su Qing quickly spoke up to remind him. However, before he could finish his words, the call was hung up.
Su Chong was speechless and thought, Lu Haonan wouldn't be too cruel, right? At the same time, 32nd floor of IFC building in Lujiazui Financial and Trade Zone, Haidu.
A tall middle-aged man wearing a black suit jacket hung up the phone, turned around and shouted outside the office. Shauna, contact all the company executives immediately and tell them that there is an emergency meeting. The secretary, who was dressed in professional attire, turned around and left before even entering the office. The secretary was shocked and confused. The manager actually wants to call an emergency meeting on Sunday.
Did something big happen in the company? Wanfeng Group? If I remember correctly, it should be Qin Jiahe, right?
After watching the secretary leave, the middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and looked out the window coldly. The man from Central and South China was none other than the general manager of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, Lu Haonan. This is the first time that my boss has contacted me since he helped me and gave me a job when I was at my lowest point more than 10 years ago.
Lu Haonan naturally had to do things beautifully for his boss. 15 minutes later, a group of senior executives from Nile Crocodile Venture Capital rushed into Lu Haonan's office.
However, most of them had resentment on their faces and started complaining as soon as they entered the door. Manager, you're holding an emergency meeting on Sunday.
Is there something important? Yes, manager, you are so anxious to call an emergency meeting. Is there any big investment?
Manager, I ordered 3 technicians at the massage parlor, but before I could even enjoy them, this happened.
What's the big deal?
Yes, manager, I was still in the bathroom when he came running over here with his pants up. You must give me an explanation. Listening to the complaints of the company's senior executives, Lu Haonan did not say anything, but just raised his hand to suppress them.
In an instant, all sounds disappeared. Lu Haonan then said, The boss contacted me.
There was silence in the office at first, and the senior executives of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital looked at each other. The next moment, they all became excited.
Fuck, manager, are you telling the truth? Did our mysterious boss really contact you? Manager, what instructions did the boss give? Did he say when to come to the company?
P.S. Dear readers, please don't be picky about the company.
I have explained before that everything is due to the system.
Since it is a system, then it is reasonable even if it is unreasonable, okay.
Chapter 68, Haidu's business world is shaken, the domineering female president.
Nile Crocodile Venture Capital is a giant capital ranked among the top 100 in the country. Even in the economically developed Haidu, it is a huge monster.
However, its boss is extremely mysterious.
He has never shown up in the company's more than 10 years of existence. According to the company's general manager Lu Hanan, even he had never met the boss.
And now this extremely mysterious boss actually took the initiative to contact Lu Hanan and the company. How could the company's top executives not be excited? Of course, they are more curious. They really want to know who the person who has such capital as Nile Crocodile Venture Capital is and what his identity is. Lu Hanan pressed his hand again to quiet the entire office, then said,
The boss didn't say he would come to the company, nor did he give any instructions.
He just asked me to teach Wanfeng Group a lesson.
It's rare that my boss asks me to do something or the company to do something, so I want to do it beautifully.
That's why I asked my secretary to contact you and hold an emergency meeting. Wanfeng Group? Which company is this? Why have I never heard of it?
After Lu Hanan finished speaking, someone spoke with some confusion.
Yes, I have heard of all the famous domestic companies. Is this Wanfeng Group a foreign company? Wanfeng Group, I know. Someone nearby answered. Jianghan City knows, right? Wanfeng Group is a company in Jianghan City. It mainly engages in the real estate industry and is quite well known in Jianghan City. In other words, this Wanfeng Group is just a well-known company in Jianghan City? Someone continued.
It would be too easy to target Wanfeng Group. Although our company is not in Jianghan City, many of the companies and industries we invested in seem to be involved in Jianghan City.
As long as we open our mouths, I believe that many companies will be happy to target Wanfeng Group. No. Lu Hanan replied with a serious face.
What I mean is more than just teaching Wanfeng Group a simple lesson. After so many years, my boss rarely lets me help him with something, so I have to do it well.
So what do you want to do, manager? Someone asked. I want to herd Wanfeng Group all at once.
I want its stock price to hit rock bottom within 2 days, and its capital chain to be completely broken.
Lu Hanan frowned, his eyes were intimidating without anger. He swept across the entire office, and then said, I am not discussing this with you, but I am asking you to do it. Do you understand? Clear. Seeing Lu Hanan so serious, everyone in the office put away their casual expressions and nodded seriously. Then go. Lu Hanan nodded.
Use all means to let the boss know that all these years of working for the company have not been in vain.
Following the senior executives of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, they left Lu Hanan's office. Immediately afterwards, orders were issued from the IFC building one after another. The big move made by the Nile Crocodile Venture Capital immediately caused a sensation in the entire Haidu. Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, a well-known capital giant.
Naturally, there are countless eyes watching in the dark at all times.
Now, this giant crocodile has actually started to operate at full capacity. Who wouldn't be shocked? Many well-known large companies in Shanghai held emergency meetings at the first opportunity.
Some companies that had previously had friction with Nile Crocodile Venture Capital became nervous.
For a time, the entire Haidu business community was in a panic. Almost all eyes were on Nile Crocodile Venture Capital.
The news about Nile Crocodile Venture Capital's move was on the hot list in Haidu in just over 10 minutes. At the same time, countless speculations also appeared at the first time.
Capital giants are working at full capacity, where are their claws pointing? Why did the giant crocodile move? What is the difference between Chief Dai and Officer Zhang?
News headlines are high on the hot list in Haidu.
But I'm afraid no one would have thought of it.
All this was caused by a phone call from a young man far away in Jianghan City.
Su Chang knew nothing about what was happening in Haidu.
Even after calling Lu Hanan, he put the matter of Wanfeng Group aside.
Monday, the most hated working day, is here again.
But even though he hated it, he had to get up early for a few pieces of silver. After the morning run and breakfast with the female president, Su Cheng and the female president got on the Phantom and went to Baojiang Group together. There was no conversation along the way, and the Phantom soon stopped at Su Cheng's usual get-off location. After taking one last resentful look at the female president, Su Qing opened the car door and got out. Why feel resentful? Because in the car, he just wanted to hold the female president's hand, but she glared at him. Don't worry about Wu Shirua's matter. Just go back to work. I will take care of it. Just as he was about to close the car door, he heard the cold voice of the female president. Su Qing paused, a little surprised, and asked, Mr. President, do you already know? Jiang Shiyun nodded slightly. I've asked my secretary to investigate. Wu Shihua has a long history of bad deeds. When I get to the company, I'll contact his sister Wu Minli and fire him. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Su Qing smiled and did not ask the female president how she knew it. The entire company has female CEOs, so isn't it easy for her to find out something? Originally, Su Qing was planning to deal with Wu Shihua on his own. Zheng Hongying has already sent him the information about Wu Shihua that I asked him to investigate last Friday. With the information in his hands, he was confident that he could get Wu Shihua out of Baozhang Group. But now it seems that there is no need to do it myself. Hey, I'm eating gigolo again. Su Qing secretly sighed and found it a little funny. If you encounter similar things in the company in the future, remember to tell me. The female CEO didn't know what he was thinking. She gave him a warning, then said after a pause. Also, remember to set aside time after get off work in the afternoon. There was doubt in Su Qing's eyes. The female president explained. Didn't you say before that your clothes were too high profile and you wanted them customized? In the afternoon, I made an appointment with the person who made my custom clothes. Come with me to see her and let her tailor make clothes for you. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. I just mentioned it casually before, and even forgot about it, but I didn't expect that the female president actually remembered it. I felt a little warm in my heart and replied. Mr. President, I just bought so many clothes last time, how about we postpone the custom-made clothes? I was just saying it casually before. I already have so many clothes. Wouldn't it be a waste to buy more? I've already made an appointment with someone. The female CEO's eyebrows moved and said. Just remember to set aside time in the afternoon. Mr. President, really? Bang! Su Qing wanted to say a few more words, but the car door was suddenly closed by a slender, snow-white hand. With the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, Su Qing couldn't help but complain inwardly, will you die if you're not so domineering? But, I was very happy in my heart. I just mentioned it casually, but she remembered it and had already made arrangements. Although she was a little overbearing and didn't give myself the chance to refuse. But, no one should hate such tyranny, right? There is a girl in the village named Xiaofang. She is big and strong, with big nostrils. In a good mood, with a slight smile on his face and humming a song, Su Qing walked towards Baozhang Building. Brother Qing, Brother Qing. However, when he walked outside the company, he saw Wang Ke waving at him from afar. The smile on Su Qing's face froze. Seeing the girl running towards him with 2 bags of breakfast, Su Qing could only greet her helplessly. Morning. Brother Qing, I told you last Friday that I would treat you to breakfast. When he reached Su Qing, Wang Ke handed him a breakfast. Su Qing carefully considered his words and refused. Wang Ke, thank you for your kindness, but I have already had breakfast. The light in the girl's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she smiled again soon. Since you've already eaten, Brother Qing, I won't force you. Let's go to the company together. Okay. Su Qing nodded with a wry smile. Behind him, a pair of cold almond-shaped eyes sought everything. Zhang Shiyun did not retract his gaze until the two of them disappeared from his sight and said, Uncle Huang, do you think I should let him get off here with me tomorrow? Smelling the extra sour smell in the air, Lao Huan looked at his nose, then his mouth, and wisely chose to remain silent. P.S. Dear readers, there will be only one update today, and the same will be true for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The author is in Wuhan. His hometown is a remote small county in Guizhou. He has to go home in the next 2 days and cannot write. Therefore, I hope that all readers will bear with me. Seeing this, some readers are sure to complain, but wait a minute. I'll make it up later, okay? Chapter 69, Wu Shihua is dumbfounded. Zhang Shan, Li Si, don't go too far. As Su Qing and Wang Ke walked out of the elevator together, they heard Zhou Kai's angry voice. With a frown on his face, Su Qing couldn't help but quicken his pace and walked towards the office.
Looking towards the office, Su Qing saw from a distance.
Zhang Shan, Li Si, and a few other sour guys were pushing Zhou Kai. Several people crowded around the office door, pushing and shoving each other and arguing. Zhou Kai was pushed back by Zhang Shan and Li Si, two sour oranges. Su Qing was quick-witted and rushed over in 3 or 2 steps, holding Zhou Kai's back. Only then did Zhou Kai steady himself, otherwise he would have fallen down. Noticing that it was Su Qing who was standing against him, Zhou Kai showed joy on his face and greeted him.
"Brother Qing, you are here, good morning." "Good morning."
He simply replied, looked at the 2 sour oranges guarding the office door, and then asked,
"What's going on?"
The joy on Zhou Kai's face disappeared, and was replaced by anger.
He said, "They both won't let me in." Su Qing looked at the 2 sour oranges with some doubt. "Why don't you let Kaizi in?"
The 2 sour oranges raised their heads and said proudly,
"Because our anchor said he has been fired. Not only him, but also you, Su Qing. Our anchor Wu said that you were also fired. So, you can't go in either. Now that you are no longer employees of the company, if you enter our office again and something is lost in the office, can you bear the responsibility?"
When Su Qing heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. These 2 sour oranges are just taking advantage of the power of their master. They think Wu Shihua must be the department head, so they are taking chicken feathers as their authority. I'm not afraid of Wu Shihua at all. What's more, the female president just told me that she wanted to fire Wu Shihua. Su Qing no longer took Wu Shihua seriously. He just wanted to wait and see how Wu Shihua would end up. Last Friday, Wu Shihua announced in front of the entire office that he would be the new department head.
He even treated the previous supervisor to milk tea.
Su Qing really wanted to see how interesting his expression would be when he not only was not the head of the department but was also fired. However, we still have to deal with these sour oranges first.
We can't be blocked here by them forever, right?
Putting away his thoughts, Su Qing glanced at the 2 sour oranges and said, "Wu Shihua said we were fired, so we were fired?
Who the hell is he?"
The 2 sour oranges looked very proud and raised their heads and said,
"Our Wu Gu is the head of the department. If he says you are fired, then you are fired." Su Qing also smiled and asked, "Wu Shihua said he was the department head, and you took it seriously? Then let me ask you, has the manager announced it, or has the company announced it?"
The few sour oranges were speechless for a moment and didn't know how to refute. The manager indeed hadn't announced Wu Shihua as the supervisor yet, but Wu Shihua told them that he would be the department head.
How stupid. He said it and you believed it.
Su Qing didn't want to waste time with these sour oranges anymore, so he shook his head and continued.
"Get out of the way quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. What a great power."
As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, a voice rang out.
Wu Shihua, with his hands in his pockets, slowly appeared behind Zhang Shan and Li Si.
Several sour oranges seemed to have found their backbone all of a sudden, and they all bent over and shouted flatteringly,
"Encore! Encore!"
Wu Shihua ignored them, just tilted his head slightly, raised his eyebrows and said to Su Qing,
"Aren't you going to be rude to them? Why don't you be rude to them and show me how to do it?" "You said it."
Su Qing sneered and kicked Zhang Shan with great force. He had never heard of such a request.
"I've been annoyed with those sour oranges for a long time and want to beat them up. Now there is finally a legitimate reason." Bang!
There was a muffled sound, and a large footprint appeared on the pants. Zhang Shan staggered and bumped into Li Si, who was standing next to him. Caught off guard, the 2 of them hugged each other and fell to the ground together. Feeling the severe pain in his thigh, Zhang Shan immediately stared at Su Qing with anger.
"You actually hit someone. Wu Shihua said so."
Su Qing spread his hands, looking helpless.
"If you want to blame someone, blame Wu Shihua." Wu Shihua's expression froze, and then he became angry.
He stared at Su Qing and said coldly,
"Very good. If you can get into this office today, I'll take your last name. I'm an employee of the company, why can't I enter the office?"
Su Qing found it more and more funny and asked,
"Or in other words, what right do you have to not let me into the office? I'm the department head, and I said you are fired, do you understand?"
Wu Shihua stared at Su Qing coldly. Su Qing looked at him, not angry, with a calm expression.
"You said you are the department head, so you are the department head? Then I said you were going to be fired." Su Qing, it's already this late, and you're still pretending?"
Wu Shihua sneered. Okay, in that case, let's wait for the manager to come. When the manager announces that I am the department head, I will see how you can still be stubborn.
That's right, our Wugo is the new department head, this is a done deal. Several sour oranges chimed in. Su Ching, you actually said that Wugo would be fired. I wonder if your head was caught in the door. Su Ching usually pretends, but he's still pretending now? Yeah, he's still pretending. Wu Shihua's sister is the deputy general manager.
If the person above him is more powerful than Wu Shihua's sister, then how could his position as a supervisor be snatched away by Wu Shihua? The farce they were playing had already attracted the attention of other people in the office. After hearing Su Qing's words, many people talked in low voices, and their words were full of disdain for Su Qing. Ignoring the others, Su Qing glanced at the sour oranges and said with a smile. Well, your head was indeed clamped by your mother when she closed the door, but it was quite comfortable. The sour oranges didn't react at first, but when they did, their faces turned red with anger. However, before they could speak, Wu Shihua looked proud and looked not far away.
Okay, the manager is here. I want to see if you can still be so arrogant in a while.
Su Qing turned around and saw that Shi Dahai was indeed walking towards them. Wu Shihua was smiling, and so was Su Chang. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile.
The show is about to begin.
Seeing Shi Dahai approaching, Wu Shihua continued. Manager Shi, you're here just in time.
Today is Monday, and you should announce that I'm the new head of the technical department. These two guys are still being stubborn even at this time.
Manager Shi, please announce it quickly, and then I will fire them.
Who told you that you are the new department head?
Shi Dahai did not respond to Wu Shihua's words, but asked back.
My sister said so. Wu Shihua was stunned and said quickly. Manager Shi, didn't my sister tell you last Friday? My sister sent me to your technical department so that I could take over the position of department head. But I just received a call from the president. Why did he ask me to control you first and then call the police?
Shi Dahai looked at Wu Shihua coldly, then shouted. Security, immediately restrain Wu Shihua and hand him over to the police when they arrive. According to the president's investigation, Wu Shihua has been harassing female employees of the company for many years and even forced them to have sex with him on several occasions. As Shi Dahai's voice fell, Wu Shihua was dumbfounded when he saw the security guards rushing over from a distance.
Chapter 70 The Shocked Wu Siblings. Sluggish. Shock. Incredible. Various emotions appeared on Wu Shihua's face one by one. Everything that is happening now is really beyond his expectations. He thought that it was a foregone conclusion that he would become the head of the technical department. But he never expected that he would actually be fired from the company, as Su Qing said. And this is not the worst. The worst thing is that the president actually had people investigate me, found out all my crimes, and wanted to send me to jail to work on a sewing machine. Wu Shihua couldn't figure it out. In the past, no matter what I did, my sister would always support me and nothing ever went wrong. Why did the female president notice me this time and even send someone to investigate me? The people around who had just been full of disdain for Su Qing were also stunned for a moment, with only shock left in their eyes. What Su Qing said just now turned out to be true. Wu Shihua was actually fired from the company. Even his various crimes were discovered by the president. After the shock, those who had originally tried to please Wu Shihua stood on Wu Shihua's side and helped him ridicule Su Qing, all lowered their heads silently, afraid that Su Qing would see them. There were also some who quickly took advantage of Su Qing's inattention and quietly returned to their workstations. Bang! A muffled sound. Before Wu Shihua could recover from his emotions, with his hands still in his pockets, he was pinned to the ground by several security guards. His face hit the ground and he came back to his senses when he felt a sharp pain. He began to struggle violently, his arrogant face full of panic, and shouted loudly. Manager Shi, you can't do this to me, my sister is the deputy general manager. Manager Shi, you better tell them to let me go, otherwise, my sister will make you pay for it. This guy can get to where he is now, thanks to his good sister. Su Qing shook his head secretly. Wu Shihua was still counting on his sister until now. Shi Dahai also shook his head and said. You still count on your sister? I'm afraid your sister can't even protect herself now? What the president hates most is nepotism, and the one who does it is a playboy like you. Boss, you came to see me so early in the morning, is there something going on? Baojiang Building, President S office on the 48th floor.
Stared at by Jiang Shiyun's cold eyes, Wu Minli became unconsciously very nervous and spoke cautiously.
But Jiang Shiyun didn't respond, which made Wu Minli even more nervous.
After a long while, Jiang Shiyun said coldly,
Wu Minli, I usually thought you were pretty good.
But not only do you appoint people based on personal connections, you actually appoint someone as evil as your brother. When Wu Minli heard Jiang Shiyun's words, she was stunned. Jiang Shiyun ignored her and continued. Your brother is just a team leader, and he has persecuted all the girls in his team. Even relying on your relationship, many other female employees in the RD department were harassed by him and suffered terribly.
What would happen if he became the supervisor? I have been thinking about promoting you to the position of general manager. But now, you have no chance. Just go.
Since you have made many contributions to the company in the past, I will not issue an announcement.
You can resign on your own.
After Jiang Shiyun finished speaking, Wu Minli gradually came back to her senses from her daze. Her originally straight body suddenly became slack, and her aura as a strong career woman also disappeared. There was only sadness on his face. In addition to shock and sadness, she also felt confused.
She didn't understand, because the president never asked about the matters below before. How come I noticed the following this time? And they even sent someone to investigate. Thank you, Mr.
Wu Minli thanked him with a sad face and wanted to leave. But before she could finish her words, she saw Jiang Shiyun, who had originally had a calm face, suddenly jumped up from his chair.
The calmness and coldness on Jiang Shiyun's face also disappeared, and were replaced by anxiety and worry. Wu Minli was shocked again. After working for several years, she has never seen these emotions on Jiang Shiyun's face. Boss, how are you?
Wu Minli was confused and was about to ask. But before she could finish her words, she saw Jiang Shiyun hurriedly leaving and rushing out of the office. I was more and more shocked.
Did something big happen in the company? Full of shock and doubt, Wu Minli quickly followed Jiang Shiyun.
But Wu Minli found that she could not keep up with Jiang Shiyun's pace.
Although Jiang Shiyun was not running at the moment, his speed was extremely fast.
She hurried into the elevator and pressed the elevator button. Seeing that the elevator didn't respond, she poked it a few times in annoyance.
Clang clang clang.
Listening to the rapid sound of the elevator buttons, Wu Minli was so shocked that her scalp went numb. Seeing Jiang Shiyun's look at this moment, she even suspected that Baojiang building was going to collapse. The elevator slowly descended. Jiang Shiyun's face was filled with anxiety and worry. Every 2 seconds, she looked at the elevator.
48, 47, 40. 25.
Bite. Finally, a clear reminder sound rang out. When Jiang Shiyun heard this voice, it sounded like the sound of nature, so beautiful.
Then, before the elevator door was fully opened, Jiang Shiyun rushed out. Walk quickly to the technical department. The 25th floor is where the technical department is located.
Ever since the assistant brought the computer that could see all the company's surveillance cameras to his office last Friday, Jiang Shiyun has not let the assistant take it away again. While talking to Wu Minli just now, she had been paying attention to the situation of Su Qing and the others. And the reason why she was so anxious. Just now, she saw Wu Shihua, who was originally held down by the security guards, suddenly break free, rush towards Su Qing, and throw Su Qing to the ground. With so many people here, he should be okay, right?
It shouldn't be a problem.
She comforted herself in this way, but her worries did not diminish at all.
My steps unconsciously quickened again.
Behind her, Wu Minli could only jog to keep up with her.
Moreover, Wu Minli was already out of breath.
Chapter 71. The female CEO who regrets her decision. Wu Minli is even more shocked.
Call.
Jiang Shiyun didn't let out a long sigh until he saw the scene near the door of the technical department's office from afar. At this moment, Wu Shihua had been recontrolled by several security guards.
Su Qing was sitting on the ground with an ugly expression on his face, rubbing his neck.
Noticing the pain on Su Qing's face, Jiang Shiyun subconsciously wanted to go over. However, thinking of her own identity, she retracted her raised foot. After standing and watching from a distance for a while, she saw Su Qing get up from the ground and the painful expression on his face disappear, and her complexion completely recovered.
Calm. Cold. The difference is that the coldness is much heavier than before.
She turned around and looked coldly at Wu Minli, who had a puzzled look on her face, and said, I will find the best lawyer in the name of the company and sue your brother. Make him pay for his actions.
Originally, I wanted you to resign on your own. But now I've changed my mind. In order to prevent you from helping your brother, I have decided to formally dismiss you in the name of the company and issue a notice.
Although his facial expression had returned to normal, Jiang Shiyun was still angry for no reason. She knew that as the president, she shouldn't reveal her state and emotions just now. But she just revealed that state and emotion. Moreover, the moment she saw Su Qing being knocked down by Wu Shihua, she found that her brain went blank for a moment.
This has never happened before.
She took another deep breath, adjusted her state and emotions, then turned and left. However, halfway through the walk, she turned back and reminded Wu Minli. If you don't want to get caught up in this, then you'd better stop caring about your brother.
This is a friendly reminder and also a warning. Wu Minli didn't come back to her senses until Jiang Shiyun's footsteps gradually faded away.
Glancing from afar at the elevator that had already started running, the sadness in her eyes turned into despair.
He was formally dismissed by Baojiang Group and an announcement was issued.
That means that it will be much more difficult for her to find a job.
Even, it's possible that no company will want her.
Wu Minli was in deep regret at this moment. She never thought that just because she wanted to help her brother, she would end up ruining everything she had worked hard for over a decade. At the same time, it also ruined my brother's second half of his life. With all the shitty things Wu Shihua had done before, plus Baojiang Group and the best lawyer, Wu Minli could already imagine that her brother would probably have to work on a sewing machine for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. He suppressed his regret and glanced at Su Qing from a distance. Wu Minli was just as shocked as she was just now. As someone who could become the deputy general manager, how could she be so stupid that she couldn't even tell that Jiang Shiyun came because of that young man? Just now, Jiang Shiyun had been staring at the young man from a distance. Wu Minli was shocked.
The company, and even the entire Jianghan city's famous iceberg female president would be so nervous because of a young man.
Combined with the fact that this young man is in the technical department and what Shi Dahai said before, the head of the technical department has been determined. Wu Minli also understood why the president paid attention to the following matters this time and specially asked someone to investigate Wu Shihua.
Su Qing, you are so lucky to have made the CEO so nervous.
Looking at Su Qing, even as a woman, Wu Minli couldn't help but feel very envious. Especially when she thought of Jiang Shiyun's hurried pace just now, she became even more envious.
My legs are weak with envy. Su Qing didn't know that the female president actually ran all the way from the 48th floor to the 25th floor.
Otherwise, the depressed mood in his heart at this moment might have disappeared. After looking at Wu Shihua, who looked crazy, Su Chang looked at Shi Dahai beside him and asked,
Manager, it's normal for people to get hurt during the arrest because of resistance, right?
Shi Dahai was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Su Chang meant and nodded.
Since it's an arrest, it's normal to get injured. Okay, that's no problem.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qing raised his hand and punched Wu Shihua in the lower abdomen.
This guy almost took his life just now.
If Su Qing doesn't beat him up, he will find it difficult to get rid of the hatred in his heart.
Bang! A muffled sound.
The madness on Wu Shihua's face disappeared and was replaced by pain. Su Qing ignored him and raised his hand to punch him again.
Crackling.
After a round of punching and kicking, Su Qing stopped only when he saw Wu Shihua had lowered his head and his face was distorted with pain. He shook his hands and felt a little tired. He didn't expect that beating people was so tiring. As Wu Shihua was dragged away by several security guards like a dead dog, this morning's farce came to an end. However, Shi Dahai did not return to the office immediately, but pushed Su Qing into the office again.
Everyone, stop what you are doing for a moment. After greeting everyone in the office, Shi Dahai loudly announced. From today on, Su Qing is the new head of our technical department. From now on, if you have any problems, you can look for him.
Although many people had expected this when they saw Wu Shihua being held down by security guards. However, when many people heard Shi Dahai's personal announcement, they were still shocked. A newcomer who has just been in the company for a short time. He actually made it to the position of department head. If they were in this position, they might not be able to achieve it even if they worked hard for their whole life. In addition to being shocked, many people were also filled with envy, so much so that their hearts turned purple with envy. However, I have already witnessed Su Qing's power.
They didn't even dare to show their envy.
Wu Shihua is the younger brother of the deputy general manager, and even he fell into trouble at the hands of Su Qing.
So who is the person above Su Qing? Many people no longer dare to think about it. Bang bang bang. With someone taking the lead, the next moment, deafening applause broke out in the office.
The applause slowly faded away until Su Qing raised his hand to suppress it. Su Qing glanced around and noticed that many people didn't dare to look at him. Su Qing didn't care and said with a smile, "Please take care of me in the future." Another round of applause. Su Qing raised his hand again, his eyes fell on Zhou Kai, and then said, "I became the department head, and my position as team leader became vacant. Now I declare that Zhou Kai will take over the position of leader of my team." The office fell into silence, and many people's eyes were turned to Zhou Kai. Envy and jealousy again. Zhou Kai had just joined the company, but he became a team leader just because of his good relationship with Su Qing. There wasn't even applause this time. If Su Qing has someone higher up, then Zhou Kai is completely benefiting from Su Qing's help. How can they be convinced? Some people even wanted to question Su Qing, but they didn't have the courage. Bang bang bang. It was not until Su Qing started clapping that many people began to applaud reluctantly. Su Qing didn't care whether others were convinced or not. Anyway, he is the supervisor because he is a freeloader, so can't he let his brothers get some benefits too? Reward and punishment. The reward has been given, only the punishment remains. Su Qing's half-smiley eyes fell on the sour oranges who had their heads buried on the table. Chapter 72, Accidents continuously happen, Chen Jiaha's legs are weak supplement. These sour guys have tried to target me time and again. Before, Su Qing did not have the right to fire them, so he could only use his power as team leader to make them feel uncomfortable. But now that he is the head of the department, how could Su Qing be polite to them? Zhang Shan, Li Si, you guys, pack up and leave, you're fired. The few sour oranges originally lowered their heads, fearing that Su Qing would see them. But at this moment, when they heard Su Qing's words, they all stood up and stared at Su Qing with anger on their faces. Su Qing, why did you fire us? Zhang Shan spoke first. Yeah, we didn't do anything wrong, why are you firing us? Li Si spoke up immediately. Because I'm the head of the department, if I say you're fired, you're fired. Su Qing muttered to himself, wanting to return to them what they had just said to him. However, in the end, he didn't say it out loud. Many people in this office already have grievances against me, and if I continue to be so arrogant, it may not be good. I can only change my words. You, Zhang Shan, always read novels at work, and many times the work is not completed, but is completed by others in the team. You, Li Si, always secretly watch TV series while working, just like Zhang Shan. You, Wang Wu, go to the toilet every 10 minutes during work hours, and stay there for half an hour. Tell me, what are you doing here? Doing nothing, just like everyone else, getting paid by the company? Zhang Shan and his friends were unable to refute for a while. After a while, Zhang Shan said angrily, Su Qing, you are just seeking revenge for your personal grudge. You saw that we just followed Wu Shihua to bully you, so you are targeting us. Let's go find the manager right now. I don't believe the manager will let you do this. Then go ahead and see if the manager will make the decision for you. Su Qing spread his hands, walked away and went to his office. These sour guys actually want Shi Dahai to make decisions for them. How ridiculous. After Su Qing entered the office, Zhang Shan, Li Si and others knocked on Shi Dahai's office door angrily. Come in. Hearing Shi Dahai's voice, they pushed the door open and went in. But as soon as they entered Dahai's office, they didn't even have time to speak. They listened to Shi Dahai saying, If you came to me because you were fired by Su Qing, then you don't need to say anything. Su Qing said you were fired, so you were fired. Pack your things and get out. Shi Dahai didn't even look up at them. Are you kidding? Don't say that Su Qing said to fire Zhang Shan and the others. If Su Qing gets upset with me one day and wants to fire me, I'll have to leave. How could Shi Dahai help Zhang Shan and the others? When Zhang Shan and his companions heard what Shi Dahai said, they were all stunned. They originally thought that even if Shi Dahai was afraid of the people above Su Qing, he would still say a few words for them. After all, Su Qing said he wanted to fire them, but he didn't tell Shi Dahai, the manager. They had never expected that Shi Dahai would have such an attitude. They could only leave Shi Dahai's office in shame and start packing up their things. They are regretting their decision now. You said it was okay, so why did they provoke Su Qing? At the same time, Baojiang Group was not at peace. The peace of Wanfeng Group, which is not far from Baojiang Group, was also broken. Chen Jiaha had just arrived at his office when his secretary rushed into his office. Chairman, something terrible has happened.
What's the hurry? Chen Jiahe frowned and lectured. Didn't I always tell you not to panic when something happens?
Chairman, something big has really happened.
The secretary seemed not to have heard what Chen Jiahe said, and then said anxiously.
I don't know why the Beichen Group, which was originally cooperating with us, suddenly announced that it would stop cooperating with us.
Chen Jiahe's expression suddenly turned ugly.
Beichen Group is also one of the top 10 companies in Jianghan City and has always cooperated with Wanfeng Group.
And we have always had a good relationship with their Wanfeng Group. He didn't understand why Beichen Group suddenly announced that it would no longer cooperate with them. He wasn't even informed in advance.
After frowning and thinking for a while, Chen Jiahe still couldn't think of the key point, so he said,
Don't worry, go ask Beichen first why he suddenly stopped cooperating with us. Then contact other companies to see if we can find new ones.
Chairman, something big has happened. However, before Chen Jiahe could finish his words, another middle-aged man rushed into his office in a hurry. The middle-aged man continued. Chairman, the Sun Hung Group, which had originally agreed to sell the land on Beizhou Street to us, just contacted me and said they would not sell it. Chen Jiahe's already ugly expression became even uglier. He spent a lot of effort to acquire the land on Kitagio Street from the Sun Hung Kai Group.
Kitagio Street has an excellent geographical location.
He is sure that Wanfeng Group will make a fortune if they can invest in a real estate project there. But it would be fine if Beichen, with whom we had cooperated for many years, suddenly announced that it would not cooperate, but now even the Sun Hung Kai Group has suddenly gone back on its word. Chen Jiahe felt that things were not that simple. He smelled something unusual.
Chairman, something happened.
Before Chen Jiahe could think about it, following a voice, a woman in high heels rushed into his office.
Chen Jiahe's heart skipped a beat and he asked, Is there something wrong with the project at the riverside?
The river beach is close to the Yangtze River and has an excellent geographical location.
Wanfeng Group is investing in and building a real estate project on the riverside.
The woman who just walked in is the person in charge of the project on the river beach.
The woman didn't know why Chen Jiahe knew this, she just nodded and said, Yes, Chairman, Jinan Group just suddenly announced its withdrawal of investment.
If there is no new capital injection, the project at the riverside will probably have to be suspended. Chen Jiahe's legs suddenly felt weak, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The partner left, the land that was about to be acquired was gone, and the project that was being invested in was also stopped.
What other problems will arise after this? Chairman, something happened.
At this time, following the sound, a man hurriedly ran into Chen Jiahe's office.
Chapter 73 Chen Jiahe's numbness, Jianghan City's business community is shocked. Partners who have worked together for many years no longer want to cooperate. The land that was once a sure thing was gone in an instant. The investor of a project that is under construction can withdraw investment if he decides to do so.
Early in the morning, Chen Jiahe felt like a small boat sailing on the ocean in a storm.
As the news fell into my ears one after another, he sank directly into the deep sea. Suffocation and despair. For a moment, he felt like he couldn't breathe at all. He never had this feeling even in the early days of his business when Wanfeng Group was in great difficulty. He didn't understand who the Wanfeng Group had offended. Or maybe I have offended someone? Wanfeng Group has been targeted to this extent.
With all the things that Wanfeng Group is facing, Chen Jiahe would never believe that there is no one targeting it from behind.
But who is it? They actually want to kill their Wanfeng Group. Chen Jiahe was really confused for a moment.
Chairman, something bad has happened, something bad has happened. At this time, accompanied by another burst of hurried high heel sounds, a woman rushed into the office again with an anxious look on her face.
What's the bad news? Tell me.
Chen Jiahe slumped weakly on the sofa and answered with a numb face. The woman who just entered the room was a little stunned and confused for a moment, but she immediately said,
Chairman, a lot of news that is unfavorable to our Wanfeng Group has suddenly appeared on the internet. They said Beichen Group would no longer cooperate with us. It is said that all the projects that Wanfeng Group was investing in have been stopped. They said that our Wanfeng Group's capital chain was broken and we were about to go bankrupt. Should we hold a press conference immediately to explain the situation, or sue the media outlets that spread the rumors? Give me.
Chen Jiahe raised his hand, originally wanting to say, sue those media outlets that spread rumors immediately. But when the words came to his lips, he dropped his hands weakly and changed his words. No. All the news on the internet is true, they are not spreading rumors.
At present, our Wanfeng group is indeed experiencing a series of blows.
Chen Jiahe's words stunned the woman who had just entered the room.
What? All the news on the internet is actually true. Doesn't that mean Wanfeng group is finished? The woman understood that if what Chen Jiahe said was true, the news on the internet was all true. Then I'm afraid Wanfeng Group's stock will immediately fall to the bottom.
And it may not take long for Wanfeng Group to go bankrupt completely. Chairman, because of the news on the internet, the stock of our Wanfeng Group has begun to plummet.
What should we do? Sure enough, while the woman was still immersed in shock, a man rushed into the office with a panicked look on his face. Chen Jiahe was still sitting on the sofa with a helpless look on his face, just like before. He just waved his hands weakly to quiet the man down. Wanfeng Group's stock price plummeted. He had anticipated this.
Such a big thing happened in Wanfeng Group and it was quickly exposed on the internet. It would be strange if the stock price did not fall.
Chen Jiahe just wanted to be quiet at this moment. He needs to think about it. Wanfeng Group, or in other words, who did I offend during this period of time? The other party is so cruel and ruthless that he wants to kill himself and the Wanfeng Group.
But in the following period of time, one piece of news after another that was unfavorable to Wanfeng Group continued to reach Chen Jiahe's ears, making him unable to calm down at all.
Such as,
a certain company announced that from now on, it would no longer have any dealings with Wanfeng Group. Or maybe, a certain senior executive of Wanfeng Group ordered a certain number of girls at a certain time and place. News as big as that which is truly detrimental to the interests of Wanfeng Group, or as small as news about the private lives of Wanfeng Group's senior executives, are constantly being exposed.
All morning, and even until noon, Chen Jiahe's ears were never quiet.
Such a big thing happened in Wanfeng Group.
Naturally, it immediately ignited the entire Jianghan business district.
The entire Jianghan business district, whether large or small companies, were all shocked.
You know, Wanfeng Group is one of the top 10 companies in Jianghan City.
However, within just one morning, people kept targeting the company, and its stock price plummeted to the bottom, as if it would go bankrupt at any time.
This is really too unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. The president's office of Jinghong Group, the number one company in Jianghan City.
A young man looked at the middle-aged man in his 70s in front of him with excitement and said,
"Dad, why did you come to the company? I was just about to look for you. Do you also think that this is our chance to take over Wanfeng Group?"
The young man is Li Dinghong, the current president of Jinghong Group. The middle-aged man is the retired former president and chairman of Jinghong Group, Li Zhikang. After hearing the news about the incident at Wanfeng Group this morning, Li Jinghong suddenly became excited.
He thought that their Jinghong Group's opportunity had come.
As the top 10 companies in Jianghan City, there is actually not much difference between these 10 companies. But if any company can swallow up another company, then this company will undoubtedly make a qualitative leap.
This also means that this company will be completely superior to other companies in Jianghan City.
If the current situation of Jianghan City's business community is many strong, then by then it will be one superpower in many strong. Li Jinghong naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to merge with Wanfeng Group and make Jinghong Group completely superior to other companies. He was just about to go find Li Zhikang to discuss something, but unexpectedly, Li Zhikang came to the company.
Li Zhikang's long-cherished wish is to make Jinghong Group bigger and stronger.
Therefore, he thought that when Li Zhikang came to the company, he must have talked to him about this matter.
He stared at Li Zhikang expectantly.
Unexpectedly, when Li Zhikang heard his words, he did not look excited. Instead, he turned around with a serious face and looked at him and said,
"I really came here to tell you this.
However, I am not here to ask you to take action against Wanfeng Group at this time, but to stop you from taking action against Wanfeng Group." Li Jinghong was very surprised and could not understand his father's decision.
He asked, "Dad, why? Isn't this a great opportunity for us to take over Wanfeng Group?"
"Yes, this is indeed a great opportunity to swallow up Wanfeng Group." Li Zhikang nodded, and then changed the subject.
"But I'm more afraid of getting burned." Seeing Li Jinghong's puzzled expression, Li Zhikang continued to ask, "Do you know who is targeting Wanfeng Group?" "I don't know." Li Dinghong shook his head. "I've asked someone to check, but I haven't gotten an answer yet." "Nile Crocodile Venture Center,"
Li Zhikang said word by word.
"Nile Crocodile Venture Capital?" Li Dinghong was shocked. "The Nile Crocodile Venture Capital that ranks among the top in the country?" "Yes." Li Jikong nodded.
I have received accurate information that the one who targeted Wanfeng Group this time was none other than Nile Crocodile Venture Capital. Just this morning, all companies related to Nile Crocodile Venture Capital received a message.
Let Wanfeng Group go bankrupt.
I don't know how Wanfeng Group offended Nile Crocodile Venture Capital. But if you go to merge Wanfeng Group at this time, if you offend Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, then our Ginghong Group will probably suffer as well. I know you, so I came here specially to remind you and stop you from taking action against Wanfeng Group. Li Ginghong was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He was very glad that he had thought of discussing it with his father and did not take action against Wanfeng Group. Otherwise, if he really offended Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, Ginghong Group might be destroyed in his hands. Although Ginghong Group ranks first in Jianghan City, it is like a baby facing an adult when compared with Nile Crocodile Venture Capital. Nile Crocodile Venture Capital only needs to make a slight move, and Ginghong Group will be in big trouble. However, Li Jinghong suddenly reacted and said, Dad, tell me, is it possible for our Ginghong Group to take advantage of this opportunity to get on board the capital giant Nile Crocodile Venture Capital? If we can get the support of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, I dare not say more, at least in Jianghan City, isn't it our Ginghong Group that has the final say? Li Jikong was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and nodded. That's something you can consider. Chapter 74 Suqing, Envy, of course I am envious. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Just after getting off work at noon, Zhou Kai's series of swear words fell into Su Qing's ears. Seeing his surprised face, Su Qing was about to ask him what was going on when more exclamations suddenly broke out in the office. Fuck! Oh my god! Noticing that many people had their mouths slightly open, looking extremely shocked, as if they had seen a ghost, Su Qing couldn't help but become curious. What big deal is going on? Could it be that the news that he and the female president had obtained their marriage certificate was exposed? Su Chung walked up to Zhou Kai, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, Kaizi, what happened? Why are you so surprised? Brother Ching, it's Wanfeng Group. Zhou Kai was still shocked. Something big has happened at Wanfeng Group. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then he realized, was it Lu Hanan who took action? However, seeing how shocked Zhou Kai and the others were, I wonder if Lu Hanan would bankrupt them? What happened to Wanfeng Group? Su Chung moved closer to Zhou Kai and looked at his phone. Beichin Group, which has cooperated with Wanfeng Group for many years, announced that it will no longer cooperate with Wanfeng Group. Wanfeng Group's Jiangtan project is suspended. Wanfeng Group's stock price hits bottom. The bold red headlines are hanging on the hot list of Jianghan City, very conspicuous. Su Qing touched his nose and was a little surprised for a moment. Didn't I ask Lu Hanan to teach Wanfeng Group a lesson? But this guy Lu Hanan wants to torture people to death. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Su Qing began to consider whether he should remind Lu Hanan not to be so cruel. However, after just a brief thought, Su Qing completely threw this idea out of his mind. The Chen family and the father and son offended me, so they should be punished, but I actually feel sorry for them. How is this different from the Virgin Mary? Su Qing even wanted to slap himself. Even if Lu Hanan wanted to stop, it should be after the Chen family and the father and son realized their wrongdoing and found him. However, given the arrogance of the Chen family and the father and son, I wonder if they can imagine that they have offended me? Thinking of Chen Jingqing's arrogant look, Su Chung wanted to laugh. If it were the Chen family and their son, they would never have thought that they had offended themselves. As for the Wanfeng Group, if it goes bankrupt, it's no big deal. Putting away his thoughts, Su Qing patted Zhou Kai on the shoulder. Kaizi, stop looking, let's go and have some food. Zhou Kai put down his phone, still immersed in shock, and looked at Su Qing and said, Brother Chang, what do you think is going on with Wanfeng Group? It's so early in the morning, as if God is jealous and people are resentful. Who knows? Su Qing shrugged. Maybe he offended someone? Brother Ching, don't scare me. Zhou Kai said. Wanfeng Group is one of the top 10 companies in Jianghan City. If someone is targeted like this for the entire morning just because he offended someone, how powerful must this person be? How would I know? Su Qing spread his hands and continued. No more talking, let's go quickly, there will be no food to eat soon. Okay. Zhou Kai said this, but he was still immersed in shock. The two entered the elevator together. Shi Dahai was also holding a mobile phone in the elevator, and like Zhou Kai, he was staring at it in shock. Seeing Su Qing and the others, Shi Dahai exclaimed in shock.
It's too cruel, it's really too cruel. One phone group doesn't T know who it has offended? I've been pushed to the brink of bankruptcy just this morning. Su Qing just smiled and said nothing. Zhou Kai then asked, Manager, how do you know that one phone group has offended someone? This is being targeted like this. Sure Dahai replied. If this isn't an offense, what is it? Then he sighed. I just don't know who the one phone group has offended. It's so terrifying that in just one morning, one phone group has been left isolated and helpless.
As he spoke, Sure Dahai looked serious, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. Su Qing's face turned a little dark. Looking at Sure Dahai's expression, why did it seem like he was thinking of a ghost? Am I that scary? Zhou Kai then asked. Manager, tell me, how much power does it take to bring one phone group to the brink of bankruptcy in just one morning? I don't know. Sure Dahai shook his head and said very seriously. Anyway, for that kind of existence to deal with us is as easy as stepping on an ant. As he spoke, Sure Dahai showed an envious expression on his face again. I wish I could be like this one day and easily bankrupt a big company. Yeah, if only we had this kind of energy. Hearing Sure Dahai's words, Zhou Kai also looked envious. Noticing Su Qing's smile, Zhou Kai poked Su Qing with his elbow and asked, Brother Qing, aren't you envious? If you want to bankrupt a big company, then let it go bankrupt. It's so horrible. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Envy. Su Qing replied with a smile. Of course I envy you. Chapter 75, The Anxious Female President, Go Home. Throughout the whole afternoon, Su Qing kept hearing exclamations from people around him. After the exclamation, there were waves of envious voices of the man who targeted one phone group. I am the person you envy, I am right beside you, but you don't know it. This wonderful feeling made Su Qing feel refreshed again. Afternoon, it's time for a pleasant fishing trip. Sure enough, after having my own office, slacking off becomes much more comfortable than before. I played PUBG in the office, no one saw me, and I didn't feel any psychological burden at all. Before I knew it, it was time to get off work in the afternoon. Since yesterday, Su Qing vowed to practice his chicken eating skills and become a chicken eating master. After this afternoon, he felt that he had made great progress. If he eats chicken with the female president again next time, he feels that he can definitely let the female president eat chicken. Brother Qing, let's go, I'd like you to have a massage. As soon as I walked out of the office, I saw Zhou Kai coming towards me with a wink. Su Qing's mouth twitched slightly, and said, You look like this, it's obvious that this isn't a proper massage. How could I, Su, go for a massage that's not a proper one? Bright and upright Mr. Qing, please find out. Well, actually the female president said in the morning that I would go with her to customize clothes after get off work in the afternoon. It was naturally impossible for Su Qing to go for a massage with Zhou Kai. Brother Qing, you don't have a fever. Zhou Kai reached out and touched his forehead, then said. Then stop pretending and go. Don't worry, you don't have to pay, I'll treat you. Kaizi, no, I really have something to do, so I won't go. Su Qing refused again. Brother Qing, you have changed. Zhou Kai suddenly stared at him with a look of resentment and said. You weren't like this before. In the past, we brothers would go for massages at midnight. But now. Tell me, what's more important than us brothers going for a massage? The corners of Su Qing's mouth twitched wildly and his face turned black. Who did you learn to look like a resentful woman in the boudoir? Have you watched The Legend of Jinhuan too much? Get lost. Su Qing secretly complained a few words before pushing the guy away. I really have something to do. Let's go some other time. I'll definitely go for a massage with you some other time. After sending Zhou Kai away, Su Qing took the elevator downstairs and found the white phantom. Throwing the shoulder bag into the car, Su Qing bought milk tea and pastries as usual and waited for the female president to come down. However, this wait was really exhausting for Su Qing. In the conference room on the 48th floor of Baojiang building. Did you guys remember what I just said? Especially you, Zhang Jing, you will have to work harder during this period. It just so happens that something has happened to Wanfeng Group. That is our Baojiang Group's opportunity. As he spoke, Zhang Xiyun picked up his cell phone again and checked the time. Noticing that it was almost 6 o'clock, she couldn't help but feel anxious. I made an appointment with Su Qing in the morning to get him custom-made clothes. But because of the incident at Wanfeng Group, the meeting has been delayed for so long that it has lasted until now. The managers below noticed her actions and looked at each other, seeing the shock and meaning in each other's eyes.
There's something wrong with today's female president.
You know, in the past, female presidents never looked at their phones during meetings. But today, during the meeting, the female president kept looking at her phone.
Moreover, if they were not mistaken, the female CEO actually seemed a little anxious. What on earth happened, or who, could make the female CEO behave like this? The managers of Baojiang Group found it hard to imagine. Jiang Shiyun didn't know what the managers were thinking.
He just suppressed his anxiety, put down his phone, and then scanned the entire office with his almond-shaped eyes, and said coldly,
"Speak up, did you guys remember what I just said?"
The managers finally came back to their senses from their shock and quickly responded.
"Boss, I've got this." "Okay, that's it, meeting adjourned."
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xian grabbed his bag and strode out of the office.
It's almost 6 o'clock. I wonder if that guy went back early, she thought to herself. In the back office, he watched his CEO's back as he left in a hurry.
The managers of Baojiang Group looked at each other again, even more shocked.
Then, a heated discussion broke out in the office. What do you think the president needs that makes him so anxious? Do you think the president is in love? Why is he so anxious? He looks just like me when we were in love before. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How dare you, boy, destroy my moral integrity? How could the president be in a relationship with someone else?
The elevator was moving rapidly downwards. Jiang Shiyun stood in the elevator carrying her bag, looking at the elevator from time to time. At this moment, she wished the elevator could go from the 48th floor to the first floor in an instant.
Bite.
Finally, the elevator reached the first floor, and she strode out of the elevator just as she had just left the office. Walking out of the company gate and seeing the Phantom parked in the distance, she couldn't help but quicken her pace again. She walked to the Phantom, opened the door, and paused when she saw the empty back seat.
As expected, that guy has left because of my lateness?
Thinking of this, I don't know why, but my mood became inexplicably depressed. She entered the car and slammed the door shut. Then she said coldly to old Huang in front of her,
"Uncle Huang, let's go." "Miss, please wait a minute."
Old Huang did not start the car. Jiang Shiyun was about to ask when the car door was opened.
What caught my eye was the smiling face.
My originally depressed mood suddenly became clear and better, as if the clouds had cleared and the sun was shining.
The cold expression in eyes also disappeared in an instant. "Mr. President, please sit a little closer. This time you are inside and I'll be outside."
It was not until she heard Su Qing's voice that Jiang Shiyun withdrew her gaze, twisted her hips, and moved inside. Seeing Su Qing had already gotten in and closed the car door, she asked again,
"What have you been doing? Why does this cold, royal sister's voice seem to carry a hint of resentment?"
After complaining, Su Qingkai smiled and raised the milk tea and cake in his hand. "The weather is a bit cold, and the hot milk tea I bought has gone cold, so I'll find a place to heat it up." As he said this, he tore open the straw, inserted it, and handed it to her. Jiang Shiyun was indeed a little resentful, but after hearing Su Qing's explanation, her resentment suddenly disappeared.
"Take the milk tea and take a sip. So warm."
On this cool afternoon, it is really comfortable to drink a sip of hot milk tea like this. All of a sudden, it felt like my whole body was warmed up. Noticing that he had been staring at her, Jiang Xian felt a little embarrassed and glared at him.
"You drink too?" "Okay."
Su Qing smiled and retracted his gaze.
He also opened the milk tea and took a sip before saying, "Mr. President, it's already so late. Are we still going to go get the custom-made clothes? Wait for me to ask."
Jiang Xian said this and naturally handed the milk tea in his hand to Su Qing. Su Qing took it, and she took out her cell phone and started poking. After a while, she said, "Tomorrow, she said it's a little late today and she already has other things to do."
"Then tomorrow."
Su Qing returned the milk tea to her and asked,
"Then shall we go home?" Jiang Shiyun nodded slightly. "Go home."
Chapter 76: The Chen Family and the Father and Son's Decision. Watching the white phantom go away, Chen Jingqing looked at his father again in the black Audi car behind him and asked,
"Dad, do you really think that the company is going through all this because we offended Su Qing?"
In just one day, all of Wanfeng Group's businesses were targeted and its capital chain was broken. The stock market has hit rock bottom.
To put it bluntly, the Wanfeng Group can now be declared bankrupt.
But Chen Zhengqing had to believe that all this was because of Su Qing. He still found it hard to believe.
He continued. Dad, according to the investigation, Su Qing is just an ordinary employee. I even spent a lot of money to get information from the Kowloon security company. The only answer I could get was that Su Qing was just an ordinary employee. You said that we should go and apologize to him. Isn't that a little inconsiderate? I don't want this to happen either. Chen Jiahe said helplessly. But now, do you have any better solution? Or in other words, besides Su Qing, can you think of anyone else we have offended who has the power to put our Wanfeng Group into such a situation? After noon today, Chen Jiahe has been thinking. Who have I, or the Wanfeng Group, offended recently? After an afternoon of thinking and eliminating the problem. Finally, he thought of the conflict he had with Su Qing when Su Qing and others came to his house that day. Although he was extremely reluctant to believe it, he was also extremely reluctant to apologize to Su Qing. But at this point, Chen Jiahe can only try his best to save the situation. No.
Chen Zhengqing shook his head and continued.
But Dad, we don't necessarily have to apologize to such an ordinary person. What if it's not him, then?
He didn't finish his words, but Chen Zhengqing's meaning was very clear. Asking him to humble himself and apologize to an ordinary person would not allow him to do so because of his inner pride.
He continued. Dad, what's more, apologizing isn't the only option we have. We can still seek help from the outside world. You can think of it, but I haven't thought of it? Chen Jiahe looked at Chen Zhengqing with some disappointment. Although his son is much better than those other rich second-generation dudes.
But many times, we think about things too simply.
Chen Jiahe then asked. Do you know who was behind the attack on our Wanfeng Group, or what force is behind it? I don't know. Chen Zhengqing shook his head. I'm having someone investigate, but I haven't gotten an answer yet. Ni Luo Crocodile Venture Investment.
Chen Jiahe slowly uttered 5 words, his face full of solemnity and seriousness.
Dad, are you saying that the one targeting our Wanfeng Group this time is Nile Crocodile Venture Capital? Chen Zhengqing's eyes suddenly widened. Nile Crocodile Venture Capital.
He knew that this was a capital giant that was ranked among the top in the entire Dragon Country. And now, Chen Jiahe actually said that the one targeting their Wanfeng Group this time was Nile Crocodile Venture Capital. How could Chen Zhengqing not be shocked?
Yes. Chen Jiahe nodded.
I have learned from your Uncle Bei that it was Nile Crocodile Venture Capital that targeted our Wanfeng Group this time.
So you say, where can we go for help? Who in Jianghan City dares to help us? Seeing that Chen Zhengqing was getting more and more shocked, Chen Jiahe continued to ask. Don't say it's in Jianghan City. Even in the entire Dragon Country, with the reputation of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, how many people do you think are willing to help us? If it is really the Nile Crocodile Venture Capital that is targeting us.
Chen Zhengqing suppressed his shock and said bitterly. Then apart from those super companies that rank ahead of Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, I'm afraid no one would dare to help us.
Yes. Chen Jiahe nodded, also full of bitterness.
So, we have no other options at all now. We can only try our best to save the situation.
Go find Su Qing and apologize to him.
Otherwise, our Wanfeng Group will really have no choice but to declare bankruptcy.
Even. Chen Jiahe paused and said more bitterly.
We still have to pray that Su Qing is the one who is targeting us behind the scenes.
Otherwise, the company will still go bankrupt. All right.
There was silence in the car for a long while before Chen Zhengqing nodded. Asking him to go and apologize to Su Qing made Chen Zhengqing feel more uncomfortable than killing himself.
According to the investigation, Su Qing is just an ordinary person. Apart from being Zhang Xiyun's fiancé, he couldn't be more ordinary.
As a second-generation rich man who thinks he is one of the richest in Jianghan City, Chen Zhengqing is so proud. But now he was asked to apologize to Su Qing for an opportunity that was not even certain.
How could he accept it? However, Chen Zhengqing's eyes suddenly lit up again and said, Dad, since it is Nile Crocodile Venture Capital that is targeting us, why don't we just go directly to Nile Crocodile Venture Capital? Why do you still need to apologize to Su Qing? I've asked your Uncle Bei about this too. Chen Jiahe replied.
Your Uncle Bei said that Nile Crocodile Venture Capital should only be the executor, there are people behind it.
In other words, it's useless to look for Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, we must look for the person behind it.
I am betting now that Su Qing is the man behind Nile Crocodile Venture Capital.
Okay.
Chen Zhengqing was depressed again and then asked,
Dad, how do you think we should go to Su Qing to apologize? According to the investigation, Su Qing is just an ordinary person. If it is really because we offended him that the company became like this,
that means he is hiding himself, and hiding himself very deeply.
I'm afraid even Jiang Shiyun and his daughter may not know his identity. If we rashly go and apologize to him, and cause his dissatisfaction again, or expose his identity, wouldn't that backfire?
Hearing this, Chen Jiahe felt relieved that his son was a good person.
He said,
"We'll go to your house first, under the pretext of apologizing for what happened to you last time. I'll find a chance to truly apologize to him later.
Please let him go."
Chen Zhengqing was too proud to humble himself and apologize to Su Qing.
Isn't it the same for Chen Jiahe? You know, he was thinking about getting Su Qing before.
But now he is asked to apologize to Su Qing and even beg Su Qing.
He himself felt ashamed.
But at this point, he had no other choice. Putting away his thoughts, Chen Jiahe continued. "Let's go, it looks like Su Qing and the others must have gone back to Taihe 4000 courtyard. Let's go back to Taihe Sikianyuan and prepare, and then we'll take the initiative to go and apologize to Su Qing."
An hour and a half later, the time came to 7:30. Chen Jiahe and Chen Zhengqing, carrying some things in their hands, arrived at the gate of Villa No. 2 in Taihe Sikianyuan. "Dad, what if this isn't Su Qing, then?"
Even now, Chen Zhengqing is still extremely reluctant to apologize to Su Qing. "I even had a little hope in my heart, thinking that Su Qing might not be that person.
Now that things have come to this, I still say what I just said, try it out as soon as possible, understand?"
Even though he was extremely reluctant in his heart, Chen Jiahe still raised his hand and pressed the doorbell.
Ding dong. Chapter 77. The Chun family and the father and son apologize. Ding dong. In Villa No. 2, Su Qing was preparing dinner for tonight in the kitchen. Jiang Shiyun was sitting lazily on the sofa, browsing today's financial news on his mobile phone. Hear the doorbell. Su Qing poked his head out from the kitchen with some confusion. Could it be that something happened to Jiang Jinghua again? He was about to take off his apron to open the door, but he saw the female CEO on the sofa stand up and say, "I'll open the door." A smile appeared on Su Qing's face, and he returned to the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. This is the feeling you want when two people live together. He likes it very much. After a while, he heard footsteps. Su Qing raised his voice and asked while shaking the spoon, "Is Uncle Jiang here? Should I add 2 more dishes?" After asking, Su Qing didn't get a reply and couldn't help feeling a little strange. The stir-fried pork liver in his hands happened to be ready, so he simply turned off the fire, wiped his hands with his apron, and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing the Chen family and the father and son in the living room, Su Qing was slightly stunned, then he realized, have the father and son figured it out? Seeing Su Qing coming out of the kitchen while wiping his hands with an apron, Chen Jiahe and his son were also a little stunned. How to say it? Su Qing's appearance at this moment, combined with their speculations and the purpose of their visit today, gave them a very absurd feeling. Chen Zhengqing even thought about it again. Could Su Qing really be the person behind the Nile Crocodile Venture Capital? Would a person of that status really look like this? Chen Jiahe couldn't help but wonder if his decision was wrong. After all, Su Qing doesn't look like a big boss at this moment. "Hey, Uncle Chen, why are you here?" It was not until he heard Su Qing's voice that Chen Jiahe quickly suppressed his thoughts and replied, "I just thought that Jingqing went too far yesterday, so I came here to apologize to you, Xiao Su." "Uncle Chen, you are not here to apologize, are you?" Su Qing smiled and continued. "Wanfeng Group is in a precarious situation right now. You guys should be here to seek help from Baojiang Group, right?" Chen Jiahe didn't know how to respond for a moment. Jiang Shiyun's eyes lit up and he continued, "I'll make a phone call and ask my dad to come over for dinner." Su Qing's words made her react. The Chen family and their son came to visit at this time, they must be seeking help. And isn't this exactly the opportunity for Baojiang Group? However, she had to see what Jiang Jinghua thought. After watching the female president take her cell phone and go outside to call Jiang Jinghua, Su Qing walked over to the Chen family and sat down opposite the father and son. He didn't say anything either, but just wiped his hands on the apron in front of him again, then picked up a grape from the fruit plate on the coffee table and threw it into his mouth. Now it is the Chen family and father and son who are asking him to do so.
Since the father and son have come to our house on their own initiative, it means that they should have thought it through. So, naturally, he was not in a hurry.
On the contrary, the ones who should be anxious should be the Chen family and the father and son.
What's more, he has already created opportunities for them. If the Chen family and the father and son are still ignorant, then you can't blame him.
Seeing Su Qing's series of actions, Chen Jiahe struggled even more.
To be honest, Su Qing doesn't look like a big shot who can stand behind Nile Crocodile Venture Capital.
Chen Zhengqing had the same idea as Chen Jiahe.
Just like that, although there were 3 people sitting in the living room, it became strangely quiet. Only the faint sound of Su Qing chewing grapes could be heard from time to time. After a long while and a lot of struggle, Chen Jiahe carefully chose his words and said,
Su Qing, we were wrong about what happened yesterday. We sincerely apologize to you here. Su Qing leaned back on the sofa, staring at Chen Jiahe with a smile on his face. What else? These 3 words contain a lot of information.
Chen Jiahe was stunned for a moment before he reacted and quickly continued.
I beg you to forgive me and let Wanfeng Group go.
Su Qing did not respond, but smiled and turned his gaze to Chen Zhengqing. I remember you were very arrogant yesterday, and you even secretly sent someone to investigate me.
Why, what do you want to do to me?
Chen Zhengqing is naturally not a stupid person.
Su Qing's words were tantamount to admitting that he was targeting Wanfeng Group. Chen Zhengqing said quickly. I don't know how high the sky is. I'm here to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive my mistakes. Your family is just saying apology and forget about it?
Su Qing put away the smile on his face and his expression turned cold. He would not be polite to the father and son, and if he apologized, he had to show sincerity.
I really thought he was so easy to talk to and that all he could do was apologize. Chen Zhengqing's expression froze, and he asked. So what do you want? Su Qing raised his eyebrows and sneered. Why do I see that you look very reluctant? Then where are you from? Where are you going back to? No. Chen Jiahe quickly replied, Su Qing, we are here to apologize sincerely. Treason. Chen Jiahe turned his gaze to Chen Zhengqing and said angrily. Why don't you kneel down before Su Qing and beg him to forgive you and let our Wanfeng Group go? A smile appeared on Su Qing's face again.
It must be said that Chen Jiahe was much more sensible than Chen Zhengqing.
Chen Zhengqing looked at his father in disbelief.
But when he noticed his father's eyes, he lowered his head again, his eyes full of struggle.
Bang!
Finally, there was a muffled sound. Chen Zhengqing slid down from the sofa, knelt on the ground, faced Su Qing, and said, Please forgive me and let our Wanfeng Group go. Su Qing glanced outside through the French window. Seeing that the female CEO had finished her call, he said, Okay, that's it. Su Qing always felt that he was like a villain at this moment. After a pause, he continued. By the way, you should seek help from Baojiang Group in the future.
Do you understand?
I see that your Wanfeng Group seems to have quite a few good projects.
Your Wanfeng Group is definitely unable to continue now. So, you have to let Baojiang Group help you do it, understand? I understand. Chen Jiahe nodded repeatedly.
Although Chen Zhengqing had sat back on the sofa, he lowered his head and said nothing. This kneeling just now completely shattered his pride. Su Qing ignored him and noticed that the female CEO was almost at the gate of the villa.
Finally, he said. Also, I don't want anyone other than you and your son to know everything about me, understand? I know. Chen Jiahe nodded again like a chick pecking at rice.
Seeing this, Su Qing stood up from the sofa, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and greeted the female president.
Mr. President, please chat with Uncle Chen and the others. I'll go order a few more dishes. His temperament at this moment is completely different from what he was just now. Okay. Jiang Shiyun nodded slightly. Su Qing ran into the kitchen.
However, before continuing to cook, he sent a message to Lu Hanan. Listening to the sounds coming from the kitchen, Chen Jiahe was also a little dazed.
If it weren't for personal experience, he really couldn't connect the figure busy in the kitchen at this moment with the figure that had just made Chen Zhengqing kneel down and suffocated him. Chapter 78 Chen Jiahe's heart is bleeding, Jiang Jingwei is happy. Jiang Jingwei naturally knew everything that Wanfeng Group had encountered. And at the first moment, he was just like everyone else. Someone was sent to investigate who was behind the targeting of Wanfeng Group. However, he didn't get an answer.
When he received a call from Jiang Shiyun saying that Chen Jiahe and Chen Jingqing came to help, he was actually quite hesitant.
Should we take advantage of this opportunity to gain sufficient benefits from Wanfeng Group? Compared with Wanfeng Group, Baojiang Group is still somewhat inferior.
Given the power of Wanfeng Group, since they could bring Wanfeng Group to the brink of bankruptcy in one day, it would be easy for them to bankrupt Baojiang Group as well.
It's actually not far from Villa number 1 to Villa number 2. But Jiang Jingguo walked for nearly 10 minutes. As he walked, he was thinking, struggling, and hesitating. Finally, he made up his mind until he reached the gate of Villa number 2.
As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb.
Jiang Jingguo decided to seize this opportunity.
However, he only intended to use the funds to exchange for sufficient benefits from Chen Jiahe.
Of course, he didn't know whether he could get enough benefits from Chen Jiahe in this way. He estimated that he might have to bleed heavily to gain enough benefits from Chen Jiahe.
After entering the villa, Jiang Jingguo was about to walk towards the living room when a fragrance first hit his nose. In an instant, Jiang Jingguo's appetite was aroused and he even swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Looking towards the kitchen, Jiang Jingguo was a little surprised to notice Su Qing busying around.
He didn't expect that Su Qing could actually cook, and seemed to be very good at it.
Although I don't know what Su Qing is doing, the smell alone is so delicious. However, it is obviously not the time to taste Su Qing's food yet. Jiang Jingguo suppressed his throbbing appetite and continued walking towards the living room. In the living room, Chen Jiahe saw Jiang Jingguo and a smile appeared on his face. They have already been forgiven by Su Qing. Now we just need to follow what Su Qing said and let Baojiang Group get enough benefits, then Wanfeng Group will be able to survive this crisis.
Good afternoon, Lao Jiang. Chen Jiahe took the initiative to say hello. Wanfeng Group no longer has to go bankrupt, and his mood is much better than before. Good afternoon. Jiang Jingguo simply replied and walked over to sit next to Jiang Shiyun. Unlike Chen Jiahe, Jiang Jingguo looked serious. Because in his opinion, although Wanfeng Group is currently in crisis, it still costs a lot to obtain enough benefits from Wanfeng Group. So, he decided to have a good talk with Chen Jiahe. Moreover, he was prepared to talk for a long time. Jiang Shiyun also looked serious. She had the same idea as Jiang Jingguo. However, Jiang Jingguo and Jiang Shiyun were not in a hurry to speak. A little tip for negotiation: whoever speaks first will be at a disadvantage. So, they were all waiting for Chen Jiahe to speak first. What's more, in the current situation, Chen Jiahe should be the one who is anxious. Lao Jiang, let's put it this way. For 2 billion, the project at Jiangtan will be given to Baojiang. Chen Jiahe did speak first. But his words stunned Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jingguo. Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jingguo looked at each other, even a little doubtful. Did they hear it wrong? You know, the land worth of Wanfeng Group's Jiangtan project is more than 2 billion yuan. The land on the riverside was originally snatched away from Baojiang by Wanfeng Group. If Jiang Shiyun remembered correctly, Wanfeng Group spent 2.2 billion just on the riverside land. Now, nearly a year has passed, and Wanfeng Group has invested a lot in the Jiangtan project. The project is almost halfway completed. But Chen Jiahe actually said that he would give the project to Baojiang for only 2 billion yuan. Old Chen, you are not kidding, or did you say something wrong? Jiang Jingguo quickly asked. Are you sure you said 2 billion, not 3 billion, or 5 billion, or 6 billion? Of course you're right. Chen Jiahe remembered Su Qing's words just now, pretended to be sad, and smiled bitterly. Old Jiang, you know that Wanfeng Group is in urgent need of funds. If there is no funding, Wanfeng Group will go bankrupt. What's the point of keeping the Jiangtan project? That's true. Jiang Jingguo suddenly became excited. It's settled then. Old Chen, the 2 billion for the Jiangtan project will be given to us, Baojiang. Certainly. Chen Jiahe nodded and wanted to leave. Don't think he said it easily, but in fact his heart was bleeding. For the Jiangtan project, including land and various investments, nearly 4 billion yuan has been invested in total. Not to mention, after the project is completed, it can bring huge profits. Chen Jiahe had calculated it before. If the Jiangtan project is completed, it will bring at least 10 billion in revenue to Wanfeng Group. But now he has to hand over 2 billion to Baojiang. How can he not feel distressed? Didn't you see that Jiang Jingguo's mouth was almost stretched to his ears? Even Jiang Shiyun's originally cold face showed a smile. If he didn't leave, Chen Jiahe felt like he would be heartbroken. Ahem.
But just as Chen Jiahe was about to say goodbye, a cough came from the kitchen and fell into his ears.
Chen Jiahe's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't it enough to give up the Riverside project?
Chen Jiahe had no choice but to take back the words that were about to come out of his mouth and said through gritted teeth.
Also, Lao Jiang, take a look at what other projects our Wanfeng Group has that you, Bao Jiang, can take over? Is Wanfeng Group still short of money? Jiang Jingguo was filled with joy and said quickly.
We at Baojiang can take over the Changdao Villa project and the Optics Valley Science Park project. If your Wanfeng Group is really short of money, Old Chen, you can give these two projects to Baojiang.
But you also know the current situation of your Wanfeng Group. We have to reduce the money. I need your uncle. Chen Jiahe cursed inwardly.
The Changdao Villa project and the Optics Valley Science Park project are both similar to the Jiangtan project. Jiang Jingguo actually wanted both of these projects. If it were any other time, Chen Jiahe would have wanted to flip the table. But now, thinking of the person busy in the kitchen, Chen Jiahe could only grit his teeth and swallow it.
Indeed, our Wanfeng Group needs funds now. Chen Jiahe smiled bitterly. Old Jiang, what do you think? 8 billion, I'll give both projects to you, Baojiang.
Old Chen, you are being disrespectful.
Jiang Jingguo sneered.
For the Jiangtan project, you only wanted 2 billion, but now you want 8 billion for these two projects.
How about 5 billion?
Chen Jiahe was about to open his mouth to negotiate, but he heard a voice.
Uncle Jiang, what do you mean by 6 billion? Since the first one is only 2 billion, then the next two are naturally 2 billion each. You offered him 6 billion. Isn't that a clear loss?
Looking at the head sticking out of the kitchen doorframe and the other person's gaze staring at him, Chen Jiahe broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Jingguo was stunned, looked at Su Qing, and changed his words.
Yes, Lao Chen, what Su Qing said makes sense.
You only want 2 billion for the Riverside project above, so it stands to reason that each of the two projects behind should also only cost 2 billion.
Okay. Lao Jiang, then 4 billion.
The Chen family said very bitterly. This time his bitterness was not feigned, but real.
Su Qing has already spoken, what else can he do? Losing some weight is better than losing your life, right? Chapter 79 Delicious, everyone is picking up food like crazy. Chen Jiahe was extremely bitter. Jiang Jingguo was already beaming with joy. Changdao Villa and Optics Valley Science and Technology Park projects. If it is finally completed, the revenue will definitely not be lower than that of the Riverside project. Especially the projects in Optics Valley Science Park.
Now the Optics Valley Science and Technology Park has just begun to be developed.
And now the country is in the stage of vigorously developing science and technology. If this project is finally completed, Baojiang Group will put it into use.
Or renting it out to large companies from other provinces that want to settle in Jianghan City will definitely bring huge profits. And now, these three good projects have fallen into the hands of Baojiang Group at a cost of only 6 billion yuan. It can even be said that not even the money for buying the land was spent.
This is more than just making a fortune, this is making a ton of money. The rate of return may have reached 300 or 400%. There is one more thing, that is. Wanfeng Group has already planned these three projects and started construction.
In other words, as long as Baojiang Group follows Wanfeng Group's plan, these three projects will eventually be completed.
Baojiang Group has saved at least half of the investment.
Damn, if there are more good projects like this, Jiang Jingguo would want to take them no matter how many come. The more he thought about it, the wider Jiang Jingguo's mouth widened. Next to him, joy also appeared on Jiang Shiyun's cold face.
How could she not know this?
Next, even if we don't rely on the internet, we can rely on these three projects.
Baojiang Group can definitely move up in the business community of Jianghan City. Maybe it can even break into the top 3 in Jianghan City.
As the current president of Baojiang Group, Jiang Shiyun naturally felt proud. Seeing Jiang Shiyun and Jiang Jingguo's joy, Chen Jiahe became even more depressed. He stood up and said goodbye.
Lao Jiang, since you have helped our Wanfeng Group alleviate its urgent needs, then we won't delay any longer and will leave first.
Chen Zhengqing lowered his head and said nothing.
Chen Jiahe stood up and followed suit, like a walking corpse. Jiang Xian looked at Chen Zhengqing with some confusion, wondering what was wrong with Chen Zhengqing. She clearly remembered that Chen Zhengqing was like this just now. Is it because of the issues concerning these three projects that caused the blow?
Don't leave in such a hurry,
Jiang Jingguo said with a smile. Old Chen, you said that Wanfeng Group's pressing problem has been solved, so why not stay for dinner? Just consider it as your reward for, cooperating with our Baojiang group. Chen Jiahe's face turned black. I'll reward you, sir. Yes, Uncle Jiang is right, Uncle Chen, you should stay for dinner. After all, Wanfeng Group and Baojiang Group are collaborating on 3 good projects this time. At this time, Su Qing's voice sounded. He looked at Chen Jiahe with a smile. Since his father-in-law wanted to discuss Chen Jiahe again, he naturally had to help. Chen Jiahe immediately suppressed the thought of refusing and said awkwardly, well, since you guys have invited Su Qing and Lao Jiang, let's stay and have dinner. Chen Jiahe sat down. Chen Zhengqing sat down again like a zombie. The vegetables are already cooked. Su Qing began to serve dishes to the table. Chen Jiahe wanted to help, but was glared back by Su Qing. If Chen Jiahe helped at this time, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the female president in Jiang Jinghua. Then how can I still be a gigolo? Currently, the rewards obtained from the system are still very small. Su Qing didn't want to be exposed. Zhang Xiyun stood up naturally and went to serve the dishes with Su Qing. Su Qing didn't want her help in the first place. But Zhang Xiyun insisted. Zhang Xiyun, who was serving the dishes, still looked like an ice queen. But it does have some meaning of being a good wife and mother. Jiang Jinghua was very pleased to see this. Soon, all the dishes were placed on the table. After serving more rice to the table, Su Qing shouted, it's time to eat. Old Chen, let's go and have a meal. Let's try my son-in-law's cooking. Jiang Jinghua stood up. Eat, eat. Chen Jiahe stood up with a smile on his face. I was complaining in my heart. If you knew your son-in-law's identity and power, would you still let him cook? Chen Jiahe didn't have high expectations for the food Su Qing cooked. It is already very rare for a young man from a wealthy family to be able to cook. It would be strange if the food they cooked tasted good. However, as soon as he sat down at the dining table, Chen Jiahe smelled a very tempting aroma. In an instant, saliva began to flow out of his mouth unconsciously. Even Chen Zhengqing, who had been keeping his head down like a walking corpse, couldn't help but look up at the dining table. Jiang Jinghua, who smelled the scent as he entered the door, couldn't wait any longer. He had just sat down and didn't even have time to greet Chen Jiahe. He grabbed the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Soft. Glutinous. Slip. Fatty but not greasy. In an instant, Jiang Jinghua felt a rich meaty aroma blooming on his tongue, making him feel like he was in heaven. Jiang Jinghua dared to guarantee that this was the most delicious braised pork he had ever eaten. It was so delicious, no matter how fragrant it was, Jiang Jinghua was unwilling to swallow it whole, so he swallowed it directly. He feels that if one does not savor delicious food carefully, it would be disrespectful to the food. He chewed the braised pork in his mouth slowly, with an expression of great enjoyment on his face. Take his expression into consideration. With his mouth almost watering, Chen Jiahe grabbed the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. Then, he showed the same expression as Jiang Jinghua. However, he would not savor it slowly like Jiang Jinghua. Instead, he immediately picked up another piece of food with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. One chopstick after another. Chen Jiahe picked up the food so quickly that Zhang Xiyun was stunned. Is it so delicious? Feeling a little confused, Zhang Xiyun, who didn't eat fatty meat, also picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Instantly, her expression froze. Tasty. It's really delicious. Then, she started picking up the dishes quickly, just like Chen Jiahe. He completely threw his principle of not eating fatty meat to the wind. If it weren't for the need to maintain her own image, she might even be faster. Chen Zhengqing, who had been like a walking corpse, came back to life at this moment and started eating like crazy. So much so that when Jiang Jinghua opened his eyes with a look of enjoyment. The full plate of braised pork is gone. The other dishes have also been reduced by half. Jiang Jinghua was dumbfounded. You haven't had a meal in 30 years, right? Why are you all fighting for food? While I was distracted, I found that there were fewer dishes. How could Jiang Jinghua still be in a daze? Screw your respect. Jiang Jinghua also joined the ranks of quickly picking up food. In fact, he picks up food faster than others. Chapter 80, the female president wants to make her relationship with Su Qing public? The meal is finished. Out of 5 people, 4 were paralyzed. Except Su Qing.
The other four were all leaning back in their chairs, looking as if they had just been through a battle.
I have to lean on it. I'm really full from eating so much.
Even the female CEO, who was concerned about her image, was leaning slightly on her chair.
If even she is like this, let alone Jiang Jinghua and the other three.
Jiang Jinghua leaned back in his chair. Because she was so full, one hand was constantly stroking her slightly bulging belly. She looked like a pregnant woman about to give birth.
The Chen family and the father and son are basically the same.
After a while, Jiang Shiyun sat up straight. She glanced at Su Qing and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Su Qing was just smiling. Just now when I was eating, I lost my composure because the food was so delicious. She was really worried that she would leave a bad impression on Su Qing. Or perhaps she was worried that Su Qing would make fun of her. What she didn't know was that her worries were completely justified. Su Qing did intend to make fun of her.
But not at this time. But it should be done when the two of them are together privately.
At this moment, Su Qing was really happy. For a person who cooks, there is nothing more joyful than having your cooking being snapped up by others.
If dishes cooked by one person are snapped up by people, that is recognition. It's so delicious.
Jiang Jinghua also sat up slightly and said angrily,
I'm talking to my son-in-law. You and Shiyun are going too far.
Your cooking is so delicious, and you two didn't even invite me over for dinner before.
Jiang Shiyun opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Think about it carefully.
Although the dishes Su Qing cooked before were delicious, they were not as exaggerated as today. This made Jiang Shiyun a little confused. Maybe this guy cooked delicious food before, but I didn't realize it. In the end, Jiang Shiyun only thought of this explanation and felt it was more reasonable.
Uncle Jiang, isn't it because we just want to spend more time together? After a laugh, Su Cheng continued. Uncle Jiang, if you want to eat, just come and eat with us from now on.
That's for sure.
Jiang Jingwen nodded without hesitation. I found out today that your cooking is so delicious.
If I don't come to eat with you two again, I'll feel sorry for my stomach.
Next to him, Xinjiahe also wanted to say that he wanted to come and have a free meal too. But he really didn't dare to say this.
If Su Qing were to be displeased, their Wanfeng group might be in trouble again.
Today I was able to eat the meal cooked by Su Qing himself, and it was so delicious. He already feels very satisfied. Early the next morning.
Because of taking over 3 projects of Wanfeng Group, Jiang Jinghua still took a car to the company with Su Qing and Jiang Shiyun. When the car arrived at the old place, Su Qing grabbed her bag and prepared to get off.
Lao Huang also slowed down and prepared to stop. But, Uncle Huang, keep driving and park outside the company. The cold and royal sister's voice suddenly sounded.
Su Qing's movements suddenly stopped.
Old Huang braked suddenly.
If the car wasn't going very slowly, people might not be able to stand steadily.
Jiang Jinghua suddenly turned his head and stared at Jiang Shiyun.
Coming back to his senses, Su Qingkai said,
Mr. President, this is not good, right? He's not stupid.
Naturally, I know what Jiang Shiyun's words just now meant. This means she is going to make her relationship with me public in the company. According to the personality of the female president, the fact that she could openly share her relationship with me in Baozhang Group meant that she had accepted me.
To say I'm not happy would be a lie. After all, we've been together for some time.
Su Qing also found that he had gradually fallen in love with this female president who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside and a bit domineering.
But, it's still as I said at the beginning. Su Qing doesn't want to become the public enemy of all the men in Baozhang Group. What does Jiang Shiyun mean to Baozhang Group? For example,
a pack of wolves, who had been hungry for days, found a piece of meat. As a result, the piece of meat was eaten by one of the wolves.
Do you think the wolf pack will let that wolf go?
Now, Su Qing is the wolf in the pack who ate the piece of meat.
Just think about how whenever you walk in that corner of Baojiang, you'll be stared at with murderous eyes. Su Qing couldn't help but sweat on his back. There's nothing wrong with that. Uncle Huang, drive.
Jiang Shiyun appeared very calm, as if nothing had happened.
But my whole body was burning.
She also felt a little embarrassed to make her relationship with Su Qing public. But what she couldn't accept even more was that there were girls pestering Su Qing every day. Hearing the sound, Lao Huang came to his senses, started the car, and slowly drove out of the company. A smile like that of an old father appeared in his eyes.
And next to him, in the passenger seat, the real old father had his mouth grinning from ear to ear.
This daughter with a cold personality actually took the initiative to make her relationship with Su Qing public so quickly. Su Qing is indeed the son-in-law he has chosen, and he has half the abilities that he had when he was young. At the beginning, I was the one who introduced the two of them to each other, and it turned out to be the right thing to do. After being happy, Jiang Jinghua felt inexplicably sad. The daughter that I raised with great difficulty was eventually served by a pig.
The white Rolls-Royce Phantom soon slowly stopped in front of Baojiang building. Hey, hey, hey! Wait. We're at the company gate now. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! It's too late. The manager is going to bite us again. The president's car, the president is coming, the president is coming. Where? Employees of Baojiang Company walking towards Baojiang building.
No matter men or women, they all stopped to watch, with enthusiasm and excitement in their eyes.
As an employee of Baojiang Company.
Of course they all knew that this was the car of the company's IC president. After all, every employee who enters Baojiang Group has a compulsory course. Get to know Jiang Shiyun's car. Not for anything else, just to not miss Jiang Shiyun and to be able to take a look at her when I meet her. The Phantom's door opened, and a black leather shoe fell to the ground first.
Here he comes, the president is here. Quick, help me get some soy milk, I want to take a picture. Nima, I won't take pictures if you want to, just get out of the way and don't block me. Everyone became excited all of a sudden, their hearts in their throats. However, the person who got out of the car was Jiang Jinghua. They were disappointed again. Jiang Jinghua curled his lips. These people are so heartless. I only see the new people laughing, but not the old people crying. No one cared about him. After a moment, they reacted. Since Jiang Jinghua has already gotten out of the passenger seat, the next one must be Jiang Shiyun. They couldn't help but become more excited and fanatical. Snap! Finally, the car door was pushed open. Just like before, a foot wearing LV's latest white shoes landed on the ground first. Everyone quickly pointed their cameras at the car door. However, the next moment, they were dumbfounded when they saw Su Qing getting out of the car. Many people's thumbs, ready to press the shutter button, suddenly stopped. Chapter 81. He really deserves to die. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Yeah, what's going on? Why did a man get out of Mr. Zhang's car? Fuck, who is that guy? He actually got out of Mr. Zhang's car? I'm so envious, that guy can actually get into Mr. Zhang's car. After being stunned and shocked, all the Baojiang employees outside the gate of Baojiang building were shocked. You guys think that guy has some kind of relationship with Mr. Jiang, right? Like, boyfriend and girlfriend. Someone made a bold guess that even he himself found unbelievable. However, his guess was instantly refuted by everyone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yeah, President Jiang is so outstanding and so beautiful, how could she fall for that boy? I admit that he is a little more handsome than me, but he doesn't seem to be a noble man, right? What kind of noble person? That guy is just an ordinary employee in our company's internet technology department. Then there is absolutely no way this kid is related to Boss Jiang. I guess Mr. Jiang met him on the road, so he gave him a ride. This last guess was recognized by everyone. They really couldn't accept it and found it hard to believe. My goddess is actually related to Su Qing. Seeing so many murderous eyes staring at him, Su Qing suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. This is why he didn't want Jiang Shiyun to make their relationship public. The looks in those people's eyes are so scary. He just wanted to leave here quickly. However, before he could take a step away, a cold hand reached into his hand from behind. Su Qing's whole body stiffened. Look back. Behind him, the female president had already gotten out of the car. She had no expression on her face, as if nothing had happened, and said calmly, "Let's go to the company." As soon as she finished speaking, she took Su Qing's hand and walked forward. Out of shock, Su Qing could only follow her. At this moment, she looked more like a domineering president. And Su Qing looks like a young wife. In fact, Jiang Shiyun was not at peace at all. Her heart was now filled with shame and anger. Her neck was completely red. As for why he held Su Qing's hand in front of so many people? She was just thinking. Now that it has been made public,
Why not just make it public completely? But Su Ching getting out of his car was not convincing at all. What she needs is that she won't see any girls bothering Su Ching in the surveillance video anymore. It took Su Ching a long while to come back to his senses. He really didn't expect it. It would be fine if the female CEO asked me to get off the car outside the company gate. He actually held my hand in front of so many people in the company. At this moment, he already felt countless murderous gazes. What the hell? President Jiang actually took the initiative to hold that kid's hand. Fuck. It's over. President Jiang is actually in love with that boy. My youth is over. Where's my knife? I want to kill that guy with my knife. He's so hateful. Brother, take me with you, he really deserves to die. The crowd had literally exploded. The moment I saw Jiang Shiyun holding Su Ching's hand, I exploded. Everyone stared at Su Ching with gnashed teeth. At this moment, they wished they could eat Su Ching's flesh and drink Su Ching's blood. Even though Su Cheng and Jiang Shiyun had already entered the company gate, they were still staring at Su Ching. Fuck. Did I see it wrong? That's not Brother Ching, right? Zhou Kai just arrived outside the company, holding a bun in his mouth. When he saw Su Ching and Jiang Shiyun's backs disappear from his sight, he was stunned for a moment. He even didn't realize that the bun in his mouth fell to the ground. You're not mistaken, that's Brother Su. Sure Dahai appeared behind Zhou Kai and patted him on the shoulder. I didn't expect that they would make it public so soon. Manager, you didn't lie to me? Zhou Kai turned around and stared at Sure Dahai. The president has already made it public, why would I lie to you? If Brother Su and the CEO weren't a couple, do you think I would let him be the department head? Do you think I would respect him so much? But didn't Brother Ching say that he had a relationship with the director? Yes, Mr. Jiang is his father-in-law. Is there a problem? Fuck me. Manager, I don't want to live anymore, just kill me. The other side. Wang Ko, who was carrying 2 breakfasts and 2 cups of soy milk, had a blank mind. After a long while, she came back to her senses with a bitter look on her face. It turns out that what Su Ching said was true, he really already has a girlfriend. What's more, his girlfriend is such an outstanding person like President Jiang. If it were someone else, Wang Ko would still fight for it. But Jiang Shiyun really couldn't bring herself to fight. Because Jiang Shiyun is also her goddess. My male god and female god are together, it seems. Not bad. I wish you happiness. It took a while for Wang Ko to adjust his mentality. Then she turned and left. How can there be no regrets in life? I can only blame myself for not being braver. If I had been braver, perhaps the outcome would have been different. She kept comforting herself. With a smile on face. The wind was mixed with a dampness that couldn't be blown away. Chapter 82. Enter the elevator. The murderous gazes around him disappeared, allowing Su Ching to breathe a sigh of relief. I felt the coldness in my palms struggling, trying to free my hands. Su Ching simply exerted force and grasped it tightly in his palm. Glanced sideways. I was met with a cold look. Su Ching simply ignored it and grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. The coldness in his palms made him struggle again, but Su Ching refused to let go. Let go. After a while, Jiang Shiyun was still unable to break free, so he said helplessly. She now felt her face was getting hot. If she continued to hold Su Ching's hand, she felt that she would not be able to maintain her calm expression. She didn't want people in the company to see her blushing face. As the president of the company, he let the people below see his blushing little daughter's posture. How shameful is this? You just pulled my hand without my consent. Su Ching was no longer afraid of her cold look. Then he said, now you want to pull your hand out without my consent. Nothing in this world is so easy. It's like, you broke into my heart without my consent, and it won't be easy to get out again. Sudden love words. Jiang Shiyun was a little overwhelmed for a moment. She just felt her face getting hotter. In the elevator with only 2 people, the ambiguous atmosphere is also increasing rapidly. Even at this moment, the 2 of them could hear each other's heartbeats. After a while, Jiang Shiyun suppressed the strange emotions in his heart and said, let me go, I'll transfer money to you. The money that had always worked for this guy before was ineffective this time. Su Ching shook his head without hesitation. Don't let go. This time, no matter how much money you give me, I won't listen to you.
1 million. Jiang Xian tried to speak. She just didn't believe that this guy wouldn't be moved. I've already said it. Su Qing shook his head without hesitation. No matter how much money you give me, I won't listen to you. Jiang Xiyun was suddenly helpless. Looking up at the elevator, she said. The elevator is almost to the 25th floor. Then I won't let go either. Su Qing started to act like a rogue and said with a smile. I want to follow you to your office. Anyway, everyone in the company knows about your relationship with me. Who's gonna say anything, huh? You. This guy is actually a rogue. Jiang Xiyun was furious for a moment. She now regrets making her relationship with this guy public in the company. The next moment, I heard this guy say, Unless you kiss me, Mr. President, I will let go of your hand. Jiang Xiyun became even angrier. This guy talked so much before, just to lay the groundwork for now, right? This guy is getting more and more daring. She immediately began to struggle violently, trying to pull her hand out of his. While saying, Let me go. If you don't let me go, I'll. Seeing that she took a long time and didn't know what to do, the smile on Su Qing's face became even bigger. This female president is like this, she is so stubborn. But he's just being stubborn. He simply exerted force and pulled her in front of him, put his remaining hand around her waist, and said with a smile, I won't let go, what are you going to do? The breath is so close. Hot body temperature. In an instant, Jiang Xiyun's body froze and his mind went blank. Whoosh. Her face, which was already hot, turned red. At this moment, there is no such thing as an iceberg president. There is only a peerless beauty with infinite charm. Ding ding ding. The elevator was moving up quickly. After a while, Jiang Xiyun's blank mind gradually regained its consciousness. Filled with shame and anger, she began to struggle and backed away, trying to escape the ambiguous actions of the two men. The smile on Su Qing's face became even brighter. Not only did he not let her go, but he followed her movements and walked towards the wall. After only 2 steps, Jiang Xiyun, who was retreating, found that his back was against the wall. And the hand that was originally held by Su Qing had been lifted up by this guy, pulled over his head, and pressed against the wall. Mr. President, if you don't take the initiative, I will. The warm breath blowing on his face made Jiang Xiyun's face even redder. But, asking her to take the initiative to kiss Su Qing, this is too shameful. I knew you were not good enough, Mr. President. Forget it, I was just kidding you. Just when she mustered up the courage to kiss Su Qing. But suddenly I heard this guy's voice again. At the same time, Su Qing had already let her go. Jiang Xiyun was suddenly confused. After a while, she realized that this guy was teasing her on purpose. For a moment, she felt even angrier than before. It would be fine if this guy just made fun of me, but he actually said that I was not good enough. Bite. The elevator reached the 25th floor and opened. Su Qing was about to go out, but was pulled back by her. Snap. The elevator was pressed again. His back hit the wall and Su Qing felt like he could hardly breathe. Chapter 83 Jiang Xiyun, it was just a mosquito bite. In the elevator, Su Qing had difficulty breathing. Outside, the entire Baojiang group exploded. The photo of them walking hand in hand into Baojiang building went viral. The icy president of Baojiang Group, the goddess of countless employees, seems to have a boyfriend. It spread throughout the entire Baojiang building at a rocket speed. What the hell? What the hell? This can't be true? Yeah, my goddess actually has a boyfriend, how is this possible? I don't believe it, even if you kill me, how could a goddess have a boyfriend? But the goddess has even linked hands with someone. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen a goddess holding someone else's hand. Who the hell is that guy the president is holding? He deserves to die. Are there any brothers who can team up and beat this guy up together? Early in the morning, wailing sounds were heard from Baojiang building. At the same time, no matter where they were, people were discussing the matter of Su Qing and Jiang Xian fiercely. There were also countless male employees of Baojiang Group who were very emotional and shouted for Su Qing to eat. It's not even just Baojiang Group. After someone posted the photo of Jiang Xiyun holding Su Qing's hand online, the entire Jiangshan city also exploded. The suspected love affair of Jiang Xiyun, the president of Baojiang Group, is exposed. A title, accompanied by a photo of Jiang Xiyun holding Su Qing's hand.
This post instantly topped Jianghan City's hot search list.
Post below. Countless netizens are also wailing. Oh my god, my youth is over, my goddess actually has a boyfriend.
I showed this post to my wife, and she also called for a crusade against the bastards.
Home massage, please call 158 for details. Su Qing had already anticipated this. However, wait until he passes outside the office. When everyone in the public office rushed out and surrounded him, he knew that he had underestimated the impact and consequences of this incident. I can only smile bitterly. Brother Qing, tell me quickly, you have nothing to do with the president. First of all, Zhou Kai grabbed his shoulders. Yes, director, please tell me what happened between you and the president? Manager, are you and the president really a couple?
Noisy and excited voices continued to ring out, and Su Qing was helpless.
After a while, the sound gradually became quieter. He slapped Zhou Kai's hand away and raised his voice. Everyone listen to me, the president and I really. A hint of anticipation appeared in everyone's eyes. Is there any hope for this? Why does it sound like Su Qing has nothing to do with the president?
However, Su Qing changed his tone and continued.
They are really a couple. Although I am worried that I will be beaten up in the company in the future. But since the female president has already made it public, how could Su Qing possibly keep it secret? Not to mention, that domineering woman just now took away my first kiss. That little mouth is so soft. It seems a bit sweet.
Thinking of the taste just now, Su Qing couldn't help but licking his lips.
Ah! Brother Qing, you really deserve to die. I'll kill you with a knife.
Hearing his words, Zhou Kai immediately pounced on him again with his fangs bared.
Su Qing quickly grabbed and controlled the guy. Not good.
But Su Qing discovered that all the employees around him were staring at him angrily.
It seemed as if he was about to strike and stab himself in the next moment. Su Qing was quick to think and shouted to the end of the corridor with a look of surprise. Mr. President, why are you here? Ah? The goddess is coming? Everyone turned around instantly and looked towards the end of the corridor.
When they didn't see the female president, they turned back angrily, only to find that Su Qing had slipped into his office.
Fortunately, after becoming a supervisor, I have my own office. With his back against the office door, Su Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The other side. Boss, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you okay? President's office, 45th floor, Baozhang building. The assistant looked at the red-faced president with a worried look on his face. The assistant naturally also saw the photo of his president holding someone else's hand. When she first saw it, her jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock. Is your face so red just because you hold hands with a boy? The young assistant was confused. Based on her usual understanding of the president, she would never have thought of it. The president actually took the initiative to kiss someone else. Zhang Xiyun was filled with embarrassment at the moment, and her face was so hot that it felt like she had a high fever. After a while, she suppressed all the emotions in her heart and said, "It's okay, I was just bitten by a mosquito in the elevator." Chapter 84 Chinjaha, if you can't beat them, join them. The post about the love affair of Baozhang Group as cold-blooded president topped the Jianghan City hot search list. It caused countless people to discuss it and broke countless people's hearts. And below, a post about Wanfeng Group's apology to Nile Crocodile Venture Capital. It also quietly reached the second place on the list. Further down, number 3. This is a post about Baozhang Group obtaining 3 projects from Wanfeng Group. These 2 posts are ranked second and third. Some ordinary people may not pay much attention to it. But it's like dropping a drop of water into hot oil. The entire Jianghan business community was immediately in an uproar. I knock. What's going on? Wanfeng Group's 3 best projects have ended up in the hands of Baozhang Group. Is Jianghan City about to change? Yes, Baozhang Group is actually the biggest beneficiary of the Wanfeng Group's misfortune. I never expected that. The business world in Jianghan City is really going to change. Baozhang Group is going to be the number 1 in Jianghan. For home massage service, please dial 151. It caused heated discussions not only below the post. Even in reality, these 2 posts instantly caused a stir. Jinghong Group. Dad, what should we do? Li Dinghong looked solemn.
Baojiang Group actually obtained those 3 projects from Wanfeng Group without making any noise.
If those 3 projects are finally completed, Baojiang Group will be catching up with us Jinghong. Don't be in a hurry.
Li Zhikong frowned and said.
How can our Jinghong Group be caught up so easily?
Baojiang Group is already similar to Wanfeng Group, even if they complete those 3 projects.
That would at most be better than the Beichen Group. There is still some distance before they catch up with our Jinghong Group. Not to mention.
Li Zhikong pondered for a moment and continued.
Baojiang Group didn't get those 3 projects without paying any price. Wanfeng Group offended Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, but now it has been forgiven by Nile Crocodile Venture Capital. That must have cost a huge amount of compensation. And if I'm right,
this huge amount of compensation was probably paid with funds from those 3 projects.
You think Baojiang Group has withdrawn so much funds at once? Do they still have the funds to continue to complete those 3 projects in a short period of time? So, we don't need to panic at all.
That's true. Li Jinghong felt a lot more at ease. After thinking for a while, he said,
Dad, why don't you make a phone call and test Xinjiahe's attitude? Look at those 3 projects, how much funding did Wanfeng Group receive in total? This way we can have a better understanding. Can. Li Zhikong thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then he found Xinjiahe's phone number and dialed it. Wanfeng Group. Dad, what should we do next? With the loss of those 3 projects, I'm afraid Wanfeng will fall out of the top 10 in Jianhan City.
Chen Zhengqing was also discussing with Chen Jiahe. However, at this moment, the original light in Chen Zhengqing's eyes had completely disappeared.
Zhengqing, do you think that this incident is completely disadvantageous to us Wanfeng? Chen Jiahe asked.
Dad, we at Wanfeng have suffered such a huge loss.
Chen Zhengqing smiled bitterly. Is there any benefit?
Zhengqing, you can't just look at one side of things.
Chen Jiahe smiled and said.
You only saw that we, Wanfeng, suffered huge losses. But you didn't see that we took this opportunity to witness Su Qing's power.
Nile Crocodile Venture Capital. We never had the chance to come into contact with such a huge monster before.
But think about it, it's actually driven by Su Qing. You said, if we get in touch with Su Qing.
Then do we at Wanfeng still have to worry?
Not to mention we can compare to Baojiang, but we just need to follow Su Qing and drink some soup.
Then our Wanfeng must be stronger than it is now.
What's more, we didn't give away those 3 projects for nothing.
We have received at least 6 billion in funding. If you can't beat them, just join them.
Chen Zhengqing immediately understood what his father meant, but
he asked puzzledly. But, Dad, we have already fallen out with Su Qing. How can I get in touch with him? This is what I'm going to teach you next. Chen Jiahe said. If you want to build relationships with people, you need to be thick-skinned. At the same time, you can't be too proactive.
Being too proactive will make people uncomfortable. We have to master the rhythm and be gentle, so that the other party can benefit from our silence.
Dad, how can we give benefits to Su Qing?
After Chen Zhengqing pondered for a while, he asked again.
This is. Ding-a-ling.
A ringing sound interrupted Chen Jiahe. After picking up the phone and taking a look, Chen Jiahe smiled and said.
Hey, here comes the chance to give you a treat.
Chen Zhengqing was puzzled.
Chen Jiahe had already answered the phone and greeted. Oldly, you are still very righteous. Knowing that you would call me to comfort me after I was hit.
That's not true, Jiang Jinghua, that old fox.
I usually think I have the best relationship with him.
I didn't expect that when I needed money urgently this time, he only gave me 60 billion for those 3 projects.
I'm so pissed off. Hey, Laoli, given our relationship, how could I possibly lie to you? Okay, I'll definitely look for you if I encounter this kind of thing again. Seeing Chen Jiahe hang up the phone, Chen Zhengqing asked in confusion.
Dad, we only got 6 billion for those 3 projects, and you.
But suddenly, he realized. Dad, are you helping Baojiang confuse Jinghong Group? That's right. Chen Jiahe said with a smile. Jinghong must be worried that Baojiang will catch up with them.
If you knew that Baojiang only spent 6 billion, it would have acquired those 3 projects from Wanfeng. Then they will definitely find a way to improve themselves, or snipe Baojiang. But as long as we exaggerate the funding those 3 projects received, then they will definitely think that Baojiang cannot complete those 3 projects in a short period of time.
By the time they react, Bao Jiang might have surpassed them. Since you've taken the initiative to establish a relationship with Su Qing, it will annoy him. Then let's take a detour and attack from the side, so as not to offend him. It may even make him feel very comfortable. Chapter 85, The King of Pride and Jealousy. Make up for yesterday. The man who dominated the top 3 hot searches in Junhan City. At the moment, I am slacking off at work. Su Qing didn't bother to pay attention to the disturbances from the outside world. All morning, I did nothing but slack off at work. He was just thinking. Next time, what should I do to get the female president to kiss me again? It is worth mentioning. Now he has become completely famous in Baojiang Group. He was secretly given the title of the biggest gigolo. While he was slacking off, he went to the bathroom. He could hear people talking about him and be stared at with hostility by a group of male compatriots. However, Su Qing didn't care. He just thought that those people were envious and jealous of him. When you see someone you know, just say hello with a smile. Even though those people talked about him behind his back, when he greeted them, they responded with a smile. It's very realistic. The time of slacking off is always pleasant and short. Soon, it was time to get off work at noon. I turned off the computer and stretched my body. Su Qing stood up and walked out of the office. Brother Cheng, go eat. As soon as I walked out of the office, I heard Zhou Kai's voice. Zhou Kai came over and hugged him. Today, Brother Qing, you have to treat me to a big meal. Otherwise, our brotherhood will be gone. You can treat me to a meal. Su Qing said with a smile. But Kaizi, maybe not this afternoon. Brother Qing, do you have anything to do at noon? Zhou Kai asked puzzledly. The president just sent me a message. Su Qing grinned. She asked me to come to her office. Eating with her, she ordered a love lunch from the Westin Hotel. You know, I'm just a gigolo. I can't disobey the president's words. It was like a bolt from the blue. Zhou Kai froze in place, his face turned black, like the bottom of a pot. After a while, he cursed. Su Qing, you really deserve to die. I'll stab you. However, there was no trace of Su Qing. Su Qing had already run into the elevator. Zhou Kai only felt that he had suffered 10,000 points of critical hit. After a while, he went to the cafeteria alone, full of resentment. I don't love you anymore. I only see the new people laughing, but not the old people crying. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Others go down, you go up. Taking the elevator, Su Qing soon reached the 45th floor. After exiting the elevator, he headed towards the president's office. Hey, hello. Hello, hello. When he sees someone, he greets them with a smile. Many people responded with a smile. The moment you pass by him, the smile on your face will immediately disappear. It was replaced by a murderous look. Su Qing could naturally guess this, but the same thing still applies. I don't care. Soon, he arrived outside the president's office. Look inside. The female president was looking down, not knowing what she was dealing with. There was also a chubby-faced girl, probably an assistant, who was sorting documents. Mr. President. Reach out and knock on the door. The female president who had been looking down suddenly looked up, and a flash of joy flashed across her cold eyes. She just hit it very well. She said to the assistant who was sorting the documents. Go eat first. The young assistant was indignant. In the past, you would ask people to have lunch with you. Now you let people eat alone. I only see the new people laughing, but not the old people crying. However, the assistant had no other choice. He could only leave the office while glaring at Su Qing indignantly. How could Su Qing be polite? He just glared back. He didn't enter the office until the assistant left. It's called an office. But the female president's office is ridiculously large. I'm afraid it's several hundred square meters. Inside, there is an office area, dining area, and rest area, everything you need. On the table, the lunch specially ordered from Westin was neatly laid out. Su Qing walked straight over. At first glance, wow, almost all of them are what I eat on a daily basis. He turned around and bared his teeth at her. Mr. President, you even specially ordered so many of my favorite foods. No. She said calmly. I asked my assistant to order it. Okay, then I'll thank the assistant and buy her some milk tea.
Su Qing curled her lips but didn't expose her. I turned around and was about to unpack my lunch when I felt a chill on my back. I turned back with some doubt, only to hear her say coldly, "She's my assistant, you don't have to treat her, I will." Su Qing was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Are you jealous?" Whispering sound. He is said to be an iceberg president, but in fact he is just a tsundere and jealous person. Complaining internally. On the surface, he smiled and said, Okay, Mr. President, please. Come, my dear President, your knight is here to serve you dinner." Chapter 86, Mr. President, if you don't give it to me, then I will take it myself. Ah. Facing the food that Su Qing suddenly fed to his mouth, Jiang Shiyun was stunned for a moment. It's not that I don't want to, but I've never experienced anything like this. I was a little confused for a moment. After she came to her senses, her earlobes began to feel hot unconsciously. Although there is no one else in the office now. But isn't it too embarrassing to let Su Qing feed me? She really didn't know whether she should open her mouth. "Mr. President, if you don't open your mouth, the food will get cold." Until Su Qing's voice sounded again. She just opened her mouth. "Chew the food in your mouth slowly." Obviously no one else saw it, but she just felt shy. Ah. However, when she heard the voice again, she opened her mouth subconsciously. However, after opening my mouth, I realized. This time it was not Su Qing who fed himself. But it was Su Qing who wanted to pick up the food and feed him. It turns out this guy is waiting for me here. "Mr. President, if you don't feed me, my mouth will cramp." After glaring at the guy, she picked up some food and slowly put it into his mouth. "It smells so good." Su Qing chewed the food in his mouth. It's obviously the same dish. But it tastes even better now than before. Of course, Su Qing did not forget to continue feeding the female president. "Didn't you see that this female president didn't open her mouth for a long time for the first time, looking embarrassed? But just now, didn't he open his mouth when he heard the sound? Maybe, this is what it means when you say no with your mouth but your body is honest." After she swallowed the food, Su Qing smiled and asked, "How about it? Mr. President, does the food from the night smell good? Then how about the food from the president? Does it smell good?" Jiang Shiyun did not answer, but asked a question in return. Su Qing was stunned for a moment before replying. "How can it not be delicious when it comes from the president? Then you smell good, and I smell good too." Jiang Shiyun raised his head. Su Qing was amused by her. Who said this is the work of an icy female president? Isn't this a spoiled little wife? Next. Lunchtime was spent with the two of them feeding each other. A lunch that can be prepared in 20 minutes. The two of them ate for more than 40 minutes. After lunch, I cleaned up the tableware. Su Qing sat down directly on the sofa in the rest area. This made Jiang Shiyun a little dazed. "Aren't you taking a lunch break?" "Of course it's lunch break," Su Qing replied. "Then why aren't you leaving?" "The office chair in my office is not comfortable to lie on." Seeing her stunned, Su Qing let himself bounce on the sofa and continued. "I really want to experience what it's like to take a nap on such a soft sofa." After giving him a fierce look, Jiang Shiyun said, "Then continue to experience it." Then he walked back to his desk and sat down. Su Qing was not surprised by this. "Just lie down on the sofa like Guyu." Then he looked at her quietly. I felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. However, Jiang Shiyun didn't believe that he would not leave. 20 minutes later. "I really can't stand this guy's look, and I feel a little tired." Jiang Shiyun couldn't help but asked again. "You really don't want to leave?" Noticing her tired look, Su Qing sat up and grinned. "It's not impossible for me to leave. However, you, Mr. President, will have to pay a small price. 100,000. Jiang Shiyun made an offer directly. Su Qing raised his middle finger and shook it. No. Mr. President, from now on, we won't need to use money for transactions. Even if you transfer money to me, I won't accept it. Then what do you want?" Jiang Shiyun looked at him with some confusion. "Kiss." Su Qing bared his teeth and said, "Mr. President, from now on, all transactions between us will be replaced by kisses." For example, right now, Mr. President, you only need to pay one kiss.
I'll leave right away.
You. For a moment, Jang Shi-yoon was speechless because of this guy's shamelessness.
There are such shameless people in the world.
Her earlobes also became hot and turned red again.
Although in the elevator this morning, I kissed this guy because I wanted to be strong.
But at that time I couldn't stand this guy's provocation.
And afterwards, I blushed for a long time. Now, this guy actually wants to kiss him again.
How can she feel comfortable with this?
However, it seems. What's going on with this vague little expectation? Mr. President, what have you thought about?
Your knight has already served you lunch.
Is it not too much to pay him a kiss?
The voice sounded again, pulling her back from her thoughts. And this guy had already come in front of her without her knowing when. The smiling face was supported on the desk by one hand. The sunlight shone onto him through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. The young man's body was covered with a layer of gentle orange light.
At this moment, the young man looks like the hero in a comic book.
For a moment, Jang Shi-yoon actually found that his heartbeat began to accelerate.
Forget it, since you, Mr. President, won't give it to me, then I'll take it myself. A gentle voice sounded.
There was a slight touch on the lips.
Instantly separate. Wait until she comes back to her senses.
Su Qing was like a child who had received candy.
He ran out of the office. Lecture. The female president cursed inwardly in shame and annoyance.
Under the orange sunlight, the peerless face turned completely red in the blink of an eye.
Chapter 87 The female president's troubles, the showerhead must break today.
For the next period of time, people from Baojiang Group always saw Su Qing and Jang Shi-yoon almost sticking together.
Su Qing and Jang Shi-yoon are always together no matter what they do.
Go to work together, eat together, go home together, go shopping together, go to the bathroom together.
It seems like we didn't go to the bathroom together.
If possible, Su Qing would also like to go into the women's restroom.
But this is too cruel.
But I have to say, ever since the female president made her relationship with him public,
the relationship between him and the female president quickly heated up. How fast is it rising?
During this period of time, even without Su Qing taking the initiative, the female president would ask for a kiss from her every day. During this period, the number of rumors within Baojiang Group that he was a gigolo decreased significantly after the female president fired a manager to make an example of him. This made Su Qing's ears a lot quieter. In addition, it is worth mentioning. During this period, the 3 projects that Baojiang Group obtained from Wanfeng Group were all on track. Of course, the Chen family and that lie helped a lot in this.
If it weren't for the Chen family and that lie, Jinghong Group would have targeted Baojiang Group from the beginning.
It is impossible for Baojiang Group's 3 projects to get on track so easily. It was precisely because of the Chen family and that lie that the Baojiang Group bought enough time, causing the Jinghong Group to completely lose the opportunity to snipe. In this regard, after accidentally learning about this matter from Jiang Jinghua, Su Qing also gladly accepted Chen Jiahe's kindness. He asked Nile Crocodile Venture Capital to show some goodwill to Wanfeng Group.
However, this also made Chen Jiahe very happy.
If Su Qing hadn't warned him again and again, Chen Jiahe would have rushed to Villa No. 2 and hugged Su Qing's thighs personally.
In fact, Chen Jiahe had more than once implicitly told Su Qing that his daughter was not bad either. If you can't be the boss, being a small one is fine. But how could Su Qing, such a righteous man, have such thoughts? His heart and his body can only belong to the female president. Of course, this was based on the premise that once when he was shopping with the female president, he just glanced at the legs of a passerby girl for a second longer, and the female president wanted to dig out his eyes. If it weren't for that experience, he would never have had this kind of awareness. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The 3 projects that Baojiang Group obtained from Wanfeng Group have already taken shape. At the same time, at the suggestion of Jang Shi-yoon, the Internet department of Baojiang Group has also started the research and development of short video platforms. The relationship between her and Su Qing has reached the point where they are inseparable. However, in recent times, Jang Shi-yoon has also encountered some troubles. Before going to bed that day, he looked at Su Qing, who was about to leave his room and return to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. She raised her hand but still didn't say anything to persuade him to stay. As if he noticed her gaze, Su Qing walked to the bedroom door and turned around to look at her. "Mr. President, what's wrong?" "You." Jang Shi-yoon opened his mouth, his cheeks felt hot unconsciously, and he couldn't say anything to keep her. "Mr. President, are you feeling unwell?" Su Qing looked at her strangely. No. Jiang Shiyun quickly shook his head. It's okay, it's okay. Good night. After she finished speaking, she turned around and wrapped herself in the quilt. Su Qing touched the back of his head, somewhat confused. He returned to her bedside, leaned over and kissed her pretty face, then said, Good night. After saying this, he turned and left the bedroom. Bang! A muffled sound. Only after hearing the bedroom door closed did Jiang Shiyun sit up from the bed again. Looking at the closed bedroom door, she couldn't help but squeezed her willow-shaped eyebrows together and muttered in a low voice. Why doesn't this piece of wood know how to stay here on its own initiative? Do I have to ask him to stay? But as a girl, how can I be so embarrassed to say such a thing? This is what worries Jiang Shiyun. Her relationship with Su Qing has developed to the point where she doesn't want to be separated from him for even a moment. Ever since she took a nap in Su Qing's arms in the office 2 days ago, she could never forget that feeling. So, she thought of letting Su Qing move from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. During this period of time, she always, intentionally or unintentionally, asked Su Qing to talk to her before going to bed. The purpose is to allow Su Qing to stay on the 3rd floor. But no one knew what Su Qing was thinking, he just refused to stay. Every time I really talked to her, but when it was time to go to bed, I ran back to the 2nd floor. What should we do? Jiang Xian frowned and thought hard. Anyway, if she was asked to keep Su Qing, she would never be able to open her mouth. Although he is her fiancé, they have a very good relationship. But no girl would say, you stay and sleep with me tonight. What's more, it's her. Jiang Xian felt that he had to think of a solution. Otherwise, she estimated that Su Qing would most likely not move up from the 3rd floor before the wedding. What she didn't know was that Su Qing, who was lying on his bed on the 2nd floor at this moment, had a faint smile on his face. Su Qing is not an idiot. How could he not know what the female president meant by asking him to talk to her before going to bed? This hint couldn't be more obvious, okay? But he just wanted to see how long this female CEO could be so arrogant. He was sure that the female CEO would not be able to hold back and would speak eventually. He was just waiting for the female president to finally speak. Humph. I can't cure your tsundere behavior anymore. With a cold snort, he slowly fell asleep. If the female president still can't speak up in the end, then I'll just take the initiative again. Anyway, I have to play dumb when facing the hints from the female president recently. Tease her and see how strong her tsundere is. The next day, I got home from get off work, had dinner, was busy for a while, and then took a shower. Just like a few days ago, Jiang Shiyun asked Su Qing to come and talk to him. But after the two of them stayed together for a while, when it was already 11 o'clock, Su Qing left again just like he did in the previous few days and returned to the 2nd floor. This made Jiang Shiyun even more depressed. During this period, she mustered up her courage several times, but the words were in her throat and she just couldn't say them. She thought about it all night last night but couldn't come up with any good solution. You can't pretend to be sick or say you have insomnia and need someone to accompany you, right? This is too obvious. What should we do? She couldn't sleep again that night. She was determined to get Su Qing to move from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. It can't be that the time they spend together at home is less than the time they spend together at work, right? A few days passed like this, and during these days Jiang Shiyun was frequently distracted while working. Regarding the question, how can I get my fiancé to come to my bedroom and sleep in the same bed with me? She has racked her brains. It's something that can be solved with just one sentence. But she was too proud to say those words. It was not until she was preparing to take a shower that day and looked at the bathroom facilities that her eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, she removed the shower head, placed it on the floor, and started banging it hard. The shower head must be broken today. Chapter 88. She wanted to see how Su Qing could escape. Clang, clang, clang. In the warm yellow bathroom, there is a naked, graceful figure. He was smashing the shower head in his hand onto the ground. Shadows kept rising and falling on the wall. Fortunately, the villa has good sound insulation, otherwise, the sound would have been heard outside long ago. Why is it that this thing breaks easily when you don't want it to break, and never breaks when you want it to break? Jiang Shiyun wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, his cheeks flushed and anger appeared in his eyes. This shower head is still intact even though I've been smashing it for such a long time. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. I just don't believe that I can't break a shower head today. With calm eyes, she began to think, how could she easily break the shower head? Using brute force will definitely not work. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed my own graceful figure on the wall. Only then did she remember that she was so excited that she forgot that she was not wearing any clothes. She quickly grabbed the bath towel, wrapped it around herself, and covered her graceful figure. Only then did she grab the shower head next to her. Brute force 1T work, smashing it 1T work. The only option then is to take down the shower head and find a way to stuff something in it. After a while, she took down the shower head and cut some of her hair and stuffed it in. After reinstalling the shower head and making sure there was no problem with the water flow, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. He returned to the bed, grabbed his phone and sent a message to Su Ching. Boom boom boom. After a while, a knock on the door fell into her ears. With a jerk, she jumped up from the bed. However, he had to consider not letting the secret out and not letting Su Ching see through his plan. She quickly calmed herself down. Here it comes. She replied calmly, then walked towards the bedroom door at a leisurely pace. Opened the door. What came into view was Su Ching's angular face. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. After all, who would deliberately destroy the shower head in their bedroom just to get their fiancé to move into their bedroom? It's so embarrassing just thinking about it. You mean, there's something wrong with the shower in your bathroom? After hearing Su Ching's voice, she came back to her senses, quickly suppressed her emotions, and replied. Yes. I don't know what happened, it was fine last night, but something went wrong today. Then I'll go take a look. Su Ching didn't think much and walked straight to the bathroom. I entered the bathroom and turned on the shower, and there was indeed some problem with the water flow. How to say it? There are some forks. The key point is that Su Ching doesn't know how to repair this thing. After tinkering with it for a while, when Su Ching was wondering how the shower head could break, he noticed a strand of hair on the shower outlet. Hair stuck in the shower? Is there hair in tap water? Su Ching frowned and glanced at the female CEO next to him. Jiang Shiyun was also frowning. How come this guy didn't get himself covered in water when he came to fix the shower? Noticing Su Ching's gaze, her heart skipped a beat and she quickly said calmly. How is it? Can it be fixed? At this moment, Su Ching roughly understood what was going on. He couldn't help but feel a little amused. The cold female CEO deliberately destroyed the shower head in order to get her fiancé to move into her bedroom? The more Su Ching thought about it, the more interesting it became. It was obviously just a matter of taking the initiative to say something, but this female CEO made it so interesting. After a change of mind, Su Ching decided to continue acting with her. But it's not that easy to do as she wishes. She was supposed to be a cool and aloof female CEO, but now she is actually greedy for my body. Snort. Must resist. Su Ching replied with a quick thought. I don't know how to fix it, but I think I should just replace the shower head. Wait a minute, I'll call the property management and ask them if they have a shower. Let them send a shower head over to replace it, that should be enough. Having said that, Su Ching walked out of the bathroom, took out his cell phone, found the property management's phone number and dialed it. Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes, looked at Su Ching's back, opened his mouth, but ultimately failed to speak. Why are things different from what she thought? She can only pray now, the property management can't do anything. However, the opposite happened. After a while, Su Ching ran downstairs panting, and after a while, he ran back with a shower head. A while later. Rustle. Looking at the shower head with normal water flow, Su Ching clapped his hands, a smile appeared on his face and he said. All right. Mr. President, please go to bed and have a shower. Good night. Then, before Jiang Xian could react, Su Ching kissed her forehead lightly and turned around with that bad shower head. Jiang Shiyun was stunned. Things are completely different from what I thought. As expected, shouldn't Su Ching work hard to fix the shower head, get himself wet, and then I should take the opportunity to ask him to stay? Why did Su Ching solve the problem so easily and then leave? Jiang Xian couldn't help but stamp his feet in anxiety. Su Ching. She spoke quickly. Mr. President, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Su Ching turned around and pretended to be stupid. Looking at Su Ching, the words that came to her lips could not be uttered. Finally, I could only whisper. Good night. Good night. Su Ching replied again and then turned and left. However, as soon as he turned around, the corners of his mouth raised uncontrollably. This arrogant female president is so interesting. He really wanted to see what other ideas she could come up with next.
Jiang Xiyun naturally didn't know that Su Qing had already seen through her thoughts. Looking at Su Qing closing the bedroom door, she no longer felt like taking a shower.
What's the point of washing? You're not the only one watching it.
Frowning, she returned to bed in a bad mood. After a brief review, she found that her plan was too simple and too self-evident. Even if Su Qing was soaked in his bedroom, he could still run back to the second floor to change his clothes. There is another reason, that is, she is too impatient. She began to rethink. We must think of a foolproof solution and not be as reckless as we were this time. Soon, a more complete plan appeared in her mind. The bathroom and shower gave her good ideas. After reviewing the plan several times in her mind and making sure it would work this time, she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, she went to work and had lunch with Su Qing as usual. However, just after lunch, I confirmed that Su Qing had returned to his office after his daily slack off.
She just made up an excuse, gave the assistant a simple lie, and hurriedly left the office. She didn't even contact Lao Huan to ask him to drive her.
Instead, he took a taxi and asked the driver to take him home. Soon, she returned home. After checking the time, she went straight to Su Qing's bedroom. More than an hour later, after making sure that she could not take a shower in any other room in the house except her bedroom, she took a taxi again with a tired look on her face and rushed back to the company. This time, she wanted to see how Su Qing could escape.
Chapter 89 Strong Female CEO. Another day of slacking off. The joy of slacking off is something that others will never understand. As for the issue of getting caught while slacking off, Su Qing was not worried at all. Joke. The female president of Baojiang Group is his fiancée. If you do the math, isn't that equivalent to Baojiang Group being his? Who dares to speak for himself? As it was time to get off work, he closed the game screen, stretched hard, and then got up and walked out of the office. Now, Zhou Kai also knows that he has to go home with the female president after get off work every day. So those who know what is best for them 1T come looking for me. Su Qing soon arrived at the bottom of Baojiang Building. Standing next to the gate of Baojiang Building, he began to wait for the female president to come down.
After several rounds of discipline by the female president, no one at Baojiang Group dared to gossip about him anymore.
Most of the Baojiang Group employees passing by looked at him with envy.
The male employees in particular were so envious that they were turning purple. After all, Su Qing can be said to be the most successful man in the gigolo world. Once he became Jiang Xiyun's fiancé, he got rid of his status as a small employee and became the third person in Baojiang Group.
It's like a toad turning into a dragon overnight. Who wouldn't be envious?
Soon, as the sound of high heels fell into his ears, Jiang Xiyun appeared in Su Qing's sight.
She naturally took Su Qing's arm and walked towards the car next to them with Su Qing.
Now she can freely do some intimate things with Su Qing in front of other people. Not to mention holding hands, she could even kiss Su Qing in public.
Return home.
Su Qing was still preparing dinner, while Jiang Xiyun was dealing with some unfinished matters in the company.
The relationship is very close.
But apart from the increase in intimacy, there was no other change in the way they got along. At home, they still do what they are supposed to do. Jiang Xiyun is not the kind of girl who always clings to others, and Su Qing is not the kind of boy who always sticks to his girlfriend. It was not until they were eating that Jiang Xiyun noticed Su Qing had been staring at him and asked with some confusion.
What's wrong?
It's okay. Su Qing shook his head quickly.
He was just wondering what outrageous thing this female president would do next.
After destroying the bathroom shower last night, she has been acting very calm until now, as if she is not in a hurry at all. This made Su Qing a little confused. Logically speaking, she was capable of doing such a thing as deliberately destroying the bathroom shower yesterday.
Then shouldn't she do something more outrageous or show some emotion today? But she doesn't seem strange at all. Seeing him shaking his head, Jiang Xiyun didn't think much about it.
Instead, her cheeks began to feel hot unconsciously when she thought about what was going to happen in a moment. She quickly finished her meal and hurried back to her bedroom, saying that she had work to do. Su Qing packed up everything slowly and leisurely, watched TV for a while, and then returned to the bedroom. It was still early, but today there was no soft body of the female president beside me, so the TV was boring. After returning to the bedroom, he went straight to the bathroom to take a shower.
While taking off his clothes, he was still wondering if the female president would do the same thing as last night today.
However, when he reached out to turn on the shower, he was dumbfounded. There was no water flowing from the shower head. There was only some water left, but it was very small and just flowed down the pipe.
There is no way to take a shower.
Unconvinced, Su Ching turned the switch again, but the shower still did not respond.
Su Ching was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
It turns out that the female president was so calm today because she was waiting for me here.
But this is too outrageous.
The shower head in my room was working fine yesterday, and this morning the female president left home with me and went to the company together.
Even at lunch, she was alone.
In other words, she took some time out on her way to work to come back and destroy the shower head in her room.
Damn. This is too cruel. After smacking his lips and feeling too powerless to complain, Su Ching put on his clothes. After a little thought, he went to the next room and checked.
The shower head in the next room was not spared. No need to check other rooms. Su Ching estimated that, except for the female president's bedroom, no one could take a bath anywhere else in the entire villa.
As expected of a female CEO, what stands out is her insanity.
Shaking his head helplessly, Su Ching could only go back to the room, pick up his toiletries and pajamas, and walk to the third floor.
Reach out and knock on the door. Enter.
Hearing her voice, Su Ching pushed the door open and walked in. The female president was sitting in front of the computer, looking at something seriously. Hearing the door open, she asked without turning her head.
Honey, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me, don't you know? Pack. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. After complaining a few words, Su Ching did not expose her, but said,
The shower head in my bedroom is broken, so I can't take a shower. I have to take a shower here with you.
Oh. Then go ahead.
Jiang Shiyun still didn't look back.
Okay. Su Ching nodded and walked towards the bathroom.
It was not until he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the bathroom door was closed that Jiang Shiyun's straight body suddenly relaxed. Her face had already turned red, like two ripe red apples.
In fact, the second before Su Ching came in, she was pacing back and forth in the room.
It was only when she heard Su Ching's footsteps that she quickly ran to the computer and sat down. At this moment, as he watched the bathroom door close, he reached out to touch his hot cheeks and calmed himself down. She stood up, tiptoed, and walked towards the bathroom. She saw that Su Ching seemed to have brought 2 more pieces of clothing with him. She had to see if she could get those 2 pieces of clothing out and hide them.
Now that we have come this far, we cannot fail this time, we must succeed.
Soon, she approached the closed door of the bathroom.
Bang, 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 bang.
She found that the closer she got, the faster her heart beat. She leaned against the wall, made sure there was the sound of water inside, and calmed herself down before reaching for the bathroom door handle. And her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. On the one hand, she was worried about being discovered by Su Ching, but on the other hand, she felt extremely excited.
Click.
With a little force from my right arm, the bathroom door opened.
Call.
Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened the bathroom door.
However,
the next moment, she was stunned. Behind the open door, she saw a pair of eyes staring at her with a smile. Her already red cheeks suddenly became even redder. She even felt like her whole body was burning. She quickly closed the door. With her back against the wall, she could not suppress the shame and anger in her heart. This guy Su Ching had actually discovered her intention a long time ago, but he pretended to know nothing and teased her on purpose. Thinking of the smile in his eyes just now, she wanted to beat him up. But at this moment, she simply didn't have the courage to face Su Ching again. She had obviously thought about it many times before, but at this moment, she found that she couldn't suppress the shame in her heart at all.
Click.
Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, startling her.
She glanced sideways.
Su Ching was seen leaning against the doorframe, staring at her with a smile, just like before. I felt really uncomfortable being stared at by Su Ching. She quickly retracted her gaze and said, I just need to go to the bathroom.
You continue washing.
I'll go to the side. After she finished speaking, she quickly walked towards the bedroom door.
It's so embarrassing.
If she stayed here for another second, she felt like she was going to explode.
Mr. President, have you taken a shower?
However, before she could take 2 steps, Su Ching's voice fell into her ears.
She stopped and didn't dare to look back at Su Ching. She was just a little confused for a moment. What do you mean?
What I mean is, if you, Mr. President, don't wash, then let's wash together.
The smile on Su Ching's face grew more intense. She has already come this far, there is no point in continuing to push it.
As a man, I must take the initiative now when it is time to do so.
Ah?
Jiang Shiyun's mind went blank for a moment and he was unable to react at all.
Or, Mr. President, have you already washed it?
When she heard Su Qing's voice again, she came back to her senses and quickly shook her head.
No. I haven't washed it yet. In fact, she had already washed it.
When she returned to the bedroom after dinner, she had already taken a shower and was waiting for Su Qing to come up.
Since you haven't washed it before, would you like to join us, Mr. President, or you don't dare? Su Qing spoke again. The words had just fallen out before he could react.
A figure bumped into his arms.
The bathroom door was also slammed shut. Who dares not? An hour and a half later, the two of them came out of the bathroom.
As expected, Su Qing did not go to the second floor and went straight to sleep on Jiang Shiyun's bed. Jiang Xiyan acted as if nothing had happened, as if everything she had done before had nothing to do with her. Feeling the touch in his arms, Su Qing couldn't help but think of the wedding.
Now the relationship between the two couldn't be better.
Everything that should have happened has already happened under the strong operation of this female president. At present, it can be said that the two are only one wedding away from achieving their goal and entering the palace of marriage. Thinking of this, Su Qing glanced at the female CEO next to him.
Mr. President, do you prefer a Western-style wedding or a Chinese-style wedding? Chinese style. Jiang Xiyan looked up at him and understood what he meant.
After a moment's hesitation, she continued.
But I'm afraid we can't have the wedding yet.
There was confusion in Su Qing's eyes.
Jiang Shiyun went on to explain. Now is the most critical time for Baojiang Group.
Whether it is the 3 projects obtained from Wanfeng Group or the short video platform project you mentioned, they have just got on track.
I really can't spare the time to complete the wedding at this time.
Worried that Su Qing might be upset, she leaned over to Su Qing's mouth and kissed him gently.
I hope you can understand me.
We will hold the wedding when Baojiang Group has passed this period of rapid development.
Of course, there is another reason that Jiang Shiyun didn't tell Su Qing.
That is, she still has a goal of becoming the richest person in Dragon Country, which she has not yet completed.
Before, she had set a goal, which was to become the richest man in Long Country and let Su Qing live off her.
But now, she is still far from being the richest person in Dragon Country. However, she believed that as long as Baojiang Group completed the 3 projects it obtained from Wanfeng, if she can then complete the layout of the short video platform and the food delivery platform based on this, she should be able to become the richest person in Dragon Country. And by then, she will be able to calmly hold her wedding with Su Qing.
Okay.
Then we'll hold the wedding after you're done with this busy period.
Su Qing didn't know what she was thinking, so he just nodded and agreed.
Anyway, they have already obtained the marriage certificate, all that is left is the wedding, there is no need to rush. Now, no matter what Jiang Shiyun says or does, Su Qing will support her unconditionally. Moreover, Su Qing also has the confidence that he can make her do whatever she wants.
The two of them just fell silent, snuggling together quietly. However, after a while, Su Qing felt something was wrong. The female CEO's warm breath blowing against his ears actually made him grow taller. He glanced sideways and met Jiang Shiyun's gentle eyes.
Obviously, Jiang Shiyun also noticed his change.
Mr. President, how about we turn off the lights and go to bed?
He spoke with a smile in his eyes. However, before he could finish his words, he was blocked by the female president's red lips.
His eyes widened. He didn't expect that the female CEO was still so strong. But,
not caring about anything else at the moment, he quickly reached out and fumbled to turn off the light next to him.
Bang!
The room suddenly fell into darkness.
Chapter 90 The Richest Man? The Richest Man's Wife. End. More than a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, all 3 projects that Baojiang Group obtained from Wanfeng Group were completed and put into use.
Then, with the help of the financial foundation brought by those 3 projects, Jiang Shiyun completed his layout in the internet.
Following Su Qing's advice, she developed a short video platform, a food delivery platform, and put them into use. This also made Baojiang Group directly become one of the most powerful groups in the entire Longhua. The Jinghong Group, which originally wanted to compete with the Baojiang Group for the top spot in Jianghan City, is now not even as good as a little Karami in front of the Baojiang Group.
In just 1 year, Baojiang Group has completed its transformation from a small Karami to a giant. To outsiders, this transformation can be said to be entirely due to Jiang Shiyun. It was Jiang Shiyun's foresight that enabled Baojiang Group to achieve a qualitative leap. But only Jiang Xian knew that the rise of Bao Jiang Group was actually closely related to Su Qing, who slacked off at work all day. Because it was Su Qing who analyzed the future development direction for her, and it was Su Qing who gave her suggestions such as short video platform, food delivery platform, etc. Even the subsequent profit-making method of the short video platform was proposed to her by Su Qing. And within this 1 year, her relationship with Su Qing is getting better and better. The so-called emotional cold period that others talk about does not exist at all for these two. There are traces of them everywhere in the villa. Even in her office in Baojiang building, they had many in-depth exchanges. But the two of them still maintained a passionate attachment to each other. Moreover, Jiang Shiyun believes that they can maintain this state. The wedding date for the two has already been set. Jiang Shiyun set the wedding date for November 23rd. The reason why it was chosen on this day is because this day happens to be the day when the new Dragon Country rich list is updated. By getting married on this day, Jiang Xian felt that he had achieved two major goals in his life. Become Su Qing's wife. Becoming the first richest woman in Long Country, Su Qing has been living off her. November 23rd. It is early winter and there is a slight chill in the air. But early in the morning, the whole Jianghan city seemed to come alive all of a sudden, and the warm atmosphere directly dispelled all the coolness in the air. Everyone in Jianghan City knows that today is the wedding day of Jiang Shiyun, the female president of Baojiang Group, the new female billionaire in Longhua, and the goddess in countless people's dreams, and Su Qing. The entire Baojiang building was decorated with lights yesterday. Throughout Jianghan City, posters of their wedding can be seen on roadside billboards everywhere. Not to mention the hot searches, which were dominated by the news of their marriage. All major groups and famous people in Long Country sent their blessings to the two of them at the first opportunity. Their wedding was known to everyone, not only in Jianghan City, but also in the entire Long Kingdom. 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Qing, dressed in a bright red groom's suit, appeared outside Villa No. 1 of Taihe Sikianyuan with the wedding procession. He needed to take Jiang Shiyun from Villa No. 1 to Villa No. 2. Originally, Su Qing wanted to buy another villa in Changdao as their wedding house. But Jiang Shiyun rejected this approach. Villa No. 2 in Taihe Sikianyuan has long been their warm home, so how could she bear to move to another place? At 10:30 in the morning, Jiang Shiyun walked out of Villa No. 1 with the help of her bridesmaid. She was wearing a phoenix crown, a bridal gown and a 10-mile-long red makeup. She was so beautiful beyond words. Their wedding strictly followed all the etiquette of a Chinese wedding. 8-man sedan chair, worship in the hall. 10 o'clock at night. Su Qing escaped from the clutches of relatives and friends, returned to the bedroom, took off the red veil on Jiang Shiyun's head, drank the wedding wine with Jiang Shiyun, and their wedding was completed. Because he drank too much, Su Qing was a little dazed. Jiang Shiyun was extremely excited. As soon as she and Su Qing finished drinking the wedding wine, she quickly took out her cell phone. Of the two major goals in life, becoming Su Qing's wife has been accomplished. All that's left is to officially become Dragon Country's first richest woman. If nothing unexpected happens, the latest rich list of Longhua has also been updated. While opening her phone, Jiang Shiyun pulled the confused Su Qing over with a bit of a grumble. "Husband, your wife is about to become the first richest woman in Dragon Country. Cheer up and witness this moment with me." Su Qing sobered up a little at once. He looked at the female CEO beside him strangely, and said unnaturally, "Well, hubby, why are you acting so weird? I don't care about you anymore." Ignoring Su Qing's ambiguous words, Jiang Shiyun opened the website that specializes in publishing the rich list. Refresh it. The new rich list appears on the mobile phone. Jiang Shiyun slowly browsed the internet with a smug look on his face. 5th place, 4th place, 3rd place. Jiang Shiyun became more and more excited. However, the next moment, her eyes suddenly widened, full of surprise and disbelief. The name behind the 2nd place was actually herself, Jiang Shiyun. That is to say, in the new Dragon Country rich list, she only ranks 2nd. How is this possible? You know, Baojiang Group, which has launched short video apps, food delivery apps and other software and has blossomed in many areas of the internet and is a leader, has already had a valuation of more than 1 trillion. And Jiang Shiyun's wealth has already surpassed the original number 1 on the rich list. But now she is only ranked 2nd. Jiang Shiyun even wondered if he had seen it wrong. Or, is there something wrong with the list? Jiang Shiyun quickly refreshed the list in disbelief. As a result, unsurprisingly, she still ranked 2nd. Damn it! I want to see who is the 1st place.
He is actually ahead of me and has taken my first place.
Gritting her teeth, she could only continue browsing the internet to see who was ranked first. However, when she saw the first name, her eyes widened even wider than before.
Number 1 on Dragon Country's rich list, Su Cheng.
And behind Su Cheng there is a long list of his industries and companies. Nile Crocodile Venture Capital, Kowloon Security, 50% of WeChat shares, 60% of Dior shares, 55% of LV shares, 100% of Ferrari shares. There is a long list of introductions and industries, too numerous to count. Most of the companies in the world that are even slightly famous actually have shares in him. Not to mention in Long Country, in the entire world, Su Cheng is undoubtedly the richest man.
Zhang Xiyun's mind went blank.
A while passed, and I suppressed my inner shock and refreshed the page again to make sure there was no problem with the list. She took a deep breath and looked at someone who had already tiptoed to the bedroom door.
Hubby, aren't you going to explain something to me?
Unable to escape, Su Cheng could only turn around helplessly, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying.
Wife, I didn't mean to lie to you. Those things I did anyway, the situation is what you see.
Zhang Xiyun's face turned a little dark. She was still thinking of letting Su Cheng take advantage of her.
Now it seems that it is not certain who is the gigolo. She finally understood why everything had been going so smoothly for her. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Su Cheng panicked.
Wife, don't be angry, I really didn't mean to lie to you.
Real. You must believe me, no matter in the past or in the future, I just want to follow you and eat your gigolo. If you don't believe me, then I will transfer everything under my name to you. Don't.
However, before Su Cheng could finish his words, he was blocked by Zhang Xiyun's lips. After a long time, they parted their lips, and she said with a dazed look in her eyes. If I can't be the richest man in Dragon Country, I'll be happy as the wife of the richest man in the world.
Most importantly. So what if I'm the richest man in the world? I still have to snort.
With a cold snort, Su Cheng was pushed towards the bed next to her.
Bang!
She also turned off the lights in the room, and it suddenly became dark.
Tonight is destined to be a wonderful night. Over.